My non-biological brother and I were kidnapped. The kidnappers said only one of us could survive. To my surprise, our biological parents chose to save my brother directly. They even gave the kidnappers money to have me killed. But the next moment, the kidnappers stabbed my brother with the knife. My parents, seeing this, used me as a shield to protect my brother from the knife. At that moment, I finally let go of my obsession and willingly sought death. When I woke up again, I had been reborn into my second year in the Liu family. Looking at myself in the mirror, I murmured to myself, "This time, I choose to be a villain." I sighed and then went downstairs. At this moment, the Liu family was already sitting at the dining table, and I silently sat at the end of the long table, with only some leftovers on the table. However, my father, Liu Jin, frowned at me and said, "Be here earlier next time. The whole family is waiting for you." I suddenly lost my appetite, so I ate a few bites and then put down the spoon. My brother, Liu Lin, saw this and sneered, "Who are you trying to impress by eating so little? You have a twisted mind, and there are so many of you hillbillies." My older brother, Liu Xing, elegantly took a sip of coffee, appearing indifferent. Finally, my mother, Yi Ji, asked, "Why is Liu Chen eating so little? Are you not feeling well?" "Not hungry," I said calmly, without even looking up. At this moment, Liu Xing glanced at me, with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. "You seem different. In the past, you would always take the opportunity to come and act pitifully. Why this sudden change this time? Trying out a new trick? You better behave yourself, or I won't mind kicking you out." Yeji couldn't help but frown. All along, in order to gain the affection of my family, I would always act coquettish to please the Liu family, but compared to that, he prefers the gentle and warm-hearted Liu Jiao. My approach made them feel suspicious instead. He thought I would act the same as before this time, but I didn't. He sighed and ultimately didn't say anything else. Liu Jiao handed him a cup of soy milk. "It's for beauty and skincare," Mom said. Yeji couldn't help but smile, gently patting his shiny, soft head. Liu Jiao is still the most obedient. After saying this, she no longer paid attention to me. I waited for them to finish eating before getting up and leaving, riding my bike to school. When I reached the corner, suddenly, a car came speeding from behind. The urgent honking made me flinch, and I hurriedly dodged to the side. As a result, I hit the curb. Luckily, I reacted quickly and decisively jumped off the bike. When I came to my senses, the car had already sped away. I only remembered that the license plate was a Liu family car. I sneered inwardly, only he would play this kind of trick. But if I had really been hit and killed by him just now, wouldn't that be better? I thought with a twisted sense of amusement. I picked up my bike and hurried to school, entering the classroom to the sound of the morning bell. Sitting at the back, I began to daydream. Having experienced a past life, I've seen it all. Studying or not doesn't hold much meaning for me, especially since I have a photographic memory and have long since mastered this knowledge. Bored, I idly wrote down the countdown to my death in my notebook, passing the time until school ended. When I went to ride my bike, I was shocked to find a hole punctured in the tire. I didn't need to think twice to know who did it, but I couldn't be bothered to investigate. I patted my pockets and realized I had forgotten my phone and I had no money. So, I decided to walk back. It's about 10 kilometers from here to the Liu family's villa, and I slowly made my way back. What should have taken half an hour ended up taking me 3 hours. I arrived at the Liu residence at 9 p.m., thinking it was too late for dinner. I planned to go upstairs to do my homework and sleep, but to my surprise, the lights were on in the living room. Liu Lin, Liu Jiao, and Yi Zi were all there. As soon as he saw me, he came running over, waving his fists. "Where have you been? It's so late. Do you know how worried Mom and Dad are?" He punched me, causing me to stagger and fall back as if my body had run out of strength. I fell heavily, hitting the back of my head on the doorframe. The excruciating pain made me break out in a cold sweat, but I gritted my teeth, remaining silent as I waited for the pain to subside. "How are you, Liu Chen?" Yi Zi quickly helped me up. "Xiaolin, what are you doing?" Liu Lin didn't feel wronged at all. It was just a light touch. Why pretend to be weak? I took a deep breath. "I'm fine," Liu Lin said angrily. "You're so fake, coming back so late. Do you know Dad and brother went out to look for you? You apologize and say, 'Sorry, the car broke down.' You could have called. Is our Liu Jia lacking a car? It's your own choice to ride a bike to school, making us look like we're mistreating you." Lu Ling remains unyielding. "But I really don't want to. I just want to go back to my room and lie down." I said calmly, "I didn't bring my phone. Since my rebirth, I haven't touched a phone. It's useless socializing. I don't want it." Lulin was choked, his young face turning red. He sat angrily on the sofa, called Dad and brother, and told them I was back, so they didn't need to look for me anymore. I gently pushed aside the leaves, holding onto my hand. "I'm fine, just a bit tired. I'll go back to my room first. Yezi stared at me blankly, then slowly went upstairs. The cold sensation on my hand lingered. His arm held in mine was surprisingly comforting. The young man, full of distance, couldn't shake off the pale face from his mind. Somehow, he suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Lu Jiao saw all of this. He looked gloomy, no longer the innocent and naive look from the past. His eyes were full of fear of loss, cunning and miserliness. He lived in the Lu family for 18 years. His poor health in childhood caused him to repeat a year in school. So even though he's not the youngest, he receives the most favor. He used to think he was the luckiest person, but one day, he was told he wasn't his parents' biological child. In that moment, he felt panicked and helpless, afraid of losing everything. He tried every means to win their favor. He has lived in this household for 18 years, and it's already destined that his relationship with the Lu family cannot be severed. But Lu Jia values blood ties and cannot abandon his own child to wander outside. So the one who was replaced by him was brought back. But he completely disregarded me, because in terms of appearance, intelligence, upbringing, and knowledge, I am far behind him. But now, it seems I am starting to receive attention, which he absolutely does not allow. Father, mother, brothers, they all have to be his. Lu Jiao held Yiji's hand and said, Mom, Lu Chen is back safely. You must be tired too. Go back to your room, take a bath, and rest. Lu Chen and I are of the same age. I understand him. Rebellion and insults are normal. Yi just sighed, if only he were as obedient as you. Lu Lin on the side rolled his eyes, if he could be half as outstanding, I would kneel down to him. At this moment, I had just reached the corner upstairs, and hearing their words further strengthened my resolve. I went back to my room, pushed open the window, climbed barefoot onto the windowsill, and looked down. I probably wouldn't die from falling from the second floor, but what if I landed headfirst? Would I die immediately? Just as I was contemplating the feasibility of this method, I heard a stern voice behind me, What are you doing? Immediately, someone pulled me down. As I looked closely, it was Lu Xing, who had just returned, with my father following behind. The security guard rushed forward. Grabbing my collar, he asked, Do you want to die? You can play on the window too. He shook me until I felt dizzy, and with an indifferent look in his eyes, I said, Please let go. Is this your attitude when talking to your elders? What attitude should I have? Should I beg for mercy? Lu Jing coldly snorted, Look at yourself. What part of you resembles me? The Lu family disrespects their elders, lacks manners, and is deeply scheming. Stop causing trouble. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing any family affection. Lu Xing squinted, Do you want to use suicide to gain our attention? Do you think highly of yourselves? That's too arrogant. I laughed. Your temper really shows. Can't keep up the act anymore, huh? Lu Xing put his hands in his pockets, looking down at me condescendingly. Lu Chen, you better behave. I sympathize with your situation, but don't blame Lu Jiao. His feelings for us over the past decade are genuine. If you behave, things might get better in the future. The days ahead might be better. Do you understand? I heard his arrogant words and couldn't be bothered to respond. Are you done? If you are, please leave. I want to sleep. Lu Xing sneered, Indeed, you have a bad temperament. Not worth advising. Who do you think wants to stay here? It's simply unlucky. They turned and left. Lu Jin and Luxing didn't believe that I really wanted to commit suicide. They just thought I was fooling around. But in fact, I felt very regretful in my heart. Do I have to follow the script of my past life in order to reach the end? I touched the swollen bone at the back of my head and felt a dizzying pain. It should be a concussion. I lifted my leg, propped it up on the bed, leaned against the head of the bed, and opened the workbook to do homework. Half an hour later, the voice of the butler came from upstairs. I knew it was the butler delivering milk to Lu Jiao. Lu Jiao has a habit of drinking milk before bed. But after I came here, no one asked me what I liked. They were afraid of upsetting Lu Jiao, and I don't even stay on the same floor as them. They thought they were giving me a great benefit. Little did they know, I never asked for any material conditions from them. What I can't understand is that I didn't have any obsession with my past life, nor did I think of seeking revenge. In this life, I just want to quietly wait for death. Why would someone like me be reborn? Just when I was lying in bed, finding it hard to fall asleep, suddenly a deep voice sounded in my mind, Reborn, why not change your own destiny? I suddenly opened my eyes. Who are you? I am the god of the plain. You were originally the son of the heavens, blessed with great fortune, but you were ultimately tragically killed by young Master Jia's Lu Jiao who took away your halo. The reason this world has a loophole is because of you. I brought you back from the void to fix it. Now I finally know the reason for my rebirth. I was suddenly a little angry. Did you ask for my opinion? I don't want to come back. The god of the plane continued, don't you want to come back for revenge? I simply said. The god of the plane remained silent for a few seconds before saying, the loophole is because of you. If you don't try to live a little longer, this world will gradually collapse, and in the end, everyone will perish. I suddenly saw the light. It would be great if this hypocritical world were to perish. The god of the plane fell silent again, and after a long time, he spoke, if you really don't want to stay in this world, then become a villain. That way, your fate won't change. You will die at the same time as in the previous life, and the loophole can be fixed. To compensate you, I will bestow some power upon you. After you die, I will send you to another bright world, where you will live a prosperous life, with loving parents and supportive siblings. The god of the undying finished speaking and then disappeared without a sound. I lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, no longer contemplating death. But how does one become a villain? The next day, I packed up properly, carried my backpack downstairs, and this time, the timing was just right. I sat in my usual spot as usual. I picked up the freshly baked bread on the table and started eating it. Seeing that I don't even greet my family anymore, Lu Jincheng didn't say much, otherwise, saying too much would make him seem too concerned, which would give me more opportunities. He thinks I'm beyond help, so he plans to support me until I graduate from high school, give me some money, and let me move out to fend for myself, so as not to always upset the family. Yiji just asked how I was feeling. I said I was fine, and that was it. She didn't bother with me anymore. After all, I wasn't raised by her from a young age, so it's impossible to be close. Now she has compensated me materially and financially, which is enough. As for Lu Jia, I'm just a lodger to her. Lu Xing and Lu Lin are the same as usual, they don't even look at me. Lu Jia, on the other hand, looked at me and suddenly smiled, but that smile carried a hint of conspiracy. After breakfast, I got up absent-mindedly, picked up my backpack, and slowly walked outside. No one cared about how I was going to school today, or maybe no one even thought about it. My bike broke, so I had to take a taxi to school. Fortunately, Lu Jin gives me 20,000 yuan pocket money every month, and I don't have many daily expenses, so I'm quite content. But in fact, Lu Linha and Lu Jiao each receive 500,000 yuan a month, and they will also receive shares in the company when they come of age. I don't have any shares. I only found out about this after being kidnapped in my previous life, and it was deliberately kept from me, so from the beginning, I have been treated differently. I'm just too naive. I never cared about money. Little did I know, in the eyes of others, I am just a petty person coveting the wealth and fame of the Lu family. Same as yesterday. I spent a boring day at school. As I was about to go home after school, I was suddenly stopped by someone. Lu Chen, are you in such a hurry to be reincarnated? I turned around and saw the class troublemaker, Wang Defa, accompanied by a few followers. I also know that he has a good relationship with Lu Jiao. I said expressionlessly, I'm going home, is there something you need? Wang Defa looked at me maliciously, can't I find you if there's nothing wrong? After school, whoever comes is the loser. But in the blink of an eye, I slipped into the crowd leaving school. I hailed a taxi, went to a barber shop, and had my hair cut short. Afterwards, I casually had a bowl of beef noodles. Returning to the Lu family, the laughter and joy abruptly stopped as I pushed the door open. As if I hadn't seen anything, I was about to go upstairs. Where did you go? Lu Jin's stern voice rang out. You must come home before dinner from now on, do you understand? I turned around and explained, I went to get a haircut, and took care of some things outside as well. From now on, I'll eat out. No need to prepare my meals morning and evening. You cannot stay out late. You must come home right after school. From now on, the driver will pick you up for school, and you must be home by 6:30 in the evening. This is the rule of our Lu family. My brows furrowed instantly. I thought they would be happy to have dinner with me, but to my surprise, I was rejected. I didn't say anything and just went upstairs. The next morning, Lu Jiao suggested tutoring me, but I refused directly. I don't need it and I don't want to waste time. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Jin's expression changed immediately. There are no mediocre people in my Lu family. Don't you know your own results? You're a worthless person with no ambition. I closed my eyes and calmly said, I am indeed worthless, not as outstanding as all of you. Why don't I just move out? Everyone will be happy. Don't think you can escape before graduation. I am still your legal father. Can the Lu family not afford to raise you? After you graduate, roll as far away as you can. I put down my chopsticks. Remember what you said. I've lost my appetite. After saying this, I put on my backpack and quickly ran out the door before Lu Jin could get angry. Lu Lin secretly murmured, this is too brave, actually daring to defy Dad's authority. You know his position at home, it's absolute. Except for Mom and Grandpa and Grandma, none of us dare to defy him. I didn't notice it before, this courage is too great. Lu Jiao secretly felt pleased, knowing he would regret it later. Lu Xingzhuang glanced at him seemingly unintentionally, then forked a piece of fried egg and ate it with his head down. Yiji stroked her husband's hair. Don't be angry, it's not good for your health. Rebellious children are hard to manage. You can't call him worthless again, after all, he is your son. The traffic police officer was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. This little rascal really infuriated me. As I stepped out, the driver Xiao Zhang called out, "Young master, the boss asked me to pick you up and drop you off at school every day from now on." Xiao Zhang is a new driver in the family. Originally, he was hired to take Lu Jiao to extracurricular and drama classes. Now, he has been temporarily reassigned by the traffic police to serve me. I didn't want to be pretentious. It would be foolish not to ride in a car, so I immediately got in. After arriving in the classroom, I looked at Xinzhuo and the others. The teacher hasn't arrived yet, but my deskmate Li Mei has been studying diligently lately. At the moment, she's already sitting at her desk and reviewing her notes. He heard a noise. He casually looked around and then was attracted by my face. He blurted out, "Who are you?" I touched my face. "I just changed my hairstyle. Is the change that significant?" "You're my deskmate, who else could it be?" Li Mei was even more surprised. "Did you get plastic surgery?" I was speechless. Have you ever seen someone recover from plastic surgery this quickly? It's more like I mutated. Li Mei stared at me. "You changed your hairstyle. It looks good. If you were like this earlier, what chance would Lu Jiao, the school hunk, have?" In the front row, Lu Beibei is a big fan of Lu Jiao. She turned back and asked Lu Jiao, "What are you guys talking about?" Li Mei smirked and gestured. "See if he's even more handsome than Lu Jiao." Lu Beibei glanced over and said, "Lu Jiao is not as handsome as you." With his voice, he attracted everyone's attention. Exclamations of amazement rose and fell among the crowd. Class beauty Song Yi directly pinched my face. "So cute. We actually have a hidden handsome guy in our class." Isn't cute used to describe girls? When Xinzhuo and the other two swaggered into the classroom, they found that I was not there. In fact, when the 3 of them were about to come in, I slipped out from the back door, and finally I took the opportunity to enter the classroom at the same time as the homeroom teacher. I quietly asked you where you went. I took out my textbook and pretended to go to the bathroom. Finally, during the break, when Xinzhuo turned around, there was no one in my seat, the whole morning. Xinzhuo didn't catch me once. Until lunchtime, everyone went to eat, and Xinzhuo finally bet that I wouldn't have lunch. "Okay, you keep running, can you hide?" I innocently raised my head and said, "I didn't run, I was just in urgent need to use the bathroom." Xinzhuo spread his legs and said, "Here's the deal, as long as you crawl under my crotch, I'll let you go." I calmly adjusted my clothes and said with a smile, "You guys keep your word." Xinzhuo nodded repeatedly and said, "When I, Xinzhuo, make a promise, I keep it. In the future, not only will I not bully you, but I will also look after you." I suddenly raised my leg and kicked towards them, and the 3 of them were knocked down, screaming like pigs being slaughtered. After kicking them, I quickly ran, rushing towards the cafeteria at a speed of 100 meters per second, and arrived at the same time as the majority of my classmates. Then I ordered a meal and sat down, eating with relish. In the classroom, Xinzhuo and the other 2 were in excruciating pain until a student returning from lunch found them, which alerted the teacher. They were taken to the medical room. When I returned to the classroom, everyone was passionately discussing Xinzhuo and the others. Most people were secretly delighted. These 3 are usually so domineering and have long incurred the wrath of others, but people were too scared to speak out. Now, it's a relief for everyone. At that moment, the form teacher, Zhang Hangrui, pushed the door open and looked at me. "Step outside for a moment." I raised my head and walked out with a puzzled expression. "Xinzhuo and the others were beaten up in the classroom at lunchtime today, and they said it was you. Tell the truth to the teacher. Is this incident related to you?" I incredulously widened my eyes at the teacher. How could I have the nerve? The school is already investigating. Xinzhuo's parents will be here in a while. Wait here for now. I lowered my head, thinking to myself that the Lu family wouldn't come for me. Hearing that their own son had been beaten up, Xinzhuo's parents immediately rushed to the school. As soon as they came in, Xinzhuo's parents loudly scolded him. "You did this, right? At such a young age, you're not studying well, fighting. If you continue like this, you'll be in trouble when you grow up. I want to see how your parents discipline their own child." I looked at them and said, "I didn't hit anyone. If it's proven that I'm innocent, I hope you will apologize to me. This is the disciplinary office." The deputy director pushed the door open and politely said, "So far, there is no evidence to prove that he was involved. All 3 kids said it was him, how could it not be? You're all covering up." Shenmu's narrow eyes were almost spitting fire. The deputy director sighed helplessly. He was one of the first students to arrive at the cafeteria for lunch. In just 2 minutes, it was impossible for him to have a fight and then run to the cafeteria. A few adults. Reluctantly, he was politely asked to leave by Chinli. This farce finally came to an end. As soon as I got home in the evening, I was immediately kicked by Lu Jingqi. I fell to the ground, looking at Lu Jingqi with a cold gaze. You're quite capable. Now you've learned to fight. How could there be someone as useless as you in the Lu family? Lu Jin's kick was completely unrestrained. I felt a lick in my throat, and my mouth was full of blood. I slowly got up, my eyes full of resentment. Nobody asked me about the fight you mentioned, but I'm the one being condemned. I didn't do it. Lu Lintai, who was standing beside, sneered and shouted. That's Lu Jiao for you. I felt my blood boiling, and my face getting worse. Everything you care about, Lu Jiao, I'll give it to you. I don't want any of it, but you better behave, otherwise don't blame me for destroying everything for you. After saying that, I went upstairs without looking back. As soon as I entered my room, I spurted out a mouthful of blood, covering my chest, and crouching down in pain. Lin Xiaolin downstairs put down her knife and fork. I'm full. I'm going upstairs to see Yeji. Putting down the cutlery, she picked up a plate of toast and milk from the table. Xiaoling, wait for me, I'll go with you. Lu Jin glanced at Chen Mo, didn't say anything. Lu Jiao cared. Mom, how about changing the milk to juice? Lu Chen seems to not like drinking milk. Yezi put down the milk, patted Lu Jiao's head and said, you are still considerate. Lu Jiao smiled innocently, with full of worries in her eyes, hoping that Lu Chen wouldn't be angry. Lu Xing glanced at Lu Jiao, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Behave yourself, it's not your turn to sow discord in this family. The three of them arrived at my room door. Lu knocked on the door. Lu Chen, open the door, I'll bring you some food. Inside the room, it was silent, not a sound to be heard. Lu Xing frowned, took a step forward. With a bang, the door cracked open a bit. Inside the room, I was curled up under the blanket, vaguely heard the sound of the door being kicked, but couldn't open my eyes. The sound of Lu Xing kicking the door alarmed Lu Jin and Lu Jiao downstairs. What came into view was a dried dark red bloodstain. Lu Xing's face immediately turned very ugly. He picked me up horizontally and ran outside. While running, he shouted that my condition was not good, and to hurry to the hospital. Lu Jing ran downstairs, brought out a car, and Lu Xing carried me into it. Hurry, he's still vomiting blood, he won't last much longer. I don't know how many red lights we ran, and finally the car drove into the hospital. The nurses and doctors hurriedly pushed the stretcher into the emergency room. Leave Lu Xing and Lu Jing outside. There was a large bloodstain on Lu Xing's chest. He sat on a bench outside the emergency room, wiping the sweat off his face. Lu Jing remained silent, lost in thought. Before long, the three of us also rushed over. 2 hours later, the door of the emergency room slowly opened. A tall, thin figure in a white coat walked out. The patient had stabilized, but was physically weak, malnourished, and had signs of organ failure due to emotional distress. If we had waited any longer, it might have been too late. When I woke up, the nurse was changing my four. After Susan finished examining me, he smiled and said, why aren't you talking? Did I scare you? I shook my head. I closed my eyes again. Doctor, if I fall asleep next time, please don't save me again. At that moment, Lu Xing pushed the door open and saw that I was awake. I was buried in the pillow, my eyes wide open. Lu Xing, I want to go home. Lu Xing sneered, you don't even call me brother anymore. Stay in the hospital and behave yourself. If you dare to leave, I'll break your legs. I wasn't upset by the scolding. Go ahead, it's better if you beat me to death. Everyone, keep quiet. You all go out first. Lu Xing said to Su Sun and the nurse, there's only Lu Xing and me left in the ward. Do you really want to die like this? I don't want to deal with him. Lu Xing continued, this is the 3rd floor. Jumping down from here has a 70% chance of death. If you really want to die, you might as well jump. I rolled over in one go, took a few steps, climbed onto the windowsill, and jumped down without hesitation. Lu Xing ran over and grabbed me. What's wrong with you? Life is good, but are there no people left in this world whom you care about? I laughed angrily. Stop pretending, Lu Xing. Since I entered the house, have you ever treated me kindly? What kind of people are you? Is it fun to trample on others' dignity wantonly? You were the ones who were heartless first. Now I feel like the blood in my body is dirty, just like the blood flowing in you, which makes me sick. I've said everything. What's the point of lying in bed? Lu Xing stood silently for a while, preparing to get up and look for Su Sun. As soon as he opened the door, Yi Ji and Lu Jin were standing outside the door, not sure how long they had been there. Lu Xing raised an eyebrow and gestured for them to step aside. Mom, Dad, you're here. Get him to eat something. I can't do anything about it, Lu Xing said as he kept watch. Yiji didn't look too good. He walked in and sat down beside the sickbed. Looking at only half of my head showing, hesitantly reaching out to touch my head. Get up and eat something. Mom brought fish congee and steamed egg. Yezi looked at me sitting up and said, Mom, I know you've had a hard time before, but you can't make fun of your own body. You only live once, so cherish it. In just over a decade, I have suffered too much malice. I was beaten by the couple next door in the past. When I came to the Lu family, I was wrongly accused of being a thief. Suspected of being greedy, I was emotionally abused and left beyond redemption. Feeling powerless, I really didn't want to deal with this so-called parents. Without any emotion, I asked if I could leave. I was exhausted for the next 2 days. No one from the Lu family ever came to see me. It was the butler who came to handle my discharge procedures in the end. As I was going downstairs, the butler told me, Young master, there will be a birthday banquet for the second young master tonight. Madam said it's not good for your health to be in a noisy house, especially since you've just recovered from a serious illness. First, I'll take you to the villa in the southern suburbs to stay for a night. I've brought your phone and a change of clothes. As expected, it was the birthday banquet of Lu Jiao in my past life. To avoid trouble, I was sent away. Lu Jiao never announced my identity to the public, not even when I died. The car drove into the villa, and I had a dreamless night. The next day, the driver Xiao Zhang picked me up for school. When I entered the classroom, Xinzhuo saw me and reacted as if he had seen a ghost. He shrank back and was no longer as arrogant as before. Sitting at my own seat, you didn't ask me. The teacher said you took sick leave last week. I nodded. Just a minor illness, I'll sit in the front row. Lu Beibei and Sonyi also came over. These are last week's class notes. Take a look. Lu Beibei placed her notes on my desk. I politely thanked her, took them, and drifted away all morning. You didn't even nudge my arm. Why aren't you paying attention in class? You're in your senior year. You'll be taking the college entrance exam next year. Don't be late. I regained my focus. I absent-mindedly nodded, lowered my head, and flipped through the books. My mind raced. I had devoted 3 months of intense study to this knowledge in my previous life. I had thoroughly mastered it. Even after so long, I hadn't forgotten. Having such a good memory is quite boring. Xinzhuo secretly looked back at me several times. I smirked at him and made a throat-slitting gesture. Xinzhuo shuddered in fear, quickly turned away, and dared not look back again. He's quite a strong young man. Why is he so timid? I complained in my heart. I usually don't eat lunch at noon, but unexpectedly, Lu Ling appeared outside my classroom. I originally wanted to pretend not to see her, but Lu Ling came in and placed what she had in her hands on the desk. Why aren't you going to eat? I raised my eyelids and moved my lips. I've already eaten. Lu Lin's expression was complex. Do you always lie so easily? I just didn't want to talk to her and insisted that I had already eaten. Lu Lin pointed to the things on the table and said, It's going to rain in the afternoon. My mom asked me to bring this to you in the morning. There's an umbrella and a coat inside, but I didn't even look at it. Sure enough, it rained in the afternoon. I got a little wet, took out the coat, hesitated, and then put it back. The clothes aren't mine, they belong to Lu Jiao. I opened the umbrella, threw the clothes into the trash can, and walked out of the alley with the crowd. There were still some flowers left in the corner of the Lu family's house. It must have been very lively last night. The room's lock was previously kicked and replaced. I couldn't get in, so I stood at the door with my backpack on. At this moment, Lu Jiao and Lu Lin also came back from outside and saw me. Lu Jiao asked with concern, Lu Chen, are you feeling okay? Why are you standing here with your backpack on? I responded indifferently, unfortunately, I haven't died yet. Du Jiao bit her lip and said, Lu Chen, are you blaming me for not going to the hospital to see you? I didn't mean to. I was afraid you'd be upset to see me. Oh, this tea art is really top-notch. You're overestimating yourself. I have to admit, I almost forgot you existed these days. I turned around and found Feng, the housekeeper, to get the keys. I stared at Feng for a full 2 minutes before smiling and going upstairs. Feng, the housekeeper, felt a chill down his spine from my gaze. He sneakily glanced at Lu Jiao. Lu Jiao waved her hand, and Feng, the housekeeper, quietly withdrew. I entered my own room. I changed my clothes and started playing with my phone at the desk. I heard a knock on the door from outside, and the nanny Xiaohong called out, Young master, it's time for dinner. I responded with a word. I opened the door and walked downstairs. As I walked down the stairs to the dining table, I saw Lu Jiao leaning against Yiji, like a well-behaved little cat. I silently sat at the end of the long table. Does no one think there's something wrong with a boy being so delicate? At that moment, Lu Jin said lightly, Did you see the watch in your room? It's a birthday gift from me and your mom. You and Xiao Jiao share the same birthday. Although we haven't thrown you a birthday banquet, you won't be short of the gifts you deserve." I was stunned. In my past life, they had never given me any gifts. How is it that after causing so much trouble in this life, I still received a gift? I immediately shook my head. "Take it away, I don't need it." Lu Jing sneered, "You don't know what's good for you. If you don't want it, just throw it away." I touched my nose and casually said, "If I want to throw it, I'll throw it." Lu Jing sneered, "Anyone who doesn't throw it is a fool." 2 days later, school was out, but I didn't see Xiao Zhang outside the school gate. After waiting for almost half an hour, Xiao Zhang finally rushed over and said, "I'm sorry, young master. I encountered a car accident on the way, which delayed me and gave me a fright. Are you okay after the car accident?" Xiao Zhang smiled and said, "It wasn't me. It was the car in front of me. I don't know how, but its brakes suddenly malfunctioned, crashed into the roadside railing, the car was deformed, blood flowing all over. It was so unfortunate. I was about to get in the car, but my steps faltered. It seemed like there was something in the car. I stared at it, a red, cotton-like object was pulsating. But when I looked again, it had vanished. It was close to 6 o'clock when I arrived at the Lu's house. Lu Jiao and Lu Ling were playing games in the living room. Yi Ji was sitting on the side, reading a fashion magazine. Lu Jin and Luxing hadn't come back yet. At this moment, Yi Ji saw me coming in. She put down the magazine and asked, "Lu Chen, why are you back so late today?" My steps were a bit slow. There was an icy barrier between the mother and son. Yi Ji didn't ask again. At this moment, Lu Jiao nervously said, "Lu Chen, on the day of the temperature drop on Monday, Sister Lan took the wrong clothes. She mistakenly took my freshly washed coat and had little Ling bring it to you. Can you return it to me?" Xiao Lan is a new maid, so it seemed reasonable for her to take the wrong clothes. I tilted my head, trying hard to remember. "You said that?" "I threw it," Lu Jiao exclaimed. Her face turned pale, but she didn't dare to blame me. She lowered her head meekly and said, "It's okay." Yezi frowned. "Why did you throw Lu Jiao's clothes?" I pulled a chair and sat down, took a sip of water, and calmly said, "I didn't know it was hers. It had a weird smell on it. I didn't like it, so I just threw a piece of clothing." "What's the big deal?" Yi Ji's expression changed abruptly. "Lu Chen, mind your words." Lu Jiao's face turned extremely unsightly. At this moment, Lu Lin won't tolerate me either. "Can't you tolerate second brother? Do you have to insult her like this?" I shrugged and said the truth. "If you don't like it, I'll speak less in the future." Lu Jiao shed so many tears out of nowhere. Every time she cries, Yezi feels distressed. "What's so special about that dress, Xiao Jiao? Mom will buy you 10 or 8 similar ones later. Don't be upset." Lu Jiao softly said, "It's okay, Lu Chen didn't mean it. That dress was the one you gave me for my birthday last year. You designed it yourself. It doesn't matter, as long as I can be by your side. I'm already very content." Yi Ji touched Lu Jiao's face and said, "Don't be sad, Mom will design a new one for you." I was too lazy to look at their filial appearance, so I walked upstairs. Yi Ji looked back at me with disappointment. "Is this really my child? Why is he so unkind and lacks any tolerance?" Yi Ji was discussing with Lu Jin about the family going on a trip. They set the time for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. When I was informed that evening, I refused directly. In my previous life, the Lu family never took me on a trip. "Please don't waste your emotions on me in this life." Lu Jing, without compromise, said, "The whole family is going, and you have to go too." "No choice," stubbornly. I said, "If I'm not going, I'm not going." Lu Jing was annoyed. "How did you become like this now?" "I used to pretend, but now I'm showing my true colors. Sorry to disappoint you, I didn't grow up to be the person you expected." "It's a pity." At this moment, Lu Xing spoke up and said, "It's okay not to go. I'll find a tutor for you to catch up on your studies." I was stunned. Is Lu Xing some kind of demon for wanting to catch up on studies? I could only obediently agree to go play. Lu Xing's eyes flickered, and he smiled silently. "One day, I will make everyone despise you, disappear from the Lu family. There can only be one person in a position, the other one must be eliminated." The next morning, I took a taxi to the vicinity of the Yangtze River Hospital. As soon as I entered the hospital, I saw a cotton-like red object jump out of the window and disappear. This time I confirmed that it was indeed a thing, and it was alive. I went to Jingnan's ward and played with him all morning. When I walked out of the hospital and strolled along a tree-lined path, my eyes froze, and I completely lost my composure. Right in front of me, Jiang Xiao, wearing a mask, was holding a red object in his hand. Then he took out a thin iron chain from his pocket, tied it up, and threw it into the car. It was the same red thing I had seen by the car and in the hospital earlier. Jiang Xiao noticed me. How could he see me? Why can't I see? Why can you see? Zhang Xiao asked about the energy body. Curiously, I asked, what is that? I've never seen anything like it before. Zhang Xiao thought for a moment and said, it's the conscious energy body left after a person dies. Usually, ordinary people can't see it. I don't understand. That conscious energy entity didn't threaten you. Why do you want to catch him? Jin Xiao solemnly said, because he wanted to kiss me. Then he took me near the Lu family's residence. As I was about to get off the car, Jin Xiao said, these matters are usually kept secret, not necessary to reveal to others. I slowly walked back to the Lu family's residence, went upstairs to my room, and contemplated alone. The Lu family arranged for a mountain and riverside hot spring resort, and I was taken up by Lu Xing and put into the car. There were 7 or 8 hot spring pools, and Yi Ji and Lu Jin soaked in one pool alone. Lu Xing chose a small pool for himself, while Lu Lin and Lu Jiao were together. I didn't get into the water, just sat on the side watching. Soon, Lu Jiao climbed out of the water and sat by the shore. Yi Ji asked Lu Jiao, are you feeling unwell? Lu Jiao shook her head, I'm fine, just a little dizzy from soaking for too long. Just sit for a while, and you'll be fine. After sitting for a while, Lu Jiao got up to get drinks for everyone, and as she passed by me, she slipped and fell to the ground with a thud. I looked at the miserable fall of Lu Jiao and didn't know how to react for a moment. Yi Ji and Lu Jing and Lu Lin immediately got up, helped Lu Jiao up, and sat her on a chair. The hotel doctor came to check her injuries and told everyone that it was just a superficial wound, nothing serious. Lu Lin asked Lu Jiao how he could fall on flat ground. Lu Jiao bowed his head and said, there was water on the ground, I slipped accidentally, then sneakily glanced at me. Lu Jing frowned and glanced at me. I felt impatient under their gaze, sneered, and said, always trying to frame me. I fell, but it's not a big deal. Why are you so nervous? Yi Ji looked at me with disappointment and said, how could you say such things? It's really disheartening. Lu Jiao pulled Yi Ji's arm and said, it's okay, I just need to rest. Don't blame Lu Chen. Lu Jin shook his head and said, Lu Chen, it seems your temperament can't be changed. I was already numb to their prejudice and foolishness, sitting still, turned my head in annoyance and said, do whatever you want, I don't care what you think. Lu Lin saw his second brother in pain, with a face full of cold sweat and a look of grievance, couldn't help but get angry. You must have deliberately tripped him. How could you be so cruel? Apologize to my second brother. I didn't want to pay attention to him. Lu Lin, embarrassed and angry, swung his fist at me. I blocked his fist, grabbed his hand and exerted force, with a determined face said, who do you think you are? You've started a fight several times. Do you think I won't fight back? Lu Lin struggled hard to break free, but those seemingly weak hands held her like a pair of iron pincers, causing her great pain and nearly crying. Let go, Lu Chen, it hurts so much. What are you doing? Let go of Lu Lin. Lu Jing tried to pry my hand away. No matter how hard she tried, my wrist didn't budge. Seeing Lu Lin in so much pain, tears streamed down her face. Feeling angry, she raised her hand and slapped me, demanding that I let go. A drop of blood appeared at the corner of my mouth, and my cheek swelled. I stared at Lu Jing and said with a smile, remember this slap. Lu Jing, annoyed, said, I am your father. What's with your attitude? I slowly let go of Lu Lin, wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, and raised my cold eyes. You only raised me for 2 months. Lu Xing was overwhelmed by this sudden turn of events. Lu Jiao was still quietly crying. Lu Xing shouted, why are you crying? All you do is cry all day long. Put away your little tricks, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Jiao's crying abruptly stopped. And you, Lu Lin, he is your brother. What right do you have to touch him? He's right. What kind of person are you? Lu Xing was truly angry. I glanced at him. Is Lu Xing standing up for me? I don't need his pity. I returned to my room alone and locked the door. At dinner time, Lu Jin informed everyone that the matter had been settled. No one is allowed to mention it again. Lu Xing came to call me downstairs for dinner. I'm not hungry, so I won't eat. Lu Xing couldn't help but say, Dad, even though they are in the wrong. But your tone is too harsh. We are your family, not enemies. Do you agree with what I said when I was born? If Lu Lin dares to lay a hand on me again, I will directly crush his hand bones. He can try it. Lu Xing thought I was just talking nonsense. How could anyone crush bones barehanded? I said I don't want to eat, I feel dizzy and weak. Have you run out of patience? Can't you understand? Lu Xing grabbed my thick collar. It's not that I want to interfere with you. When I was discharged from the hospital, Su Sun repeatedly instructed me to make sure you eat nutritious food. I won't bother with you until you've fully recovered. I struggled in vain, and was carried all the way to the dining table, too lazy to even lift my eyelids. Lu Xing took a bunch of food and placed it in front of me. Lu Jing glanced at me and said, Shaolin, you must respect your second brother in the future. No matter what, You are wrong to make the first move. Let's all take a step back. I'll say sorry, this is saving a family. Where does the grudge come from? Lu Jiao was the first to be born. Lu Chen, I'm sorry, it's my carelessness that caused trouble for you. I'm really sorry. I ignored him. Lu Lin stubbornly kept silent. Lu Jing's eyes swept over, and he shrank his neck. Reluctantly said sorry. I was surprised by Lu Jing's attitude. In my previous life, I was completely ignored. Where would anyone apologize to me? Eating one meal a day is still quite harmonious. I'm extremely tired. After eating, I went upstairs to wash up and sleep. Perhaps the incident from yesterday taught Lu Jiao a lesson. Until the end of the trip, he behaved himself and didn't cause any trouble. Since returning from the trip, my life has become especially peaceful, and no one bothers me anymore. Lu Jiao is lying low for now. Lu Lin is too scared, and as for the others, they just want a few peaceful days. In this peaceful life, my physical strength is gradually recovering. The midterm exams for the third year of high school are approaching, and the atmosphere in the class is getting more tense. Even during break time, it's rare to see classmates playing around. Everyone is studying hard. It seems like I'm the only one still daydreaming every day. My desk mate couldn't help but remind me that the midterm exams are next Thursday and Friday. You're not studying at all. Aren't you afraid of failing the exams? I regained my composure and lazily replied, let me tell you a secret, I actually know everything. Li Mei didn't believe me at all. You're just bragging, I won't talk to you anymore. I opened the textbook, and with all the knowledge still in my mind, the exams seem too easy for me. It's just that when I'm hurt time and time again, with no one to turn to for help or redemption, everything becomes meaningless. Since Lu Lin found out that I wasn't having lunch, Lu Jin instructed Lu Lin to watch me every lunchtime to see if I go downstairs to eat. To avoid being caught, I no longer make the same mistake and just walk past Lu Lin at lunchtime. I looked at her expressionless. Lu Lin didn't dare to speak up, yet you dared to glare at me. Is there no justice left in the world? The cafeteria was crowded at lunchtime, and I waited for nearly 10 minutes to get my meal. I found a secluded spot to sit down, eating absent-mindedly. But soon, 4 or 5 people sat at my square table. Hi, I'm Zheng Yuan from class 32 of grade 12. Can I add you on WeChat? The girl across from me nervously asked. I looked up and said, sorry, my family doesn't allow me to use a phone. The girl's eyes dimmed, shook her head, and smiled lightly. It's okay. Here's my contact information. If you need anything, I'll respond anytime. I watched them leave. Li Mei and Lu Beibei. Song Yi came over with a plate and exclaimed, awesome. The class heartthrob and the school beauty both wanted your contact information. Song Yi chuckled, who wouldn't like someone who looks like this? You've already surpassed the class beauty, Lu Jiao, and become the school heartthrob. Helplessly, I said, stop mocking me. Whoever wants to be the school heartthrob can be, but I won't. In the afternoon, I was called out by the head teacher, Zhang Hangrui. He noticed my condition and wanted to advise me. Teacher, I know what you want to ask. It's my own problem. I don't want to listen, I said to Zhang Hangrui. But there are also your parents. I couldn't get in touch about what happened last time. You suffered so much, Zhang Hangrui said helplessly. They didn't even show their faces. I said, they're very busy. I'm sorry. I understand your intentions, and I'll try to change in the future. Back in the classroom. Don't poke me, the class teacher will scold you. I pick up the book in frustration. Can't you praise me for it? After school that day, I made Xiao Zhang stop at the mall halfway, bought 12 Rubik's Cubes and 3 Lego sets, just to pass the time. I returned to the Lu's house with 2 big bags. It was almost dinner time, and everyone was in the hall. Lu walked over and stopped me. What's this? The bulging thing is the Rubik's Cube. Lu glanced at me. Do you think you're stupid? Want to improve your IQ a bit? I pushed him away and went upstairs to smash you. Lu Lin glanced at the 17-layer Rubik's Cube. Who can solve this? Went upstairs to put things down, changed clothes and went downstairs, finished eating with head down, then patted my bottom and prepared to go upstairs to play with Lego. Lu grabbed my collar and pulled me back. Let's have a competition with the Rubik's Cube, see who solves it first. If you win, I'll give you 10,000 yuan. If I win, you have to call me Big Brother from now on. I gave a look of incompetence and held up 3 fingers. Lu sneered, you're actually a money lover. Okay, 30,000 it is. Lu handed it to Yezi and Lu Jin, poured a cup of tea, and smiled. I wonder who will win, Big Brother or Lu Chen. Yezi smiled and said, it should be Xing. I remember he played in elementary school. It was like 6 seconds or 5 seconds back then. Lu solved it in the blink of an eye. Lu Lin looked at the stopwatch. Big Brother, 5 seconds. Wow, Landy is so good at solving the Rubik's Cube. If you can't solve it, don't cry when it's your turn. I took it and observed. With just one look, a solved Rubik's Cube appeared in my hand. Lulin looked at the time, swallowed, and said incredulously. There was a moment of silence for 2 seconds. I turned and went upstairs. After becoming the focus of Zhang Hengrui's attention, I lost the chance to be distracted. I looked at the various exam papers piling up on the table and cursed in my heart. You want me to be reborn, then come and help me, damn it. Seeing me in a daze, Li Mei thought I couldn't do it and comforted. You need to do more to find out where you don't understand. If you can't do it, ask the teacher or ask me. Zhang Hengrui stood outside the window, patrolling. He left only when he saw me actively studying. I sighed inwardly. You don't have to be so persistent. It was 4 p.m. on Friday. Liang Wei and I stood in front of the blackboard behind the classroom. After a moment of contemplation, I drew the universe in my mind on the blackboard. At first, the students were still immersed in their own learning process. Gradually, there were bursts of exclamation in the classroom, and everyone looked back. When I returned to the Lu's house that evening, it was already 6:30. Go wash your hands. Dinner is ready, Lu Jing said lightly. I washed my hands and sat down to drink millet porridge. Lu Jiao said in a pleasing tone, Lu Chen, we have midterm exams next week. Let me give you extra lessons the day after tomorrow. I have no interest in this green tea at all. Are you doing well in your studies? How shameless. I don't feel any pressure, so don't talk nonsense. I have arranged to study with classmates the day after tomorrow. I won't come back for lunch. I already told you, don't come looking for trouble later. So you finally know to study, not bad. At least you haven't fallen to the point of no return. You're overthinking it. I was just invited, sir. I can't refuse out of politeness. Don't expect me to do well. I'm not smart enough to learn. You little rascal, always causing trouble. It's unbearable for me not to be angry for a day. What? Sir, I'm like your father. I saw Lu Jin looking around, preparing to hit me. I quickly turned and ran upstairs to avoid him. The irritable old man is unreasonable. Lu Jin almost came up in one breath. Yezi quickly calmed him down. Don't get angry, it's bad for your health. Lu Chen, you're becoming more and more unruly. If he can't be disciplined, just let it be. This will only continue to annoy people. Lu Jiao lowered her head and went to hit her, but she was actually very happy inside. Lu Xing frowned, puzzled. During this time, it was clear that Dad and Mom's senses had already started to improve. Why does Lu Chen always deliberately provoke their anger? What does he want to do? The next day when Lu Jin came downstairs, he gave you a faint look. Do as you wish. Your mom and I are completely disappointed in you. You should move out in a year. You sarcastically smiled. Don't use this to threaten me. I never wanted to live here in the first place. It's you who wouldn't let me leave. Life is your own, it has nothing to do with others. Although we are your biological parents, we are powerless to discipline you. Lu Xing fiercely frowned. He is connected to us by blood. Why do you have to say such hurtful words? Lu Jin waved his hand, signaling him not to say anything more. You, with a weary look, carried your backpack and left the Lu family. Looking up at the sky, holding back tears, forgiveness is impossible. Today we agreed to go to Liang Wei's house for extra lessons. It's still early, you don't need to worry. Xiao Zhang chose to take the bus by himself. When we arrived at Liang Wei's house, the others were already there. Liang Wei's mother is a very kind person. He greeted you at the door and told you to study well. The children will eat here at noon. I will go buy groceries now. Jiang Xiaoming enviously said, Auntie is really nice. In comparison, my mom is much stricter. You don't know, I could be hit even if I don't speak. Chu Weidong empathized, my mom also meddles in everything. When he's in a bad mood, I stay far away. But he cooks very well, and he knits sweaters for me. Several people chattered about their parents, complaining on the surface, but actually feeling quite happy inside. Lu Chen, what are your parents like? Lu Beibei asked curiously. You lowered your head and pondered what it looks like. The Lin family's parents are malicious and insatiable. The Lu family is arrogant and conceited, oblivious to their own faults, thinking they are superior. They are completely pragmatic and utilitarian. They only love themselves. I am an outsider, you said with a smile. Liang Wei couldn't help but laugh. I understand. I am just a third wheel between my parents. They even left me at home and went out for a big meal. That's because your parents are so loving, a few people chuckled. Liang Wei is a very responsible young teacher. You were also very honest that day, doing a few papers, right and wrong. Hire a half. Auntie Liang made a table full of dishes at noon. Although they were home-cooked dishes, you felt that they were much tastier than the carefully prepared food at the Lu family's, with a human touch, and it was satisfying to eat. At dusk, you bid farewell to everyone and left Liang's house. sitting on the bus station's seat waiting for the bus. You looked up and met the gaze of a man emitting black smoke. His face was extremely ugly, and his footsteps were even floating off the ground. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. When changing buses halfway, it started drizzling. You ate a bowl of wonton at a restaurant. When you returned to the Liu family, it was almost 7 o'clock, entering with a cold and wet body. Only Lu Xing was in the hall. He looked up at you and asked if you had eaten and why you came back so late. You mentioned finishing eating, then went upstairs to take a shower and change clothes. As you stood by the window ready to close it, you noticed that several meters away, on a tree, the male ghost was floating and grinning at you. "Get lost!" You shouted. The ghost shivered and cautiously hid behind the tree. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and Luxing stood there holding a backpack. "I noticed your old one was worn out, so I got you a new one," he said. You glanced at it and shook your head. "I don't want it," you said as Luxing forcefully shoved the backpack into your arms and then squeezed into your room. You looked at him gloomily. "You don't have to do this. I don't need comfort." Luxing's handsome face showed helplessness. "With your intelligence, changing mom and dad's thoughts should be a piece of cake. Lu Jiao is nothing in your eyes. I can't understand why you're like this." You picked up a Rubik's Cube and played with it in your hand. "Prejudice is the hardest thing to dispel. And why should I change? This is who I am. The me they think I am, the me you think I am, they are all Luxing. What's the difference between you and them? From the first day I came to the Liu family, weren't you also prejudiced against me? Even if I changed, I can't forget the past prejudice, aversion, suspicion, and unjust guard. The things that have happened cannot be changed. I don't want these feelings," you said with a hint of sadness in your eyes. Lu Xing fell silent. When you spoke these words, he knew that the young man in front of him would eventually become a stranger to them. "I'm sorry it's late, but I apologize for the malice I had towards you. If possible, can I be given a chance for compensation when they come to their senses in the future?" You said lightly, "It's impossible." Lu Xing couldn't express what he was feeling inside. Then, "Can I be given a chance?" You look at him. Feeling desolate, "It was also me who made efforts to get close to you before. How can I be qualified to give you a chance now? In fact, I had countless opportunities to expose Lu Jiao, and so did you, but I don't believe, and you can't. Lu Jiao's 18 years, compared to my 2 months, even if he did something wrong, as long as he didn't cross the line, he wouldn't be driven away. This is reality. Favoritism can conquer, isn't that right?" You laugh at yourself, and the sadness in your eyes seems substantial. Lu Xing was shocked by your transparency as you walked out of your door. In Lu Xing's eyes, there was an impenetrable gloom. He used to play in the human world, content with the status quo, just wanting to maintain surface calm. But now, he found himself too powerless to face the current situation. He gritted his teeth and decided to make an effort to bring about change, even if the final outcome is uncertain. The next morning, you put on your backpack and went out, taking a deep breath of the morning air, walking steadily towards the distance. The atmosphere behind the Liu family was unusually silent. Those who were once unavoidable had gradually become distant from them. Lu clenched his fist, his eyes dark. Even though he won, he actually lost. You have become a thorn in the hearts of the Liu family. Today, Liang's mom made delicious dumplings. Everyone was super satisfied with the meal. As the sun set, you walked out of the community, said goodbye to a few people, and then beckoned to the male ghost in the distance. Yes, that male ghost appeared again, lingering but still reluctant to get close to you. The male ghost stood tens of meters away from you, shaking his head. You took a step closer, he took 2 steps back, so you had to give up. "Can you speak?" you asked him, and the male ghost whimpered. He opened his mouth wide, and this time you saw clearly, he had no tongue. Or rather, his tongue was cut off. You frowned and asked, "What is your purpose in following me?" The male ghost shifted his feet, drifted a few meters, then looked back at you, as if enduring a lifetime. He wanted you to follow him, and you felt strange and puzzled. You repeatedly refused, saying, "We have no relationship. I won't go with you." After saying that, you were ready to go back. The male ghost whimpered, his broken legs bending and folding, and he actually knelt down to you, nodding his head several times. 2 lines of tears and blood flowed down his sunken eye sockets, looking very pitiful. "I'll go with you, don't kneel." You promised. The male ghost graciously floated forward. You lifted your heels and walked further away from the crowd for nearly an hour, arriving at a dilapidated, dangerous house. You examined the wall in the dim moonlight, covered in mottled cobwebs and surrounded by overgrown weeds, indicating it had been abandoned for a long time. "Why did you bring me here?" The ghost beckoned to you and drifted into the 2nd floor. You gritted your teeth and turned on the flashlight on your phone for illumination. You silently prayed to the unextinguished God, "Please protect me." You focused and held your breath, opened the old broken door. The surroundings were pitch black, empty, deep, eerie, and the sound of rats came from the corner. You walked forward step by step, suddenly feeling a sense of oppression on your shoulder. Using the light from your phone, you saw a hand pressing on your shoulder. You dared not breathe, about to resist, when a voice sounded in your ear asking, "What are you doing here?" You turned around and looked intently. "Isn't it Jin Xiao?" He grabbed your neck and pulled you close. "How can a kid like you be so brave? What are you doing here?" You breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death." Then you explained the whole story to him. After listening, he said while walking, "My soul detector can detect the presence of ghosts. The ghostly aura is spreading here, so I came to check, didn't expect to run into you." You followed the male ghost and stopped in front of a pile of debris on the second floor. After moving away all the debris tonight, a broken corpse appeared before your eyes. You frowned as you looked at it. His hands and feet were broken, and his skull was shattered. He was tortured to death. "Murder," Jingxiao said almost, then made a call. After a while, the police car from the capital rushed over. Jingxiao said, "The next thing is for the police. Let's go and take you home." You responded with an "oh" and followed him. Sitting in Jingxiao's car, you took out your phone. There were messages from Lu Jing and Lu Xing, asking where you were and why you hadn't returned so late. You checked the time, it was just past 8 o'clock in the evening, not too late. You replied to them one by one, saying that you were already on your way home. The car drove to the outskirts of the Lu family's villa. Seeing you sleeping soundly, Jin Xiao couldn't bear to disturb you. He stopped on the side, wanting you to sleep a little longer. At this time, Lu Xing, who had been waiting at the gate of the Lu family, walked over quickly because he was worried. Jin Xiao opened the car door and got out. Lu Xing bent down and gently lifted you out. "Too light, how could you be so light?" He furrowed his brow. "You haven't been eating much lately, have you? You haven't gained an ounce." In the Lu family hall, Lu Jing saw Lu Xing carrying you in and asked with a concerned expression, "What happened?" Lu Xing replied, "She's fast asleep. I couldn't wake her, so I brought her upstairs first." Lu Han laid you on the bed, noticing the dust all over you. He then helped you take off your outer clothes and unintentionally saw a scar around your waist. He lifted your hoodie to take a look, his fist clenched as he felt numerous scars on your chest and back. Burn marks, cuts, and scratches crisscrossed your fair skin, looking exceptionally hideous. But Lu Han felt as if a boulder was pressing on his chest, making it hard to breathe. He trembled, wanting to lift your pants to check. At that moment, you suddenly opened your eyes. "What are you doing?" You quickly pulled down your clothes, your eyes as cold as ice. Lu Han went out, clenching his fists, breathing unevenly. "What happened with those injuries of yours?" You sternly said, "I told you to leave." Lu Han saw you curled up in the corner of the bed and silently walked out of the room. You buried your head in the blanket, feeling like a stranded fish, struggling to breathe. At that moment, all your pretenses collapsed, and your self-respect was crushed. "I've been trying so hard to stay alive. Must even the last bit of dignity be taken away from me? What did I do wrong?" Lu Han slowly walked downstairs, looking at the joyous Lu Jia, while the other four felt a sense of absurdity in their hearts. Lu Jin saw him coming down and asked what was going on, where he had been, and how he could sleep outside. Lu Han felt the words stuck in his chest. If he didn't say them, he would suffocate. "Dad, do you really think there's nothing wrong with this family?" Lu Jin frowned. "What did you say?" Lu Xing's words are mocking, family affection, blood ties, born as human yet causing harm. But leaving a fake at home to flatter, frame, and have malicious thoughts, do you really think it's okay? Yi Shi scolded, "Lu Xing, what nonsense are you talking about? What fake? What malicious thoughts? Xiao Jiao is not that kind of person." Lu Jiao was originally playing chess with Lu Ling, but now tears were streaming down, her big eyes filled with a pitiful look. "Brother, is this how you see me? I'm fake, I shouldn't be here. I'm leaving now." He looked lost and was about to leave. Lu Lin grabbed him. "Second brother, don't leave. How can you say that, big brother? Second brother, have you forgotten? The three of us grew up together since childhood." Lu Xing coldly said, "So what? I've been enduring it because of old feelings, but since it's fake, he should go back to his own home. Clinging on is shameless." "Shut up, Lu Jin," Lu Xing roared, "did you take the wrong medicine? When did it become your turn to meddle in this family? I am also a part of this family. Why can't I speak?" Lu Xing was truly infuriated. "Do you know how many injuries Lu Chen has? While Lu Jiao enjoys wealth and prosperity, what kind of life is your own son living? Do you know? What did the doctor say last time Lu Chen was sick? Who has ever cared? Always fawning over this fake, holding him in high regard. But do you know how the Lin family treated Lu Chen, that dog couple?" Lu Xing decided to speak frankly. His words made the Lu family's faces extremely unsightly. After a long while, Lu Jin finally said in a subdued voice, he brought it on himself, disrespecting his elders and using foul language. I know he had a hard time in the Lin family. In such a poor, desolate, and vulgar household, what kind of person could it raise? I've already tried to make it up to him, but it's not Lu Jiao's fault. And it's definitely not your reason to accuse Lu Jiao wrongly. Lu Qin looked at Lu Jiao, who was being constantly comforted by Yi Ji, and asked her with a chilling tone, have I wrongly accused you? Think carefully before answering. If you admit your mistake, I might consider showing mercy out of old affection. Otherwise, you'll have no way back. Lu Jiao trembled all over, lowered her head to hide the chill in her eyes, and lifted her pitiful eyes, saying, Brother, I really don't know what you're talking about. I haven't done anything wrong. What do you want me to say? Very well. A bone-chilling coldness filled Lu Xing's eyes. He took a deep breath and said, Dad, do you want to see Lu Chen's injuries? The injuries you think he has are not at the same level as what I've seen. Lu Xing fell silent. At that moment, you appeared at the staircase, with a pale face and boundless indifference in your eyes, saying, Don't meddle in my affairs. Lu Jin looked up at you and asked, What's the story behind the injuries he mentioned? You replied coldly, I don't need your concern. You said a year from now, you'd let me go as far away as I want. In that case, there's no point in saying more. Maybe I can leave now. As we look at each other, Lu Jin can't bring himself to say anything more heartless. Forget it. You go back to your room and rest. Lu Hong, come with me. The study will only cause more trouble for everyone else. Rest yourselves. You dug your nails into your flesh, your voice hoarse, saying, Lu Hong, if you dare to speak out of turn again, I'll go and die right now. I'll make good on my word. Lu Hong remained silent. You glanced at the others, then turned back without expression. A new lease on life, yet each day is more agonizing than the last. What is the meaning of such a life? Kindness dies in vain, not cruel enough to do evil, ending up battered and bruised, powerless to change. Let it be. After you left, Lulin was bothered by the commotion. Lu Jiao's tears kept flowing. Yeji patted Lu Jiao's shoulder, you go back and rest first. You still have to go to school tomorrow. Lu Jiao's big eyes spoke, Mom, if my presence causes discord at home, then I'd better leave. Otherwise, Big Brother will be unhappy. Yeji felt a sense of powerlessness. Lu Hong's words kept lingering in her mind. Let's go back to the room first. I'm tired, Lu Jiao said, seeing her absent-mindedness. She obediently said, Okay, Mom. Good night. Don't think too much. It's not good for your health. Lu Hong followed Lu Jin to the study. Explain it to me. Lu Jin rubbed his temples wearily, feeling utterly drained. Lu Hong remembered your determined and resolute eyes, hesitated in her heart, afraid that speaking out would cause unbearable consequences. Dad, Lu Jiao is not a good person, on the contrary, Lu Chen is the one with a clear mind. From childhood to now, I've never asked you for anything. This time, I'm asking you to use your keen insight and strategic mind in the marketplace, to break free from conventional thinking and see clearly who is right and who is wrong. Lu Jin, do you have any evidence? Seeing Lu Jin being persuaded, Lu Hong replied, As long as it's been done, there won't be no trace left. Dad, please open your eyes. Lu Jin nodded and sighed, showing a hint of weakness and helplessness. He is my son. How could I not hope for him to be a good child? Have you seen his scars? Lu Hong, take a deep breath. I think he can survive until the day he is brought back to the Lu family. He has already exhausted all his strength. A coldness gradually formed in Lu Jin's eyes. He waved his hand to signal Lu Hong to leave. He sat alone in the study for a long time, and a long sigh dissipated into the night. The next day, Lu Hong knocked on the door for a long time before you opened it. Are you afraid I'll die inside? Lu Hong had a strong intuition that something was wrong. The boy in front of her seemed to have lost all vitality, becoming an empty shell, indifferent, almost emotionless. Are you okay? Lu Hong said casually, I'm sorry, I was impulsive. I didn't think it through. Your smile was just a facade, chilling to look at. It has nothing to do with you. It's just my bad luck. Thank you for your kindness, but it's getting late. I'm going to be late for school. You go downstairs, sit at the end of the table, have a bowl of porridge, and then head out. The morning sun rises, but you feel dizzy and stumble after a few steps, plunging into darkness. You faint in the morning sunlight, in a moment of blurred consciousness, feeling like you want to die and never wake up. At the moment you collapse, Lu Jing rushes over. Helping you up with your eyes closed, Lu Xing urgently tells the quickly approaching Lu Jing, he fainted, quickly take him to the hospital. Lu Xing's heart thunders, and he immediately speeds off in the car. Lu Jinghong picks you up and sits in the car. Yiji hurriedly tells Lu Lin and Lu Jiao, you two go to school first, I have to go and see. The car quickly starts, leaving Lu Lin and Lu Jiao staring blankly at the departing car. Lu Lin is scared silly by this sudden change. What's wrong with him? he says in a trembling voice. Lu Jiao doesn't say anything, silently praying in her heart, it's best if you can die, then he can go back to the past and not drown in darkness day after day. Lu Xing drives very fast, asking as he drives, Dad, how is he? Lu Jin says in a deep voice, he's in a coma, but his breathing is still normal. Drive safely. Lu Xing breathes a sigh of relief in his heart. He reaches out and pats your head, what's wrong with this child's body? Lu Jing is holding you. This is the closest he's been to you. Let's talk after the hospital checkup. Honey, look. He looks a lot like you. There's a hint of tenderness in Lu Ji's eyes. Yes, among the 3 children, he looks the most like you. Wang looks the most like you, but is the farthest away. Do you want to hug him? Lu Jin doesn't know why he suddenly said that. Yiji's lips were clearly tense, but in the end, she just held your hand and said, it's stuffy in the car. It's better not to disturb him. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lu Jin sighed and tightened his grip on your hand. The future is full of uncertainty. The car drove into the hospital. After a checkup, Susun looked at the 3 members of the Lu family in front of him and calmly said, there's nothing serious. It's due to excessive emotional exhaustion, coupled with the appearance of drowsiness caused by pent-up thoughts. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Susun continued, but last time, I mentioned to Lu Xiao that his body has suffered from long-term malnutrition, physical deficiency, and abuse, leading to excessive mental stress. Those around him should always be attentive and prevent him from experiencing further stress. Otherwise, with his current physical condition, it's unlikely he will have a normal lifespan. Susun repeatedly expressed his condemnation. Lu Jin's voice was hoarse, but he looks perfectly normal. It was my negligence. I will arrange for him to see a psychologist. Lu Xing felt stifled. He knew very well about Lu Jin's and Yiji's concerns. With the Lu family's wealth and status, finding a psychologist would be as easy as pie. But in order to save face for the Lu family, and to prevent discrimination and injustice against you by Professor Lu, they chose what they thought was an appropriate way to handle it. It's just a lack of appreciation. Lu Xing is increasingly recognizing the words you said. 3 people entered your hospital room while you were still asleep. Lu Jin sat by the bed, hesitated for a moment, carefully lifted the covers, and unfastened 2 of the patient tags. Extensive and shocking scars came into view. Yi Jishu's younger brother covers his mouth. Lu Qing couldn't bear to watch. She put down your clothes, Mom and Dad, don't look, it will embarrass Lu Chen. Lu Jin was furious. I will make that couple pay the price. How could they drive you away? Feeling like your soul is drifting in a vast expanse of white clouds. The distant horizon conveys the voice of the unextinguished God, and the human heart is biased. It's always difficult to be perfect, regret is the norm. Do you understand now? You said quietly, it seems like I didn't do well, I couldn't complete the task you gave me. It's fine to follow your nature. How could you truly do evil deeds and speak evil words? From now on, follow your heart. Regardless of the outcome, my promise to you will still be valid after this ceremony is over. Your consciousness rapidly plummeted towards the bright area below. You slowly opened your eyes and smelled the familiar scent of hospital disinfectant. At this moment, Lu Xing came in carrying a bag of things, and finally you woke up. You silently look at him. Don't smile. It's quite scary. Lu Xing, 1 second and you have a mournful face. Forget it, I'll bear with it. You've been asleep for a whole day, have something to eat. You shake your head. I'm not hungry, I don't want to eat. Lu Xing doesn't force it either, moves the food aside, sits next to you, and tells you if you feel like eating. I'll be on duty to take care of you today. You look at the bedside, just go back. I don't need your company. Lu Xing's eyes are filled with disappointment. This time waking up from a coma, you seem to be even more distant. You have a calm and resolute expression, because I am saving myself. I've made a decision. Lu Xing remains silent for a long time, with a sorrowful look, and asks, have you decided? Well, otherwise I can't go on living. I've been wandering around for so long, trapped in this cage, I'm tired of it, you say with a smile. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. Lu Xing sits in silence for a long time, unable to say the words to keep you. It's my fault, Lu Jia, sorry. Take care of yourself from now on. You nod. I'll try my best. Lu Xing tosses and turns on the small bed, unable to sleep all night, while you sleep more soundly than ever. Early the next day, Lu Xing sits in Su Sun's office, looking exhausted with a hoarse voice. Why didn't you tell me earlier about the many scars on his body? Su Sun took a sip of tea and I told you, he was abused, it's because you didn't take it seriously. Lu Daxiao, we've known each other for a long time. I've been holding back some words for a long time. Although you are from a wealthy family, if you have no sense of righteousness, fame and fortune are all fleeting, they are not brought into life, nor taken away in death. What's the point? Lu Qing feels really uncomfortable. Now that he's leaving, maybe leaving the Lu family is the only way he can survive. Su Sun is gentle and insightful. Do you want to hear my opinion? Lu Xing lowered his eyelids, like a discarded dog. What do you think as a doctor? I think he would be better off leaving the Lu family and living in a comfortable and relaxed environment. Lu Xing walked back to your ward. Your health is not a big problem. You can complete the discharge procedures in the afternoon. You nodded. Thank you. Lu Xing sighed. Mom and Dad are on their way. Let's talk about everything at home. After all, the face of the Lu family is important. You leaned against the hospital bed, looking indifferent. When Lu Jin and Yiji drove over, it was already close to noon. At this time, you looked weakly out the window. The leaves had already started to fall, winter was coming. Yiji sat down. She reached out to touch your face. You moved away, not letting her touch your hand. She awkwardly retracted her hand, bit her lip, and asked if there was anywhere else uncomfortable. You said coldly, "No, thank you for your concern." Lu Jin hesitated, then finally suggested to eat something and go home in the afternoon. How much have you eaten? Then turned and lay down inside. Yiji sat on the chair, feeling upset as she watched you avoid him, unable to hold back tears. Do you really hate me this much? Lu Jin patted his wife's shoulder. I'll go take care of the discharge procedures. You stay here and keep him company. Lying was afraid of waking you up while packing, feeling increasingly heavy-hearted. He didn't know what kind of battle would erupt after returning home, how his father would decide, and what his mother's mood would be. Back at the Lu residence, you went to your room. Lu Jin went back to the study to handle work. Yi Ji, feeling uncomfortable with your indifference, went back to the upstairs room in a huff. Lying followed you into the room. Can you go out and attend to your own matters? No need to hover around me. You urged Lying to leave. Lying looked at you. I've been with the company for 8 years. I can skip today. You really wanted to jump from here that day, didn't you? Lying said softly. You looked surprisingly calm. Yes, I was misunderstood by you. I'm sorry, Lying. I really wish I could go back in time. He said ruefully, I'm sorry, if I could start over. He paused and gave a bitter smile. If I could start over, could I do better? You shook your head. You don't need to apologize. You're not obligated to be good to me. Compared to others, you've already done enough. I don't care about the journey anymore. Do you like Rubik's Cube and Lego? Take whatever you like. Or take a look around this room, see if there's anything else you like. When I leave, I won't take anything with me except what I brought. My heart is filled with prickling sensations. Is there really no turning back? You lower your head to the right, raise your eyes slightly. I was once deep in hell, thinking I had found salvation, coming to the mortal world. But I never imagined that the past wounds were not even 1/10,000th of what's here. You pointed to the position of the heart. How pathetic, isn't it? The most severe time was when I was 12 years old, being whipped by the drunken Lin Chang. My skin split open. I fainted on the shattered bottle, covered in blood, with a high fever for 3 days and nights, without any medicine. I thought I would die, but in the end, I survived. If I had died back then, it might have been a good ending. Lu Xing suddenly grasped the slightly trembling fingers. This child, he never complains, burying all the pain, coming to Lu Jia, thinking he would have a new life, but what have they all done? Damn it, they really deserve to die. You suddenly said. I'm not saying this to seek sympathy, but to tell you that I didn't make this decision lightly. One day, you will also become a past that I won't mention. Yang Jiu Lu Xing said weakly, I understand. I wish you all the best in the future, free and at ease. You flashed a faint smile and offered your well wishes. Lu Xing walked downstairs and sat in the hall, surveying the house, feeling a mix of emotions. You tidied up the room, pulled out the old backpack you brought when you first arrived at the Lu family, and neatly folded and packed a few pieces of clothing into it. You looked around the room, about to leave, surprisingly feeling no attachment, only relief. After dinner, you stopped Lu Jin who was about to leave. Mr. Lu, I need to talk to you about something. Lu Jin waved his hand. You just came back from the hospital. Go to your room and rest. We can talk another day. You insisted. It's just today, just now. I only need 5 minutes. Lu Jin looked at you thoughtfully. Is it really that urgent? You nodded, asking for his understanding. Lu Jin's breathing gradually deepened. Come with me to the study. You followed him as the two of you walked upstairs. In the study, you stood before Lu Jin, your clear eyes calm as water. You no longer wanted to wait. Since stepping into the Lu family, you had been in an embarrassing situation. Not only were you not accepted, but you were also looked down upon and subjected to cold violence. The day-to-day expectations and suffering made you completely aware. Since the god of defense allowed you to follow your nature, your current desire is to leave here. Some words cannot be spoken lightly. It will be too late for regrets in the future. Lu Jing's deep voice carried a hint of tension. Your black pupils filled with smoke and dust. Looking at this tall and majestic man, I voluntarily release myself from the adoption relationship with the Lu family, not wanting anything from the Lu family. Mr. Lu, the winds will rise and fall in the future, heading in all directions. Take care of yourself. The pride in your bones is no longer restrained at this moment. Lu Jin's pupils contracted, and thunder roared in his heart, making his ears numb. For a moment, he couldn't say any words of refusal. After a silent confrontation, Lu Jin stared at you and asked, "What if I don't agree?" You smiled silently. "It's no use. Have you forgotten? I am an uneducated, scheming, rebellious, and greedy person. Keeping me in the Lu family will only bring endless troubles. I will make you lose all face, and I will never live in peace with the Lu family. I will not listen to you, never. Your dark eyes are as distant as a spring, yet your tone is increasingly arrogant. Mr. Lu, your bloodline is not what I desire. I don't owe you anything. I will return all the money and possessions the Lu family has given me during this time. I only ask for a clean break. If not necessary, let's not meet again." Lu Jing looks like he's been splashed with dirt, showing a bit of embarrassment. "If you leave the Lu family, where can you go? Back to that broken place at the Lin family? You won't survive if you leave here." Answering each word slowly, "Whether I can survive or not has nothing to do with you. In the past, I was giving you face, Lu Jie. I don't owe you anything. It's not that you told me to get lost, I left early, and now you're unhappy. Your selfishness and coldness have worn me out. Whether you agree or not, my decision won't change." Lu Jin sat behind the desk, looking weary and defeated. "I've actually regretted it for a while, Lu Chen, I regret it. Can you stay? You tried to hold back your tears. Why didn't you say something earlier? Even one word, and I wouldn't have come to this point today." Lu Jin's eyes darkened. "Why are you so decisive? As long as you stay, I will thoroughly investigate everything and make every effort to make amends in the future." You shook your head gently. "All that has passed, let it be forgotten, no need for compensation." Lu Jin felt a sense of powerlessness and vulnerability, the pain of cutting off ties creeping into his heart. Regret came too late. "Let's leave the household registration here for now, give each other a year to calm down. If, after a year, you don't want to move, then it won't belong to you. Not a single cent less of that amount. Mr. Lu, I won't take it. I'll become independent immediately after a year. Let it be. You seem relieved to resolve this matter. I'll leave first. I'll find a place to move out tomorrow. I've been a bother during this time." Lu Jin looked deeply at you. "You're a student, without the ability to earn money yet. I'll give you some money, at least to ensure you have food and clothing. I don't want to have hands and feet, and be able to survive no matter what. I've said that I don't want a single cent from the Lu family. You wrongly accused me of theft and suspected me of being greedy. I will never forget that." Lu Jin stood up and walked up to you. "I will investigate that matter thoroughly and clear your name." You remain non-committal. "If you want to investigate, go ahead. But I don't want to know the outcome. Even if the past is revisited and the rotten flesh is removed, there will still be scars. I won't say any more. Goodbye." You waved your hand, carefree and composed, like a new person. But Lu Jing is still hidden in the shadows, difficult to reconcile for a long time. You returned to the room, took out your phone, and found many messages popping up. You replied to each one, then opened the rental app, selected back and forth, and arranged to view a house with a landlord the next day. You watched for a while. Feeling tired, you leaned against the bed and fell asleep like that. Little did you know. But upstairs, Lu Jing and Yi Ji couldn't fall asleep. You agreed just like that. "Why didn't you ask for my opinion? He is my son, my own flesh and blood." "I disagree. If this gets out, it will be a laughingstock. I don't care about the reputation of the Lu family." Lu Jin looked at his wife for the first time as if she were a stranger. "Do you have no feelings for him at all? Do you still remember when you were pregnant with him? He was very well behaved in your belly. At that time, you even said that this child was a gift from heaven to you. It made your pregnancy period very easy. She was mistreated by the neighbors, and you also saw the injuries on her body. We can't keep this child." Yeji softened her body, her eyes misty with tears. "I just wanted to say something. I don't know what's wrong with me. Thinking of him leaving, my heart aches. I don't want him to leave." Lu Jin hugged him. "Let him go. We, as parents, have really failed. Our own flesh and blood has been abused like this, and we're still raising those two people's children. It's a joke in itself. The child is disappointed. If we can't keep him, he'll be gone before we know it. It's my fault." One mistake after another, Yeji murmured. 6 a.m. This morning, You walk down the stairs, thinking there's no one downstairs, but unexpectedly, everyone is there. You walk down the stairs. This is a meeting. I won't disturb you anymore. The bank card is in the desk drawer in my room. I haven't touched the part given by the Liu family. I also transferred some money in as accommodation fees for the past few months. After you finish speaking, with a pensive look, you walk towards a future without the Liu family, carrying your backpack. Behind you, Liu Jing clenches his fists, strides forward, and catches up. Are you really leaving so soon? Have you found a house? Wherever, you sigh softly. Wherever it is, it has nothing to do with you. Don't contact me again in the future. Lu Lin feels stifled. He loudly asks, what do you mean by not contacting me again? Where are you going? Are you really not coming back? You smile. Yes. Be happy. Lu Lin's heart feels a pang of obstruction. Lu Xing stands in front of you, opens his arms, and says, be careful on your own from now on. You embraced him for a moment, then smiled, picked up your backpack, and walked away without looking back. Lu Jin looked at Yeji. Don't you have anything to say to him? Yeji's face turned pale as she watched your figure walk further away. Feeling suffocated, he opened his mouth, his voice trembling. Lu Chen, stop. But without turning back, he waved his hand and continued walking away into the sunrise. Yeji's trembling voice said, do you hate me so much that you don't even want to say a word? Lu Hong watched your handsome figure walking away, a scene he would remember for a lifetime. Lu Ling stood on tiptoes, looking at you. Why did he leave like that, without even looking back? He's really heartless, he said desolately. You arrived at the residential area where you arranged to view the house, which is only 5 kilometers from the school. It's an old residential area. You quickly signed the contract with the landlord, and after getting the keys, you breathed a sigh of relief. This place may be small, but it's completely yours, no longer needing to depend on others. After you left, Lu Hong stood in front of Lu Jin and said, Dad, I've decided to start my own business. I won't go to the company anymore. You're not old yet. I'm still young. I want to create my own business empire. Lu Jin suddenly looked much older and said dejectedly, I understand your disappointment. Ah Hang, you have always been my pride. Now it seems that you see things more clearly than I do, and you are more capable. Lu Xing's eyes are determined. It's my lack of ability, insufficient strength. I detest feeling powerless. Dad, I want to become a towering tree. To become someone who can protect him at crucial moments, I give the Lu family to you. You are standing on the shoulders of giants, so anything you want to do will be easier. Lu Xing shook his head in response to the promise. No need, I have my own goals. Lu Jin appreciatively looked at him. Do whatever you want to do. I'm old, my heart has been confined. The future belongs to you young people. Lu Xing's handsome face exuded a sharp determination. Dad, Lu Chen's departure at all costs woke me up. I believe you, even if he doesn't care anymore, I will still try my best to clear his name. I believe in him. Lu Jin fell silent, then went upstairs. He looked at the empty room, spotless, and the wind blew in, taking away all the traces left by the boy. Yiji stood at the door. Keep the room as it is. Maybe he will come back. Lu Jin closed his eyes. His heart sank. He knew clearly that the child couldn't come back. You bought some daily necessities not far from the community, then sat at the table at home, deleting the contact information of the Lu family one by one. Only Lu Xing's was left. After all, he still needs to transfer his household registration at 18. After finishing these, he started looking for part-time job information. Among hundreds of pieces of information, he picked and chose, eventually marking some to try when he had time. Early the next day, as soon as you entered the classroom, you got the attention of the whole class. Slowly asked, what are you all looking at me for? Liang Wei happily said, are you feeling better? It's the midterm exam today. You touched your nose and returned to your seat. Your deskmate cheerfully answered your questions, you became popular, and your poster received praise from the principal. Many students from other classes came to see it. So that's what happened. But it's just a blackboard poster. Everyone will lose interest in a few days. After that, it should be forgotten. The interest is lacking. Li Mei shrugged. Do you still remember the content we reviewed last week? Don't mess up the exam. You pat your chest and guarantee that you remember everything. The exam starts. After you receive the paper, you glance at the questions, then pick up the pen and start writing the answers carefully. All the exams are finished on Friday afternoon. You walk out of the school with the crowd watching you from a distance. He has been waiting downstairs for a while. He couldn't explain why he wanted to see you, but after confirming that you were doing fine, he felt relieved. Lu Jiao patted him from behind. Are you impatient? Our class teacher is too talkative, wasting time. Let's go home. Lu Lin absent-mindedly agreed, not saying a word. Lu Jiao smiled and asked, what's wrong? Lu Lin, who seemed absent-minded, glanced at her, hesitantly said, "Second brother, you seem very happy, but recently, the others at home are not happy." Lu Jiao hesitated, a hint of loss in her eyes, and said, "Do you think I'm gloating over Lu Chen leaving?" Lulin saw his sadness and quickly said, "That's not what I meant." Lu Jiao bit her lip, her lips helpless and fragile. "I know you all have opinions about me recently, but I haven't done anything. I'm also a victim. If mom and dad agree, I can leave immediately." Lulin felt at a loss. "I was wrong. We grew up together. How could I see you like this? Don't be sad. I won't bring up the past again." Lu Jiao nodded. "Shall we go home?" Lulin and Lu Jiao got in the car and drove in the opposite direction from you. As you left the school gate and passed by the alley behind the school, you heard the sound of fighting coming from the alley. You stopped and glanced inside to see Xinzhua and 3 other people fighting. After watching for a while, you couldn't help but shake your head. Xinzhua and the other 3 combined are no match for the other person. Feeling embarrassed, you leaned against the wall and said slowly, "For energetic little guys, all fighting in sync." You crouched down, looking at the people fighting on the ground, feeling the need to channel your energy, thinking you could help your parents with household chores. "What's it to you? You're too nosy." Jiang Qing punched at you. You furrowed your brow and slapped his hand away, saying, "Talking is one thing, but using force is not right." Jiang Qing grunted, feeling numb in the tiger's mouth, with his hands trembling slightly. The pain made him break out in a cold sweat. You told Xinzhua and the other 2 to consider it as helping them once, and that the previous matter is now even. Then, you left without looking back. You returned to your residence, changed your clothes, and took the concert ticket that you had kept on you all along. You made your way to the venue through twists and turns. Looking around, there were many fans of tonight's performance. You were also infected by the enthusiastic atmosphere and bought a glow stick to hold in your hand. You stood at the back of the line. The 9 members of Group 783 occupied the front row VIP seats. Yang Fan looked at the unfamiliar boy next to him. "Is there something on my face?" you said to Yang Fan when he looked over for the 3rd time. He said harshly. Yang Fan coughed twice and asked, "Are you the little brother our boss mentioned?" You wondered who their boss was. "How else did you get your VIP ticket for tonight? These seats are not available for public sale." You nodded and said, "He gave me the ticket." Yang Fan chuckled, "I knew it was you. You're the only new face in this VIP area. I'm Yang Fan. Tonight, I'm the boss. In this row, except for the one at the end, who is the boss's brother Jin Chen, everyone else is the boss's men. The rest are all the boss's subordinates." You nodded, as a way of greeting. The lights dimmed, and the concert was about to begin. It was your first time attending a concert. The curious head stretches slightly, and then, Jin Xiao, dressed in a bright red performance costume, walks out, her powerful voice stirring up waves of excitement. As it nears the end, Jin Xiao smiles slightly, looks in your direction, and sings the last song for you all, and for a friend of mine. I hope he can live as himself and smile at life. You suddenly realize that maybe this is the reason he invited you to his concert. He encourages himself and smiles. It's almost 10 o'clock when you come out. Jin Xiao has arranged a car to take you. Yang Fan smiles and opens the car door. "Get in, little friend. I've been entrusted, and I must fulfill my mission." You get in, and Yang Fan sets off with a honk. Silence all the way, then suddenly Yang Fan's expression changes, and he glances outside. Then he drives the car to a secluded spot, gets out, and walks a little further away, then whispers, "Come out." A disheveled female ghost appears right in front of him. He stares in your direction and murmurs, "So fragrant, it's the scent of light, so warm, Lin Xiang. Don't be so stubborn. You should have left long ago. Clinging to the mortal world will only bring more pain." Yang Fan raises his voice and shouts. The female ghost's eyes widen, showing a fierce expression. "Why should I leave? I wasn't supposed to die. I have a great future. My parents are still waiting for me. I want to go back." Yang Fan, feeling a headache, says, "How do you go back? You're already dead. The body has turned to ashes. Sister, I advise you to face the reality. Isn't it uncomfortable to keep drifting around? And why are you following me?" Lin Xian floated down. "Who's following you?" "I am following him." Lin Xian pointed at you in the car, with a greedy look in her eyes. Yang Fan quickly blocked his line of sight. "This is our boss's friend. If you dare to touch him, be prepared for the consequences." Ling Xiang's hair rapidly grew longer. "So what? He won't know." Yang Fan's body stiffened. "This is a fierce ghost." Ling Xiang's long hair wrapped around Yang Fan, while her hands gripped his neck, her nails digging into his flesh. You were awakened, pushed the door and got off the car, looking puzzled at the strange scene in front of you. The ghosts were about to fight, and you managed to say a word. Ling Xiang looked at you greedily. "You smell good, I want you." Yang Fan exclaimed in horror, "Sister, she's still a child. You're already dead, and yet you want to prey on the innocent. Aren't you ashamed?" Ling Xian was infuriated to the point of screaming, "I didn't mean it that way. It's not that meaning, it's several meanings. What I meant is that she's special." Ping Xian was puzzled. He also didn't know what it was, but his intuition told him that the child in front of him could help him fulfill his wishes. "You look at the female ghost in front of you. What's so special about her? Why are you afraid of me? You have the scent of sunlight on you, which can help me escape from the sea of suffering." Ling Xian said confidently, "But sunlight is also something that we, as spirits, fear. It's late and you're exhausted, miss. What do you want to do? It's too late for you to stay up, but we need to rest." Lin Xiang, with her greedy and delicate appearance, "I want your flesh and blood." You walk step by step towards the female ghost. The closer you get to the female ghost, the more she retreats. "Don't come closer. You see, it's hard for you to even approach me. What's the use of my flesh and blood to you?" You say quietly, "I beg you to give me a drop of your blood." Ningxian suddenly kneels down to you. You hesitate for a moment, nod in agreement, bite your finger, and sprinkle a few drops of blood into the air for Ningxian. Splattered with blood, writhing in pain, as if the whole body is being burned by flames. Gradually, the black smoke dissipates, and in its place is a gentle and tender girl, devoid of any ghostly aura, with a translucent body. Ningxiang says, "Thank you for purifying my soul, freeing me from suffering. I feel like I've become human again. But it seems your time is limited, and there are unfinished matters. You can go and do them now." Lin Xiang, with sweaty palms, disappears in a flash. You turn around and say, "Go ahead." Yang Fan continues to drive nervously with you. His heart is in turmoil, and his gaze towards you is changed. You see his confusion and honestly say, "Don't ask me, I also don't know what's going on." After safely delivering you, Yang Fan immediately calls Jin Xiao. Just now Jin Xiao finished attending the celebration banquet. He answered the phone to Yang Fan, "Has the person been delivered?" Yang Fan immediately rattled off all the previous matters. "What did you say?" Jin Xiao immediately frowned. "Although I thought you were different from ordinary people, I didn't expect you to have this kind of ability. Keep this matter confidential. Don't tell anyone. Keep an eye on him tonight." Yang Fan also understood the importance of this and immediately agreed. "Tonight, I called He Lin Fei again and asked him to keep an eye on Ling Xian's movements to prevent any mishaps. At this moment, you are standing on the balcony in a daze. Since your rebirth, everything seems to be off the original track. You look down at your fingers, the wound was almost healed. You fetched muddy water, squeezed a drop of blood into it, and after a few seconds, the water gradually became clear and transparent. You managed to control it. This is evolution." You stood in front of the mirror, took off your shirt, and looked at the scarred body. For the first time, you began to doubt your own origin. On Saturday, Lu Chen spent the day catching up on sleep. On Sunday morning, he took a car to a food street near the city center. From afar, Jing Nan waved at him, "Xiao Shi." Lu Chen raised his hand and waved back, and Jing Nan pulled him along, eating their way through the entire street. Lu Chen held his stomach, feeling stuffed. "I can't eat anymore," Lu Chen said with a bitter expression. Jing Nan scorned him, "You're full from just this little bit? Then watch me eat." Lu Chen glanced at his stomach. How could he eat so much and still have a flat stomach? A bottomless pit? Quite like it. The two of them ate and strolled around for most of the day. In the afternoon, Jing Nan drove Lu Chen back. When he heard the address Lu Chen mentioned, he paused for a moment, then smiled. It seemed that something had changed. Lu Chen understood what he was thinking. "I am free now." Jing Nan chuckled, "Congratulations, staying away from people who make your emotions unstable is the greatest respect for your own health." Lu Chen also smiled, "Aren't you curious?" Jing Nan replied, "Curious about what?" "I want to be friends with you as a person. It has nothing to do with the people and things around you. Xiaoxi, be happy in the future, and if you have any difficulties, just tell me, I will help you with whatever I can." Lu Chen nodded with a smile, "Okay." It seems that many people hope to be happy. Is he showing it so obviously? But happiness is the hardest thing. Who doesn't want to live carefree? Jing Nan dropped Lu Chen off at the entrance of the residential area. He seemed to have something to do that evening, so they agreed to meet again next time, and he hurriedly drove away. Lu Chen was planning to go to the supermarket near the residential area to buy some ingredients for dinner, but he saw a familiar figure at the entrance of the residential area. Lu Xing stopped Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, why didn't you reply to my messages? Lu Chen remembered that Lu Xing had asked him where he lived and how he was doing. Lu Chen didn't reply, he felt it was unnecessary to contact him again. Actions speak louder than words. I forgot, Lu Chen said. Lu Xing chuckled in exasperation, you just don't want to reply, right? You don't want to deal with me, do you? Lu Chen forced a smile, yes, but you still found out. Lu Xing, let me go, I am doing well now, not at the Lu family's place, I feel much lighter in my heart, please don't disturb me anymore, okay? Lu Xing had been working on his project recently, his eyes were bloodshot from staying up late. He looked at Lu Chen, you are really heartless. Lu Xing handed something to Lu Chen, there are 30,000 in this card, the password is 6 zeros. This is what you won from me. When you leave, transfer this 30,000 back, but this is what you deserve. And this backpack, it's a gift from me, take it. Lu Xing handed the items to Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't take them, I said I won't take a single penny from the Lu family. Lu Xing pleaded earnestly, how will you live without money? Don't be stubborn. When you grow up, you will have the ability to support yourself, this is what the Lu family owes you. Lu Chen raised his clear eyes, call me foolish or naive, please allow me to retain my last bit of dignity, okay? Lu Xing slowly withdrew his hand, I just want you to live more comfortably. If you don't come looking for me, I will be at ease. The Lu family is big, and the business is vast. I believe that soon, this little pawn, will be forgotten. You go your way, I'll go mine, and we won't crowd each other. With that, he walked away. Lu Xing watched Lu Chen leave, carrying the backpack, heading towards a black business car not far away. He got in, and surprisingly, Lu Jing was sitting next to him. He didn't take it? Lu Jing stared at Lu Chen for a long time, a faint melancholy between his brows. Lu Xing nodded, Dad, this is a dead end. Lu Jing said wearily, let's go. How about that matter? Don't worry, the private detective is investigating, everything will come to light. A heavy sigh was heard inside the car. Lu Chen bought some rice and vegetables, and had a simple dinner. At that time, Jing Xiao received a report from Yi Lingfei. Lin Xiang returned home, reunited with her parents and relatives for an hour before disappearing. Somehow, her parents could see her. Jing Xiao speculated that it must be related to Lu Chen's ability. The spiritual body that drives away ghostly energy can only exist for a very short time. But for living relatives, if they can see the deceased again, even if it's just for a moment, it would be a great happiness. What an amazing young man, every time he brings surprises since the first time she saw him. On Monday, Lu Chen walked into the school gate with his backpack, and his classmates nervously awaited the release of the midterm exam results. Lu Chen put down his backpack, sat in his seat, and listened to Li Mei whispering a prayer, may the gods bless me to improve by 50 ranks. Please, all you great gods. It's better to rely on yourself than on the gods. Besides, once the exam is over, the grades are fixed. Can the gods still help you correct your mistakes? Lu Chen couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but say, this guy is so annoying. Li Mei kicked him, you're so annoying. I was already nervous, but now I'm even more scared because of you. What's there to be afraid of? If you don't do well this time, there's always next time. It's not like it's the college entrance exam, just stay calm. Lu Chen said with a smile. Li Mei really admires his positive attitude, she has never seen him anxious. A typical underachiever who is content with mediocrity. At exactly 9 o'clock, the rankings were posted downstairs, and the students rushed up in a frenzy. Lu Chen nudged Li Mei, aren't you going to check it out? Li Mei pushed her glasses, whether I go or not, the grades are there, never leaving nor forsaking. Smart. She knows how to retort, Lu Chen smiled and said, then I'll go, you wait for me to come back and tell you. Li Mei nervously fidgeted her fingers, hurry up and come back. Lu Chen walked downstairs under Li Mei's watchful eyes, and Liang Wei followed. Lu Chen, are you going to check the rankings? Let's go together. Lu Chen nodded, the class monitor must have done well, right? Liang Wei had an idea, it should be similar to last time, made a mistake in the last math question, some errors in foreign language, but did okay in comprehensive science. Lu Chen laughed. You humble scholar, how should us ordinary folks live up to that? Liang Wei scratched his head. What am I, a scholar? Those in class 1 are the real geniuses, they are at the level of gods of learning. I think next year's top science student in the city's college entrance exam will be from class 1, it's hard for us to catch up. Class 1? Lu Jiao is in class 1. Lu Chen said, you can't be so sure, who will have the last laugh is still uncertain. You've grown up, Lu Chen, this is enlightenment, good, until the end, no one can say for sure. Liang Wei was spirited, have confidence in yourself. The two chatted and laughed as they walked downstairs. The list was crowded with people, and they couldn't get in, standing on the periphery looking disappointed. As they waited, they heard mocking voices behind them, even the underachievers class is here to check the list, not ashamed? Lu Chen and Liang Wei turned around to see Luo Su, Jiang Ning, and Lu Jiao standing behind the crowd, Lu Jiao looking indifferent, the other two full of arrogance. Jiang Ning said, what do you know, underachievers wouldn't be ashamed, because they have no shame. Liang Wei's face turned red with embarrassment, the three seemed to be chatting casually, but every word was mocking, and they deliberately glanced at him and Lu Chen, the meaning was clear. Who are you talking about? Liang Wei was frustrated, who are you referring to? Luo Su chuckled, we're talking about whoever the underachiever is. Lu Jiao timely said, alright, after checking the results, we have to go to class, let's stop here. Luo Su and Jiang Ning arrogantly glanced at them, squeezed into the crowd to check the results, leaving Lu Jiao looking apologetic, sorry Lu Chen, they weren't talking about you guys. Lu Chen smiled and looked at him, are your grades good? Lu Jiao modestly replied, they're okay, just stable in the top 30 of the grade. Liang Wei felt stiff, he was the class monitor of class 4, and his best result was only in the top 40 of the grade. He sighed in his heart, comparing oneself to others will only make you miserable, the gap is really big. The top 30 students in the grade are basically all from class 1, and in class 1, Tianli, Zhang Yishuan, and Dong Jian have always occupied the top 3 spots in the grade, never wavering, they are like gods. Lu Chen sneered, nothing special. Lu Jiao looked strange, he despised him to the extreme, how dare he say that about me? With his level outside the top few hundred, does he have any shame? Of course, you are incomparable to you. Lu Jiao said stiffly. Lu Chen's mouth curled up, I see you have some self-awareness. What a shameless bastard. Lu Jiao walked away in anger, not wanting to talk to him. Liang Wei gave a thumbs up to Lu Chen, brother, I am impressed by your courage and thick skin. But are you very familiar with Lu Jiao? Lu Chen quickly shook his head, not really, my skin is not that thick. At this moment, the crowd gradually thinned out, some were excited, some were dejected. Luo Su and Jiang Ning squeezed to the front, Lu Chen and Liang Wei also saw the ranking. Lu Chen started looking from the middle, and sure enough, he found himself in the 130th place in the grade, a bit higher than expected, then he found Li Mei's name in the 279th place. Not bad, improved by more than 50 places. Liang Wei was in 38th place, he was all smiles, did well in the exam, broke his own record. Luo Su was 35th, Jiang Ning was 34th, and Lu Jiao was 21st. Lu Jiao couldn't help but smile happily, all his recent days and nights of studying were not in vain, only with enough excellence could he continue to gain recognition from the Lu family. Now that Lu Chen has left the Lu family, although they are still uncomfortable, it doesn't matter, as long as time goes by, everything will return to normal. Lu Chen was only in 130th place, although he had improved a lot, the gap with himself was still huge, what could he use to compete with himself? Mud should stay in the ground, how can he compare with Lu Jiao? Luo Su and Jiang Ning provocatively looked at Lu Chen and Liang Wei, mocking, a poor student is a poor student, thinking that having a handsome face can compare to our Lu Jiao. Dream on, people, still need to look at the inner qualities, what's the use of just having a thick skin? Some time ago, Lu Chen pushed Lu Jiao down and became the school grass. Lu Jiao was quite depressed for a while, they were just trying to please young Master Lu. Lu Chen, I didn't provoke any of you, aren't you going a bit too far? He said with a smile, I don't even know you, why such hostility, isn't it inappropriate? A handsome face? Lu Chen was convinced, a pretty boy, a handsome face, what's next? In this face-oriented society, spare me. Luo Su arrogantly said, "It's none of your business what we talk about. If it's not you, how do you know we're talking about you? Could it be about Liang Wei? He's tall and big, doesn't look like a handsome face. Isn't it obvious that they're talking about me?" Lu Chen was not angry either. He remained calm and composed, not getting upset by their mockery. There were other students around, all pretending to look at the rankings, but actually listening to their conversation. Damn, the showdown between the new and old school grass, gossip to listen to. Lu Chen, the mouth is on your face, say what you want, but just in the top 20 or 30, not the first. What are you so proud of? You. The three of them were defeated by Lu Chen's thick skin. Zhang Ning couldn't help but laugh. What a big joke. Clown. What qualifications do you have to say such things? If you have the ability, get first place and show us. Lu Chen's face turned cold as he stared at them. Those who insult others will be insulted. I advise you to stop. This is a school, not a place for you to show superiority, compared to me, who is the real clown. Students should study honestly. Who gave you the right to mock others? Liang Wei snorted, exactly, too arrogant. It's your business if you do well in the exam. What does it have to do with us? I think you are just afraid. Incompetent people are angry. Don't talk about these big principles. Students should prove themselves with their grades. Luo Su turned his eyes around. How about a bet? As long as you can rank in the top 30 of the grade in the monthly exam a month later, Zhang Ning and I will live broadcast ourselves eating shit. On the other hand, if you can't make it, you will kneel and kowtow to Lu Xiao 100 times. Do you dare? Liang Wei became anxious. Who wants to bet with you? This is too much. I agree, interrupted Lu Chen, his cold eyes looking at them lightly. Lu Zhao's face showed a hint of imperceptible joy. He worried, Lu Chen, it's very difficult to rank in the top 30 of the grade. It's hard to move up even one spot in the top 100. Don't be stubborn, it's impossible to achieve it within a month. Lu Chen was a little annoyed. It was almost time for class, and he suddenly smiled. Since I have accepted, I will do it. Put away your hypocritical attitude, it's useless to me. Always wearing a mask to be a person, are you tired? Luo Su and Zhang Ning glared. What did you say? Okay, it's settled. You wait to kneel and beg for mercy from Lu Xiao. After the two finished speaking, they couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Lu Zhao showed a helpless expression. Forget it, let's go. After the three of them left, Lu Chen turned his head. Stop it, you're about to tear my sleeve. Liang Wei urged, why are you so reckless? The top 30 of the grade are academic geniuses, stable to enter Kyoto University and Tsinghua University. Dreaming of entering the top 30 within a month. How is that possible? Do you think that because you improved this time, you can easily move forward next time? The top 100 of the grade is a difficult level to achieve. How come you don't listen when I pull you? Liang Wei was really anxious. Kneeling to others is such a humiliating thing. Will Lu Chen be able to stay in school later? The criticisms and looks of others could kill him. If he can't graduate normally, his whole life could be ruined. Lu Chen felt a warm surge in his heart. He blinked. I know I was wrong. I'm sorry, class monitor. What's the use of knowing you were wrong now? The words are already out, can you take them back? You make me so angry. Lu Chen comforted him. All right, we'll cross the bridge when we come to it. Let's go back to the classroom, it's time for class. The two entered the classroom on time. Li Mei had already learned her results from Lu Beibei. She was wondering, where did Lu Chen go? Why did it take so long to check the list? Lu Chen returned to his seat and said to Li Mei, you ranked 279th, a big improvement, are you happy? Li Mei was delighted. I moved up 100 places, it seems that hard work pays off. Why did you take so long? Lu Chen sighed, it's nothing, just got bitten by a dog. Li Mei chuckled, it means you're quite a dog, why else wouldn't the dog bite others? Lu Chen, ? It seems to make some sense. He pushed aside the unpleasant matter and asked mysteriously, do you know what rank I got in the exam? Li Mei didn't know. With such a short time, who has time to check others' ranks? Hers would be announced by the class teacher anyway. At that moment, the class teacher Lu Hangrui walked in with the grade list in his hand, showing each student's class and grade ranking. He was very happy. Students, everyone has made a lot of progress in this exam. Especially Lu Chen, from 430th place, jumped to 130th place, a rapid improvement. Let's applaud him. Wow! The students applauded. Li Mei widened her eyes. Lu Beibei, Jiang Xiaoming, and Song Yi were also stunned. Liang Wei was proud, feeling a sense of achievement in his heart. Look, it's all because of my good teaching. Lu Chen's cheeks blushed quietly, clapping and all, shy. Zhang Hangrui smiled and looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, you need to work harder and strive to improve to within the top 100. Have confidence in yourself. Now, let me announce everyone's ranking for this time. Those who did well, keep it up. Those who didn't, don't be discouraged. Until the end, the outcome is uncertain, anything is possible. Lu Chen is 15th in the class, Li Mei is 25th. Lu Beibei is 8th, ranked 110th in the grade, Song Yi is 5th, ranked 103rd in the grade, Jiang Xiaoming is 3rd, ranked 50th in the grade, Zhu Weidong is 10th, ranked 120th in the grade, Liang Wei is 1st, ranked 38th in the grade. Several people have made progress compared to before, especially Lu Chen, who was impressive. During break time, Lu Beibei ran over and said, Lu Chen, you've improved so much, did you secretly work hard in private? Turns out you weren't just talking big last time. Lu Chen calmly replied, I told you I'm a genius, but you didn't believe me. How's that for a reality check? Yes, you're a genius. Can you share your study secrets with us? We also want to improve. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Of course, it's all about hard work. I study late into the night every day. I believe that as long as I work hard enough, being first in the grade is not a dream. You're just showing off after doing well once. Liang Wei walked over with a worried expression. Lu Chen, what are you going to do? Oh, you. What's wrong? Song Yi floated over. Why the long face on such a good day? Liang Wei explained the bet between him, Lu Chen, and 3 others, leaving everyone shocked. Even Xinjue couldn't help but look over. Damn, the big shot is in trouble. Lu Chen covered his face. Don't look at me like that, I know what I'm doing. You have no idea. Liang Wei was so anxious that he started swearing. I tried to warn you before, but you ignored me. Now what? Li Mei looked at him as if he were a fool. You're done for. I always thought you were silly, but you're even sillier than I imagined. Can you back out now? Let's just forget the bet, it was just verbal, not binding. Lu Chen was speechless. How dare you call me silly? Lu Chen emphasized, I improved by 300 places in this exam, the most among us. Next time, maybe I can create a miracle. I'm not silly, really. The whole class looked at him as if he were a fool. Even Xinjue, Xianyu, and Wu Feng were among them. Lu Chen glared angrily. What are you looking at? Even if I'm near the bottom, do you have the nerve? Liang Wei hesitated. Should we just cancel the bet? It might be embarrassing, but it's better than kneeling down. Those who know the times are wise, it's all about appearances. What do you think, Lu Chen? Lu Chen sighed. You underestimate the treacherousness of human nature. In less than half a day, news of this bet spread like wildfire. Everyone was waiting to see how Lu Chen would end up. Lu Chen could feel the sympathetic looks as he walked down the street, but he was able to remain calm. His most urgent concern was not this matter, but making money. He was almost living on air. After school, Lu Chen declined Liang Wei's offer to tutor him, understanding their good intentions. As a senior student, time was precious, and he didn't want them to waste it on him. He found a part-time job through a recruitment website and prepared for an interview. Pushing open the doors of a shopping mall, Lu Chen found a store with a variety of artificial intelligence products on display. The latest robot greeted him in fluent Mandarin. Welcome, customer. Lu Chen looked around at the household service robots, entertainment service robots, and the latest computers, phones, and more. This place was a manifestation of technological civilization. A store employee approached with a smile. Hello, may I help you with something? Our products here are all the latest on the market, feel free to choose. Lu Chen smiled. Hello, I'm here to look for a job. I saw online that you are hiring part-time staff here, is that right? The salesperson was stunned, sizing him up. Yes, we are hiring AI debugging staff, who need to understand the operating principles of AI, explain its uses to customers, demonstrate how to use it, and also know how to maintain it, have some basic repair skills. The requirements were a bit much. Lu Chen saw the doubt in the salesperson's eyes, and it was understandable. With Lu Chen carrying a backpack, he didn't look reliable at all. Lu Chen said, I can do it. The salesperson shook her head. I am the store manager, Heejin. You may not know how high the requirements are for this part-time job. We clearly stated that knowledge of AI is required, there are technical requirements, and you look like a high school student. Heejin, as the store manager, had good manners. Even if she didn't trust Lu Chen, she didn't show impatience. Lu Chen nodded. I am very interested in this area. Give me 3 days, I will prove it to you. These 3 days will be voluntary work for me. If you are not satisfied after 3 days, I will leave immediately. Heejin hesitated. This position had been open for a long time, but there were too few people who met the requirements. But the young man in front of her looked too young. Could he do it? He probably couldn't. Seeing her hesitation, Lu Chen continued, Anyway, you won't lose anything by giving me a chance. Why not give it a try? Heejin thought for a moment. Alright, the working hours are from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. every day, 3 hours, with an hourly wage of 500. If you meet the requirements, I think this price is not low. Lu Chen smiled. Okay, thank you. Heejin was also trying to make the best of a bad situation. There were too few talents in the field of AI now. The store was fine during the day with someone on duty, but it was short-staffed at night. As for the young man in front of her, she didn't have much hope. But the boy's eyes were too confident and sincere, which touched her. Moreover, he was very good-looking, which would be a highlight in the store, but only if he had enough ability. Back at his place, Lu Chen took off his tired body, just cooked some noodles for himself, sat down to eat, and his phone rang. It was Jing Xiao. Lu Chen answered, Hello, Jing Xiao? Jing Xiao paused. Why didn't he call him brother anymore? He felt a bit regretful. Lu Chen, are you at home? I need to talk to you about something. Lu Chen was puzzled. It was already 8 p.m., what could it be? He replied, I am, but I'm not at the original address. Do you want to come find me? Jing Xiao replied, I know, I'm at the entrance of your community. Tell me the building and apartment number, I'll come find you. Lu Chen thought for a moment. It should be Yang Fan who told him. He looked at the noodles on the table. It seemed he had to wait to eat. Then come up, building A03, apartment 301, I'll wait for you. It must be something important, Lu Chen guessed. Lu Chen tidied up the room, heard a knock on the door, opened it, and saw Jing Xiao standing coolly at the door with a mask on. Lu Chen smiled and let him in. Come in, Jing Xiao, why did you bring something? You're too polite. Jing Xiao squinted, feeling relieved. That's more like it, calling him brother. Lu Chen poured him a glass of water and placed it on the table. My place is simple, please bear with it. Jing Xiao changed into slippers, stood in this narrow room, and frowned. Why are you living here? He looked at the noodles on the table. Plain, boiled noodles? 2 pieces of vegetables, not even an egg? Lu Chen explained, it's nothing much, I live here by myself now, it's more comfortable. Jing Xiao placed the fruits he brought on the table. You can't eat this, you're still growing, these are not nutritious. I had something to do today and came back late, so I'll make do with this. I usually cook other things. Lu Chen said. Jing Xiao sighed. He didn't know what had happened to this child, living alone in such a simple place. The Lu family was really out of line, not even accommodating a child? Don't eat this, wait 20 minutes, I'll have someone bring you food. Jing Xiao made a phone call and said a few words, receiving a response from the other end. Lu Chen sat beside him. Actually, this is fine. It's too much trouble so late at night. Jing Xiao looked at the obedient teenager. We can consider ourselves friends now. Consider this meal as my treat. I'll treat you like a little brother. Lu Chen was taken aback. A little brother? But I don't want to be your little brother. I don't want a big brother. Do you have something to tell me? Why the rush? Lu Chen asked. During the day, you have classes, so I didn't want to bother you. I got the address from Yang Fan and came over when I had time at night, Jing Xiao explained. Lu Chen shook his head. It's okay. Jing Xiao became serious. There are two things. One is about the mute male ghost incident from last time. The investigation results are out. And I also want to remind you about something else. Lu Chen was puzzled. The investigation results don't seem to have much to do with me. That's a police matter, and I'm just a concerned citizen. Jing Xiao continued, this matter has nothing to do with you, but now, that male ghost has turned into a vengeful spirit. He's killing people everywhere, and I'm afraid you might be affected. I've come to bring you something. A vengeful spirit? How is that possible? Lu Chen frowned. He was a bit ugly, but Lu Chen could tell that the ghost's nature wasn't evil. Jing Xiao's eyes showed anger as he spoke. That ghost's real name is Zhang Wen, a construction worker who was married with a daughter. 5 years ago, his daughter fell ill. To earn money for her medical expenses, he took on a part-time job delivering food at night. One day, he encountered a group of thugs, and they got into a dispute. The thugs tortured and killed him, cutting out his tongue, breaking his limbs, gouging out one eye, smashing his skull, and leaving him for dead in a desolate place. If it weren't for his ghost guiding us, even if his bones were found in a few years, his identity couldn't be confirmed. Lu Chen's heart tightened, his cheeks showing anger. Those beasts. Jing Xiao sighed. The case couldn't be solved, the police couldn't find evidence. It's been 5 years, all evidence has been lost, and justice for the victim couldn't be served. I only found out the truth because Zhang Wen wrote it on the ground, but his testimony as a ghost can't be used as evidence. So, can the killer escape punishment? Jing Xiao breathed heavily. The law requires evidence. Seeing the police helpless, Zhang Wen, in anger, started killing people. So far, he has killed 3. Once a ghost gets a taste for blood, it becomes a vengeful spirit and can't turn back. His fate will only be to vanish without a trace. Lu Chen said, did he kill innocent people? If it's for revenge, it's the killer's retribution. I believe in karma, what goes around comes around. Jing Xiao said, that's true, but the more a vengeful spirit kills, the more out of control it becomes. It will attack indiscriminately. I'm worried you might encounter him, so carry this for self-defense. Jing Xiao took out a small silver pistol. This is a specially developed energy eliminator to deal with ghosts. The light inside can handle vengeful spirits, but it won't cause fatal harm to humans. Lu Chen took it, feeling its lightness in his hand. It seemed like Yang Fan had used it before. Thank you. How about Zhang Wen's wife and daughter? Jing Xiao fell silent. His daughter died of illness 5 years ago, and his wife couldn't bear the loss of both Zhang Wen and their daughter, and she passed away from the shock. Lu Chen felt heavy in his heart, the suffering in this world. Jing Xiao looked at him. Lu Chen, even though you have a special constitution, you can't be careless. If he finds you once, he can find you again. Carry it with you at all times, just in case. Lu Chen nodded. There's one more thing. Jing Xiao carefully chose his words. Yang Fan told me about what happened that night. It's unbelievable. For your safety, please don't let anyone else know. I've also informed Yang Fan about this. Why? Will I be dissected for research? Lu Chen said with a smile. For thousands of years, humans have been studying the soul, which is actually a form of energy that leaves the body after death. However, the conditions for it to leave are very strict. The vast majority completely dissipate within 7 days of death, turning into energy of the heavens and earth. Generally, conscious energy can only exist for 7 days, but ghosts can exist for decades. This creates a fantasy, Lu Chen said, prolonging life and achieving immortality. Jing Xiao nodded in approval. Yes, but the existence of ghosts is also very painful. Strictly speaking, they are just remnants of the deceased, afraid of light, easily angered and explosive. They endure excruciating pain every moment, uncontrollable by humans. Any slight mistake can backfire. Your ability to purify ghostly energy, condense dominance, and restore humanity to them, if discovered by researchers, will bring you endless trouble. Lu Chen thought to himself, I can do more than just purify ghostly energy. He didn't understand, once you're dead, you're dead. Why linger in the human world? What's the point? It goes against the natural order and moral principles, and isn't afraid of divine retribution. Jing Zhao's expression turns serious. Those who can see through life and death are few. Lin Xiang reunited with her parents at home that day, but dissipated after just an hour. Although it's not long-lasting, scientists won't miss this research opportunity. So, Lu Chen, since ancient times, anomalies have been hard to tolerate in the world. Do you understand? Lu Chen was well aware. He took a deep breath and said, Thank you. Jing Xiao brought food from the doorway, placed it on the table, the aroma tantalizing. Lu Chen's mouth watered, he was hungry. 4 dishes and a soup, 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, a balanced nutritional mix. Jing Xiao stood up, it's getting late. Finish your meal and rest early. I won't disturb you anymore. Remember what I said, and also, stay safe. Contact me if you have any problems. Lu Chen nodded. After seeing Jing Xiao off, he finished his meal, put away the leftovers in the fridge, took out a small knife, cut his finger, and let the fresh blood drip into the oil stain. The polluted water visibly purified. His eyes deep, as Jing Xiao said, anomalies are not tolerated. Once exposed, what awaited him would be relentless research. Lu Chen felt empty inside. Despite starting a new life, he felt surrounded by uncertainty. Everything seemed to be improving, but he felt like walking on thin ice. The next day, as he walked through the campus, Lu Chen attracted many glances and had become a campus celebrity. Walking into the classroom, he breathed a sigh of relief, sat down, and received sympathetic looks from his classmates. He glared, What are you looking at? I'm not a panda. Mind your own business. Classmates, he's upset. What should we do? Liang Wei walked over, patted Lu Chen's head, Bro, here are my notes. Take a look. Now, hard work is the only way. Maybe a miracle will happen. Lu Chen slumped in his seat, Thank you. Liang Wei couldn't resist wanting to pat his head again, but Lu Chen snapped, That's enough, don't make me shorter. Liang Wei thought to himself that Lu Chen wasn't tall to begin with, but he didn't dare say it out loud, fearing a punch. He cleared his throat, We've discussed it. For the next month, every Saturday and Sunday, all of you will come to my house. On one hand, to supervise your studies, help you review, and on the other hand, we can review together and progress together. Lu Chen, do you have any objections? Lu Chen forced a smile, No need, right? Li Mei said, If you don't do this, you won't study actively. I don't think you realize the seriousness of the situation. It's settled, if you don't go, we'll beat you up. I second that. Lu Beibei, Song Yi, Zhang Xiaoming, and Chu Weidong all said in unison. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. He had to work at night and go to school during the day. He had hoped to rest and catch up on sleep on Saturday and Sunday during the day, but now he had no free time at all. He pinched his arm, feeling like he had lost weight compared to when he was at the Lu family's house. Life seemed bleak and hopeless. After a while, he began to accept reality. He missed the delicious meals Liang Mama used to make. Class teacher Zhang Heingrui called Lu Chen out and looked at this fair-skinned child, saying, What kind of bet are you making at such a young age? If you're not confident, I can have the school step in and void it. Lu Chen hadn't expected the teacher to know about this matter. He shook his head, It's just some minor mischief among students. There's no need to involve the school, it's a bit of an overreaction. Rest assured, I won't let them get away with it. At most, I'll apologize. Zhang Heingrui stared at this troublemaker for a long time. Be down to earth in your actions and don't aim too high. Do you know what kind of students are in the top 30 of your grade? They are all top university prospects. You think you can get in within a month? The possibility is zero. Lu Chen was full of fighting spirit. Where there's a will, there's a way. I can do it. Teacher, you should encourage me, not discourage me. I have confidence. Zhang Hengruo said, get lost, you little troublemaker. You'll see how difficult the next exam is. Forget it, I'll talk to the head of the department next time, so you won't make a fool of yourself. Lu Chen returned to the classroom, and Li Mei asked quietly, did you get scolded again? What do you mean by again? It seemed like he was scolded every day. Lu Chen didn't say anything. He hadn't slept well last night and was napping on his desk. Damn it! Li Mei was worried. She pulled him up forcefully. Are you still sleeping? You should be studying hard. How dare you sleep now? Lu Chen, with tears of exhaustion in his eyes, thought to himself. I can't go on like this. In the second-year class where Lu Lin was, people were also discussing this matter. Lu Lin listened attentively, wondering what was going on. During lunch break, he found Lu Jiao, second brother. Did you make a bet with Lu Chen? Lu Jiao shook his head. No, it wasn't me. It was Luo Su and Jiang Ning. Lu Lin was puzzled. You mean it has nothing to do with you? With Lu Chen's grades, he definitely can't win. Are you going to make him kneel to you later? That's not appropriate. Lu Jiao showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. What's inappropriate about that? The bet was agreed upon by Lu Chen himself, but don't worry, I won't let him embarrass himself. Lu Lin felt relieved. After all, we once lived under the same roof. I don't think you would do such a thing. Lu Jiao said gently, it's just a joke. The chill in his eyes deepened. Why was he protecting him like this? Even if he doesn't kneel, I will make sure he breaks the agreement, loses credibility, and gains a reputation as a coward. In the afternoon after school, Lu Chen went to the mall. The store was called Tianshu, and Yijin welcomed him in and gave him a set of work clothes. Today, you will learn about the products we have here. This is the product introduction, which contains information about our brand, product performance, prices, and how to use them. Lu Chen took the thick book. Remember it all in one night? In his past life, he had self-studied for a while overseas to distract himself. He was quite interested in this, as it was the future direction of technology, being researched by all countries. He sat in the back office of the store, flipping through the book quickly. Heejin shook her head. It seemed like this kid was just pretending. When he was a child, Lu Chen put down the booklets and couldn't help but frown. These robots were too clumsy, the design and construction principles were not difficult. If given enough conditions and materials, he was confident he could create products more flexible than these. Finished reading? Heejin walked over. The time is too short, you can take another look. You need to remember all of this. There are guests coming later, you should be able to respond quickly and leave a good impression on them. Lu Chen handed her the booklets. It's enough. Enough? What do you mean? You remembered everything? Heejin was surprised. Lu Chen nodded. Heejin didn't believe it. This booklet covered all the products of Tianshu Group, including AI, phones, computers, and various other electronic products. It was impossible to remember all of it in an hour. Then I'll ask you questions. Heejin opened the booklet and asked about 5 products in a row. Lu Chen responded fluently, including the model, performance, usage methods, and maintenance, without a single mistake. Heejin was amazed. You remembered so quickly? Heejin re-examined the young man in front of her, her eyes lighting up. Lu Chen carefully looked for an hour. His mind was clear, and he had already understood the products of this store. He felt a bit disappointed. If this represented the level of modern technology, then humanity still had a long way to go. There were many areas that needed improvement and some that were unreasonable. He nodded. I have a good memory. Heejin exclaimed, more than just good, you're lightning fast. Lu Chen, you've given me such a big surprise on the first day. I look forward to your performance in the future. Lu Chen smiled shyly. I shouldn't disappoint you. Heejin nodded vigorously. Today, familiarize yourself with the products in the store. By the way, do you speak any foreign languages? Sometimes there are foreign guests. Lu Chen raised his beautiful eyes, with a smile in them, and said, "Yes, I can communicate in language Y." He Jin was satisfied. "Good, but I think you are still a student, right? Will this affect your studies?" Lu Chen shook his head. "It's okay, no problem." He Jin went to greet the guests, and Lu Chen looked around. He stopped in front of a computer prototype, tapped a few times. The speed was quite fast, but it was still at the stage of electronic computing, slow and heating up. If it were a photon computer, there would be no such problems. Moreover, if applied in the field of artificial intelligence, it would be a technological leap. If quantum computers could be widely available in the future, it would be a groundbreaking development, and human civilization would truly enter another realm. Lu Chen's eyes were dark, standing in this space, his mind entering another dimension. If given the opportunity, he wanted to try and see how far he could go. In every stage of human civilization, there would be giants who would drive the progress of civilization and strive for it throughout their lives. "What are you looking at?" A male voice sounded in his ear. Lu Chen came back to his senses, his eyes gradually focusing. He turned to see another store employee, a boy in the same store uniform, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, curiously looking at him. "Hello," Lu Chen smiled slightly. "I'm Lu Chen. I heard the store manager say a handsome intern would come, is that you?" "Hello, I'm Yen Su, the online operations here." "Welcome." Yen Su had an ordinary appearance, and his smile was friendly and warm, making people feel good. Lu Chen said, "Thank you. I may not necessarily stay, but I will do my best." Yen Su encouraged him, "Believe in yourself. If you don't understand, you can learn. At your young age, it's already great to come and try." Even the most brilliant scientists started from knowing nothing. Lu Chen nodded, "Thank you, I will." At 9:30 in the evening, Lu Chen changed his clothes and left the store, catching the last bus. He had been thinking all the way that if he wanted to do his own research, he must have enough financial support. After earning money from part-time work, he would first buy some professional books to read, then buy a computer and materials. He wanted to put the theories in his mind into practice. He felt the throbbing of life at Jing Zhao's concert. Since he was reborn, he was willing to try the feeling of living in this world again and wanted to make up for the regrets of his past life. Perhaps he could find the meaning of living in it. While he was contemplating, the bus suddenly braked sharply, catching Lu Chen off guard. He almost got thrown out, accompanied by the harsh sound of the wheels scraping the ground. Lu Chen saw a person lying in front of the bus. "Hit someone?" "No." Lu Chen's eyes instantly became serious. Zhang Wen was floating 2 meters in the air, and a woman was lying on the ground, blood gushing out from under her. It seemed she wouldn't survive. There was only Lu Chen as a passenger on the bus. The driver, still in shock, got off the bus to call an ambulance and the police. Lu Chen looked at Zhang Wen, shrouded in shadows, and locked eyes with him for a few seconds. He reached into his backpack, took out a silver gun, and got off the bus. The road was quiet and deserted at nearly 10 o'clock. The bus driver was anxiously circling the woman, puzzled. There was clearly no one in front of him. Where did this woman come from? Oh no, if he had hit her, his career would be over. He would have to pay a large sum of money, and he still had a family to support. Lu Chen walked up to him and said, "It wasn't you who hit her, don't worry, you'll be fine." It was Zhang Wen, starting to kill again. The driver, as if finding a lifeline, asked, "Really? Did you see it?" "I didn't see anyone. There are usually very few people here." "Where did she come from?" Lu Chen thought to himself, "She fell from the sky." He looked up at Zhang Wen in the air and said, "You have your reasons for killing. Have you killed an innocent person?" The driver was horrified. Who was he talking to? Damn it! Zhang Wen's eyes were bloodshot, he had lost his sanity. He roared and looked at Lu Chen, a hint of struggle flashed in his eyes, then was overwhelmed by fierceness. He was drawn by a scent, his eyes bloodshot. He didn't dare approach Lu Chen but stared at the driver with a fierce look. He only knew that killing could relieve his pain, like maggots gnawing at his bones. Why? Tortured while alive, and still suffering after death? Lu Chen stared at Zhang Wen. You have avenged your enemy. Don't harm the innocent. Let go of your obsession and walk the path you should take. I can help you. Zhang Wen didn't listen. Covered in blood, he lunged at the driver. The driver was still shocked by Lu Chen talking to someone. The next moment, a swooshing sound came, and he felt a strong smell of blood on his nose. Then his neck was gripped, and he couldn't breathe. Lu Chen raised the silver gun, pulled the trigger, and a dazzling blue light grazed the driver's ear and hit Zhang Wen. He let go of the driver in pain, then turned to Lu Chen in anger. Lu Chen dodged quickly, but his neck was scratched, and a trickle of blood flowed out. Zhang Wen's hand was stained with a strand of Lu Chen's blood. He kept wailing and rolling, but as Lu Chen covered his neck, the ghostly aura around Zhang Wen gradually dissipated, revealing a simple face, no longer the previous ugly appearance. The driver saw a person appear out of thin air, screamed in terror, closed his eyes, and fainted. Lu Chen. Quite a brave man, isn't he? Well, anyone would be scared. He looked at Zhang Wen, crouched down, and Zhang Wen sat up, moving his body. He finally felt no pain. He found the feeling of being alive. This person was the real Zhang Wen. Do you have any other wishes? Lu Chen asked him. Zhang Wen suddenly knelt down gratefully and cowed out to him, I'm sorry, thank you for setting me free. My wife and daughter are dead, my revenge is complete, and I have no regrets. Lu Chen sighed, let's go. If I could be reborn in the next life, I hope you will have a happy life and your family will be healthy. Zhang Wen's body gradually dissipated into the sky and earth. The young man looked up at the starry sky, stood between heaven and earth, waved goodbye to him. Ambulances and police cars came whistling, breaking the silence of the night. When the driver woke up, Lu Chen was standing lightly against the wall. He trembled in fear, looking around. Was that a person? Was that figure that appeared out of thin air a person? And who was the young man in front of him? Was he a monster? Where is that person? Lu Chen, seeing him awake, yawned, what person? You must be seeing things. When people are extremely frightened and nervous, they can have hallucinations. I'm tired, the police will come to take your statement later, I'm leaving. Oh, by the way, the woman is out of danger now, it has nothing to do with you. After you give your statement, the police won't bother you. Lu Chen waved and walked out, leaving the driver full of self-doubt. Outside, Jing Xiao and Zhong Qiming exchanged a few words. When Lu Chen walked out, Zhong Qiming looked at him meaningfully, Lu Chen, one Jing Xiao is enough trouble, now there's you too. Please spare us. Lu Chen glanced at Jing Xiao, who nodded. He looked up at the sky, it's about standing up for what's right, everyone has a responsibility. Zhong Qiming chuckled, waved his hand, get lost, you little rascals. Lu Chen and Jing Xiao exchanged a smile and left together. It was almost 2 in the morning. Lu Chen was exhausted, sitting in a chair in the hospital's small garden, tilting his head back. Jing Xiao carefully disinfected his wound, applied a band-aid. If left untreated, the wound would heal on its own. Lu Chen glanced at him, then looked up at the sky. After about 2 minutes, Jing Xiao said, all done. Lu Chen grunted, murmuring, I'm so tired. Jing Xiao drove him back home, if you're tired, rest in the car for a while. You've worked hard, aren't you afraid? Yes. Lu Chen sighed heavily, I never thought I would really meet him. It was terrifying, I almost suffocated. Jing Xiao examined his face closely, not seeing any fear. He chuckled, all right, stop pretending. Rest quickly, it's almost dawn. In a few hours, you'll have to go to school. This time, Lu Chen's expression changed. He had a sudden idea, can you do me a favor? Lie to the teacher? Jing Xiao shook his head with a smile, no way. Lu Chen pouted, I did a good deed today, got injured. Look, work-related injury. Can I rest now? He tilted his face up, showing the band-aid. Jing Xiao continued to shake his head, saying seriously, I'll apply for a commendation plaque for you later, so you can show it off. How about that? Pull your neck back, the wound has already healed. Lu Chen, damn it! Lu Chen was so tired that he staggered, barely making it to the residential area. Jing Xiao gave him a lemon candy, which immediately woke Lu Chen up with its sourness. His features wrinkled, he swallowed some saliva, his eyes and brows lively, he said angrily, You scoundrel! Jing Xiao found him so cute that his heart trembled, like a little cat. It reminded him of the little white cat still in the hospital. Maybe he shouldn't have sent it away, he should keep it himself, after all, it was a very cute creature. Go upstairs, send me your teacher's phone number, I'll help you ask for leave. Really? Lu Chen immediately brightened up, nodding eagerly, okay, don't go back on your word. Remember to call in the morning and ask for a day off. Jing Xiao agreed, don't push it, just half a day, you can't fall behind in your studies. Lu Chen's ears drooped, he opened the car door, weakly waving his hand, Goodbye, tonight I'll escape from Blue Star. Jing Xiao chuckled, inadvertently showing his indulgence, reminding him, Go take a shower and go to bed immediately. Go to school in the afternoon tomorrow. Lu Chen grinned, understanding. He went back and simply washed up before going to bed, sleeping until midday. When he woke up on his 1.2-meter bed and checked his phone, it was already 10 in the morning. Between being half asleep and half awake, Jing Xiao sent him a message, Are you up? Remember to attend class in the afternoon. Lu Chen chuckled and replied, Got it, got it. After getting up and getting ready, he fried an egg, sandwiched it in bread, and finished it while looking out the window. Under the sunlight, everything seemed to be exposed, and the thrilling events of last night felt less real. The world doesn't stop for anyone's misery, the living must continue moving forward. But karma, retribution will come sooner or later. At lunchtime, Lu Lin habitually wanted to make sure if Lu Chen had eaten, but he didn't see him coming down. He went to check the classroom of class 4, but it was empty. Where was he? Where did he go? Frustrated, he walked downstairs, feeling uneasy. His father had instructed him to keep an eye on Lu Chen's meals, as Lu Chen had been going to the cafeteria for lunch these days, making him think he could relax. But today, no sign of him? Did something happen? So annoying. This guy never lets one relax. Well, he admitted, he was a little worried. Where did he go? Just as he was feeling frustrated, Shinjua came over with takeout, looking sneaky, ready to quickly eat and clean up. Lu Lin called out to him, Classmate. Shinjua quickly moved the takeout behind him, looking wary, What's up? Lu Lin's expression was complicated. Where did the takeout come from? The senior students were not following the school rules. Did Lu Chen come today? Shinjua breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it's not about me. Big bro. I mean, Lu Chen, he didn't come in the morning. Lu Lin frowned, Why? Shinjua thought for a moment, I heard he's sick. What? Lu Lin panicked. Sick again? What's wrong with his health? Do you need to find him for something? No. Lu Lin felt flustered. This guy always seemed seriously ill whenever he got sick before. Would it be serious this time too? I have to tell Dad and brother. He ran downstairs to the storage cabinet. The school prohibited bringing phones into the campus and classrooms, so they had lockers at the entrance where students stored their phones during school hours and retrieved them after school. Violators would be punished. Of course, there were violators, like Shinjua, who could order takeout, indicating they had hidden phones on them. Lu Lin ran towards the school gate, panting heavily. Lu Chen watched Lu Lin run past him and wondered, What's with this kid? Lu Lin suddenly felt a familiar face pass by him, and when he snapped out of it, he stopped in his tracks, turned around to look at Lu Chen, blinked, Was it him? Isn't this Lu Chen? He almost collapsed to the ground. Damn it! Wasn't he fine? Gasping for breath, Lu Lin stared at Lu Chen, You, huff, huff. He couldn't speak for a moment. Lu Chen tilted his head, chased by a dog? Lu Lin was exasperated, aged 16. Just. Kidding. Where did the dog come from at school? What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Chen couldn't be bothered and prepared to return to the classroom. Lu Lin hurriedly stopped him. Hey, don't go yet. Where were you this morning? Lu Chen turned back. What does it matter to you where I went? Lu Lin carefully examined him, noticing his pale face, and then found a band-aid on his neck, furrowing his brows. Are you injured? How did it happen? Lu Chen said, scratched by a ghost. All right, go do your thing, we need to keep our distance. Lu Lin let go of his hand, displeased. Even if I'm guilty, it's not a capital offense. Don't be too much. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened. On the first day I entered the Lu family, you were the one who told me to keep my distance from you. Have you forgotten? Lu Lin. Lu Lin hadn't forgotten. Lu Chen shook his head, turned around and ignored him, went up the stairs, and returned to the classroom. Behind him, Lu Lin looked lonely, almost tears in his eyes. He didn't know why, he just felt uncomfortable. A spoiled child, at an age where they don't understand the ways of the world, hurts the most. Lu Chen sat in the classroom, staring at Shinjue eating takeout, but his mind was elsewhere, wandering. After struggling to climb out, he won't look back. The hurt is the hurt, he can't forgive, otherwise, he won't be able to carry on, he will die. Shinjue nervously looked at him, with a mournful face. Big brother, can you stop looking at me, it gives me the creeps? Is he planning to report me? Damn! How could he be so unlucky? Lu Chen smiled slyly and said, just you wait. Pretty smart, knowing to commit the crime in blind spots away from surveillance. What am I waiting for? Is he really going to report me? Isn't he? Oh no! I dare not resist. Shinjue, have actually sunk to this level. My former dominant position is completely gone. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered. Am I so idle as to report you? Boring. Later, classmates came in one after another, asking Lu Chen what illness he had. Is he feeling better? Lu Chen took the opportunity to say, I'm so weak, you see, let's not have makeup classes on Saturdays and Sundays, I need to rest. Liang Wei looked down on him. No, it's just makeup classes, not physical labor, and my mom can make nutritious meals, guaranteeing you'll feel great after eating. Lu Chen, if I had known today, well, even if I had known today, I wouldn't regret it. Lu Lin was absent-minded all afternoon. As soon as school was over, he immediately messaged Lu Jing and Lu Xing. Lu Jiao puzzled. Xiao Lin, what's wrong with you? You seem distracted, who are you messaging? Lu Lin was gloomy and didn't want to talk. He was stimulated by what Lu Chen said. When Lu Chen first returned home, he found him uncultured and dirty. Facing Lu Chen's approach, he had said more than once to keep his distance. Little did he know that his words would come true. Now they are separated by 1,000 mountains and rivers, it's hard to get close again. The atmosphere at the Lu family's house recently was very heavy. When Lu Chen was there, the house was noisy every day, but since Lu Chen left, the house became even quieter. Lu Xing suddenly became busy, and now he doesn't come back often. As for Lu Jing, after a few days of silence, he began to reflect on everything that had happened in the past. While still managing the Lu family, he diverted some of his energy to his family members, gradually shedding his previous sternness, arrogance, and aloofness, and regaining the calm mindset of his youth. Breaking away from his previous perceptions, he began to secretly watch Lu Jiao's every move. Having raised him for over a decade, knowing his face but not his heart, he would eventually reveal his true colors. As for Wen Qin, she naturally felt uneasy. Looking at Lu Jiao, she would often think of another child, not knowing that the child had been switched at birth, living a comfortable life, but after finding out, her biological child was unwilling to be close to her. After more than 10 years had passed, everything was in chaos. Not knowing that she could have pretended that person didn't exist, but now that she knew, she could never go back to the way things were. Especially when that child left her side again, a person's mindset is bound to change. Sometimes she would be lost in thought, thinking that the child was still here, studying in his room, sleeping, or eating at the table, or looking disappointedly at everyone with those bright eyes. He was there, impossible to ignore. The Lu family could never return to the past. Everyone was quietly undergoing changes. Lu Jiao saw it the clearest. Setting aside his character, he was also a very smart person, but he wasn't in a hurry. as long as his problems weren't discovered, he would be fine. He was confident the past wouldn't be uncovered. Sometimes, Lu Jiao also found it amusing. Is it just my problem? Without your cooperation, how could I have succeeded? I did it for myself, and you are the ones wielding the knife. Lu Chen, consider yourself lucky, otherwise, your fate will be even more miserable. He sat on the side, watching Lu Lin's unhappy expression, the emotions in his eyes gradually cooling down. For over a decade, he was also human, and he also had feelings for the Lu family, but you all are increasingly disappointing me. That night, Lu Jing and Lu Xing didn't come back for dinner. The large dining table was left with Wen Qin, Lu Jiao, and Lu Lin. The three of them were cold and lonely. Lu Jiao was trying his best to please Wen Qin, speaking softly and gently, and Wen Qin finally relaxed. Lu Lin occasionally glanced at them, feeling annoyed. He actually found the current Lu Jiao extremely obsequious. This was a thought that would never have occurred before. Both the eldest brother and Lu Chen said that they should grow up, but what does growing up mean? Is this it? His thoughts began to become complicated. He now speaks without reservation, wanting to change his previous arrogance. On his way to his part-time job, Lu Chen received a message from Lu Xing. Lu Chen, Lu Lin said, "You're sick, what's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Lu Chen replied, "It's nothing, I'm fine, thanks for your concern." Lu Xing and Lu Jing were at the entrance of Lu Chen's residential area, sitting in the car. When they saw this message, they breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xing continued, "That's good, remember to eat well." Lu Chen didn't reply. He looked at the people coming and going outside the bus, closed his eyes and fell into a light sleep. In the Tian shoe store, Lu Chen changed into a yellow work uniform, looking fresh and tender, with fair skin, black hair, and black eyes, becoming more and more handsome as he looked. He had recently grown taller, with well-proportioned joints, standing there as a unique scenery, attracting many female customers and many boys. Heejin was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He hit the jackpot. Lu Chen felt uncomfortable being stared at by a group of girls, so he hid in the backstage. Yan Su envied him and said, "If I were as good-looking, my girlfriend wouldn't have broken up with me." Lu Chen wiped the new samples and said helplessly, "Looks will fade, inner qualities last longer." Yan Su said, "Not really, a moment can be eternal. Even if it's fleeting, having shone brightly once is not in vain in this life." Lu Chen smiled, "Well, everyone has their own reasons." Heejin greeted the customers coming in. "Xiaoxi, here are some samples that have been retired, all have some minor issues. You can choose for yourself. If you can point out the problem, you can pass the trial. Of course, it would be even better if you can fix it." Lu Chen nodded, picked an intelligent floor-sweeping robot, opened it up and said, "The fan has an anomaly." He cleaned the dust off the sensor, his hands were fast, and he focused on repairing it. In no time, he stopped, put back the components and screws one by one, turned on the switch, and the floor-sweeping robot buzzed to start working. Obviously, he fixed it. Heejin and Yan Su widened their eyes. This kid really knows how to fix things. Amazing. His speed just now was too fast. They were dazzled. Both of them were extremely surprised. Young people nowadays are incredible. Lu Chen said, "The fan's lifespan is almost up. I estimate it can only last for a month, then it needs to be replaced. Fortunately, it's not a damaged motherboard." Heejin gave him a thumbs up. "Well done, you passed." Lu Chen smiled, "Thank you, sister." He casually picked up a smart speaker, fiddled with it for a while, and the speaker made a pleasant sound. Lu Chen said, "Power off." The speaker immediately went silent. Heejin and Yan Su looked on in amazement. Yan Su sighed, "Talented people emerge in every generation. I'm impressed. Who are you? Could you be a young genius nurtured by some research institute?" Lu Chen shook his head. "No, you would only find it amazing because you don't understand. This is just scratching the surface. Nowadays, repairing electronic products is simple unless it's a fatal issue. The principles are all similar." This statement was a bit Versailles. Heejin applauded, "It's enough. This part-time job is basically odd jobs. Sometimes the products purchased by customers may have some minor issues. There is a person in the store who can repair them, which can save a lot of trouble. Of course, for major issues, we will send them to headquarters for professional repairs. When there are no repair tasks, you can also help with reception duties. Lu Chen smiled gently. Isn't this tailor-made for me? Heejin was happy and extended her hand. Lu Chen, welcome to join Tianshu. I have already told you about the working hours and salary. Rest on every weekend night, salary paid weekly. If you have any other requests, feel free to let me know. Lu Chen shook his head. No. Good. Do you have your ID card with you? I will register you. Lu Chen took out his ID card and handed it to her. Heejin took it and was stunned. You just turned 18? Yen Su was also stunned. Unbelievable, some people are just born with looks and talent at such a young age. Lu Chen smiled obediently. Yes. Heejin looked at the young boy in front of her, feeling excited. With extraordinary memory and agile thinking, only 18 years old, he gave people a sense of awe. The future is promising. After work, Lu Chen came out and returned to the residential area. It was already late at night. Having successfully found a job, he decided to buy some good food to treat himself. In the dark not far from the residential area, Lu Jing rolled down the car window and watched Lu Chen carrying his backpack into the residential gate. He couldn't help but frown. Coming back so late? Lu Xing was almost falling asleep. Both of them were worried about Lu Chen. Since they didn't see him coming back and he didn't reply to their messages, they had to wait here. They waited for 3 hours. Lu Xing finally relaxed. He's back. His back is almost broken from waiting. Let's go, Dad, he's back. You should also feel relieved. Lu Jing said, let someone check it out. Forget it, let's go. Lu Xing started the car, his eyes calm, finally at ease. Can't investigate, it will only push him further away. Lu Chen bought some vegetables, meat, eggs, and milk from the convenience store downstairs, carried them up to the 3rd floor in one breath, opened the door, and almost dragged himself in, panting heavily. It was almost 11 o'clock at night. He cooked himself a bowl of luxurious noodles with meat, vegetables, and eggs, sat down, thought for a moment, picked up his phone, took a picture, and sent it to Jing Xiao. Look, I'm not always eating instant noodles. Jing Xiao, who rarely had free time, replied after returning home and working on the computer, enlarging the picture and carefully examining it. The noodles are overcooked. Lu Chen ate the noodles, looked at the message, and slightly pouted, but it tastes very good. Jing Xiao smiled. Well, eating so late? Midnight snack. Be careful not to turn into a little pig. Lu Chen, oink oink. Making pig noises. Jing Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Jing Chen stood at the door with his arms crossed. Rare to see you have such a carefree day. Talked? Whose child has such a unique taste? Jing Xiao turned to look at him. Why did you come in without knocking? You didn't close the door, so why bother with the formality? Jing Chen pushed his glasses, meticulously groomed, polite yet rebellious. But he was actually a cleanliness-obsessed, cunning big shot, the type who would sell someone out and make others count the money for him. Jing Xiao paused. Although his brother looked like a human, he basically wasn't one. What's up? Jing Xiao looked at his brother warily. Jing Chen walked in leisurely, sat down calmly, and looked at his younger brother. You haven't answered my question. Jing Xiao denied, of course not. Jing Chen looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, in the ambiguous stage. Jing Xiao quickly shook his head. It's really not, brother, stop guessing. Jing Chen looked meaningful. You're nervous. Jing Xiao's face fell. No, brother, what's the matter? Jing Chen let him off. Give you a chance, help me with something. I won't help. Jing Xiao immediately denied, sensing that it was nothing good. Okay, Jing Chen squinted his eyes. Alright, oh, by the way, I still have a photo of you wearing open crotch pants when you were young. It's quite cute, posting it on social media will definitely be popular. Jing Xiao's expression changed. You said you had deleted all of them last time. Jing Chen raised an eyebrow. I missed one. Spill it, what is it? I won't help with anything outrageous. Having a big brother who is a pain in the neck and a pain in the ass is really unlucky. This person has no credibility at all. Yao Yao is ignoring me again recently. Help me invite her over for dinner at home. Jing Xiao scorned his brother. Are you bullying her again? Yao Yao should ignore you, leaving you to grow old alone. Yao Yao is his brother's girlfriend, real name Tang Yao. The Tang family and the Jing family are old acquaintances. His brother took her away when she just turned 18, most likely his brother's fault again, driving away his girlfriend. Jing Xiao was used to it. Jingchen stood up. It's settled then, I'm leaving, continue sweet-talking your little lover. What the heck? Jing Xiao stood up and forcefully closed the door. Growing up from childhood to adulthood is a dark history of blood and tears. He always felt that he hadn't turned dark because of his inherent kindness, otherwise he would have killed his brother in a minute. His parents would avoid his brother when they saw him, showing how cunning this person was. He checked the time. It was already 11:30 at night. Lu Ken should have already gone to bed. He bid Lu Ken goodnight and ended a busy day. The project was not progressing, research and development were stagnant. Falling behind meant getting beaten. Where exactly was the problem? Lu Chen's life became busier, going to school, working part-time, running around all day. Although part-time work was hard, his skills became more proficient. Practice makes perfect. No matter how much is taught in books, hands-on experience is incomparable. Time quietly slipped away while studying and researching. Before school ended on Friday, Liang Wei came over to remind him, "Don't forget the extra class tomorrow." Lu Ken glanced at him. Am I the type to avoid things? Liang Wei emphasized, that's good, with your posture ready to bolt, I thought you forgot, so I came to remind you. Lu Ken, with clear black and white eyes, said, thank you, squad leader, you've worked hard. Stop acting cute. Lu Ken. Uncle. Carrying his backpack to the store, Lu Ken saw an old computer in the back. He had an idea. Sister, is this computer still usable? Heejin looked at it. It's not usable, too old. Can I buy it from you? Lu Ken asked. Take it for free. It was going to be scrapped anyway, but it can't be turned on anymore, so taking it back won't be of any use. Lu Ken said, it's okay, I'll try to see if I can fix it, just to practice. Heejin was very impressed by his technical skills. Take it, genius Siosi. Lu Ken touched his nose, feeling unworthy. He was just a little smarter than others. Bringing the computer back to his place, he put it on the table, took a shower, started dismantling it. In no time, the computer was in pieces. Lu Ken carefully observed, bought some parts and repair tools online, covered it with a cloth. Too tired to keep his eyes open, he fell asleep on the bed. Over the weekend, the delivery arrived. He came out of Liang Wei's house, picked up the package from the delivery point, and immediately got to work, working hard until late at night. He closed the casing, assembled it, connected the power. The joyful startup sound rang out. The screen lit up. Lu Chen's hands flew, testing the performance, rubbing his tired eyes satisfactorily. He succeeded. Moreover, it was fast, not inferior to the new computers on the market. After a simple meal, he sat in front of the computer, his hands clicking rapidly, learning all knowledge eagerly. His brain worked at high speed, connecting everything he saw, learned, and thought, digesting and comprehending it all. Unconsciously, I fell asleep in front of the computer. For about a month, Lu Chen only slept 3 to 5 hours a day, using all his spare time to think and study knowledge. His brain was like a receiver, crazily absorbing all information. The consequence of not getting enough rest was that he got sick. Lu Chen lay on the bed feeling hopeless, called Jing Xiao, and asked him to call the homeroom teacher for leave again. At the moment, Jing Xiao was the person he trusted the most. Jing Xiao had also been extremely busy this month, and he was startled when he received Lu Chen's call. This time, it's a real illness. Lu Chen, pale-faced, sat up and took the medicine Jing Xiao handed to him, sniffing. Jing Xiao frowned, did you not eat properly? Why do you look much thinner? Lu Chen coughed a few times, hoarsely saying, no, the academic pressure is high, sleeping for a day will be enough. Jing Xiao picked up the book on the table, opened it, and saw it was brand new. Lu Chen, feeling guilty, took the medicine and burrowed under the covers. I memorize everything with my brain. Little liar. Jing Xiao pointed to his head, I know how smart you are. How can high school courses tire you out like this? Lu Chen closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. Help me close the door when you leave, thank you. Jing Xiao tucked in his blanket, resignedly went to cook porridge for him. Our handsome Jing, for the first time, cooked soup for someone, working particularly hard in the small kitchen, washing rice, putting it in the pot, and stirring occasionally. The fire was just right, showing a chef's demeanor. The kitchen was too small for his tall figure, so he took off his coat, leaving only a white sweater. Watching the bubbling white porridge, he felt it was almost ready and turned off the heat. Lu Chen slept for a while in a daze, took the medicine, sweated, and finally felt a bit clearer in his head. Wrapping himself in a blanket, he sat up and peeked, secretly thinking, he looks really good. Jing Xiao was like a tree living in the sunlight, while he was like a grass growing on the edge of a cliff, looking up at the tree but not daring to get close. However, the grass aimed to climb out of the muddy whirlpool, hoping to meet the peak one day. Jing Xiao walked over, awake, feeling better. He reached out to touch Lu Chen's forehead. It's okay, no fever, still uncomfortable? Jing Xiao's hand was warm, sending shivers through him like an electric current. Lu Chen stared at him blankly, tears suddenly overflowing from his eyes. He quickly lowered his head and softly said, much better. Jing Xiao's gentle eyes looked at him, what's wrong? Lu Chen buried his head in the blanket, shook it, and muttered, nothing, thank you. Willing to accompany me? Jing Xiao knelt down on one knee, feeling flustered, why are you crying? Feeling embarrassed, Lu Chen quickly adjusted his breathing and raised his head, it's nothing, just got some sand in my eyes. His fair face turned red, eyes also teary, like an abandoned kitten. Despite standing up with all his might, his eyes were full of hope. Walking alone in the dark for too long, catching a glimpse of light made him unable to hold back. He also wanted to be loved warmly. Jing Xiao moved his fingers, feeling emotionally overwhelmed, gently wiped away his tears, and said softly, sand is really annoying, how could it hurt our little Lu Chen? Lu Chen's cheeks blushed, eyes watery, he angrily slapped his forehead, why are you so weak? Embarrassing. Jing Xiao gazed at him, with softness in his eyes, Xiaoxi, I don't know what you've been through, but we must look forward. No matter what others do, at least I will always stand by your side. As long as you need, brother Jing Xiao will always be there. Lu Chen's tears finally burst, his eyelashes wet, his voice hoarse, if you could have appeared in my life earlier, it would have been better. If what? Jing Xiao brought a towel and wiped his face, smiling, flower cat. Young Master Jing had never served anyone before, so his strength was a bit too much, diminishing most of Lu Chen's gratitude as his face hurt. Lu Chen raised his small face, it would be better if you were gentler. He kneaded and flattened it, like kneading dough. Jing Xiao felt a surge of electricity in his heart, he was too cute. How could there be such a cute creature? He pointed at Lu Chen's nose, little thing, even picky about being served. Lu Chen lay on the bed, wrapped up like a cocoon, taking advantage, I'm hungry, I want meat. Jing Xiao patted his dog head, no meat, only porridge, will you eat? Little Lu Sisi shook his head like a drum, no, meat, I want meat. Jing Xiao sneered, tall and long-legged, looking down at Lu Chen from his perspective, almost reaching the ceiling, I personally cooked it, dare you not eat? Lin Xiaoxi was immediately suppressed and changed his tune, I'll eat, I was just kidding. He showed a pleasing smile. Jing Xiao reached out satisfied, wanting to touch that extremely good feeling of hair again, but Lu Chen shrank into the blanket, how can you touch a man's head randomly? Jing Xiao smiled and patted him through the blanket, feeling a bit regretful, then went out to serve him porridge. Passing by the desk, he glanced at the computer on the desk, the shell was quite old, and there were 7 or 8 books scattered around the computer. All were professional skill books, difficult to understand. He was shocked, glanced at the bulging figure, said nothing, and walked out. How smart is this kid really? He didn't ask, but he looked forward to his growth. Lu Chen only caught a cold from the cold wind during this period of exhaustion, rested for 2 days, and recovered his spirits. Sitting in front of the computer, he thought, he couldn't overwork his body in the future, otherwise, he might not grow taller, even though he had grown to 1.8 meters at the age of 19 in his past life. But things change, what if he overworked and didn't grow tall anymore, becoming a shorty for life? Fortunately, he had gained a lot this month, he could relax next and give himself time to digest and absorb the theoretical knowledge he had learned. When Lu Chen appeared on campus, his classmates turned back frequently, their eyes full of surprise, excitement, and anticipation. Whispering non-stop. Lu Chen felt 1,000 grass mud horses galloping through his mind, what's going on again? He had rested well for 2 days, didn't provoke anyone, right? You can gossip all you want, can you avoid me a bit? I'm fierce. He wondered as he prepared to go upstairs. At the corner, he saw a person, Jiang Qing, with skin as dark as charcoal, looking up and waiting for something. Lu Chen passed by him, curiously glanced at him, not planning to greet him, not knowing him. Jiang Qing widened his eyes and shouted, "Boss, it's you." Lu Chen stopped in his tracks, turned around, "Isn't it me? Am I a ghost?" Jiang Qing choked. The phrase "don't judge a book by its cover" had recently dawned on him, looking like a little lamb on the outside, but actually a big bad wolf, biting painfully. "No, hey, boss, weren't you sick? Why are you at school?" Jiang Qing tried to smile as kindly and innocently as possible, no longer the provocative look he had before. Lu Chen chuckled, "Won't I get better if I'm sick? Do you want me to be sick forever?" "No, no." Jiang Qing forced a smile, "I'm just curious." "Boss, you don't know, yesterday someone spread rumors that you were faking illness to avoid exams. They said you were afraid of losing, everyone is talking about it, tomorrow is the monthly exam, are you brave enough to come?" Lu Chen raised his eyelids, sneered, "So that's the case. I knew it, they all look at me like monkeys. Do I even need to guess who it was?" He could tell with his eyes closed. If he didn't come, he was weak, if he did, he would lose miserably. They were certain he wouldn't win. Jiang Qing cautiously looked at his expression. "Boss, do you have confidence?" "Lu Chen, what do you think?" "You must have confidence." "Boss, I have confidence in you, let's crush those little brats. They're done for," Jiang Qing said indignantly. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction and walked upstairs, saying, "Goodbye, pretty boy." Jiang Qing. Damn, he really holds a grudge. Not long after, Xinzhua, Xianyu, and Wu Feng came downstairs. Lu Chen passed by them. Xinzhua opened his mouth to say something, but Lu Chen glanced at him and said, "Don't speak, annoying." Xinzhua immediately shut up, and the three of them went downstairs. Jiang Cheng waved his hand, "Why are you so slow? I'm starving." Xianyu threw a bag of buns to him, saying, "Complaining even when eating for free." Jiang Qing took it and wolfed down the buns, saying, "I overslept this morning and didn't have time for breakfast, I'm starving." "Thanks." The four of them chatted together, becoming friends despite not knowing each other before, forming a close group. Lu Chen had already walked upstairs, and as he spoke to them, he glanced at them sneakily, realizing they were also discussing him. Suddenly feeling itchy, Lu Chen walked slowly into class 4, attracting everyone's attention as he walked from the shadows into the sunlight, still not used to being the occasional center of attention. He tried to remain calm as usual, and after sitting back at his seat, the class erupted into chatter. Lu Chen's eyes were deep as the sea, with the worn-out bulletin board behind him. Against all odds, he sailed through the storm and rose against the current, setting sail to cross the vast ocean. "Lu Chen, you." Liang Wei wanted to ask why he came, but his youthful spirit couldn't stand seeing someone back down. "Are you feeling better?" he finally said. Lu Chen didn't answer directly, but smiled slightly and said, "I'm here, are you happy?" "Everyone?" The classroom fell silent for a moment, then erupted into applause, applauding Lu Chen's courage and cheering for his bravery. Youthful vigor is truly precious. Sincere and passionate. Is this the essence of life? Kindness surrounds him, how can he disappoint? He said slowly, "I will win." His gaze was calm and firm, exuding a convincing power, and at that moment, his classmates looked at him warmly. "Go for it." Song Yi and Lu Beibei made heart gestures to him, while Li Mei hesitated to join in, feeling a bit embarrassed. At that moment, Lu Chen shone like a beacon, illuminating everyone's hearts. Who would have thought that a few months ago, the inconspicuous transfer student would turn out to be a shining gem, radiating brilliance more and more? "Do you have confidence?" Li Mei asked him softly. Lu Chen took out his textbooks and stationery, picked up a thick stack of test papers on the table, and counted them with mixed emotions. There were no less than 30 sheets, and he had only been absent for 2 days. Was this meant to keep him writing forever? Why are you asking me this? Do you all think I'm unreliable? Last time I moved up 300 spots, what does that mean? It means I'm awesome, I'm a genius. He started rambling again, and Li Mei couldn't hide her worry. even though you don't like to hear it. What if you lose? Words can be like knives, piercing your heart. It's okay. I have thick skin, I can handle it. Li Mei thought to herself, then why are you boasting in front of the whole class that you will win? It would be really embarrassing if you can't deliver. Just thinking about it makes me cringe. Near the end of the school day, the homeroom teacher Zhang Hangrui called Lu Chun out. The students stretched their necks to see, and Zhang Hangrui closed the classroom door, blocking their view. They collectively scorned him, thinking, "You're really shameless." Zhang Hangrui looked at Lu Chun earnestly and asked with anticipation, "Are you ready for the exam?" Lu Chen replied confidently, "Don't worry, teacher. I will be the first, those bastards in class 1 can eat shit." Little rascal, Zhang Hangrui lightly tapped his head, "Don't be shameless. If you can get into the top 30, I'll treat the whole class to roast chicken." Lu Chen grinned, "Really?" Zhang Hangrui gave him a knock on the head, "I am a man of my word. I will do as I say. Get out, you unreliable guy. Study well tomorrow, got it?" Lu Chen rubbed his head, "Got it." He returned to the classroom and said to everyone, "The teacher said if I win, he will treat everyone to roast chicken." The classmates clapped sparsely. It wasn't easy to get a taste of that roast chicken. Lu Chen smiled happily. Who wouldn't be happy eating roast chicken? If you guys don't want it, I'll have it all. Finally, after school, Lu Lin stretched his neck and finally saw Lu Chen's figure in the distance. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he's here. Oh my, ever since Lu Chen left, the atmosphere at home has been getting stranger. If only Lu Chen hadn't left, he thought sadly. Lu Chen left the school gate, grabbed a bite to eat on the way, and hurried to the Tian shoe store. He Chen saw him as if she had found a lifesaver. "Xiaoxi, you finally came. It's urgent, we need your help." Lu Chen placed his backpack on the counter. "What's wrong? Why the rush?" "A VIP customer sent a household robot for repair a while ago. The deadline is tight, and we can't send it back to headquarters for repairs in time." But Xiao Lu, who was on duty during the day, also took leave. "The customer is coming to pick it up soon. This is a big client for us, we can't afford to offend them. Can you see if you can fix it quickly?" Lu Chen reassured her, "I'll go now, don't worry, trust me." He Chen felt relieved, "I'll leave it to you. If it can't be fixed, we'll have to apologize. If we lose a big client because of this, there's nothing we can do." Lu Chen nodded. Artificial intelligence robots are not yet widespread, and they are expensive. Offending one client could mean losing millions in orders. He sat at the workbench, opened up the robot's casing, and focused all his attention on it. He enjoyed the process of troubleshooting, removing the faults, and integrating the components. After an hour, Lu Chen put the casing back on, pressed the power button, checked it, and said to Yiqian, "It's done. I replaced the sensor, so it should be fine now." Yiqian nodded with joy, "Thank you for your hard work. You were sick a few days ago, you must not be fully recovered yet. You don't have to do anything else today. You'll still get paid. Go home and rest." Lu Chen was indeed still a bit weak. He hesitated, "Is that really okay? I can't just take your pay without working. It doesn't sit right with me." "You silly child. If I ask you to go home, you go. If I give you a day off, why are you being stubborn? Go on, go on. There's not much work in the store today. It'll be the same if you come back tomorrow." He Qian admired him. There aren't many young people as practical as him nowadays. "All right, thank you, He Qian," Lu Chen said gratefully. Before 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chen returned to the residential area, took a shower, and instead of continuing to work on the computer, he ordered some new equipment parts on his phone. With his current resources, there were limitations to what he could learn. He was preparing to expand his learning space and explore a broader world. After finishing these tasks, he glanced at Jing Zhao's profile picture on his phone, then withdrew and tossed the phone aside. He stared out the window, lost in thought, gradually falling asleep. The uncertain future, let's wait a little longer. The next day was a 2-day monthly exam, simulating the format of the college entrance exam. As soon as he entered the campus, the atmosphere of studying was intense. Some were sharpening their swords, some were full of confidence, and some were calm and confident. Lu Chen received encouragement, ridicule, indifference, and disdainful looks along the way. It must be said that during student days, studying was dull, and occasionally some gossip or fresh news was welcomed for some excitement. Lu Chen belongs to the category of calm and composed, but most people think he is pretending to be calm, when in fact he is very anxious inside, under immense pressure, trying to climb over the high mountain, which is too difficult. Lu Chen no longer pays attention to these distractions, he focuses on doing the exam paper with full concentration. This time, it will be his first time spreading his wings after stepping out of the cage, living for himself. The invigilator walked back and forth, stopped next to Lu Chen, the reason being, this student writes too fast. The speed is dazzling, almost immediately starting to write after reading the questions, flowing smoothly and beautifully, with neat and attractive handwriting. After finishing the last major question, Lu Chen put down his pen and carefully began to check. He was not proud because he knew how to do it, just like inspecting the components of a precision electrical appliance, every step must be flawless, any slight mistake will leave a flaw. Since he has started, he must go all out. After checking once, he looked up. Because the shadow beside him was really hard to ignore. The invigilator looked at this student strangely, only half the time has passed, and he's done? Lu Chen's eyes were clear, he smiled at the teacher, silently asking, "Is there something wrong, teacher?" The invigilator took his exam paper, carefully read it for a few minutes. As a teacher, being able to see such an exam paper, the happiness and satisfaction in his heart could not be concealed. He returned the paper to Lu Chen, patted his shoulder, silently praised him. "Lu Chen? Amazing! Such an excellent student, how did we not notice him before?" With his over 10 years of teaching experience, such an exam paper could be used as a model answer. Lu Chen is very sensitive to receiving kindness, he smiled obediently, and submitted the paper when there were 30 minutes left until the end of the exam. There is sunshine outside, he wants to go out and bask in it. His classmates Chu Weidong and Lu Beibei watched him submit his paper first, thinking, "Oh no, why did he submit it early? This exam is a bit difficult, but you shouldn't give up on yourself. Even gaining one more point is good, 1 point can advance several places." Many students in the exam room have already made their judgments, the bet between Lu Chen and his classmates. The teachers may not be aware of it, but it has spread among the students. At this moment, they are somewhat disappointed, it seems that no miracle has happened. Although they sympathize with the weak, it is almost impossible for the weak to climb over the high mountain in just 1 month and surpass the peak strong ones. For 2 consecutive days, Lu Chen submitted his paper early for each exam, quite smoothly, but he stumbled once in the Chinese essay, on the theme of love. His writing was too formulaic. Embracing the sunshine, soaking in it, takes time. After the exam, returning to the classroom, with Saturday and Sunday off, no need for makeup classes, he can sleep until he wakes up naturally. Thinking about it makes him quite happy, his eyes shining with stars, his whole person indescribably handsome and attractive. His classmates surrounded him. Liang Wei stared at him. "Tell the truth, how did you do on the exam? Why do you always submit early? It won't be a complete disaster, right? At least you should rank higher than last time. You can't lose too badly, right?" Lu Chen truthfully replied, "It's okay." "Okay? Which okay is that?" "It's okay, I should be the first, I finished and submitted early." Lu Chen continued. His classmates all looked skeptical, but during this time, the classmates have become more considerate, not wanting to discourage him. "All right, as long as you're happy." Liang Wei, Jiang Xiaoming, and a few others who were more familiar with him, all comforted him. "This exam was too difficult, I didn't know how to do several major questions in math, had no clue at all, don't know who set the paper, it feels harder than previous year's college entrance exam papers, it's normal not to know how to do it, relax well the day after tomorrow, don't think about anything else, worst case scenario, just lose face." Lu Chen has already accepted their way of understanding, where everyone is focused on their own issues, and nodded firmly, "Yes, thank you all. I know that making a leap is difficult, but I have worked hard step by step. The late nights of studying in the past have turned into today's confidence. Tomorrow will be a proud achievement. I hope you all keep up the good work. Zhang Hangrui came in to summarize after the exam, said a few encouraging words, and then let everyone go home. Lu Chen was about to slip away, but was stopped. Where are you running? Our teacher Zhang kindly grabbed his collar and pulled him back. Lu Chen blinked innocently and said, I didn't run, the teacher said I could go. A dangerous signal appeared on Zhang Hangrui's face. He usually looks kind, but when serious, he is imposing. Lu Chen, I have repeatedly reminded you to check carefully, don't hand in your paper first, have you listened even once? You nod every time, but you never change. Well, you have successfully caught my attention. Lu Chen grinned and said, I know I was wrong, I won't do it next time. He thought to himself, have you already paid a lot of attention to me? It's best to yield, don't hit a smiling face, dear teacher. Indeed, Zhang Hangrui's face slightly softened. He straightened Lu Chen's collar and said with affection, the exam is over, go home and rest well. You have taken several sick leaves in the past few months since you transferred here. Study is important, but don't neglect your health. Exercise more, strengthen your body, understand? Lu Chen nodded vigorously, thank you, teacher. He paused, raised his arm, and briefly hugged Zhang Hangrui, goodbye, teacher. He slipped away quickly, like a rabbit. Zhang Hangrui shook his head with a smile. Being a teacher involves a lot of worries, especially in the third year of high school. Students face great psychological pressure, and emotions are easily volatile. Because he has experienced it, he hopes his students can take fewer detours, endure this difficult period, and welcome a new chapter in life. Lu Chen walked on the pebble path of the school, with yellow leaves falling from the trees, giving it a poetic touch. Although there were boredom, conflicts, and oppression during his student days, years later, these memories are indelible, making people nostalgic. That was his youth. Growing up from a child to an adult, a significant portion of life is spent in school. Hey, who is this? Luo Su and Zhang Ning blocked the way, teasing with smirks on their faces. Lu Chen looked at them disdainfully, thinking, what are they up to? Waiting for me here, pretending it's a coincidence? Shameless. Liang Wei and Jiang Xiaoming noticed something was wrong and turned back, thinking, do they want to bully our classmate? We can't allow that. What are you doing? Planning to bully someone again? Liang Wei said, raising his fist. Luo Su sneered, bullying? You guys are not qualified. Lu Chen stood with his hands behind his back, what do you want to do? A good dog doesn't block the way. Is the road yours? Can you control it? Luo Su and Jiang Ning laughed, initially just wanting to tease Lu Jiao, but now, the sense of superiority from bullying took over, making them feel a strong sense of pleasure. These two little brats are so annoying. Jiang Xiaoming, who was usually timid, also raised his fist this time, what do you want to do? If you don't move, I'll tell the teacher. Zhang Ning looked him up and down, still a mama's boy? Need to run to the teacher for everything? Shorty. Jiang Xiaoming's face turned red with anger, you're the shorty. I will grow taller. Lu Chen felt some sympathy. He really wanted to tell Jiang Xiaoming, even when you're 18, you won't grow much taller. Luo Su and Zhang Ning were just here to mock him. Lu Chen didn't want to get involved with them anymore. He said coldly, speak up if you have something to say, or let it out if you have gas. He had to go to work and didn't have time to play house with them. Luo Su smirked, next Monday, when the results come out, you won't fake being sick, will you? You can run but you can't hide. Get ready to kneel. Cowards are the ones who run away, Zhang Ning added. Lu Chen looked at them as if they were fools, remember this phrase. I won't run away, I hope you won't either. Ha ha ha. Luo Su and Jiang Ning were pleased, they had known for a long time that Lu Chen always handed in his paper first, clearly he was just pretending to be bad. Even if he was a god, he couldn't soar to the sky. Run for what? Lu Chen, see you on Monday. Luo Su and Zhang Ning said as they left. Kindness surged, while malice continued to assail. Lu Chen smiled slightly, let's go, see you on Monday, thank you. He waved to Liang Wei and the others, parted ways at the school gate, and prepared to have dinner before going to work. Liang Wei and a few others looked at each other, all worried, sighing deeply. Will Monday be a sunny day or a rainy day? Lu Jiao sat in the car of the Lu family, looked back, feeling content, ready to have a pleasant weekend. Lu Chen received a message from Jing Nan on the way. Xiao Shi, it's been a long time, I finally have time tomorrow. Come out and play. I'll take you to sing karaoke and eat hot pot. Lu Chen hesitated. What was Jing Xiao up to? After finally getting some free time, he had wanted to treat Jing Xiao to a meal to thank him for taking care of him during this time. He tried several times, but couldn't take that step. At this moment, the interface suddenly showed that the other party was typing. Lu Chen widened his eyes slightly, nervously looking at the chat interface, concentrating and holding his breath. A message from Jing Xiao popped up. Xiao Shi, are you free tomorrow? Let me treat you to a meal and replenish your nutrition. Jing Xiao was concerned that Lu Chen lived alone, couldn't eat well, and his body wouldn't be able to handle it, so he wanted to take him to eat something good. This kid was not having an easy time alone. He needed to take care of him more. The joy in Lu Chen's heart suddenly bloomed, bursting like fireworks. He gripped his phone tightly, his eyes shining. Lu Chen replied to Jing Xiao, I am. On the other side, Jing Xiao was sitting in front of desk 783, seeing those two words, visible joy appeared in his eyes. In modern society, the number of ghosts is extremely rare, because the conditions for their formation are harsh, so when desk 783 is idle, it is truly idle, but once a non-natural event that disrupts society occurs, they need to venture into danger, risking their lives. Therefore, the members have extremely strong mental and physical qualities, each one is tough and capable, both intelligent and brave, very outstanding. The ghost spirit Yang Fan caught a glimpse of his boss's expression, smirked mysteriously, and it began. It's that Lu Chen again, right? Little brother? He dared to bet that these two would end up in a complicated situation in the end. But that Lu Chen's physique is too strange. He had been pondering for a long time and couldn't figure it out. If the boss hadn't told him to keep it secret, he really wanted to study it. Lu Chen replied to Jing Nan, I have something tomorrow, can we do it the day after tomorrow? Jing Nan, sure, I'll come pick you up the day after tomorrow. Lu Chen, don't come too early, I need to sleep. Don't worry, I can't wake up too early either. Lu Chen smiled, put away his phone, busy and gradually moving away from the people and things of the past. By the time he graduated from high school next year and became an adult, the Lu family would completely disappear from his life. Burning, nirvana, rebirth, every step he took, although hard, he enjoyed the joy of the harvest. For this, he was willing to give it his all. At 9:30 in the evening, Lu Chen came out of the mall, got on a bus, and the driver, seeing him, shuddered. Lu Chen suppressed a smile. It was the unlucky uncle driver who was attacked by Zhang Wen that day. What a coincidence, this bus had only Lu Chen as a passenger, swaying around with a ghostly atmosphere. Don't be nervous, I'm not a monster, Lu Chen reassured him. The uncle driver wiped his sweat. Young man, don't talk, I'm nervous. Lu Chen quickly shut up. His life was still in the hands of the uncle driver, he didn't want to lose an arm or a leg. After a while, the uncle driver became even more nervous. Young man, why don't you say something? Say something to prove you're not a monster. It's too scary. He replayed that scene countless times in his mind. Later he got confused, unsure if it really happened or if it was his imagination. Chuckled, oh, the driver uncle's emotions were unstable, which violated the safety driving guidelines, but how to bring it up? Driver brother, what you see is all fake, don't worry, I'm not a monster, I'm just a student. I am upright and honest, I am a good person. Is it okay to say that? Lu Chen continued, there are no ghosts in this world. Don't worry, walk straight, sit upright, and you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door at midnight. As soon as he finished speaking, something appeared upside down on the front window of the driver's car. The driver chuckled, the young man is right, I have never done anything bad in my life, I am honest and upright, I am not afraid of shadows, even ghosts can't bear to harm me. Lu Chen clearly saw a piece of arm-like tender lotus root hanging down on the front window, knocking on the car window, making a series of giggling laughter. Lu Chen's scalp tingled, but fortunately, he had a special constitution, and the ghost doll only teased the driver's front window, glanced at him, felt a little scared, then jumped down and disappeared like a monkey on the night road in an instant. This time Lu Chen was not calm. The driver opened up and continued, "Judging by your appearance, you are still a high school student, right? Why are you out so late again? This road is deserted, it's not safe to be alone. My daughter is 16 this year, the same age as you. I never let her go out at night. People nowadays are very bad, especially targeting children, especially teenagers. Be careful." Lu Chen stabilized his mind amidst the driver's chatter, thinking, "Luckily you can't see it, otherwise we would both be doomed." Fortunately, the journey was uneventful, and Lu Chen returned to the residential area feeling very depressed. Wasn't Jing Xiao supposed to say that ghosts are very rare? How did he encounter one again? This thing was afraid of him and couldn't harm him, but it was very unsightly. Suddenly seeing it was really like a scene from a horror movie. When he sees Jing Xiao tomorrow, he must tell him, although he doesn't know Jing Xiao's full identity, Jing Xiao has become a reliable synonym in his heart. Early Saturday morning, Zhang Hongrui walked into the marking room and ran into a group of class teachers led by Dong Qingyu. He greeted, "Teacher Dong, good morning." Dong Qingyu was the head of the Senior 3 marking group, in his 40s, and had devoted most of his life to teaching and educating people. He was strict and serious, and he replied, "Mr. Zhang, good morning." There were more than a dozen teachers in the room, all of whom had to mark the papers, record the scores, and calculate the rankings today, which was quite a heavy task. Therefore, everyone arrived early at 8 o'clock. The test papers and answer sheets were stacked in piles, covering the names, student numbers, and classes to ensure fairness. Zhang Hongrui was given the subjective part of the Chinese exam. As he was marking, he stopped in surprise. There was a paper that was too beautiful, and he couldn't find any deductions, even in the essay. He read through the whole thing. The writing was very good, but lacked emotional resonance. Which class was this student from? They write so well, probably one of the top students in the class. He hesitated and handed the paper to the other teachers to look at together, saying, "This student has almost no mistakes, let's all take a look at this essay together, I don't know how to grade it." After several teachers had read it, the Chinese teacher from class 2 said, "The writing is good, but lacks emotion, it's a bit too didactic, like reciting poetry, deduct 5 points, what do you think?" The other teachers agreed, "It's a pity, if it was written better, it might have gotten a full score." Who is this student from? They are amazing. It could be Tianli or Zhang Yixuan from class 1. It could also be Yang from the Dong family. But the handwriting doesn't look like theirs. Forget it, let's continue marking, get everything sorted out today, so the students can check their grades on Monday. So Zhang Hongrui made a big stroke and deducted 8 points from this test paper, 3 of which he felt were deserved because the composition should not be written like that, it's not memorizing textbooks. After a while, several teachers exclaimed in surprise because they were grading a perfect test paper. They couldn't find any flaws. The room was filled with excited teachers. The handwriting is obviously from the same person. Who is this student? Dong Qingyu walked over, looking satisfied with the math paper in his hand. "Give me a bunch of students like this, no, give me a whole car." "Teacher Dong, it must be a student from your class, the top of the grade is secured. This child must be snatched up by top universities, maybe even the top scorer in next year's college entrance examination, amazing." Dong Qingyu modestly replied, but in his heart, he was thrilled. It's too early to say these things now, the real outcome will be determined at the moment after the college entrance examination, but this child is indeed a good seedling, with very clear logical thinking, able to achieve perfection without any errors, truly deserving of praise. All the teachers finished grading, eager to see which student had almost a perfect score. Zhang Hongrui was a bit nervous, still thinking about Lu Chen, not knowing what grade he would get. He had improved so much last time, he must improve a bit more this time. The teachers opened the seals, the first one to look at the owner of the perfect score paper. "Ha? Lu Chen? Who is Lu Chen?" Zhang Hongrui's eyes widened in shock. His heart was pounding loudly. Damn! He almost cursed. The teachers combined the answer sheet and the subjective scores, all feeling a bit dazed. Class 4, Lu Chen, 742 points. Dong Qingyu was also stunned. He glanced at Zhang Hongrui. Teacher Zhang, he's a student in your class, quite surprising. Zhang Hongrui thought to himself, who wouldn't be surprised? I am also very surprised, I am damn surprised. But, I am so happy, ha ha ha. He smiled. I said this child is very smart, and has been working hard recently. I felt sorry for him, studying day and night, finally paying off. Our class 4, the children are all outstanding, doing well. Dong Qingyu jokingly scolded, alright, I know your class is great, but this child didn't just improve, he soared. The teachers were amazed. Lu Chen had no idea. He slept until 10 o'clock, took a shower, went downstairs, and headed straight to the entrance of the community. He got into the car, and Jing Xiao fastened his seatbelt for him, taking care of him like a child, even handing him a cup of milk. Lu Chen was speechless. Was he being treated like a child? The two arrived at a quiet restaurant in the city center, which looked elegant from the outside. Jing Xiao said, the confidentiality measures here are very good, my identity is not convenient to appear in public, and the food here is delicious. As they got out of the car, Jing Nan greeted them with a few friends, happily patting Jing Xiao on the shoulder, as they were all familiar with each other. Lu Chen stepped out of the car a bit slower, unexpectedly coming face to face with Jing Nan, the air suddenly quiet. Lu Chen, why is it a bit awkward? Jing Nan's gaze shifted from Lu Chen to Jing Xiao, then back to Lu Chen. He covered his heart, feeling his not-so-strong heart had been hurt. Did you guys meet by chance? Jing Nan asked expectantly. Lu Chen cleared his throat, calm and composed, with a pure smile. No, brother Jing Nan, you're here for dinner too? Good, no lies, still a good kid. Jing Nan chuckled, I'm here to enjoy the breeze. So, your so-called business is having dinner with my dear cousin? Lu Chen's eyes wandered. We agreed to meet tomorrow, right? Jing Zhao's eyes widened. Tomorrow? He glanced at Jing Nan, squinting his eyes, like a lion staring at a jackal. Jing Nan has always admired his cousin since he was young, but he also wants to catch up with him. So I'm second in line? Lin Xiaoxi, you're being unfair. How can you treat us differently? Can't you invite me when you two eat together? Is it too crowded with 3 people? Jing Nan indignantly accused him. Lu Chen moved behind Jing Xiao. 3 people, isn't it crowded? Jing Xiao blocked Lu Chen. That's enough, stop howling. Xiaoxi was my first invitation, let's each eat our own. Don't disturb us. Xiaoxi, let's go. Jing Xiao turned back and said to Lu Chen. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, nodding and urging them to hurry up and leave. The 3 people behind Jing Nan, 2 men and a woman, curiously looked at Lu Chen. This kid looks unfamiliar. Brother Nan, who is this boy? The girl, slender and beautiful, with a charming temperament, asked in confusion. Jing Nan's eyes turned. He's very cute, right? Let's go, let's join them at the same table. I'll introduce Xiaoxi to you, he's very well behaved, you'll definitely like him. The 3 people chuckled in their hearts, as the other 2 left so quickly, seeming unwilling, but brother Nan had a thick skin and squeezed in. However, they were also curious, what kind of person could make Jing Xiao, this high-profile flower, take notice? Look at that rare and protective look, fresh. Jing Xiao took Lu Chen upstairs through the VIP channel, and the waiter politely led them into a private room. Young Master Jing, please come in. Jing Xiao opened the menu and placed it in front of Lu Chen. Xiaoxi, what do you like to eat? You choose. Lu Chen leaned over, and just as the 2 were about to look, there was a knock on the door. The door was then pushed open a crack, and Jing Nan poked his head in. Isn't this spacious enough? There's enough seating, do you mind if we all eat together? We're all acquaintances, it'll be lively, we can all have a few more bites. So Jing Nan and the other 3 boldly joined them, and the waiter, with an apologetic face, said, Young Master Jing, young Master Nan said he had an appointment with you, so I didn't dare to stop him. Jing Xiao understood Jing Nan's character very well, so he said, it's okay. The waiter quickly closed the door and left. These were people he couldn't afford to offend. Lu Chen's heartstrings tightened again. He looked at each of them and said, Hello, I'm Lu Chen. The only girl spoke first. Hello, I'm Zhong Yuxiu. Don't be nervous, sister is a good person. She finished with a smile covering her mouth. Brother is also a good person. The other 2 didn't want to be left behind. Xiaoxi, I'm Zhang Xian. Chan Yen. Lu Chen nodded gently, choose whatever you like to eat. Lu Chen handed the other menu to them, while he and Jing Xiao looked at one. Jing Nan sat next to Lu Chen, picked up the tea on the table and took a sip, then began to question, Xiaoxi, when did you become so close to Jing Xiao? They had reached the point of having a meal alone. According to Jing Xiao's character, he wouldn't go out alone with someone he wasn't familiar with. Lu Chen raised his head, it was a chance encounter, and we gradually got to know each other. Brother Jing Xiao is very nice. Oh, am I not nice? Jing Nan smirked. Jing Xiao looked at Jing Nan with his arms crossed, and said displeasedly, you're not as good as me. I didn't ask you, Xiaoxi, what do you think? Jing Nan looked at him expectantly, hoping he would support him and save face. Lu Chen carefully chose his words, and finally said cautiously, I'm hungry, let's order quickly. What does that mean? Jing Nan's face fell. Jing Zhao's eyes lit up, you can order whatever you want, brother has money. Jing Nan and the other three looked at Jing Xiao with a strange look, as if they were seeing him in a new light. And Lu Chen, who was looking down. Is this still the Jing Xiao they knew? The calm, intelligent, and aloof Jing Xiao, his image collapsed in an instant. Lu Chen was also stunned, this domineering attitude, handsome guy, your image has collapsed. Zhong Yuxiu smiled, her face like a blooming peach blossom, Xiaoxi, don't be polite, Master Jing Xiao has plenty of money. Lu Chen smiled shyly, brother Jing Xiao is the best. Jing Nan. Always feel something strange, why did you beat around the bush when answering me? Lu Chen continued, brother Jing Nan is also very good, so are the brothers and sisters. Hey, I'm generous, I won't argue with you, Jing Nan is happy. Zhong Yuxiu, Zhang Xian, and Shen Yan also smiled. This kid is quite clever, good at understanding people's minds, harmless in appearance, which is an advantage. Speaking is comfortable. Soon, dishes were served one after another. Just as everyone was about to start eating, the door was knocked again. Who could it be this time? Jing Nan was closer, he opened the door, his hand trembled quickly, took a few steps back, Elder. Elder brother, it's you. Damn, the king of hell is here. Can we still run now? Jing Chen raised an eyebrow, why are you trembling? Am I that scary? He walked in leisurely, I saw you guys from far away, thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Oh, Jing Xiao is here too, having a meal? Jing Xiao looked at his brother with mixed feelings, eating with him is like going through a trial, are they all coming to interrogate him? Next time, change the location. Lu Chen looked enviously at his tall figure, so tall, it would be nice if he shared some height with me. Zhong Yuxiu, Zhang Xian, and Shen Yan greeted him honestly, hello, brother Chen. Jing Chen nodded, this little friend looks familiar? Lu Chen obediently replied, hello, I'm Lu Chen. Such a strong presence. Lu Chen felt intimidated, observing others' reactions, this person seems not easy to deal with. I remember now. Jing Chen sat in Jing Nan's seat, I saw you at Jing Zhao's concert. You probably didn't see me clearly. Let me introduce myself. I'm Jing Chen, Jing Zhao's older brother, you can call me that too. The lighting was dim that day, Lu Chen indeed didn't see clearly, is this Jing Zhao's older brother? He really exudes the aura of an older brother. Brother. Lu Chen felt pressured by that aura and complied. Jing Chen nodded in satisfaction, looking at Jing Xiao, why are you glaring at me? Not happy to see me? Jing Xiao looked warily at his brother, brother, I invited someone to dinner. Don't act up. Jing Chen reassured his younger brother, don't worry, I'm just passing by. Mom, Dad, and Yao Yao are still waiting for me. I'll leave after a while. Mom and Dad? What are you guys doing? Jing Xiao was surprised. Both families are having dinner to discuss the engagement. Aren't I amazing? Jing Chen boasted. How come I didn't know? Are we still a family? I wanted to invite you, but you said you were busy. He glanced at Lu Chen with interest. Should we all sit together? No. Jing Zhao's scalp tingled, his parents are not easy to deal with, Lu Chen might not have a good time sitting with them. Don't scare the kid. Jing Chen generously let it go, stood up, patted his brother's shoulder, I'm leaving. He looked at Lu Chen. See you next time, little friend. Lu Chen smiled. Goodbye, big brother. With this innocent look, Jing Xiao patted Lu Chen's head. Next time, he will deceive you thoroughly. After Jing Chen left, Jing Nan, Zhong Yuxiu, Zhang Shen, and Shen Yan all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no loss this time. The meal was lively. Jing Nan was the most adept at livening up the atmosphere. There was basically no dull moment. After the meal, Jing Xiao drove Lu Chen to a secluded lake on the outskirts of the city. It was rarely visited, quiet all around, but with a wide view. When I encounter problems, I come here, sit quietly for a while. Isn't it beautiful? Lu Chen looked up. The lake shimmered, the blue sky, trees, creating a unique scenery. It's a pity that winter has arrived. It would be more picturesque in spring or autumn. Very beautiful. Lu Chen looked up at the sky, his black hair tousled by the wind. Jing Xiao looked towards the sky. Under the vast sky, although people are small, even ants can shake a giant tree. In a prosperous era of peace, there will always be someone carrying a heavy burden. Lu Chen glanced at Jing Xiao's handsome features, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. In the vast world, among all things, I am willing to embrace the sun, even if it burns all my strength. Lu Chen told Jing Xiao about the incident with the ghost doll he had seen before, very pale, like a flower doll, with eyes so big. Lu Chen gestured with his fingers. Jing Xiao pondered, I will try using the soul-searching device later. You need to be careful and continue to carry something for self-defense with you, okay? Lu Chen nodded. I thought you would take it back. Jing Xiao sighed. With your constitution, how could I dare to do that? Lu Chen couldn't contain his happiness. Hey, I didn't plan on taking it back either. But why were you still outside so late? Jing Xiao asked in confusion. Lu Chen honestly replied, part-time job. Jing Xiao felt a mix of anger and admiration in his heart. Lu family. Lu Chen shook his head. A person of integrity does not accept food from a questionable source. Even if I starve, I will not eat a meal from the Lu family again. Jing Xiao felt a bit distressed but also greatly admired him. As evening approached, he finally took Lu Chen to have a meal together. Go in, I'll wait for you in the car. I'll drive you home after work. I'm afraid that doll might reappear, and you could be in danger. Lu Chen refused. No, you've been working all day. You know, ghosts fear me. It's not that I fear ghosts. Jing Xiao took out a laptop from the back seat. It's okay, although you have a special constitution, if you encounter a very fierce ghost, you could still get hurt. I can also do some work here, it's just a matter of 3 hours. Unable to persuade Lu Chen, Jing Xiao could only nod. Then you wait for me. That night, when Jing Xiao took Lu Chen back home, they didn't encounter the ghost doll along the way. Lu Chen relaxed, thinking it was good. Who would willingly want to see ghosts? It's scary. On Sunday morning, Jing Nan arrived at Lu Chen's residential area at 11 o'clock, calling him to come out. It was time for lunch. Jing Xiao stood in a corner at the entrance, smiling at him. Jing Nan rubbed his eyes and stared at him. Jing Xiao? Why is it you again? What? Don't want to see me? Jing Xiao wore a mask and a cap pulled down tightly. Jing Nan truly loved him, he could recognize him even in that disguise. It's not that, but I haven't seen you for 10 days or so, and now seeing you 2 days in a row feels a bit unusual. Jing Nan was puzzled. Why are you here? Jing Xiao got into his car. I'm here to join you guys, 3 people won't be crowded. What? Jing Nan realized something. Hey, get out, I'm not taking you. Today is a gathering for me and Xiaoxi. Jing Xiao remained unfazed. I took a taxi here, you have to take me. The car is spacious enough, there's room for everyone, don't mind having a meal together, we're all familiar, it'll be lively, and we can eat a bit more. Jing Xiao repeated expressionlessly. Why does this sound so familiar? Jing Nan stared at him. You're really naughty. Why do I feel like you're getting back at me? Is that necessary? At that moment, Lu Chen hurried out. Jing Nan waved to him. Xiaoxi, over here, I'm here. Lu Chen smiled and ran over. Jing Nan opened the passenger door. Get in, it's cold outside. Jing Xiao opened the back door. Xiaoxi, sit in the back. Jing Xiao? Lu Chen was surprised. You're here too? Lu Chen quickly sat next to him, eyes bright. Have a meal together? Jing Xiao ruffled his hair. Yes. Jing Nan's hand on the car door trembled slightly. You. What's wrong with me? Jing Xiao smirked. You, behave yourself. Jing Nan felt helpless. If you weren't my brother, I would really hit you. Even though I might not win, I would still fight. Even a small gain is worth it. Jing Xiao ignored him. Hurry up and drive. Today I will honor you by letting you be our driver. For a moment, Jing Nan almost exploded in anger. Lu Chen apologized, saying, Jing Nan, thank you for your hard work. I will treat you to a meal later to thank you for taking care of me. I appreciate it. Jing Nan immediately turned off the engine, touched his head, got into the car, and started the car. I didn't do much. It's embarrassing for you to say that. He accepted his fate and became the driver. Jing Xiao lectured from the back seat, associate with the virtuous and avoid the wicked. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. Learn from the good and stay away from the bad. For example, some people are loud and lacking in insight, too impulsive and not stable enough, with a thick skin like a city wall. Don't learn that, understand? Lu Chen listened attentively. Yes, I understand. Jing Nan chimed in. That's right, don't learn that. Learn from me, I have nothing but strengths. Lu Chen replied, oh, okay, in a perfunctory manner. Jing Xiao leaned back in his seat, thinking to himself that his cousin was beyond help. The three of them had a quick meal, and because of Jing Nan's special status, they found a private room where they could eat and have fun, ensuring privacy and making it a pleasant weekend. At night, with no work to do on the weekend, Lu Chen sat at the computer browsing a website of a technology museum in Country A, feeling a bit disappointed when leaving. He realized that perhaps with his current knowledge, he could only gain further insights through practice. He checked his balance and decided to visit the flea market when he had time, hoping to find some good items. On Monday, the monthly exam results were announced. He was confident in his performance, and as for the reactions of others, life needed some surprises to be interesting. He bought 2 buns on the way, rode a public bicycle, and leisurely arrived at the school. He finished the buns at the school gate, attracting many curious glances, which he had become accustomed to. As he entered the campus, Lu Lin and Lu Zhao arrived almost at the same time. Seeing Lu Chen, Lu Lin hesitated to talk to him. Before he could say anything, Lu Chen turned and walked down another path, not even looking at them. Lu Lin bit his lip, lowered his eyelids, feeling hurt. Lu Zhao looked disdainfully at the figure, thinking that he would have his turn later. Shaolin, don't worry, as I said, even if Lu Chen loses, I won't make things difficult for him. Although he is now on a different path from us and ignores you, I can't forget the past. I will have a guilty conscience. Lu Zhao assured. Lu Lin felt stifled and nodded in response. When Lu Chen returned to the classroom, to his surprise, most of the classmates had already arrived. Seeing Lu Chen walk in, they looked at him nervously. Lu Chen said, "What's wrong? Stop giving me those looks like I'm going to the gallows. Can't you have a little faith in me?" Li Wei furrowed his brows. Why aren't you worried at all? I'm nervous for you. Lu Chen sat down. It's just a small matter, why panic? I've said it before, I will be the first. Trust me, I really have answered all the questions. Classmates, you're so awesome. You should be a bit more realistic when bragging. It's now 7:30 in the morning, with half an hour left before the school posts the results. Lu Chen picked up the unfinished papers on the table and occasionally answered a few questions. In fact, he was diverging his thoughts, which was his way of relaxing his brain. Li Mei hesitated to speak, and Lu Chen knew what she wanted to say. He focused his gaze, returned to his senses, and looked at her with a smile. The result was already determined the moment the test was over. Suspicion, anxiety, and worry won't change anything. Little girl, quantum trajectories, the intersection of fate points to the outcome, which, in a sense, is predetermined. Look, I'm not in a hurry. Li Mei listened in a daze, feeling that it made sense but not quite understanding. She suddenly realized that her desk mate was now far ahead of her. He might really be able to work miracles. I didn't quite understand, but it sounds impressive, Li Mei blushed and said embarrassedly. The term little girl sounded strangely beautiful coming from his mouth. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. I was just talking nonsense, I don't really understand either. Li Mei was stunned, picked up a book from the table and covered his face with it. Shut up. Why? How can you hit the face of our handsome little guy? Lu Beibei quickly took it off for him, then did what she had always wanted to do, pinched Lu Chen's cheeks, excitedly rubbing her hands, feeling satisfied. Lu Chen felt that this girl would definitely be a heartbreaker in the future. Taking advantage of the opportunity, openly pinching someone, and it actually hurt. At 8 o'clock, the students rushed down like a swarm of bees, each one fluttering like moths drawn to a flame, sticking to the list in front. Dong Qingyu held the report card. Excuse me, students. The students shifted. Zhang Hangrui shouted, make way. The crowd finally made way, and Zhang Hangrui smiled and said, Teacher Dong, please hurry up and post it, stop dragging your feet. Dong Qingyu adjusted his glasses. Why are the students so excited this time? What's the rush? Did everyone do well? Teacher, stop talking, hurry up, we're waiting. The students were anxious. Got it, eager for punishment, Dong Qingyu unfolded the report card and posted it. Almost got squeezed out of his shoes. Zhang Hangrui stood on the periphery, fireworks exploding in his heart, bursting with joy. His class 4 students ranked first for the first time, giving him a feeling of being on top of the world, overlooking all others. I've made it. He stood tall, looking at Dong Qingyu. Old Dong, you don't understand, being in first place has always been my dream. Ah, now that it's come true, I realize that being first is not so unattainable after all. Everything is possible, don't you think? As a class teacher, Dong Qingyu listened with a sour taste in his mouth. Look at you, with your poor man's sudden wealth face, only one of them made it, the rest are all outside the top 50. So what? That one is first. It's of exceptionally high quality, Who knows, maybe next time the top 30 will be dominated by our class 4. Don't be too arrogant, you're the typical person who gets carried away. It's one thing to be first once, but being first every time is the real skill. Dong Qingyu was not convinced. Zhang Hangrui raised his eyebrows triumphantly. Don't speak too soon, the probability of a miracle happening is 1 in a million, but once it happens, there are endless possibilities ahead. Dong Qingyu glanced at him, hands behind his back. Let's go, what are you still doing here? You go first, I'll enjoy it a bit longer. Hee, Dong Qingyu shrugged and ignored him. The students crowded together to see the rankings, and when they saw the first place, they thought they were seeing things. Wow! I can't believe it. Lan Chen is in first place? First place Lan Chen, 742 points, second place. Tianli, 709 points, third place Zhang Yishuan, 690 points. That's the top 3. That 742 points were so dazzling, like a thunderbolt on a clear day, it also shook the young hearts of the students. Lu Jiao and Luo Su, Jiang Ning looked at the bright red list, the 742 points in black, their vision darkened, their hands and feet cold. How is this possible? Are they kidding me? The situation that was thought to be a sure win dramatically reversed. The blow was so great that no one could accept it for a while. Lan Chen scored first, a full 33 points higher than the second place, slapping everyone in the face. So, never underestimate anyone, otherwise, you never know when things will turn upside down. After a brief moment of confusion, the students of Class 4 were all excited. What a shocking turnaround! Their class has a monk who sweeps the floor. How did Lu Chen do it? He is my god. Lu Jiao's face was extremely ugly, unable to hold back his emotions for the first time in front of the crowd. He said to Luo Su and Jiang Ning with a stern face, let's go. Lu Lin was also peeking from a corner, eagerly standing on tiptoes to watch. In his heart, he actually hoped that Lu Chen would win, but he felt it was unlikely. He didn't know why, but Lu Chen didn't have this mindset at home. When they left, and he was being ignored, he started to look forward to talking to him. After all, he was his brother. The words brother lingered in his mind day after day, making him increasingly aware of how excessive he had been. He shouldn't have viewed Lu Chen with that kind of attitude. When Lu Lin saw the name at the top of the list, he smiled for a moment, then felt incredulous, absurd, and bizarre, his face flushing. He clenched his lips, and the mockery and disdain towards Lu Chen turned into monsters, mocking and biting at him. In that moment, Lu Lin seemed to go back to the day Lu Chen left the Lu family. He watched Lu Chen's departing figure, not understanding the true significance it represented. Why were Dad and Big Brother so sentimental? He initially thought there would be a reunion, but there wouldn't be. Big Brother said he won't come back. It was true. Lu Lin took a few lonely steps back, turned around, but saw Lu Jiao not far away, an expression he had never seen before, filled with gloom, those eyes, full of coldness and ruthlessness. Lu Lin suddenly bit his lip, afraid, and took a step back. His mind was spinning, his face drained of color from the sudden storm. Lu Jiao, Luo Su, and Zhang Ning couldn't bear the mocking gazes of their classmates and prepared to escape. Lu Chen slowly walked downstairs, teasing like a cat with a mouse. Where are you going? It's time to fulfill the bet. Luo Su and Zhang Ning's faces stiffened, while Lu Jiao quietly distanced himself from them. Are you trying to escape? Cowards run away. Remember that? Lu Chen found it amusing. Those who insult others will be insulted in return. The seeds of wrongdoing will lead to self-destruction. If it wasn't me, what would the outcome be with someone else? You are addicted to bullying. Who gives you the right? What are you? The classmates began to applaud one after another, erupting in cheers. Well said. So cool, exclaimed a hoarse female classmate. So cool. With such a young face, the words spoken were powerful and resonant, rightly pointing out that the campus is a place for learning knowledge, not cultivating bad habits. Luo Su and Jiang Ning's faces turned pale, looking to Lu Jiao for help. Lu Jiao's expression had returned to normal, as if it had nothing to do with him, and he didn't speak, instead moving further away from them. The two suddenly felt cold, realizing that the young master of the Lu family had clearly chosen to protect himself wisely, showing a selfish and callous side. You cheated! Luo Su said, his neck stiff. Lu Chen squinted, evidence? Are you doubting the school's monitoring capabilities? Talking nonsense, coward! Luo Su and Zhang Ning's faces were extremely ugly. How could one person reach the top in such a short time? Did you take a rocket? Lu Chen sneered, just because you can't do it, doesn't mean I can't. Stop making excuses. The facts are right in front of you. So, when will you fulfill the bet? That's right. The teacher didn't say anything, how can you defame a classmate? Hurry up, there's 10 minutes left before class. The onlookers urged. Luo Su and Zhang Ning stammered and couldn't speak. Did they really have to livestream eating shit? Did they still want to live? How could they have thought of such a disgusting method in the first place? They regretted it so much. Seeing them not speaking, Lu Chen pretended to think and generously said, let's do this, let me decide. Luo Su and Zhang Ning finally found a way out and immediately spoke, you decide. As long as it's not live streaming eating shit, anything else is fine. Lu Chen glanced at Lu Jiao, didn't you guys originally say that I should lose and kowtow to Lu Jiao? So this matter is also related to Lu Jiao, right? The classmates looked at Lu Jiao. Yeah, the three of them are always together. Who would believe it doesn't concern Lu Jiao? This Lu Jiao doesn't seem to be a good person. That usual appearance of aloofness and innocence, is it all an act? Lu Jiao looked innocent. Lu Chen, this is between them and you, it has nothing to do with me, I didn't make things difficult for you. Lu Chen coldly said, don't pretend in front of me, disgusting. He looked at Luo Su and Jiang Ning, as long as Lu Jiao publicly apologizes to me 54 times, admitting that I am a malicious hypocrite, the bet is off. Aren't you good friends? Just moving your mouth for a friend, isn't it excessive? Lu Chen stared at Lu Jiao, just speaking the truth, it should be easy for you, pretending for so long, will you forget your true self? A hint of malice flashed in Lu Jiao's eyes, Lu Chen, don't insult me, I'm not that kind of person. Lu Chen sighed, you two have chosen your friends poorly. Luo Su and Zhang Ning looked at Lu Jiao, just saying a few words. Lu Jiao stepped back, this is your own business, what does it have to do with me? We are not close, go away, I can't say those things to him. After Lu Jiao finished speaking, he hurriedly left. Everyone looked at each other, feeling guilty, right? Exciting! Luo Su and Jiang Ning's faces suddenly turned cold. What a joke! Lu Qin shrugged, ran away? Cowards! Both of you write me an apology letter by hand, show it to me when you're done, but I have to approve it first, that's the deal. Luo Su and Jiang Ning nodded in a hurry, as if granted amnesty. They felt somewhat grateful. They had embarrassed themselves to the point of having no face left, so they quickly slipped away. Lu Chen shook his head and went back to the classroom upstairs. After writing 100 copies, he posted them on the bulletin board, until your high school graduation, hey. Lu Lin saw all of this, feeling shaken inside, returned to the classroom absent-mindedly, his mind in a daze all day. The disparity between what he thought and what he actually saw was significant, making him wonder if he had been foolish and unaware before. Lu Chen walked back to the classroom along the stairs. Some of the classmates from class 4 followed him cautiously, their emotions complex, not daring to get too close at times. Lu Chen turned back in the hallway, smiled friendly. What's wrong? I'm not a monster. A few people coughed. That. Lu Chen had already entered the classroom. Unfriendly, arrogant. The classmates followed him back to the classroom, feeling sour, and class began. Zhang Hangrui witnessed everything downstairs, only as a bystander, not interfering. Lu Chen handled it well. He felt that this kid had a kind of magic, always bringing surprises to people, not arrogant or rash, looking obedient, but occasionally bursting with energy like thunder on a calm day, shining brightly. With the bell ringing, Zhang Hangrui looked at Lu Chen. I believe everyone has seen the results by now. This monthly exam was quite difficult, except for Lu Chen, everyone else regressed. But it's okay, just a slight setback. From now on, please focus. Lu Chen can create miracles, I believe you can too. There are 6 months left until the college entrance exam. Don't be nervous, proceed step by step, have a sense of proportion, believe in yourselves, okay? Okay. The students answered in unison. Lu Chen smiled. Having such a teacher is a student's fortune. Education not only involves imparting knowledge but also psychological nurturing is crucial. I believe everyone is itching with curiosity. Lu Chen, satisfy everyone's curiosity? How did you manage to surprise us all? Zhang Hangrui smiled. Oh, I forgot to mention, the 8 points deducted from your essay were deducted by me. Originally, other teachers would deduct 5 points, but I deducted an extra 3 points to push you to improve next time. Your essay was formulaic, truly living up to your reputation as a top scorer in math and science. The classmates laughed, thinking, shouldn't you have scored 745 points? But it ended up in the hands of our class teacher. Lu Chen stood up and said, I knew it, why did you score a few points lower than I estimated? He showed a regretful expression. The classmates were speechless, thinking, don't discourage people, I'm telling you, acting like this will get you beaten up. There will be a fight after class. Zhang Hangrui jokingly scolded, stop discouraging everyone, just spill it. Lu Chen honestly said, talent combined with effort, you can't have one without the other. Of course, I'm not discouraging you, even if you don't have high talent, putting in effort may not get you to the highest level, but surpassing most people is achievable. Why are you all staring at me? I've said it, I will be the first, I can solve any problem. It's just that you don't believe me, I can't go around shouting with a loudspeaker, can I? Lu Chen chuckled. Liang Wei felt complicated, that's not the point. The point is, why couldn't you achieve this score in your previous exams? Lu Chen looked at him as if he were a fool. I improve in every exam. Last time, I moved up 300 places. Shouldn't it be expected to move up over 100 places this time? Liang Wei took a deep breath. You little brat, just you wait. You're just being evasive, don't try to fool me. Just pretend. Zhang Hangrui gave Lu Chen a look. Alright, sit down. In the future, show your true abilities. If anyone has trouble, just ask him, don't let him off the hook. Lu Chen was stunned. I've been talking for so long, can't you listen? After class, Lu Chen was teased and poked because of his good grades, and the slight distance he had with his classmates disappeared. He ran his hand through his messy hair, smiling contentedly. Everyone has a sense of jealousy, but absolute differences can diminish this negative impact on human nature. His classmates had good characters. Li Mei, his deskmate, didn't know how to treat him anymore. She still felt a bit unreal, wondering what it was like for her lazy deskmate to suddenly become a top student. "You're amazing," Li Mei admired. "Quite intimidating," she added. Lu Chen replied, "You'll get used to it." Li Mei suddenly felt the urge to mess with him, thinking she should have just pulled his hair earlier to show him who's boss. Lu Chen became the favorite of all the teachers and a mentor to his classmates. He answered their questions seriously and became the class favorite. His name also took on a legendary color within the school. In the afternoon, Luo Su and Jiang Ning from Class 4 came to find Lu Chen, handing him a sincere apology letter. Lu Chen read it carefully. "No, it needs to be revised." The two looked unhappy, took it back to make changes, and handed it back to him. Lu Chen still looked very serious. "Still not good enough, it needs to be revised." "Where did we go wrong? Are you playing games with us?" Lu Chen said, "The apology lacks sincerity, there's no genuine remorse. It should be written willingly, with passion, to make me feel that you truly regret your actions and have a repentant heart." The two couldn't do it, took it back again, and brought it back. "This time it should be okay, right?" Lu Chen carefully read it again. "No, you haven't mentioned where you went wrong and the severity of your actions." As the end of the school day approached, Luo Su and Jiangwen were getting frustrated with the revisions. "You're worse than us." "Too bad." They had provoked a devil. Lu Chen said, "I'm just telling the truth. Your writing really isn't good. Do I have to lie against my conscience?" Fine. The two resigned themselves to continue revising, this time with genuine sincerity and regret, criticizing themselves harshly. Lu Chen waited patiently, finally receiving the document and feeling satisfied. However, he frowned and said, "The handwriting is too ugly and sloppy. Take it back and rewrite it neatly. Finish it today, I'm waiting for you." The two people sat down on the ground, feeling like life had lost its meaning. Lu Chen continued, "Look, I'm just like you. You make changes, and I'll review. If it weren't for you, I would have gone home after school. It's not just you who are tired, I'm tired too, you know?" Jiang Ning sat on the ground and said, "Please, be quiet." Lu Chen nodded, and as he saw them return to their class, he left, muttering to himself about waiting for them, cursing under his breath. Luo Su and Jiang Ning finished copying, excited to hand it over to Lu Chen to end their ordeal. However, when they arrived at the fourth class, it was empty and silent, with no one in sight. They were shocked and frustrated. Meanwhile, Jing Xiao and Yang Fan chased a little ghost through the city, almost losing sight of him as he ran towards the outskirts. Jing Xiao raised his silver gun and threatened, "Stop now, or I'll make you disappear." The little ghost stopped, pouted, and started crying pitifully, the sound echoing eerily in the night. Yang Fan, feeling moved, said, "Oh no, the child is crying." Despite being a little ghost, he was still a child who had died young. Jing Xiao couldn't bear it and lowered his gun, offering to help the child let go of his attachment. The child, feeling desolate, wiped away imaginary tears and said, "I'm just bored, I'm waiting for my brother." Jing Xiao asked gently, "Where is your brother?" The child replied sadly, "I don't know, he passed by this road before." Feeling sympathetic, Jing Xiao and Yang Fan refrained from being too harsh on the child. The child, heartbroken, explained that he was waiting for his brother who had something similar to him. Jing Xiao, realizing the situation was more complicated, asked the child to clarify who had hurt him. The child, in fear, mentioned a painful injection and pointed to his arm full of needle marks. Jing Xiao's eyes widened as he understood the gravity of the situation. The child couldn't remember much but recalled being alone after waking up from the injection, surrounded by burning bodies in a large furnace. Jing Xiao and Yang Fan realized the seriousness of the situation and decided to investigate further. Yang Fan remarked, "Boss, this is not a simple matter." Jing Xiao nodded and vowed to get to the bottom of it. He then asked the child to lead them to where he had escaped from, but the child refused, fearing to return. Jing Xiao made a deal with the child, promising to help him find his brother if he guided them to the place he had escaped from. The child's eyes lit up at the prospect of finding his brother, and he agreed to lead them. Jing Xiao and Yang Fan followed the little ghost to an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city, which had already been demolished. This is it. It had been destroyed, and they had no way to investigate. Yang Fan shook his head. Boss, with this level of destruction, we won't find anything. Jing Xiao nodded and sent a message. After a moment, Jing Xiao received a call from Jin Nan. That place used to be a prison over a decade ago. The prison was later relocated, in a remote location, gradually abandoned, until it was bought by Tianqing Group to establish a subsidiary. However, construction has been delayed until last month when it finally started. Tianqing Group? Jing Xiao furrowed his brows for a moment. I understand. Tianqing Group is a large biotechnology company jointly owned by Country A and Country C, mainly engaged in drug research and biopharmaceutical services. They have made outstanding contributions in tackling various stubborn diseases such as infectious diseases, cancer, and liver diseases, and have a global reputation. The largest shareholder is BNT from Country A, with only dividend rights, while the actual controlling shareholder is Yin Minghan from Country C. A prominent philanthropist, with power comparable to the Lu family and the Jing family, even surpassing them, is a formidable figure. Yang Fan swallowed nervously. Boss, should we continue investigating? What, scared? Jing Xiao glanced at him. Scared? Scared of what? Even if the God of Heaven comes, I won't be scared. We must investigate thoroughly. Yang Fan said firmly. He was trembling inside. Okay, he admitted he was a little scared. After all, it was a big shot. Jing Xiao looked at the ruins in front of him, his eyes as cold as ice. Let's go. Since it has been destroyed, we won't find any useful information here. What's next? Let's investigate secretly for now. Got it. Jing Xiao looked at the little ghost. You come with me. After work, Lu Chen came out of the mall with his backpack, feeling happy as he walked towards the bus stop. Today was another fruitful day. Lin Xiaoxi, you must keep up the good work. In a corner, Jing Xiao warned the little ghost, don't disturb him. Is he the brother you mentioned? The little ghost asked excitedly. He is, handsome brother, fragrant. Why do you want to find him? The little ghost nibbled on his finger. I'm leaving because I have no family. I feel he is like me. I imagine him as my family to fulfill my fantasy. I won't harm him. The little ghost greedily looked at Lu Chen. Some memories came back to him. He was an orphan, taken away, given medicine, and died like that. His only thought was a touch of warmth. Jing Xiao hesitated. Should we talk to him? The little ghost's spirit gradually became transparent. No need, I have no regrets now. Brother is shining brightly. I won't disturb him anymore. Goodbye, thank you for accompanying me on my final journey. Jing Xiao watched the disappearing child and then looked at Lu Chen sitting at the bus stop, feeling heavy in his heart. In an unknown corner, someone had come, taking you as their belief, Xiaoxi. Yang Fan had many suspicions in his mind. Boss, he... Jing Xiao shook his head. Don't disturb him, we've got everything under control. Yang Fan nodded solemnly, looking at the bright young man, with a hint of worry on his face. Lu family. Lu Lin told his family about Lu Chen ranking first in the exam. Lu Chen, he's really amazing. Lu Lin murmured. Lu Xing laughed heartily. Of course, he is Lu Chen, he is smarter than all of us. Surprised? Arrogant family members? Lu Jing glanced at him. So you've known all along? So what? When evaluating a family member with blood ties, should we use intelligence as a measure? No one will always endure everything. Lu Xing picked up his coat. I have something to do, I'll leave first. Passing by Lu Jiao, he looked down. How did you manage to leave no trace of what you've done? Who has that ability? Lu Jiao lowered his head. Big brother, I don't understand what you're saying. Lu Xing glanced at him. Still not leaving, aren't you ashamed? When Qin frowned, don't treat your younger brother like this. Lu Xing waved his hand. Okay, let's go. Lu Jing felt like he was being gnawed by ants in his heart, feeling depressed, and stood up saying, I'm going out for a walk. When Qin opened her mouth, sighed silently, and said to Lu Jiao and Lu Lin, go back to your rooms and rest, everything will pass. Lu Lin glanced at Lu Jiao, went upstairs silently by himself, increasingly suspecting that Lu Jiao was not the same as he usually appeared to be. His older brother was much smarter than him, he wouldn't target someone for no reason. They used to think that Lu Chen was scheming, but in reality, who was it? Lu Jing drove to Lu Chen's neighborhood, waiting silently, and sure enough, before long, Lu Chen walked in wearing a padded jacket. It was late again, was he working? After all, he didn't take a single cent from the Lu family when he left. Lu Jing greedily looked at him, seemed to have grown taller? He looked more energetic, but still so thin. Was he not eating properly? Dad was wrong, really wrong. Lu Chen bought glue from a small shop and brought it to school the next day. Early in the morning, Luo Su and Jiang Ning stood with serious faces at the door of Class 4. Lu Chen, come out. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, walked out slowly. What's up? Why didn't you wait for us yesterday and left on your own? Lu Chen was puzzled. I waited for you, didn't I? Nonsense, we came over and you were nowhere to be seen. Lu Chen said, oh, I was worried you were hungry, so I went downstairs to buy you food. After all, you were tired. I came back and waited for an hour, but didn't see you, so I went to look for you. You guys had already left, that's too much. Luo Su and Jiang Ning, really? Lu Chen nodded in grievance, his face looking sincere, the two of them puzzled. Did we just miss each other? Seems like it. Lu Chen affirmed, then accused, you guys really lack sincerity, couldn't you wait for me for a few minutes? The two of them deflated, stammering, sorry, we didn't know. Lu Chen was satisfied, smiling, it's okay, I'm generous. Is the apology letter ready? Give it to me. The two handed him the letter. Lu Chen looked at it, it's good, but you need to sign it, come on, sign your own name, and we'll put this behind us. Annoying. The two wrote their names, feeling relieved. Finally it was over. Lu Chen took those two pieces of paper and tucked them into his book. After school, he made copies outside, posted them on the most prominent bulletin board on campus, and from then on, he would check regularly to see if they were still there, if they had been torn down, and promptly replace them, persisting until the end. It was like a pillar of shame, capturing the attention of all the teachers and students in the school. With his own efforts, he created two rising stars. Later, the head of the propaganda department quietly gave up his position to him, and the school used this as an example to promote a civilized campus, comprehensive development of morality, intelligence, and physical fitness, achieving good results. Only Luo Su and Jiang Ning, with tears in their hearts, secretly tore them down a few times, but every time they tore them, Lu Chen would calmly put them back up, enjoying the process. The two discussed whether they should stop asking him. Beg for mercy, boss, spare us. No. Lu Chen refused. He was cornered by Luo Su and Jiang Ning, the two begging him to stop, but Lu Chen vetoed it. If you don't offer a toast, you'll have to drink a forfeit. Luo Su threatened him. I hit hard. Lu Chen's face turned pale. You dare. Look, you guys are still the same, without a trace of remorse. In the future, you'll be the parasites of society, the trash of the world, decaying mud, just ants crawling in the dung. Jiang Ning couldn't stand it anymore and covered his mouth. He talked too much, so noisy. He cursed without holding back. Luo Su was at a loss. What do you want in order to let us go? Lu Chen blinked, wanting to be released quickly, or else I'll bite someone. Jiang Ning said, I'll let go, but you can't curse anymore. Lu Chen quickly nodded. Jiang Ning let go of him, and Lu Chen felt disdainful. Two fools. It's not long before graduation. Endure a little longer, everyone has to pay for what they've done. I'm doing this to keep you alert, so you don't go astray and regret it later. I'm doing this for your own good, Lu Chen said sincerely. Luo Su and Jiang Ning felt that the little troublemaker in front of them was really difficult to deal with. What kind of bad luck had they encountered to provoke such a troublemaker? I beg you. Luo Su was at his wit's end, took a step back, and respectfully bowed to him. Boss, I know I was wrong. Jiang Ning also followed suit. Please forgive us, spare us, adults don't remember the mistakes of small people, spare us. Lu Chen accepted calmly and finally said, okay, but you have to agree to one condition. You say, the two immediately said with hope. at noon in the cafeteria, publicly apologized to me. I won't bother you anymore. We are all classmates. To be honest, I can't bear it either. Lu Chen softened his tone. Oh, what a trivial matter. The two hesitated. Are you planning something bad again? Can we change the location? What bad idea could I have? I'm such a good person. If you don't want to do it, it's fine. I don't mind. To die once or keep dying, smart people know how to choose, right? The two gritted their teeth. Fine, we have no face left to lose. Who goes back on their word is a turtle. Lu Chen nodded. No going back on our word, or you're a puppy. So at noon that day, Luo Su and Jiang Ning, in the crowded cafeteria, respectfully bowed to Lu Chen. Sorry, classmate Lu Chen, we shouldn't have bullied our classmates, looked down on others, and bullied the weak. We were wrong, please forgive us. Lu Chen accepted calmly, his face slightly red, looking shy and harmless. It's okay, I forgive you. We are all classmates. I hope we can get along harmoniously and progress together in the future. Luo Su and Jiang Ning dared not look at the people around them. They continued, don't go back on your word. I know, I won't post apology letters there anymore. Don't worry, Lu Chen lowered his eyelids and said softly. Luo Su and Jiang Ning, for a moment, found him quite cute. They left without eating, their faces red. Onlookers applauded. That's the right thing to do. By the way, Lu Chen is too kind. Luo Su and Jiang Ning left the cafeteria and went to the bulletin board, tearing off the 2 apology letters that had just been posted in the morning. They felt that the sky had finally cleared, as if they had been through a trial and gained a new life. They would never underestimate anyone again. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. It's really not easy. In the afternoon after school, the two passed by the bulletin board, where the 2 prominent papers were firmly attached, continuing to occupy a prominent position, silently mocking them. The cold rain beat on their faces, and the two were petrified. What's going on? Why did that little jerk go back on his word? Did he change his mind? Can't people have more integrity between each other? How could someone be so bad? Ha! They looked around, searching in the crowd, and finally saw Lu Chen walking slowly towards them. They couldn't contain their anger. Lu Chen! Lu Chen was stunned. What's wrong? You said you wouldn't post them anymore, so why are they back up? Is lying fun? The two completely lost control. Today, they had to drag him out and give him a beating. Lu Chen tilted his head and looked around. What's this? It wasn't me who posted it. I won't go back on my promise. Otherwise, wouldn't I become a despicable person? If it's not you, then who else could it be? Stop making excuses. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Oh, I remember now. It was our classmates in the class. They said they would take turns helping me post it in the future. They said it's too tiring for me to do it alone and also watch out for thieves. I forgot about it. See, I didn't do anything. Lu Chen opened his innocent big eyes, reflecting their shadows, clear as water. Luo Su and Jiang Ning were stunned, tears streaming down their faces as they cried. If only they had known earlier, they might as well have eaten shit. What kind of person is he? He's not human. Lu Chen looked sympathetic. School's over, go home quickly. Tomorrow is a new day. Hang in there, we'll graduate soon. The two trembled slightly, their eyes lifeless, feeling hopeless. They gave up, no longer having the strength to care, feeling scared, truly scared. Lu Chen waved cheerfully. See you tomorrow. Huh, who wants to see you? Stay away in the future, the farther the better. Lu Jiao clearly felt that his classmates were distancing themselves from him. Jiang Ning and Luo Su ignored him, even Lu Lin kept his distance. He could feel himself being gradually isolated. Even though he wasn't caught red-handed, it felt like he was being tortured, slowly losing his vitality, unknowingly losing his former glory. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was becoming more and more outstanding, like a magnet breaking through obstacles, attracting the attention of many. Indeed, only one of them, Lu Chen or Lu Jiao, could stay. Even though Lu Chen had left the Lu family, as long as he was still in school, still alive, he would take away everything that belonged to Lu Jiao. Lu Jiao gradually harbored murderous intent. As long as Lu Chen died, everything would return to square one, and he could become the old Lu Jiao again. Lu Chen was unaware of the growing hatred towards him. He huddled in his room, surrounded by tools, tinkering for a while, tightening the screws, and a strange-looking little robot appeared before him. He turned it on. The robot spun around, and a mechanical voice sounded, "Hello, Master, Home Service Robot AX at your service." Lu Chen said, "Hello, please clean the room." "Okay." The robot picked up a broom and started mechanically sweeping the floor. This was a simple robot made by Lu Chen using scrap materials collected from work and other materials he found, enough for daily room cleaning. After finishing it, Lu Chen received a call from Jing Xiao. "Xiaoxi, can I come see you this Saturday?" Lu Chen naturally welcomed the idea. "Sure, it's cold recently. I'll buy some ingredients, and we can make hot pot ourselves, how about that?" You don't need to buy, I'll bring them." Lu Chen chuckled, "That's too kind of you. Don't be so polite with me." Jing Xiao also laughed. "How have you been feeling lately?" Jing Xiao asked casually. "I've been feeling fine." Lu Chen was puzzled. "Why do you ask?" "Nothing, I just remembered that you once couldn't be woken up when you fell asleep. I felt you were particularly tired. Just wanted to check. It's an old problem, but it's gone now. I'm eating well and feeling better." Lu Chen knew which incident he was referring to and felt a bit embarrassed. "Well, that's good then." Jing Xiao hung up the phone and stared into the night. The next day was Friday, with clear weather and a chilly wind blowing. The weather forecast said it would snow next week, which meant New Year's Day was approaching, and Lu Chen would soon turn 19. 19 years old, many things happened at 19 in his past life, making it a year he would never forget, a year of falling into the abyss. Lu Chen's face turned red from the wind as he walked through the campus under the morning sun. He buried those dark memories deep in his heart. In this lifetime, he was determined to have a different life. Having climbed out so hard, everything will be different. There are so many lucky people in this world, as long as I work a little harder, I will also become lucky. Luo Su and Jiang Ning thought today would be another day of shame for them, but by the afternoon, the two apology letters that made them feel uncomfortable had not appeared on the bulletin board again. Like being hit by a sudden surprise, a sense of enlightenment arose in the midst of their happiness. The previous arrogance and pride faded away with this farce, and this time they truly grew up. Relying on others is not as good as walking your own path steadily. For example, Lu Jiao, who abandoned them and ran away alone at a critical moment, treating them as jinxes, is the kind of person who only makes others feel disgusted when interacting with them. Such people, even if they climb up, will abandon them again in the future. Lu Chen. The two called out to Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at the two tall and big people. "What's up?" "I've already told them I won't post anymore. I am a man of my word. Let's go our separate ways from now on." Luo Su looked at the impatient look in the young man's eyes, feeling quite hurt in his heart. He said, "Thank you, and I'm really sorry." Lu Chen glanced at them, smiled lightly, and said, "In the future, be a good person. There are always people better than you, and there are always higher realms. You can't always climb out. You were born in wealth and privilege, which is already very lucky compared to most people. Cherish it. As a human being, please keep good intentions. If you push others into hell, you won't be able to ascend to heaven." The two nodded. "Can we be friends in the future?" Lu Chen shook his head, turned and walked back to the classroom. Hurt is hurt, he is not a saint, and he will never have a great awakening. The two looked at his back, thin, stubborn, with scattered light reflecting into the afternoon, forming their unforgettable memories of their student days. Lu Chen returned to the classroom, where Liang Wei and several other classmates were waiting for him with test papers. He felt that teacher Zhang was quite cunning, deducting my points and making me work hard to explain the questions to my classmates, without complaining, or else I would receive their resentful glances. The eager eyes of those seeking knowledge were too intense and vibrant. He helped them improve, and at the same time, he gained nourishment from them. Lu Chen took their test papers and explained them one by one. His thinking was clear, and he could draw analogies easily. As the saying goes, classmates understand each other the best. Some of the questions were more straightforward than the teacher's explanations, easy to understand. Fireflies, burning into a raging fire, the atmosphere of learning in the class became more intense. The former trio of bullies, Xinzhua, Xianyu, and Wu Feng, also became much more honest, seeing Lu Chen like a mouse seeing a cat, and even showing some courtesy. Perhaps because the winter weather was too cold, Lu Chen became more lazy and lethargic, like a little cat, curled up in his comfortable nest, not wanting to move at all. On Saturday, Jing Xiao bought 2 large bags of fresh vegetables, eggs, meat, and milk from the shopping platform and put them in the car. Jing Chen watched his younger brother busy, refusing to leave Jing Xiao's small villa. "Where are you going?" "Take me with you, I was kicked out by our parents." Jing Xiao kept his distance from him and refused decisively. "No, go find Yao Yao's sister." Jing Chen looked at him strangely. "Yao Yao's sister is ignoring me too. Why? Have you done something wrong again?" Jing Xiao gloated. "You reap what you sow, it serves you right." Jing Chen chuckled. "It's not that, she couldn't handle it physically and kicked me out. My Yao Yao wouldn't really be mad at me." Jing Xiao was stunned. "Even though I'm your younger brother, shouldn't you consider my feelings? Get lost." Jing Xiao drove his brother out and left without looking back. There was no brotherly love at all. Young Master Jing squatted on the roadside and sent a message to his fiancée. "Yao Bao, awake yet?" Miss Tang replied, "Get lost." Concise and to the point, Jing Chen felt quite hurt. "I have nowhere to go," wandering the streets. He even sent a selfie. "Look, I didn't lie to you. Very pitiful, come and rescue me quickly." Miss Tang hesitated for a moment. It was Saturday, her day off, and she did miss him. She lightly bit her lip. "Really?" Jing Chen showed a gentle smile, with tenderness in his eyes. "I lied to you." He, Miss Tang, with her long black hair, replied, "You're a beast, don't talk to me today." Jing Chen tried to reply but found out he was blocked. Sighing, Jing Chen looked up at the sky. In his heart, he calculated that next month, they would be engaged, then married, and have a baby. "Yao Yao, I will be good to you for a lifetime." The sky was covered with dark clouds, indicating rain was coming. Lu Jiao sat in the room, looking at the gloomy weather outside, his finger tapping on the phone. Murder? He shook his head. Destroying someone's dignity was more painful than letting them die. He opened a video on his phone, showing a child of 11 or 12 lying on the dirty floor, covered in bruises, disheveled, with a numb and desperate expression. The beautiful face exuded a sense of abused beauty, silent and motionless, like a trapped little animal, devoid of dignity, about to be dragged into the abyss. This was sent by Lin Chang. A video that could bring Lu Chun down from his pedestal. He messaged Lin Chang, "You're really sick." Lin Chang, pressured by Lu Jing and Lu Xing, found Lu Jiao, hoping he could help. Lu Jiao initially didn't want to get involved with this lunatic, but he had a sudden inspiration. What Lin Chu least wanted to mention was not when he was at the Lu family, but when he was at the Lin family. Why? Lu Jiao smirked, thinking that killing directly might backfire, but what if he tried another approach? Attacking the heart was as effective as a slow death. Lin Chang had been hiding in a dark basement for so many days, he had gone crazy. He laughed heartily. "Doesn't it feel great? He's getting more beautiful as he grows. I admit I'm sick. I want to destroy him, shatter the beautiful things. That feeling is so wonderful. Unfortunately, that kid is very clever, always finding and disabling the cameras. I only captured this bit, but it's enough for me to watch for a lifetime. He was a real lunatic." Lu Jiao felt disgusted. "Alright, I'm not like you. I'll transfer the money to you later. Take the money and leave the country. They will never find you again. Don't come back, and don't look for me again." Lin Chang replied, "We're the same. You just want to provoke him. I understand. That kid has always had a strong sense of self-esteem. If others see him in a miserable state, it's no wonder he'd go crazy. You're truly my son, just like me." Lu Jiao said, "Take the money and never come back, don't look for me again, or I won't be polite to you." Lin Chang sat in the basement eating instant noodles, sneered, "Take the money and never come back? I'll hide as far as I can. Otherwise, if the Lu family finds me, I'll be skinned alive. I'll end up in jail." Lu Jiao closed his phone, step by step falling into the abyss. "You have psychological problems, right? Then I'll expose your wounds and see how you survive. When should this sword be used? Of course, when you're at your proudest, the higher you climb, the harder you fall." Lin Chang was right. In a sense, I'm just like him, a lunatic. Jing Xiao drove to Lu Chen's residential building and carried things upstairs. Lu Chen got up early to direct the little robot to clean the house thoroughly, making the floor shine brightly. He tidied up his clothes and shoes, then heard a knock on the door. He joyfully went to open it, and when he did, Jing Xiao quickly came in and closed the door behind him. "I almost got recognized. Why does it feel like a spy rendezvous?" Lu Chen chuckled. "What are you laughing at?" Jing Xiao took off his hat and mask, removed his coat. "I'll go wash the vegetables, you go do your homework first, I'll call you when it's ready." "Can we wash together?" Lu Chen said as he tried to enter the kitchen. However, the kitchen was too small for two people to move around, so Jing Xiao pushed him out. "Go do your homework, I'll take care of it." Lu Chen watched from outside as Jing Xiao placed the ingredients in the kitchen, organized them, then started washing, cutting meat and vegetables, and plating them. He glanced at the time, it was only 10:30 in the morning. Just as he was about to admire his diligence, a loud crash of breaking dishes echoed through the room. Jing Xiao stood still for a moment, looked at Lu Chen, and awkwardly said, "Sorry, I slipped." Lu Chen saw him clumsily picking up the broken pieces and understood that someone like Jing Xiao probably rarely did such things. He went in and helped Jing Xiao pick up the pieces, wrapped them separately, threw them in the trash, then brought a broom to sweep the rest. After finishing cleaning, Lu Chen shook his head. "It's okay, Jing Xiao, you probably don't do these things often, right?" Jing Xiao honestly replied, "At home, there's a maid. When I live alone outside, I order takeout or hire a cleaner. Sometimes I cook simple dishes like noodles or porridge." Lu Chen smiled. "You must have it tough." Jing Xiao pushed him out again. "It'll be ready soon, just wait to eat." Lu Chen couldn't argue with him, so he sat at the dining table, took out his phone, and saw an unread message from Jing Nan. "Xiao Shi, what are you doing?" Jing Nan's message popped up, and Lu Chen replied, "Getting ready to eat." Outside, the weather was gloomy, and soon it started raining. In this season, the capital city was damp and cold, but inside this small room, it was warm and cozy. Lu Chen had never dreamed of living such a leisurely life before. Jing Nan replied, "Alone?" Lu Chen honestly answered, "No, with a good friend." Jing Nan didn't ask who the friend was, respecting everyone's privacy. He replied, "That's good. I've been busy lately, I'll come see you when I have time." "Okay." Jing Xiao brought the dishes over, and Lu Chen had already heated the pot. A hot pot with a choice of clear soup or spicy soup. Feeling the warmth, Lu Chen looked at Jing Xiao appreciatively. "Are you an angel sent to me?" Jing Xiao chuckled, "Then eat more." Lu Chen smiled, picked up a plate of meat to cook, but then hesitated and put it down. The pieces of meat were so big, it felt like they could last forever. He chuckled to himself, feeling a sense of happiness in his heart. The hustle and bustle of the world, soothing to the hearts of mortals. After the meal, Lu Chen was sweating, realizing that Jing Xiao was very refined even when eating, contrasting with his own somewhat sloppy manners. But in Jing Xiao's eyes, the satiated Lu Chen looked like a content cat, extremely cute, making him want to pet him. Lu Chen remembered something. "Jing Xiao, I haven't seen that little ghost doll recently." Seeing that Lu Chen was getting tired, Jing Xiao told him to rest on the bed while he cleaned up the dishes. He said, "I forgot to tell you, it has already disappeared." Lu Chen paused. "I see." Then he closed his eyes and fell asleep. After tidying up, Jing Xiao came to Lu Chen's side, looked at his arm, the exposed skin smooth and fair, with no abnormalities. He covered Lu Chen with the blanket, thinking that perhaps it was just a coincidence and had nothing to do with Lu Chen. The investigation into Tianqing Group was proving to be difficult, with no progress so far. It was a large enterprise with complex relationships, and despite searching high and low, they were still on the edge, making it quite challenging. He looked around the room and saw a small, ugly robot in the corner that seemed to be out of power, lying on the ground. Jing Xiao walked over and played with it. Although it looked a bit ugly, it was quite agile. Robots were not cheap. Where did this one come from? It looked so ugly, like it was put together haphazardly. Beside the computer on the desk were some new books. It was clear that Lu Chen was learning at a very fast pace. The young boy was growing rapidly in this world, comfortable and undisturbed by anyone. Seeing him sleeping soundly, Jing Xiao quietly left. As the car drove through the crowd, passing by the Tianqing Group building, he glanced inside with a determined look. Even if there was a devil inside, he would try to break open its tough shell and expose its evil deeds. Lu Chen slept for 3 hours and woke up feeling refreshed. The room was quiet. He checked the time and realized he was going to be late for his part-time job. He hurriedly left the house and sent a message to Jing Xiao on the way. "I'm sorry, I fell asleep." Jing Xiao replied, "It's okay. You were sleeping so soundly, I didn't want to disturb you." Lu Chen felt embarrassed. "I'm a bit lacking in physical strength. How about I take you to exercise next time?" Lu Chen immediately refused. "I suddenly feel like I'm better off staying in bed." Jing Xiao shook his head with a smile, calling him a lazy bum. On Monday, the homeroom teacher, Zhang Hangrui, announced that the city education department would hold the first citywide joint exam in a month. This was the first large-scale diagnostic test. Students were urged to take it seriously, identify their weaknesses, adapt to the entire mode of the college entrance examination in advance, roughly understand their level, and study more directionally. Lu Chen, however, was not paying attention. He was doodling on his notebook with paper and pen. Li Mei took a glance and couldn't understand. What was this guy usually studying? Lu Chen was focused on his work when a sense of pressure came over him. He immediately sat up straight and looked up at Zhang Hangrui, who was staring at him. Just as he was about to smile in a pleasing manner, the homeroom teacher spoke first. "Lu Chen, you need to pay attention in class." "What are you writing?" Lu Chen watched as his notebook was taken away. He chuckled. "I'm listening. It's about the joint exam, I got it." Zhang Hangrui glanced at the content on the notebook. What was he writing? It looked like formulas, but also like code. He couldn't understand. Awkwardly, he returned the notebook to Lu Chen. "Well, study well." Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Will there be any rewards for doing well?" "Last time's roast chicken, I haven't fulfilled that promise yet." Zhang Hangrui replied, "I keep my word. It's already arranged. When school ends this afternoon, I'll let you all eat your fill. If everyone does well in this joint exam, I'll treat you all to roast duck, one for each person." Wow! The students were excited. Teacher is great. Don't get too excited. If you mess up, I'll be very upset. Why are you laughing? Especially you, you're very mischievous. If you don't rank in the top 30 in the city this time, be prepared to be called to the office for a scolding. Zhang Hangrui patted Lu Chen's head. His threat was clear. Lu Chen held back his smile. Why was he being scolded even for smiling? He pouted and muttered, "The old man is very mischievous." What was he saying? Zhang Hangrui didn't hear clearly. Li Mei chuckled and secretly gave Lu Chen a thumbs up. Lu Chen innocently looked at Zhang Hangrui. Teacher is really good. Teacher, you've worked hard. Zhang Hangrui was deeply comforted. Seeing you all improve makes me satisfied. As school was about to end in the afternoon, Zhang Hangrui fulfilled his promise. Freshly baked, steaming roast chicken was brought in, with each student receiving one. The fragrant and crispy roast chicken, dripping with oil, made everyone's mouths water. At that moment, when they were all hungry, the students were excited. The fragrance was strong, and students from other classes could smell it too. They were all restless, waiting for the bell to ring. When the bell finally rang, many students from other classes gathered outside class 4, curious and eager. Zhang Hangrui announced, "Take some home to eat, or eat on the way. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, a day off. In the new year, I hope everyone will work harder together to create brilliance." The students cheered. Some had already started eating, with oil smeared around their mouths. Lu Chen carried a roast chicken, ready to eat on the way. He and Liang Wei went downstairs, showing off their roast chicken to the students from Class 4. Class 1's head teacher, Dong Qingyu, looked at Zhang Hangrui's painful expression and chuckled. "Spent quite a bit of money, huh? Can you still afford to eat for the rest of the month?" Zhang Hangrui glanced at him. "How about lending me some money?" Dong Qingyu snorted, "No way." In fact, he was under his wife's strict control and had no extra money. "Just a roast chicken, huh?" Dong Qingyu snorted twice, planning to ask for money when he got home. "I'll buy it too. Our class is the best." Lu Chen walked out of the school gate with the roast chicken and saw two people he knew from a past life, Lu Wei and Lu Ruyue, the grandparents of Lu Lin and Lu Xing, the old master and mistress of the Lu family. They had returned from abroad? Calculating the time, indeed, they had returned to the country at this time in their past life. Seeing how happy Lu Jiao and Lu Lin were to see them, Lu Chen walked away and took another route. Lu Jiao used to be the darling of the Lu family in the past. It was not fake. Lu Wei and Lu Ruyue also loved him very much. Lu Chen hoped that he would not have any more dealings with them in this life. It was fortunate that they had not yet met in this life. Lu Jiao was very happy, even if only when Qin was kind to him now. Now that his favorite grandparents had returned, as long as he became more outstanding, everything would be fine. Lu Chen heard a puppy barking on a small road in the back alley of the school. He followed the sound and saw a dirty yellow puppy rummaging through the garbage, barely a month old, already struggling to survive. Lu Chen's eyes softened. He tore off a piece of chicken and threw it to the puppy. The puppy glanced at him and immediately began to devour it. Lu Chen watched for a while. He had to go to work, so he tore off another piece of meat and placed it in front of the puppy. Before he could leave, the puppy ran over and looked up at him, wagging its tail affectionately. He hesitated, looked around. "I still have things to do. How can I take care of you? Where is your mother? Did she abandon you?" Lu Chen squatted down, stroked its head. The puppy was shivering from the cold. It might snow tomorrow, and if left alone, it might freeze to death. But, being alone, how could he have the energy to take care of it? Lu Chen looked around, no one in sight. Was it an abandoned puppy? He couldn't bear it, so he cleaned the puppy up, put it in his pocket, and took it with him. "From now on, let's be together. I'll give you a name. Let's call you Xiao Huang." "Ha, Xiao Huang, call me brother." Xiao Huang looked at him with innocent puppy eyes. "Whimper, whimper, whimper." When he arrived at the store, Xiao Huang was sleeping in his pocket, behaving well all the way without causing any trouble. Lu Chen placed Xiao Huang in a box backstage, and Xiao Huang looked up at the busy Lu Chen, tilted its head, cutely yawned, and Lu Chen gently pushed it, causing the little one to fall on its back with all four legs up. Then it got up and snuggled against Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen chuckled softly. "So cute." Yan Su walked over. "Where did this little dog come from, so ugly and cute?" Lu Chen's expression changed instantly. "Where's the ugliness? It's so cute." Yan Su couldn't help but smile. "Brought some sausage to feed it. I used to raise several dogs before, either stolen or died of illness. And I never raised one again. If you raise it, you have to take responsibility and endure the pain of parting in death. The lifespan of small animals is very short. This world is too unfriendly to them. It's hard for small dogs and cats to have a normal death." Lu Chen was dismantling a computer, saying as he worked, "But if I don't raise it, it might die tonight. Every day in this world, life and death play out. My personal power is minimal, but I want to try my best to make it a little better." Yan Su smiled. This child had a transparent and delicate heart. "Sometimes I feel like you have a maturity and insight far beyond your age, Xiaoxi. Too much wisdom leads to sorrow. If possible, at this age, being more innocent would be happier." Lu Chen paused, smiling. "I am happy." Yan Su shook his head. "Happiness, as the name suggests, is the joy that comes from the bottom of the heart. You are far from it." Yan Su touched Xiao Huang. "Brother is a top student from a prestigious university. studied psychology in college, has a way of reading people. You too emotional, hurting others and yourself is the most harmful. Maybe you have let go of your obsession, but the shadow will follow you. What you need to do is to get closer to the sunlight, save yourself. Lu Chen was stunned. Even inconspicuous people around him should not be underestimated. After work in the evening, Lu Chen took a taxi and brought Xiao Huang to his place, bought a bag of dog food from the supermarket, made a small nest for him. Xiao Huang happily licked his hand, tears flowing from his eyes. Lu Chen felt heartbroken. From now on, I am your brother, you are my little brother. I am your family, you must stay by my side, never leave, understand? Lu Chen held its little paw, saying earnestly. Xiao Huang didn't understand, looking at him with full dependence in his eyes. Lu Chen poked it. You little thing, silly. Xiao Huang sat on his slipper, looking sleepy. Lu Chen carried him into the nest, observed his small body breathing, sat beside him, sent a message to Zhou Xiaomei. Zhou Jia, found a little puppy, can I keep it? Zhou Xiaomei replied, yes, but pay attention to hygiene. Lu Chen relaxed, pinched the puppy's ear, sleeping so soundly, hasn't slept so peacefully in a long time? He looked up. There was a big yellow dog by the window, covered in bloodstains, gently gazing at Xiao Huang. Lu Chen was startled. It was the first time he saw the spirit of a dog, like a mist, only vaguely visible. It seemed like it would disappear with a gust of wind. Are you Xiao Huang's mother? Lu Chen asked. The big dog wagged its tail. Yes, following him all the way? Unable to rest assured about its own child? Lu Chen picked up the sleeping Xiao Huang and brought him closer. As he approached, the big dog moved away. Lu Chen opened the window, stepping back. The big dog cautiously approached Xiao Huang, sticking out its tongue to lick it from a distance. Xiao Huang slept sweetly, sticking out a small tongue in his sleep, looking adorable. Soon, the big dog's body gradually became transparent. It crawled towards Lu Chen and lay down, eyes at ease, gradually disappearing. Lu Chen closed the window, touched Xiao Huang. You are a fortunate child, rest assured, I will take care of you in the future. You will no longer suffer from cold and hunger. It started snowing at night. The next day, Lu Chen got up early, fed Xiao Huang, wrapped himself in winter clothes and went out. On this day in his past life, a major fire explosion occurred. Because it was New Year's Day, the shopping mall was particularly crowded, resulting in heavy casualties. He remembered it so clearly because it happened to be Lu Wei's birthday that day. The Lu family was dining at the Star Emperor Hotel across the street, witnessing a tragic incident. The official report later stated 309 deaths, shocking the whole country. The scene was too tragic. Lu Chen's memory was still fresh, the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe, harvesting one life after another. Mortals were powerless. He remembered the desperate cries for help coming from the fire, like a sacrifice, and also like the final elegy of life. He couldn't ignore it. He wanted to try to change with the body of an ordinary person, the originally pointed outcome. Snowflakes were falling outside. Lu Chen put on his hat and coat, wrapped in a cotton jacket, got on the bus. Today is a holiday. There are more people on the bus. The noisy voices of children make life unbearable. Human cubs are really cute when they are cute, but really annoying when they are annoying. Jing Xiao has been secretly investigating Tianqing Group, but has not found any abnormal operation of Tianqing Group. The only suspicious point is that Yin Minghan has not shown up for a long time, and now his son Yin Xiu is acting as an agent, with great power entrusted to Yin Xiu. This Yin Xiu, handsome and generous, is very popular. He is meticulous in his work, even more cautious than Yin Minghan. The more he investigates and finds no abnormalities, the more problems there are. He sent a message to Lu Chen. Xiaoxi, are you off today? Want to go out with you? Lu Chen had already gotten off the bus. He hesitated, but could only refuse. I have a study session with classmates today, maybe next time? Jing Xiao replied, it's okay, studying is important. Jing Xiao was just about to take a nap listlessly when Jing Chen knocked on the door, hands in his pockets, dressed casually, a bit less sharp, a bit more kind. You're busy early in the morning. Aren't you afraid of getting tired? Jing Xiao saw his brother meticulously combing his hair, twitched his nose, and even sprayed perfume. He could tell with his toes what he was up to. He gritted his teeth. What does Yao Yao see in you? She forgives you so easily every time. Jing Chen proudly said, I'm strong, rich, loyal, and won't lose out. She loves me to death. Jing Xiao urged his brother, come on, every time before a date, you have to show off. What's the deal? Hee hee, Jingchen innocently said, not this time, let's go, Mom and Dad want me to call you, today I'm going to buy a ring for Yao Yao, and we'll have a meal together. Jing Xiao immediately refused, not me, I have something to do. Who wants to go? These few together can cause a stir, I'm not going. Jingchen squinted, if you don't go, I'll have Mom and Dad set you up on blind dates, one a day. Jing Xiao conceded, do you really think I won't kill my own brother? Jingchen smiled triumphantly, come on, dear little brother, this family can't be without you. Jing Xiao, no, this family can definitely do without me, really. Lu Chen looked up at the building, Nandu building, a total of 6 floors, 4 above ground and 2 below. It was only 8 o'clock, he sat on a bench outside the building, hands in his pockets, carefully recalling the cause of the fire. It seemed that the welding workers on the underground floor were operating illegally, causing sparks from welding to ignite the flammable materials on the second underground floor. There must still be safety hazards in the mall, otherwise so many people wouldn't be trapped. Lack of safety awareness kills people, more than 300 lives, how much karmic debt will be incurred? What should he do? Extinguish the source of the fire before it occurs, and if necessary, use force without hesitation. By 9 o'clock, customers had started to enter the mall one after another. Lu Chen went in and started observing from the second underground floor. He found that these 2 underground floors did not have an automatic fire sprinkler system installed, and the automatic alarm system seemed to have long lost its function, just a decoration. 3 of the 4 evacuation routes on the 4th floor were blocked. Looking down from upstairs, there was no fire compartment around the building, it was all occupied. The only fire truck access road was blocked by a store. In such a place, once a fire breaks out, it will definitely be difficult to escape, with countless casualties. Lu Chen frowned. The fire occurred around noon, when there was a huge flow of people. There were still more than 2 hours left, time was running out. He came to the evacuation passage on the 4th floor, looked around, saw no one, placed his hand on the iron railing, gripped it hard, forcibly pulled down the railing, dismantling a total of 3 one by one. Exhausted, he sat down on the ground, sighing, being a good person is really tiring. Behind the railing, there were still obstructions, these illegal buildings were really risking his life. He could only continue, creating a narrow one-person passage, very narrow, but crucial for escaping in times of need. There was no other way, he could only do this much. The owner of this mall was blinded by money, completely disregarding safety. He looked at his hand, that strength felt like an energy field, as long as he wanted, he could use it freely. The doubts in his heart grew, perhaps what the god of dimensions gave him was a ball of energy, but if he couldn't control this energy well, it would backlash against him. How could he control it well to avoid harm? He didn't have time to think, because he heard footsteps, quickly flipped over and ran. The mall staff approached and exclaimed, who dismantled the railing? They called others over, anxiously checked, all 3 were dismantled, and a one-person high exit was created behind them. They had no choice but to temporarily block the railing again and report to the authorities. Lu Chen rolled his eyes, not even sparing such an important place, how money-driven they must be, with no safety awareness at all. They couldn't re-weld it in a short time. Lu Chen moved the railing aside again, this time he broke the railing in the middle. Let's see how you can block it again. After finishing, he slipped away. He arrived on the ground floor, sat in a place, waiting for an opportunity. Today, let's see who dares to do illegal welding under my nose, risking their lives. The second floor was full of flammable materials. Once it caught fire, the flames would spread rapidly. The fire doors and firewalls here were separate, like a chimney. Once it caught fire, toxic smoke would quickly spread to the 4th floor, and with the iron railing blocking the way on the 4th floor, people would be unable to escape, quickly suffocating to death. It was almost 11:30, a few workers carrying tools and a welding machine passed by Lu Chen. Lu Chen thought to himself, here they come. He saw the workers preparing to weld in the lobby. Lu Chen looked around, quietly moved to the back, sabotaged the power source. The welding machine had no power, couldn't be used. The workers began to check what went wrong. When they weren't paying attention, Lu Chen stole the welding machine. His speed was extremely fast, like lightning. No one noticed. When they came to their senses, they were all shocked and speechless. Something disappeared out of thin air in broad daylight. Lu Chen destroyed the welding machine, threw it into a remote corner. After doing all this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This mall must be rectified, otherwise, even if today passed safely, it would be difficult to guarantee safety in the future. He had just thought of sitting down to rest for a while when he heard the sound of welding. Oh no, there's another place. Lin Xiaoxi quickly searched and saw a few workers working by the window, the welding machine making a sizzling sound, a few sparks drifting down the window. Lu Chen ran over and unplugged the power. Stop it. The lower floor is about to catch fire, are you looking to die? The workers were stunned. Where did this kid come from? Go away, don't bother us. Lu Chen kicked the power source away and quickly ran downstairs. Downstairs, cries of alarm had already begun, sofas, fabrics, and other flammable materials were starting to burn, smoke was rising, the crowd panicked and dispersed, no one noticed him. Lu Chen used the indoor fire hose to extinguish the fire, luckily it was discovered in time, the flames were gradually put out, the scene was a mess, the smoke made it hard for him to see the way, he finally crawled out, sat down, completely exhausted, feeling very frustrated. Fortunately, all's well that ends well. After resting for a while, Lu Chen prepared to leave, but at that moment, two tall figures quickly ran towards him. Lu Chen couldn't dodge in time and was grabbed by someone's face. Bro, there's someone here. Why does the voice sound so familiar? Jing Chen looked at his face left and right, covered in ash, but why does it look so familiar? Jing Xiao approached, knocked his brother's hand away, his face turning pale. Xiaoxi? Wow, it's the very compatible little friend with his brother, TSK. Lu Chen slightly widened his eyes, thinking to himself, I'm done for. Life is full of drama, isn't it? If he had left 2 seconds earlier, he wouldn't have met these two people. Lu Chen's brain quickly turned, his eyes rolling, instantly coming up with a plan. Deny everything, that's the way to go. Even through the mask, he could feel Jing Zhao's low pressure. Lu Chen weakly reached out to pull Jing Zhao's arm. What are you doing here? Jing Zhao sighed. Smoke was coming out of this building, we heard shouting from the nearby Inside Mall, so we followed the evacuation personnel and checked if there was any help needed. At this time, the firefighters came out, and the leader said, Xiao Xiao, Qinggu, the fire has been extinguished, didn't catch on, don't know who did it, we'll have to report it later for commendation. Oh, there's another young man here? Injured? No. Lu Chen replied. Lu Chen didn't know when they went in, probably through another passage, they came pretty fast. Jing Xiao and Jing Chen seemed to know them, the world is really small. Jing Chen nodded, he and Jing Xiao naturally made sure it was safe before coming in, to see if there were any injured people to promptly send for medical treatment. He looked at Lu Chen inquiringly, leave first, let the firefighters clean up the scene. Lu Chen avoided Jing Chen's gaze, moving forward to Nestle next to Jing Xiao. I feel dizzy. Jing Xiao picked him up horizontally, glared at his brother. What are you scaring him for? Jing Chen followed behind them. Lu Chen quickly glanced at him, stuck out his tongue and closed his eyes pretending to be dead. This kid? Jing Chen smiled slyly, interesting. Lu Chen heard the firefighters wondering, doing good deeds without leaving a name, huh, could it be that kid? Don't know, check the surveillance footage later, or let Qinggu ask him. Jing Xiao carried Lu Chen out, covered in dust, now looking like a little flower cat. Go to the hospital for a checkup? Jing Xiao said, about to take him. Lu Chen instantly became alert. No need, I'm fine, I ran out early, just scared and my legs went weak, really. It's better to get checked. No. Lu Chen struggled to jump down, bounced a bit. See, nothing happened, really, I was near the exit, didn't even get any black smoke on me. Jing Chen shook his head, look at all this dust on you, how convincing is that? Just a few seconds, I ran out with the crowd, and I was wearing a mask at the time, even covered with clothes, really nothing happened. Jing Xiao turned him around to check, confirmed he was unharmed, still hesitating, really? You said you felt dizzy just now. Lu Chen nodded, 10,000% true. Liars are puppies. I was just hungry, haven't had lunch. Jing Xiao looked at him, okay, let's leave this place first and think about how to explain. Lu Chen smiled on the outside but felt bitter inside. What does it mean to be caught on the spot? This is it. Jing Chen added, come up with a better excuse. Lu Chen leaned against Jing Xiao, as if he hadn't heard him. The three of them avoided the crowd and quietly left from the other side. Jing Xiao took Lu Chen to the nearby Star Emperor Hotel. bought a clean coat for him to change into, and led him to a private room. Lu Chen remained calm throughout. "Speak up, didn't you have a study session with classmates? Where are they?" Jing Xiao said impatiently, running to such a dangerous place, staging a disaster movie for me? Lu Chen explained, "My classmate had something come up last minute, so I got stood up and decided to come here for a stroll." "I see," Jing Xiao continued, "everyone else ran off, didn't you notice? Why were you just sitting there so calmly?" Lu Chen muttered, "I was too scared to move, and the fire was already put out. I was planning to leave after a while, but then I ran into you guys." Jing Chen leaned over and said, "I thought you were the one who put out the fire. Turns out you're just a scaredy cat, huh? You're asking for it." Lu Chen raised his innocent eyes and said, "Excuse me, sir." Lu Chen bared his teeth at him, grabbed his arm, and bit him. "So despicable, I'll bite you to death." Unable to reason or fight back, the only option was to sneak attack. "Hey, are you a dog? Why are you biting people?" Jing Chen shook his arm. He lifted his shirt to reveal a row of small bite marks. It didn't hurt, but it was the first time he had been bullied by a child. Jing Xiao stood in front of Lu Chen, smiling, "Bro, let it go, he's just a kid." "Kid, my foot." Jing Chen sat down, crossed his legs, "You're done for." Lu Chen ignored him and sat next to Jing Xiao, emphasizing, "I'm an adult now, not a kid." Jing Xiao chuckled, "But you don't look very convincing." Lu Chen's face fell, time was passing so slowly. "When will I ever grow taller? Did you see who put out the fire?" Jing Xiao asked him. "No, I was too busy trying to escape, didn't see." "The more you say, the more mistakes you make." Admitting to it would lead to a lot of trouble and suspicion. These people are all very cunning, pretending to be weak on the outside. "What are you laughing at?" Jing Chen stared at him suspiciously, "What are you up to?" Lu Chen froze, "I'm not laughing, I clearly have no expression. Don't try to deceive me." Jing Chen sighed, "Quite clever indeed." Jing Xiao blocked his brother's view, "Stop teasing him." Jing Chen shook his head, "Bro, you're in trouble." At that moment, there was a knock on the private room door. Jing Chen immediately opened it. "Yao Yao, I missed you so much." Tang Yao, his girlfriend, who had only been apart for half an hour, was wearing short boots and felt like kicking him. Jing Yan, the head of the Jing family, and his wife Zhou Qing, looked at their son with disdain. "There were 3 people outside the door, how did you only see one?" Jing Chen quickly opened the door. "Mom, Dad, Yao, please come in." "That's more like it. Weren't you two supposed to help evacuate the crowd? Why are you here instead?" Jing Yan walked and asked, "Hey, who is this child?" Lu Chen was embarrassed. "What's going on? It seems like Jing Zhao's parents. Is that beautiful lady Jing Chen's girlfriend? It's a bit awkward." Jing Xiao explained to him, "Don't be nervous, these are my parents and Yao Yao's sister, they are all very nice people." Lu Chen stood up, "Hello uncle and aunt, hello sister, I am Lu Chen." "Oh, such a handsome little brother." Tang Yao smiled, "I am Tang Yao, hello little brother." Sit down, what's so good about a little kid, are you hungry? Sit down and order some food, see what you like to eat." Jing Chen sat with his girlfriend on the side. Zhou Qing looked at Lu Chen, "Be good, sit down." Lu Chen sat down next to Jing Xiao, who handed him the menu. "Are you hungry? Order whatever you like, don't be shy. Today I am here to help my big brother pick out an engagement ring, and coincidentally ran into you, let's have a meal together." Lu Chen nodded, stealing glances at Jing Yan and Zhou Qing. Jing Zhao's mother is so beautiful, like a movie star. Jing Yan and Zhou Qing exchanged a glance, feeling puzzled. Where did these two pick up the child? And their son Jing Xiao has never been so gentle with anyone before, it's strange. Jing Chen smiled ambiguously, feeling uneasy. "We picked him up from the fire scene, he is the apple of your son's eye." Lu Chen burst out laughing. He couldn't look up, what on earth is the apple of his eye? His face turned red, he really wanted to bite him, why did he think Jing Chen was a good person before? Jing Xiao handed Lu Chen a glass of water and calmly explained to the others, "He's a friend, really." Tang Yao raised her beautiful eyes, showing a look of disbelief along with Jing's parents. Jing Xiao remained calm. Whether they believed it or not, he knew what kind of people they were. The more he explained, the less they believed. Afraid of causing trouble. Lu Chen echoed, "Whom?" "Oh." The three of them chuckled in unison, "Good eye." Jing Yan couldn't help but ask, "Xiaoxi, how old are you this year?" Lu Chen replied, 20. This time it was Jing Xiao who burst out laughing. Jing Chen couldn't help but laugh heartily. This kid is really funny. His brother might be in for a tough time in the future. 20? He doesn't look like it. Zhou Qing's eyes showed a hint of interest. 20? I thought you were only 16. Lu Chen obediently added, approaching 20. Tang Yao also laughed, little brother, quite honest. Lu Chen nodded, I have always been honest. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the private room couldn't help but laugh. Where did this treasure come from, so cute? Jing Xiao observed Lu Chen and saw that he was indeed comfortable, so he relaxed. They had a very pleasant meal, and by the time they finished, they had already exchanged contact information with Lu Chen, getting along well if not becoming close friends. As they walked downstairs together, Jing Xiao noticed Lu Chen yawning several times during the meal, so he decided to send him home to rest. Lu Chen had no objections. He was indeed very tired. He could sleep for a day and night as soon as he touched the bed. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. Lu Chen looked at the Nandu shopping mall across the street and asked, will they be punished? Jing Xiao said, they can't escape major changes. If they are found to have violated regulations, closing down is a possibility. Lu Chen felt relieved. It must be investigated. Investigate thoroughly. Jing Chen suddenly asked, do you know the cause of the fire? Lu Chen walked slowly, I don't know. Trying to deceive me, no way. Jing Xiao glanced at him, intentional, right? Yes, Lu Chen replied. That expression? Jing Xiao smiled, little trickster, on purpose. Lu Chen glanced at him, smiling brightly, I guessed. Jing Xiao smiled and said nothing, as long as you're happy. As they reached the lobby downstairs, Lu Chen looked up and saw someone he didn't want to see standing there. He put on his hat and walked towards Jing Xiao. Jing Xiao also saw it. He blocked Lu Chen, took him and was about to leave quickly, but was stopped at the door, Xiaoxi. It was Lu Xing, followed by Lu Jing, Wen Qin, Mr. and Mrs. Lu, as well as Lu Jiao and Lu Lin. Everyone was present. Lu Chen didn't look back. Let's go quickly. Jing Xiao understood, and didn't look back with Lu Chen. Xiaoxi. This time it was Lu Jing calling. Jing Chen's eyes flashed. Jing Yan, Zhou Qing, and Tang Yao also noticed something unusual, and unconsciously blocked the view of the Lu family from Lu Chen. What are you doing? Are you trying to bully someone or pick a fight? Mr. Lu, long time no see, I hope you are well. Mr. Lu, Mr. and Mrs. Lu, hello. Jing Yan greeted with a smile. They were all people in the circle, not very familiar but acquainted. Lu Jing nodded, Mr. Jing, hello. Could you please step aside, I want to find someone? Jing Yan said, no. Lu Jing's face changed, why? Jing Yan smiled, he is my guest, I have an obligation to ensure his safety. Forgive me for being blunt, Xiaoxi doesn't seem to want to be disturbed. Mr. Lu, what do you think? Mr. Lu looked at Lu Chen's back, could he be? Lu Xing nodded. Mrs. Lu's face showed displeasure. Why doesn't he greet people when he sees them? Is this the attitude towards elders? Mr. Lu frowned, doesn't he understand basic manners? Lu Jing immediately shook his head at his mother, Mom, please don't say that about him. Lu Jiao hugged Mrs. Lu's arm, Grandma, Xiaoxi is a good person. Mrs. Lu touched Lu Jiao's head, comparing in her heart, Lu Jiao was obedient and sensible. Although not a biological grandson, after more than 10 years, he was as good as a real grandson. Lu Jing said to Jing Yan, I just want to talk to him for a few minutes, just 1 minute. Lu Chen sighed, he didn't mean to be a coward, he just didn't want to see those piercing gazes from the past again. He couldn't resist, I'm out, but why are you still entangled in my life? I am just a flickering light, blown out at any time by the wind. He didn't want others to bear trouble for him, turned around, tilted his head to look at these people, feeling a prickling sensation in his heart, his hands tingling. Is there something you want to say? Say it and goodbye, there's no need for another goodbye. Lu Chen's voice was very soft, but everyone present could hear it clearly. Jing Yan stepped aside for Lu Jing. Lu Jing walked up to Lu Chen, looked at him, and said, "How have you been recently?" Lu Chen nodded, "Pretty good, it's quiet here." He pointed to his heart. Lu Jing suddenly felt heartbroken and didn't know what to say. "That's good, it's cold, you're dressed lightly, wear more, alone, don't be careless about eating, your health is your own." Lu Chen raised his beautiful eyes. Lu Jing's wrinkles were increasing, he was getting old, while he was growing up. "Can't go back anymore. I'm doing well." Lu Chen smiled. In just a few days, it felt like a lifetime ago. When Qin walked over, wanting to touch his face, but Lu Chen stopped her, "Don't dirty your hands with my muddy self." When Qin couldn't hold back anymore, burst into tears, her voice suppressed, heavy. Lu Chen used to think he was unloved, malice clinging to him for over a decade, finally crawling out, but still an existence that others avoided. They thought he was soaked in mud, unable to be cleaned, but didn't consider that he was hoping for light in the mud every day. With eyes brighter than pearls, he came to that big house seeking redemption, only to be pushed into another abyss. And his closest relatives thought they had given enough. "Don't cry, if you cry, I'll look even more despicable." Lu Chen smiled. "Why cry? This thief, greedy, cunning trash is leaving, be happy." Lu Chen looked at Madame Lu. "In my understanding, an elder is someone who watches over the younger generation as they grow, caring for them at all times, not someone who judges me harshly, accuses me without reason, or gossips about others. Such a person cannot be called an elder, at least not in my eyes." Lu Xing's anger surged inside him. Are the women in this family all blinded by self-interest? "Xiaoxi, let's go," Lu Xing said, looking at him with disappointment in his eyes. "Let's go, fly higher, soar in the sky at 10,000 meters, leaving them in the dust." Lu Chen turned around, waved his hand, "I don't want to stay here either." Jing Xiao led Lu Chen away quickly. Jing Chen saw the clues and shook his head. In life, some people just drift away. Madame Lu felt wronged. "I just said a few words." Old Master Lu shook his head at her, "Stop talking." Jing Yan glanced at the Lu family, then led his own family away, pondering the relationship between Lu Chen and the Lu family. Tang Yiyao frowned, holding on to Jing Chen as they left. She whispered to Jing Chen, "Xiaoxi seems like a different person when facing the Lu family." Jing Chen held her hand. "The situation must be complicated, there's a problem with the Lu family." Tang Yiyao nodded. "Xiaoxi is so obedient, facing the Lu family's behavior, it must be the Lu family's problem." Jing Chen raised his eyebrows. "It must be, that's the person his brother valued and protected." He was certain, it was a man's intuition. Lu Chen sat in Jing Zhao's car, closing his eyes to rest. "I fear that good people are not good enough, and bad people are not completely bad. One of the weaknesses of humans is being easily hurt." Jing Xiao said, "That's why there are so many troubles in the world. Xiaoxi, leave it to time, it will take away everything." Lu Chen looked out the window in a daze, suddenly saying, "I hope time goes faster, I want to know what kind of ending I will have in this life." Jing Xiao spoke after a long pause, "The ending depends on our inner selves." Lu Chen returned home, and little Huang ran over, wagging its tail and rubbing against his leg. Lu Chen picked it up. "Are you hungry? Let's go eat." Too tired, after feeding little Huang, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He slept until 9 o'clock the next morning, waking up thinking he was dreaming, only to realize that he had missed his class time. He had also missed his part-time job from last night. Life is like a merciless knife. Oversleeping like this is truly terrifying. Life has targeted this little kitten again. Lu Chen jumped out of bed in shock, quickly washed up, got dressed, and fed the dog in one go. At the entrance of the residential area, a young couple was packing up their things, preparing to end their breakfast sales. Lu Chen ran over. "Sister, 2 vegetarian buns." "Why the rush?" The hostess quickly packed the buns for him and handed them over. She already knew Lu Chen. After all, there weren't many who looked like him, leaving a deep impression. Overslept, Lu Chen covered his face. Goodbye, sister. This child, slow down, be safe, the hostess smiled and shook her head. You're asking for trouble, the host chuckled. When I was in school, one time my parents came back from farming in the morning, and I was still fast asleep, almost getting kicked out of the house. You, not getting into college had a reason, the hostess laughed and shook her head. Hey, then why did you marry me? I was blind. Asking for a beating, huh? Oh, the wife is angry. Lu Chen left behind the mundane world, pedaling his bicycle, taking a bite of the bun, feeling proud inside. I'm a hero who puts out fires. Even without a banner, I can take 3 days off. But in reality, he was close to breaking the bike chain. He rushed to the school gate, took out his phone and called Hejin, Hejia. On the other end, Hejin was anxiously trying to contact him, picking up the phone and asking straight away, Xiaoxi? You finally called back. You didn't come last night, and I called you several times, worried that something had happened to you. Lu Chen apologized. Yesterday, I fell asleep in the afternoon, woke up late in the morning, I'm sorry. Embarrassed, Lu Chen's face turned red. Hejin sighed in relief. Fell asleep? Impressive, Xiaoxi, you are the sleep god of our store. Sis, Lu Chen helplessly said, I have to save face, I have to go now, see you tonight, I have a class. Go ahead. Hejin hung up the phone, thinking to herself, so young, with this sleep quality, I won't have to worry about hair loss every day. Lu Chen cautiously moved to the guardhouse, peeked inside, took advantage of the old man going to fetch water, and with his backpack against the wall, he was ready to sneak in. He casually said, Good morning, sir. The old man turned around and saw a shadow, immediately stopped him. What are you doing? Come here. Lu Chen stopped in his tracks, turned around with a bitter face. Good morning, Grandpa. The guard hesitated for a moment, quite polite. But he couldn't let him in, it was almost 10 o'clock, past the entry time. The guard pulled him to the door. Which class are you in? Why are you coming at this hour? Lu Chen showed him his student ID, which had his class information. I still have to go to class, Grandpa, let me in. No, I'll call your class teacher to come and get you, otherwise you can't come in. The guard was firm. There are laws in the country, rules in the school, be honest and wait. Oh. Lu Chen sniffled, feeling wronged and almost in tears. After making the call, the guard felt a bit sorry, grabbed a handful of pine nuts from the drawer and put them in Lu Chen's pocket, patting his head. Wait a moment, your class teacher will come and then you can go. Lu Chen nodded, the guard's heart softened, he rummaged through the drawers and found a pack of candies to give him. It's the rule, no exceptions for anyone. Lu Chen chuckled to himself, okay, I understand, thank you, Grandpa. Shortly after, Zhang Hangrui hurried over. Lu Chen. Lu Chen perked up, only to see Zhang Hangrui staring at him. Why are you so late? Lu Chen told the truth, overslept. Zhang Hangrui was taken aback, then jokingly pulled him inside. Mr. Zhang, I'm taking him, thank you. Mr. Zhang followed them out. He didn't do it on purpose, don't be too hard on him. Zhang Hangrui chuckled, surprised at Mr. Zhang's favoritism towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen waved obediently. Goodbye, Grandpa. Mr. Zhang smiled kindly, feeling good. He opened a drawer, took out a photo, and with his aged hands, he caressed it. Little treasure, if you hadn't left, you would be about the same age as that child. Grandpa misses you. The child in the photo, about 10 years old, posed coolly with a bright and innocent smile, full of vitality. The child had passed away from an illness 5 years ago, leaving traces of existence that were gradually fading, only remembered by family. Perhaps in many years, even family members would rarely think of him. Lu Chen put his phone in the cabinet and walked towards the classroom with Zhang Hangrui. Zhang Hangrui looked at the candy in Lu Chen's hand. You sure know how to win people over. Lu Chen put the candy in his pocket, feeling proud. Teacher, are you jealous? Zhang Hangrui snorted. How could I be jealous of a little kid like you? Let me tell you, when I was in junior and senior high school, I was also quite popular. Who hasn't been young before? Lu Chen nonchalantly replied, clearly not believing him. Zhang Hangrui seemed to remember something. Oh, I forgot, before you came, I called your parents to ask why you didn't come. Lu Chen's face changed. You got through? Zhang Hangrui nodded. Yes, your parents are busy people, couldn't reach them before, but this time I got through. So, what did they say? Zhang Hangrui looked at him strangely. Your dad said he would confirm later. Your parents are not at home? Lu Chen shook his head. Teacher, help me call him again. Tell him I've returned to school, and also, in the future, there's no need to call them for anything. I can take full responsibility for my own affairs. Zhang Hangrui stared at him, finally nodded. Okay. He took out his phone and made the call, saying that Lu Chen had already arrived, and on the other end, it seemed like they were driving. Hearing this, he felt relieved. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Hangrui led him to the entrance of Class 4. Go in, don't be late next time. Lu Chen nodded, thank you. Zhang Hangrui sighed inwardly. After such a long time, Lu Chen's parents had never come. He had already guessed something. Lu Chen returned to the classroom, his classmates curious and puzzled. Just arrived? Lu Chen explained, had some things to take care of. The classmates didn't ask further. The pressure of studying in the third year of high school left them with little time to spare. With only half a year left, they would mostly be spending it in exams. Their high school life would soon come to an end, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Lu Chen wrote something in his notebook. Li Mei couldn't understand. He explained to her, it's code. I'm more interested in the field of computers. I want to pursue this path in the future. Li Mei admired. Good luck. Lu Chen sighed. He had reached a bottleneck, unable to make progress. At night, after finishing washing up, Lu Chen sat in front of the computer, opened it, and soon his expression changed. His computer had a hidden virus. Once it broke out, the system would quickly crash. The existing antivirus software couldn't kill it. Lu Chen thought for a while, his fingers tapping on the keyboard, writing code, testing it. It didn't work. He felt frustrated. He continued until late at night, pressing the final key. The program ran, starting to remove the virus, and finally succeeded. Who has nothing better to do than create a virus to attack others' computers? Let me catch you, see how arrogant you can be. Lu Chen shook his head, patted Little Yellow. Look at you, your belly is so round, you're just a lazy and greedy little chubby dog. Little Yellow was almost falling asleep, barely making a sound, lying still. Lu Chen smiled. With a little dog companion, he was no longer alone. A little life, relying on him wholeheartedly. A few days later, this virus spread to various places, major enterprises, governments, and even schools. Once infected, the system would be completely paralyzed, files erased, data lost, computers unable to start normally. Millions of computers and thousands of servers were paralyzed. The losses were immeasurable. And that night, Lu Chen still had no idea of the destructive power this virus would have. He was thinking about how to learn more knowledge, and he was no longer satisfied with the status quo, eager to explore a broader world. He always felt that many of human sufferings could perhaps be avoided. If I can reduce some of the world's injustices, then it wouldn't be in vain. He used to think that life was inherently meaningless, born only to head towards death. Some say to enjoy the process, but the process is also accompanied by illness, sorrow, and pain. So is the meaning of this journey to endure suffering and then transform back into worldly energy. Like a preset program, every step you take is within the calculation of fate. But there was still reluctance. If this world is like a complex and vast operating machine, then who is controlling it? Lu Chen was lost in thought during class. The math teacher tapped his head, signaling him not to daydream. Lost in his thoughts, Lin Xiaoxi, a classmate, snapped back to reality, starting to listen attentively. Reviewing the basics was also very important. After class, a classmate, Tianli, who used to be the top student in the grade, came to find Lu Chen. Everyone curiously craned their necks. Liang Wei teased Lu Chen, and Lu Chen wondered, is your eye twitching? Liang Wei chuckled, is my eye squinting? Hurry up, don't keep people waiting. Lu Chen was also puzzled. He didn't know the person who came to find him. He walked out with a look of confusion. Tianli was a petite girl with a ponytail, thin and with a few freckles on her face, adding a touch of cuteness. She looked at Lu Chen and calmly said, Lu Chen, I have something to tell you. Lu Chen was puzzled. Go ahead. Tianli said confidently, my goal for the next month's exam is to surpass you. Lu Chen looked at her, a small girl with great energy, perhaps never experienced being second. Is being first so important to you? As long as you compare with yourself, isn't progress good enough? Tianli shook her head. I don't care about being first. I want to know how far I can go. I've never had a rival before, and now, I'm happy to have you as my target to catch up with. Lu Chen showed appreciation, then, work hard. I will always be the first. Tianli couldn't help but smile. Are you showing off? No, I'm stating a fact. As you progress, I won't stand still. Although you are inspiring, unfortunately, you have met me. Tianli clenched her fists, feeling the urge to punch someone. This sudden genius had such a character, quite arrogant. Get lost, she walked away in a bad mood. Lu Chen touched his nose, sneered, what a little girl. Back in the classroom, Liang Wei and the others looked at him with dangerous eyes. Lu Chen didn't know what he had done to provoke them. It seemed like they were in the mood to beat him up. He immediately turned and ran. Liang Wei shouted, close the door, block Xiao. Ming. The classmates rushed towards Lu Chen, who almost escaped through the window. What's wrong with them, fighting and being uncivilized? It turned into a mess, and Lu Beibei and a few girls pulled Liang Wei and the others apart. What are you doing? Don't hurt the handsome Lin Xiaoshui. Do you think everyone is as rough as you? Lu Chen's hair was messed up like a bird's nest. He glared angrily, barbarians. You're just jealous of my intelligence and talent, bah. This appearance was indeed funny, and the whole class burst into laughter, quite cute. After school, walking out of the school gate, Lu Chen happily said, Grandpa, goodbye. Grandpa Zhang saw him and watched for a long time, his eyes filled with vicissitudes. He looked at these tender children, bowed and tidied up the table. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the old man looked at the horizon and murmured, Old man. The sun sets in the west, generation after generation, life cycles endlessly. At night, Jingchen sat in his brother's room. I heard from the building that the cause of the fire in that building was illegal welding. Sparks fell on the furniture in the furniture store, causing the fire. They checked the surveillance footage. Unfortunately, the firefighters initially avoided the cameras, and later the smoke obscured the view, so it wasn't clear who put out the fire. Jing Xiao pondered, maybe they wanted to remain low-key and didn't want to show their face. Jing Chen found it interesting. There's another suspicious point, unbelievable. Originally, there were 4 emergency exits on the 4th floor. The building blocked 3 of them to make more money. But do you know? Just before the fire broke out, those 3 emergency exits were forcibly opened, as if there was foresight. If a fire broke out on the 2nd basement level, the 4th floor would be the first to suffer. Poisonous smoke would spread, and you can imagine the fate of the people inside if they couldn't escape. Isn't it a coincidence? Just a coincidence that the kid was stood up and appeared there, scared stiff? Doesn't seem like it to me. Jing Xiao glanced at his brother. Do you suspect him? What can he do? He's so weak. Don't project your schemes onto him, Jing Xiao said, and besides, he hasn't done anything wrong. Jing Chen shrugged. I just find it suspicious, little brother. I think he's not simple. Jing Xiao also knew, but so what? He admired this person. Xiao Shi is fine, better than you, Jing Xiao said finally. Jing Chen's teeth were sour. Alright, I understand you, it's just a case of being blinded by love. What's going on? Jing Xiao felt like his brother was becoming more and more like Sherlock Holmes every day, with eyes like radar, scanning around. On this night, Jing Nan was busy and sweating profusely. An unknown virus was attacking public computers, blocking antivirus software and websites, destroying all information on computer hard drives, and spreading through all possible means such as floppy disks, emails, downloads, etc. The infection spread rapidly, catching them off guard, and could cause system paralysis in a short period of time. A solution had not been found yet. Jing Nan worked at the Network Information Security Center, guarding computer information security with many like-minded colleagues, fighting against cybercrime. This was the first time he encountered such a tricky virus, and the atmosphere in the department was tense, with everyone on edge. What was Lu Chen doing? He was upgrading a small robot, adding a dog sound so that it could keep little Huang company and help it grow happily when he was not around. The next morning, the virus kept evolving and increasing in variety. It was clearly a premeditated virus invasion event, different from all known viruses, highly contagious and almost unstoppable. In recent years, with technological advancements and improved network security, public awareness of network security has increased. The widespread use of various free antivirus software, firewalls, etc., has made it rare for viruses to bypass these barriers. Was it an individual or organization hiding in the shadows? What was their purpose? Money? Just a desire to cause chaos? Or were hostile forces disrupting public safety for some undisclosed reason? Jing Nan was overwhelmed, shaking his head to his colleague Lu Guang. "It's not working." Lu Guang replied sternly, "Keep going." Jing Xiao left the base and drove into the bustling traffic. As he neared his residence, he received a call from Jing Nan. He answered, "Hello." Jing Nan sounded exhausted on the other end. "Xiao Xiao. What's wrong?" Jing Xiao sensed something was amiss. "What happened?" Jing Nan briefly explained the situation to him. Jing Xiao had been at the base all day and was unaware of the incident. He frowned. "How is the situation currently?" "A large area has been compromised. I feel it was planned for a long time, and the worst part is, we can't trace the source." Jing Xiao turned the car around. "I'll come over, but don't get your hopes up too high. This is not my expertise. If all else fails, try contacting Xiang Chuanfu. Maybe he can help." Jing Nan sighed. "I can't reach him. You know, once he disappears, no one can find him." Xiang Chuanfu was a top information expert in Country C. 3 years ago, his wife and daughter died in a car accident, and he withdrew from society, disappearing into the crowd. "I'll contact Teacher Zhang again and ask him to try. You need to find the culprit as soon as possible." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Jing Xiao turned towards the Information Security Department. After a while, he looked at the computer screen and said, "It's not working." Jing Nan sighed. "What is the purpose of the virus creator? Money? It's not that it can't be cracked, but it will take time, and the losses will be significant," Jing Xiao said wearily. "Then we can only wait," Jing Nan said. "You should go back and rest." "Is there no progress on the project?" Jing Xiao shook his head. "The task is arduous and far from over." Jing Nan patted his shoulder. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Catching up is not something that happens overnight." Jing Xiao nodded, knowing all too well that falling behind would lead to consequences. Lu Chen's school office and computers were also affected, in a semi-paralyzed state. 2 days later, Lu Chen emerged from the sea of knowledge, looking at the diverse information about viruses online. He opened it and realized that this seemed to be a variant of the virus he encountered that day. As of now, millions of computers have been affected. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the J Country's WE software company claimed to have cracked the virus and was about to release a paid version for sale at a sky-high price. Obviously, this was a blatant money-making scheme. There was no choice. Technology is the hardcore truth. If it can really eliminate the virus, purchasing it could help recover some losses. In the information warfare, it's all about technology. Shameless. I bet they are the ones who created the virus, making this dirty money, not afraid of retribution. Jing Nan slammed the table in anger. Jing Xiao said, "Give me a few more days, our base's teachers have been working overtime to crack it. I estimate in about 10 days, we will be able to figure out how to deal with it." 10 days, how much damage will be done by then? Jing Nan was at a loss. Jing Xiao shook his head. This was already fast. Lu Ken browsed through the information, frowning. This company called we was shamelessly robbing money. He thought for a moment and posted a thread on the forum. He attached the program package he had recompiled, along with the source code. After finishing, he went offline. This inconspicuous post almost got lost among the many messages until a seasoned computer enthusiast accidentally clicked on it. It turned out to be real. The post's popularity skyrocketed, with comments and likes continuously increasing. Until the information security personnel extracted it and tried it, everyone looked at each other in amazement. A dramatic turn of events? Unbelievable. Minister, Jingnan swallowed nervously. It worked. Lu Guang's face lit up. Quick, find out who this X is. Could it be Xiang Chuanfu? Jingnan immediately began to investigate, and not long after, the investigation results came out. Minister, we couldn't find anything. No information could be found. Lu Guan pondered, it seems he doesn't want to be found. Maybe it really is Xiang Chuanfu. Leave him a message, ask him. Okay. A few days later, everything returned to normal, and We Company sheepishly withdrew their announcement. X's reputation soared, and on Friday night, Lu Can released an audio clip below the post. Once released, it caused a huge sensation. The audio confirmed that the virus was indeed created by We Company, a scheme for massive profits by any means necessary. Netizens speculated on who this X really was. His technical skills were amazing. Jing Xiao said to Jingnan, "This person is a genius, if you don't want him, I'll take him." Jingnan frowned, "You're thinking too much, this person is mine. Whoever finds him first gets him." Jingnan sighed, "Slippery as a fish, can't trace him at all." Jing Xiao pondered and left a string of incomprehensible text below the post. Lu Ken wasn't trying to show off, he understood the importance of being low-key. Given his current situation, he knew he would struggle if something unexpected happened. Accumulating knowledge, he felt there was still much to learn. As he casually browsed the comments, he noticed a strange string of text. What was this? Lu Can looked at it strangely. Was it a reverse code? After decrypting it, 4 words appeared, "Make a friend." He replied with a string of numbers below. Jing Xiao smiled, "Very clever." Decrypting the numbers revealed 6 words, "We will meet when destined." Alright, Jing Xiao tapped his fingers. This was an extremely intelligent person, and he was probably from Country C. We Company suffered heavy losses from then on. Their top technical personnel couldn't find out who X was, but threatened to sue him for defamation, claiming he slandered the company, as there was only the audio as evidence. Lu Ken thought this company was simply too bad, so he went to their official website and crashed their site, annoyed. He continued to boast, threatening to break into their core technology repository, the cunning little dog. From then on, the We Company fell silent like a cicada in winter. A cutting-edge software company was quietly taken over, and the blow to its reputation was truly resounding. The company began to decline, its reputation tarnished, but that's a story for another time. Since then, X became famous. The online world was in turmoil, but even after shutting it off, his world remained desolate. As the weather grew colder, Lu Chen lay on his small bed, unwilling to move. Little Huang nibbled on his slippers, curled up on top of them with his eyes closed. Lu Chen scrolled through his phone and messaged Jing Xiao, "It's cold, want to have dinner together?" Jing Xiao quickly replied, "I have something today, can we do it tomorrow?" "Sure," Lu Chen replied. Shortly after, he messaged Jing Nan, "Nan Ji, want to go out and eat together?" Jing Nan regretfully replied, "I'm a bit busy, another day, okay?" "Sigh, is everyone so busy?" Lu Chen didn't believe it and messaged Liang Wei, "Want to go to the street in the south of the city for skewers?" Liang Wei replied, "How can a genius like you understand the pain of us ordinary people?" "I'm studying, you go play." Oh, Lu Chen put down his phone, rarely wanting to find someone to play with. It seemed like everyone was busy. He shifted his gaze downward and decided to go buy dog food for little Huang and some groceries to treat himself. He had earned some money during this time, so he was more financially comfortable. He decided to buy a few more winter clothes. Lu Chen, free and happy, everything was getting better, and he was in a great mood. The virus invasion incident, which was thought to be very serious, ended dramatically. The related personnel hidden in Country C were also arrested one after another. As for We, although it was inconvenient to enforce laws across borders, with such a scandal on its back, the company would also head towards its demise. The aftermath work kept Jing Nan busy for a while. Lu Chen wrapped a scarf around his neck, put on a mask, and took a bus to the nearby Taihe supermarket. He calculated that there was about half a year left until the college entrance examination. When he had some free time, he would go get his driver's license, buy a car, and take Jing Xiao out for a drive. Then he would say to him, "Look, this is the exclusive car I prepared for you. Cool, right? Ha, men, why don't you surrender obediently?" Lu Chen thought strangely in his heart, but in reality, the wind made his nose red, and tears welled up in his eyes. The piercing winds seemed to penetrate straight into his heart. The supermarket was quite crowded. He picked up a bag of dog food, 2 pounds of lamb, a pound of pork, some vegetables, and a few bags of potato chips. He didn't buy too much, skipping the winter clothes for now. Otherwise, it would be too heavy to carry, and he was quite self-aware. Back at his place, he cooked a bowl of lamb soup, stir-fried some vegetables, steamed a bowl of rice, and sat down to eat slowly. He now had the determination to take care of his health and wanted to have a normal lifespan. Dr. Su had said that as long as he had a broad mind and supplemented with sufficient nutrition, he would slowly recover. He used to want to die and couldn't, but now, he wanted to live. After dinner, there was a knock on the door. Lu Chen was surprised because besides Jing Xiao, it seemed like no one else would come here. "Who is it?" Lu Chen asked through the door. Jing Xiao's voice came from outside the door. "Xiaoxi, it's me." Lu Chen, upon hearing this, quickly opened the door. "Why are you here?" Jing Xiao was holding 2 large bags of fruits and a variety of food. "I passed by here and brought you some food so you don't have to exert yourself. It's too cold, so just stay inside and don't run around." Lu Chen looked at him in astonishment. "Why are you so kind?" "I will be spoiled and arrogant." Jing Xiao replied. "He organized the ingredients for him. You're alone, so I have to take care of you more. You're still growing, so you must eat nutritious food and take responsibility for your own body." Lu Chen nodded vigorously, thanking him. Jing Xiao had other things to do, so he didn't stay long. At that moment, a dog barking was heard at his feet. He looked down and saw a little yellow dog, very small but looking very clever with shiny fur. It was obvious that its owner took good care of it. "Where did this little dog come from? It's quite cute." He squatted down and petted Little Yellow, who friendly licked his hand. Lu Chen also squatted down beside him. "I found it. Its name is Little Yellow, very obedient and well-behaved. I picked up a little white cat some time ago. I'll bring it over to let it make friends with Little Yellow." Jing Xiao smiled. "Little White is also very clever and affectionate." Lu Chen also smiled. Jing Xiao left quickly, and Lu Chen looked at the ingredients that would last him for a few days, feeling like a hamster being raised, destined to get fat sooner or later. He picked up the book on the desk and flipped through it page by page. Suddenly, he felt dizzy, his head spinning, and his vision darkening. He covered his forehead, propped his arm on the desk, and felt cold sweat on his forehead. After about 2 minutes, he gradually returned to normal. Under the intense panting, he felt a faint pain in his chest. The book fell to the ground. He raised his sweaty face, and waves of emotion surged in his heart. What's going on? Low blood sugar? Doesn't seem like it. Could it be overuse of his ability? But it had been over 10 days since he last used it to put out a fire. Illness? But in his past life, he didn't have such symptoms at this time. Lu Chen's dark eyes stared at the white wall, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Do you believe in fate? Destiny always plays its self-righteous jokes on us, regardless of whether you are a good person or a bad person. Jing Xiao drove to the police station, where Captain Zhong was waiting for him. How is it? Any leads? Jing Xiao asked. Captain Zhong shook his head. None. Maybe that little rascal was just talking nonsense? Jing Xiao sighed. I hope so too, but my intuition tells me that Tianqing Group must have a problem. I still want to continue the investigation. Captain Zhong, some evils are deeply hidden, and if not stopped, they will become more and more rampant. Captain Zhong looked at Jing Xiao. Alright, be careful, I will assign more people to monitor, but if after some time, there are still no abnormalities, I may have to stop the investigation. Jing Xiao replied, okay. After leaving the police station, Jing Xiao drove back home. His brother was getting engaged next week, and the family had been busy lately. Although he didn't need to do anything, he had to show up, or his brother, with his temper, would remember for a long time. Lu Chen wondered, what would happen if he went for a checkup, and the blood test revealed that he was different from normal people? Would he be accepted as an anomaly and used for research? Looking at his pale face in the mirror, he felt a slight suffocation. No, don't think too much, Lu Chen, everything is changed, don't be pessimistic. Maybe it's just low blood sugar. He let out a sigh, lost interest in reading, and lay down on the bed, feeling drained of energy, only deep sleep could restore him. The Liu family. Lu Xing rarely returned to the Liu family. With his courage and determination, he further developed his company. As for Lu Jiao, initially surprised that Lu Chen had gotten involved with the Jing family, he sneered in his heart. So what? Even if you soar to great heights, you are getting farther and farther away from the Liu family. I am the ultimate winner. Lu Chen gathered his spirits. He was no longer the naive white boy, having experienced so much darkness, his resilience was incomparable. It was Sunday, no work today, he had a whole day of rest. Jing Xiao came to pick him up. Let's eat first, then where do you want to go? Lu Chen replied, something exciting. I want to go bungee jumping. Jing Xiao immediately rejected, no, too dangerous. Then go karting. It had to be something thrilling. Of course, that was also not allowed, Jing Xiao said sternly, that's not allowed. Lu Chen was disappointed, if this is not allowed and that is not allowed, how about skydiving? Jing Xiao still frowned, why do you always want to do these dangerous activities? No, I think we should find a country hotel, have a meal, take a walk, exercise, and rest fully. Jing Xiaoye thought more and more that this idea was great, no objections? Then it's settled. Lu Chen opened his mouth, feeling like he was being pushed into a corner like this? I didn't even get a chance to speak. Bad thing. Lu Chen bit his arm and said, Comrade Jing Xiaoye, who wants to take a walk, not me. I want to see all the mountains, be the first to gallop like the wind, fly over mountains and seas, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Jing Xiaoye sneered, no, you don't want to. Lu Chen's arrogance was suppressed, and he exuded a sense of resentment. Jing Xiaoye helplessly said, after eating, I'll take you to the racetrack, but you can only watch, not ride. I really don't know where you get such courage. Lu Chen was happy, watching was fine, he just wanted to feel the extreme rhythm, to clear away the haze in his heart. At the racetrack, Lu Chen sat in the stands, feeling the exuberant, free atmosphere, but he just watched quietly without saying a word. Jing Xiaoye noticed his unusual behavior, what's wrong? Is something on your mind? Lu Chen turned to Jing Xiaoye in the wind and said, Jing Xiaoye, do me a favor. Jing Xiaoye's heart skipped a beat, panic struck him, he rarely felt so nervous. Lu Chen said, is there a doctor you trust? I want to have a full-body checkup. Are you feeling unwell? Jing Xiaoye took him to a secluded place and asked urgently. Lu Chen nodded, after thinking about it, you are the person I trust the most. Jing Xiaoye looked into his eyes, okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning, I'll take a day off for you. Lu Chen smiled, why are you so nervous? It's just an examination, maybe there's nothing wrong at all. Even if the results are not satisfactory, it's okay. Jing Xiaoye put a down jacket hat on him, don't say pessimistic things. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. Lu Chen lowered his eyelids, he didn't want to live before, now he didn't want to die, how pathetic. There are still many places he wants to go, many ideas he wants to put into practice. What he wants is not much. Shuguang Private Hospital is owned by the Zhou family, with top-notch facilities in all aspects. Cutting-edge medical equipment developed by the Jing family is also prioritized here, and the hospital director, Zhou Changsheng, is Jing Xiaoye's uncle. Jing Xiaoye has two uncles in total, the elder uncle, Zhong Qiming, who took his mother's surname and became a policeman, and the younger uncle, Zhou Changsheng, who was a doctor saving lives. Early in the morning, Jing Xiaoye took Lu Chen to Shuguang Hospital, where Zhou Changsheng personally conducted the examination with great confidentiality. Jing Xiaoye introduced him, this is my uncle, no need to worry. Lu Chen smiled, hello, Dr. Zhou. Zhou Changsheng nodded, thinking to himself, what a handsome boy. After a thorough examination, Zhou Changsheng furrowed his brows tightly. How could a young boy have so many injuries? The doctor was compassionate, but the young man remained calm throughout the process. After all the tests were done, perhaps due to having blood drawn, his face lacked color. After the final test, Zhou Changsheng asked him to sit down and rest, are you okay? Lu Chen nodded, I'm fine, thank you, Dr. Zhou. Zhou Changsheng told Jing Xiaoye and Lu Chen, the test results will be available this afternoon, don't worry. Jing Xiaoye said, "Thank you, uncle, we'll leave now. Please inform me when the results are ready." He prepared a hot drink for Lu Chen, had him eat something, and then sent him back to rest. Later, Zhou Changsheng called him. "Xiao Xiao, the results are out, come over." Jing Xiaoye rushed to the hospital. Looking at his uncle's expression, he felt a hint of nervousness. "How is it?" Zhou Changsheng didn't know how to respond. In his 20 years of practice, he had never encountered such a strange situation. The body has suffered severe abuse, quite weak, but fortunately, he is young. With careful recuperation and exercise, he should be able to lead a normal life. Abuse? Jing Xiaoye was stunned. Was it in the Lu family? No, it shouldn't be. The Lu family wasn't that cruel. Was it in the Lin family? A fierce look flashed in Jing Xiaoye's eyes. How reckless. Yes, covered in scars. Zhou Changxing's face showed anger. It was too cruel. He continued, but the most important point is that I detected an unknown substance in his body, similar to a biological enzyme, which can catalyze, engulf, and decompose most substances. What's even more incredible is that it can revive and regenerate cells, promote metabolism and blood circulation. Time is too short, we haven't had time to study it thoroughly, but it's enough to shock the world. Zhou Changsheng obviously hadn't recovered from the shock. Where did you find this child? What is his background? Do you know what this represents? Jing Xiao replied in a deep voice, he has no background. What does it represent? It represents that humanity will break through the existing aging patterns, longevity, or even immortality. Zhou Changxing nodded. This is amazing, but this substance existing in his body, as he ages, will bring a heavy burden to him. When he stops growing, his body will collapse because it cannot bear it, like a high-speed machine consuming too much energy, leading to malnutrition, mental fatigue, physical weakness, dizziness, and ultimately likely to cause his demise. Jing Zhao's breathing gradually became heavier. It means, too much of a good thing. Yes, further research is needed. If it weren't for the new equipment used this time, we might not have been able to detect it. However, Xiao Xiao, once this substance appears, it will become a coveted item for human desires. Theoretically, it is unique. If it can combine with other substances, perhaps it can truly make humans live longer. Zhou Changsheng voiced his speculation. It's too early to talk about these things. I can't let him become someone else's experiment. I just want him to live on. Uncle, please keep it confidential and find a way to remove this substance as soon as possible, please. Zhou Changsheng looked at his determined eyes. He is important to you, isn't he? Jing Xiao nodded. Uncle, you don't understand the whole story, but this thing that goes against the ethics of life and death should not exist. It will lead to a major disaster. Immortality is something humanity has been pursuing since ancient times, but humans are carbon-based life forms, carriers of desires and greed. Once the last constraint is broken, what will be the result? Zhou Changsheng nodded in appreciation. This was an extraordinary child who could hold on to his principles, be upright and clear-minded. He smiled in understanding. I may have been too one-sided in my thinking. Rest assured, I will do my best to save him. Coming out of the Dawn Hospital, Jing Xiao sat in the car, staring at the sky for a long time, and finally called Lu Chen. Lu Chen had been waiting for the results and answered, How is it? Any results? Jing Xiao told him, It's nothing serious, just physical weakness. Xiaoxi, your physical condition is too poor. From now on, come out every weekend, and I will help you exercise and improve your health. Lu Chen doubted, Really? Absolutely, I won't lie to you. Lu Chen was half believing, but still said, So, do I need to rest well? Exercise? It's too tiring, I don't want to. Jing Xiao helplessly said, Listen to me. No matter how Jing Xiao persuaded Lu Chen, he wouldn't agree. Finally, Jing Xiao compromised, How about a walk? A walk should be fine, right? Lu Chen smiled, Okay. Jing Xiao paused and continued, You also need to go to the hospital for conditioning once a week, just for a while, okay? Lu Chen didn't refuse and agreed before hanging up the phone. He thought to himself, Do you really think I'm a fool? But for now, it's fine not to know, ignorance is bliss, and good luck will come naturally. On Tuesday, Lu Chen returned to school, and his classmates gathered to discuss what kind of person the mysterious X was, a technology expert who appeared and disappeared without a trace, a mysterious and powerful presence that always sparked many speculations. I guess he's a middle-aged man who's a homebody, with a big belly. It could also be an inconspicuous programmer, low-key and gorgeous, understand? Wrong. Son Yi and Lu Beibei fantasized, it must be a graceful beauty, fair-skinned and beautiful with long legs, who can easily defeat the island country's troublemakers. Put. Lu Chen couldn't help but cough at the last one he heard, thinking, what good words could he expect from them? A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Lu Chen, what do you think? Liang Wei couldn't win against the two girls, so he sought help from Lu Chen. Lu Chen modestly replied, ahem, X is actually me. Everyone laughed and scolded, you want to be on top of the world. Taking advantage of everything, be careful of being cursed by netizens. Lu Chen felt frustrated, am I not amazing? I am the top of my class, be careful not to be embarrassed again. Who would believe that? No one believed. Jiang Xiaoming said, it's not that I don't believe you, but no one would believe such a thing, okay? Be good, let's just focus on being good students ourselves. Lu Chen didn't want to talk to them anymore, believe it or not, it's up to you. Ha, everyone burst into laughter. Liang Wei asked him, why are you sick again? Your physical fitness is not good, you only have brains, no physical strength, how can this work? Lu Chen also took this matter seriously, he had been trying to improve his health, and now his physical strength was much better than before. He also felt deeply, yes, the old problems from before will get better in the future. During the lunch break, Lu Lin unexpectedly came to find him. Seeing him there, Lu Lin relaxed, looked at him eagerly, and asked, can you come out for a while? Who is he calling? The classmates were puzzled. Lu Lin is Lu Jiao's younger brother, also a pampered young master. He knew many people in the third year of high school, so who could he be looking for? Only Xinzhua, who had seen Lu Lin come to find Lu Chen before, thought he must be looking for him again this time. But Lu Chen turned a deaf ear. People who used to avoid him were now openly looking for him. They weren't afraid of others knowing about their relationship anymore? Oh, it doesn't matter anymore. So he didn't bother, thinking, why should I go out just because you call me? Who do you think you are bothering me like this? He silently complained in his heart, but he didn't go out. Lu Lin, seeing that Lu Chen completely ignored him, looked sad, hesitated, and then turned and left. It was inexplicable. Lu Chen yawned, feeling much better without negative energy around him. However, in the afternoon after school, Lu Lin came looking for him again, blocking his way on the road. Lu Chen was annoyed by him, what do you want? Lu Lin said to him, I recently had a falling out with Lu Jiao, I feel uneasy, so I wanted to tell you, I'm sorry. Lu Lin's face had lost some of its childishness and gained a hint of maturity. Lu Chen looked at him for a while before saying, Lu Lin, do you know where you're being foolish? You lack empathy, your pride, in my opinion, is worthless. Lu Chen spoke bluntly, there are some things I can keep to myself, but you guys can't. Why should you be able to continue living peacefully? Want to dump all your guilt on me? Then continue living your bright life in peace? Can you please spare me? It's not easy for me either. Lu Chen's words hit home. Lu Lin was speechless, I'm not like that. His eyes were red, say what you want, I'm not trying to do that, I sincerely apologize to you. Lu Chen didn't want to get entangled with him anymore, are you done? You can leave now. People passing by looked at them, too conspicuous. Lu Chen finished speaking and left straight away. What does an apology mean? I don't need it. 3 days later, a major event occurred in the capital city, where the two young masters of the Lu family were kidnapped. The kidnapping incident has not been spread yet. It was sent by Lu Xing to him, reminding him to be careful recently. Although his identity has not been made public and he has already left the Lu family, who knows if the kidnappers can find out. Just in case, it's better to be cautious. Lu Chen was stunned when he heard this. Kidnapping? In the previous life, he and Lu Jiao were taken away by kidnappers just before the college entrance examination. In this life, it was not even February yet, but his decision had caused a butterfly effect, leading to Lu Lin taking his place. The timing was advanced, but the incidents still occurred. It's just that there were some slight changes. Lu Chen felt absurd and dramatic. Well, let's see who the Lu family will choose this time. This time, it's really a dilemma for them. The cycle of cause and effect, retribution is inevitable. In the midst of it all, this is like a boomerang. I must find a seat and watch. As for himself, he had nothing to worry about. As long as the kidnappers wanted money, they had already captured 2 people, which should be enough for them. Why bother to capture someone who had already left the Lu family? He replied to Lu Xing, "No, I am safe without you all." On the other end, Lu Xing smiled bitterly. This guy always knows how to hit people where it hurts. At the same time, the Lu family was in a state of despair. When Qin was at a loss, and she was with old lady Lu, worrying about Lu Jiao and Lu Lin at the same time. May heaven bless them and bring them back safely. Lu Jing remained calm and said, "Everyone, don't panic. We must stay calm at times like this." Lu Xing said, "Dad, let's call the police." Lu Jing shook his head, "Let's wait. If they only want money, then we'll give it. This is a premeditated kidnapping case, and our every move is being monitored by the other party. Any slight mistake could lead to unforeseen consequences." Old Master Lu said, "They should call again. Let's see how much money they want. If it's for money, then everything will be fine." Lu Xing remained silent, he was only worried about Lu Lin. As for Lu Jiao, there may have been a few traces of feelings in the past, but with Lu Chen's appearance, he increasingly realized Lu Jiao's maliciousness. The clues found in the investigation, as well as the dark schemes he hadn't noticed before, made him feel disgusted. On Saturday, apart from a phone call in the morning asking them to prepare the ransom, the kidnappers did not call again for 2 consecutive days. They must be observing. The exact amount of ransom had not been mentioned yet, but it would definitely be substantial. The Lu family was anxious but dared not call the police, waiting for the next move of the kidnappers. On Saturday, Lu Chen attended Jing Chen's engagement banquet. Jing Chen said to Jing Xiao, "Bring Xiaoxixi along to show her face." What's the point of hiding her? Jing Xiao was already numb to his brother's teasing. He just gave his brother a cold look. "You invited her, not me." Jing Chen glanced meaningfully at him, tisk. But he had already sent an invitation to Lu Chen, with a note, "Xiaoxi, waiting for you." Lin Xiaoxi thought to herself, this big brother really deserves a beating. Who is Xiaoxi? You are still Jing Chen. So Jing Xiao is little Xiao? Ha, Lu Chen chuckled. Jing Xiao came to pick him up on Saturday. Lu Chen was afraid of the cold, so he wore a decent cotton winter coat. He looked good, and he always looked eye-catching no matter what he wore. Jing Xiao also didn't want him to wear those formal suits. Firstly, they were not warm, and secondly, he felt that Lu Chen looked better the simpler he dressed. He looked at Lu Chen and took out a diamond-studded brooch from his pocket, pinned it in front of Lu Chen's chest, exuding a luxurious and elegant aura, adding to his charm. Isn't it unique? It must be expensive, right? Lu Chen was a bit hesitant to move, afraid that if one diamond was missing, he wouldn't be able to afford it even if he sold himself. The diamonds on this brooch are dazzling and eye-catching, forming the shape of a flying bird. Wearing it feels heavy, and there is no doubt that it must be valuable. Jing Xiao was satisfied with the sight, and Lu Chen, set off by the diamonds, looked even more handsome, with an ethereal temperament. Not expensive, it suits you well, Jing Xiao said. Lu Chen, just take it off, I'm nervous. Jing Xiao couldn't help but smile, don't worry, with me by your side, no one dares to steal it. Ha, so cute. What he didn't know was that in such a gathering of celebrities, hardly anyone would do such a thing. People of a certain status all have their own pride. And with Lu Chen by his side, who would dare? Lu Chen snorted, you're making fun of me, anyway, I'm just a country bumpkin. Jing Xiao said calmly, no, you're not, you are a little sun beside the sun. Lu Chen, the Jing brothers are really birds of a feather. They must always be talking behind my back. The engagement banquet was held at the Jing family's villa. This was Lu Chen's first time at the Jing family's residence. There were many buildings, gardens, rockeries, tennis courts, and even fountains, larger than the Lu family's, built like an estate. It's winter now, but in spring, with flowers blooming and grass turning green, it must be very beautiful. Damn rich people, Lu Chen cursed in his heart, how can they make so much money? Wake up, Lu Chen, you're just looking, money is just an external thing, don't be assimilated by this materialistic world. What are you thinking? Your face looks like a weather forecast, Jing Xiao wondered. Lu Chen glanced at him, cultivating my mind. In fact, he was jealous. Jing Xiao, being smarter, parked the car and said, the Jing family rose to prominence over 1,000 years ago, experiencing several generations of ups and downs. They also hit rock bottom before, and now they have accumulated this wealth over the generations. Lu Chen nodded, it's hard to achieve such success relying solely on one generation. Jing Xiao nodded, let's go see my elder brother and Yao Yao. Lu Chen followed Jing Xiao inside, his eyes once again blinded by the magnificent banquet hall. The banquet hadn't started yet, the guests hadn't arrived. Lu Chen greeted Jing Yan and Zhou Qing warmly, and greeted Jing Chen enthusiastically, little Chen, congratulations, here's a gift. The gift was a pair of cute plush dolls he picked out. Jing Chen held them in his arms, looking particularly funny. Ha, Zhou Qing and Jing Yan laughed, little Chen? This kid has some nerve. Jing Chen looked especially handsome that day, tall and handsome. He put the dolls aside and reached out to grab Lu Chen's collar, pulling him close, little she, you will regret this. Get lost, Lu Chen covered the brooch on his chest, looking at him warily, robbery is a crime. Jing Chen let go of him, sighed, forget it, today is my big day, I won't argue with you. Kid, just you wait. Just wait, what can you do to me? Jing Chen sneered, his gaze falling on the brooch, it's worth 20 million, keep it safe, you'll be in trouble if you lose it. What? Lu Chen was stunned, how much? Jing Xiao gave his brother a sharp look, he's lying, it's only 18 million, no worries, you don't have to compensate if it's lost. What's the difference? Oh, 2 million less, indeed, a big gap. Lu Chen's dumbfounded look was too cute, and everyone present burst into laughter. Jing Chen said proudly, let's go, I'll take you to see my wife, she is the most beautiful woman in the world. The engagement banquet was very joyful, Tang Yao's dress was beautiful, like a peach blossom. Standing next to Jing Chen, they looked really good together. Lu Chen's sweet words were quite sweet, and a few words made everyone in the Jing family happy. Jing Xiao watched him, feeling like a fish in water, where was the slightest hint of nervousness? Before long, the guests arrived one after another. Lu Chen sat quietly in a corner, eating alone, when Jing Nan rushed over energetically, Xiaoxi, Nan Gu is here. Lu Chen's cake was shaken into the plate by him, and he asked, have you been busy lately? Jing Nan nodded, busy as a bee. Ah, I'm starving, I'll eat a few bites first. Soon after, Zhang Yuxiu, Zhang Xin, and Chen Nian also came over, Xiaoxi, long time no see. Lu Chen politely greeted each of them, and everyone sat down together to enjoy the food. Jing Xiao greeted the guests and ushered Jing Nan to the side, sitting next to Lu Chen, drinking tea and having some snacks. Many people secretly glanced over, noticing a new face. They speculated on who this boy was, with such a good temperament and a large, bright diamond brooch on his chest. It was an item obtained by the Jing family at an auction, worth a fortune. Seeing Jing Xiao and him being intimate, it seemed their relationship was quite good. Therefore, those who wanted to strike up a conversation were eager to try, but Jing Nan stopped them all, saying, just have a meal and chat? This is not a place for fame and fortune. However, Lu Chen still greeted the people he knew, Zhong Qiming and Zhou Changshang. In addition, there was Jing Zhao's uncle, Jing Sui, a straightforward military man with at least the rank of major, who was also Jing Nan's father. It was hard to imagine that these two people with such contrasting personalities were father and son. After a while, the crowd stirred, and Jing Zhao's pupils constricted. It was Yin Shou, why was he here? He blocked Lu Chen with his body, his intuition telling him not to let Yin Shou notice Lu Chen. Xiaoxi, I'll take you upstairs. Lu Chen, who hadn't finished eating, asked, "Why?" Jing Xiao shook his head. "Don't ask so many questions, I have my reasons." "Okay." Lu Chen, puzzled, chose to trust him and stood up, saying, "Let's go." Jing Nan protested, "What's going on? It's all mysterious." "Xiao Shi is not just yours, I want him to accompany me." Jing Xiao stuffed a banana into his mouth. "Eat your food, don't meddle." Jing Nan thought to himself, "I was the one who knew him first, how come I'm being overshadowed by latecomers?" Watching them become more familiar, there was a faint sense of sadness. Yin Xiu was elegant and extraordinary. He was the last to arrive. After all, he was a prominent figure in the capital. In earlier years, there was some connection between the Jing family and the Yin family, but in recent years, as the Yin family's methods became more ruthless, the interactions gradually decreased. They had different paths and couldn't collaborate. Lu Chen followed Jing Xiao upstairs, and Yin Xiu glanced over but then averted his gaze. He smiled and mingled with the guests, not stealing the host's limelight, sitting properly and chatting with people around him from time to time, showing his presence. In the latter part of the event, Lu Chen stayed in Jing Xiao's room, while Jing Xiao had to show up downstairs to greet the guests. He instructed Lu Chen not to go out under any circumstances. Lu Chen could only nod, wondering about the reason. Jing Zhao's room was plain, clean, with musical instruments in the corner, a cabinet full of trophies and gifts, a desktop computer on the table, and a family photo on the side, showing a good family atmosphere. Lu Chen looked around and decided not to touch other people's things, so he simply sat on the bed and dozed off. When Jing Xiao came back in, Lu Chen was already asleep. He carefully examined Lu Chen. His complexion was fine, but there was a hint of weariness between his brows. Jing Xiao felt anxious but helpless, so he had to remind his nephew to take care of himself. Lu Chen woke up after just an hour of sleep and sat up. Jing Xiao, sitting on a chair nearby, asked, "Are you awake?" Lu Chen apologized, "I'm sorry, I was a bit tired." "Is it over?" Jing Xiao nodded, "Everyone has left. I've prepared some food for you. Why don't you wash your face and come down?" Lu Chen nodded. Jing Chen and Tang Yao sat downstairs resting. When they came down, Jing Chen looked at his younger brother with suspicion. "Why are you acting so sneaky? Hiding upstairs for so long?" Jing Xiao asked Lu Chen to sit down and placed some food in front of him, but both of them ignored him. Jing Chen had a feeling that something was going on, but he didn't ask much. "Come on, Yao, eat more." Tang Yao pushed him away. "Do you think I'm a pig? I can't eat anymore." Jing Chen's eyes softened, "Just a little more." Tang Yao looked beautiful today, feeling sweet inside. "Okay, you eat too." Lu Chen watched silently. Although Jing Chen could be annoying at times, he was exceptionally good to Tang Yao. He silently wished for their happiness and longevity. After eating, Jing Xiao drove Lu Chen back. Lu Chen was puzzled. "Aren't you going to explain?" Jing Xiao said, "There's a person, his name is Yin Xiu. I don't want him to see you, it's dangerous. I'll send you his photo later. If you ever see him, make sure to stay far away." "Yin Xiu? Who is he?" Lu Chen's mind raced. "Is he among today's guests?" Jing Xiao nodded. "Yes, remember, this person is very dangerous, don't get close." Lu Chen sighed. "Okay, but your recent behavior is becoming more unpredictable." Jing Xiao knew Lu Chen was smart, but for now, he could only say, "Trust me, I won't harm you." Lu Chen didn't ask further. He returned the brooch to Jing Xiao. "Here, this is expensive, I've been on edge all day, take it back." Jing Xiao was about to say something, but Lu Chen shook his head. He took it, held it tightly. "Go upstairs and rest early." Lu Chen nodded. "Goodbye, I had a great time today." On Sunday night, Lu Chen quietly went to a secluded warehouse near Beihai. He remembered in his past life, he and Lu Jia were initially tied up here. This was a group of desperados, a total of 15 people, and most importantly, they had guns. Lu Chen watched from afar. Indeed, there were people around. It was indeed here, remote and desolate, a good hiding place. At this moment, there were only 5 guards, all masked. The rest should be monitoring the Lu family. They were brave and cunning, which was one of the reasons why the Lu family dared not call the police. 5 people, 1 guarding Lu Jiao and Lu Lin inside, the other 4 patrolling around the warehouse without stopping. Lu Chen wanted to take a closer look, but had no chance. He sighed. In TV shows, even kidnappers take breaks, finding opportunities, but in reality, there was no chance at all. He couldn't just watch, it was too cold. Shortly after, he saw another group of people return. They put masks on Lu Jiao and Lu Lin and took them away. Lu Chen had to quietly return. He thought, the Lu family prided themselves on being clever and powerful, with money and influence. Why didn't they save them? Nothing would happen in the short term, might as well go back and sleep. He didn't know where they were taken, as he was blindfolded from the start, but the final destination was Beihai. On Monday, Lu Chen arrived at the Dawn Hospital. Zhou Changsheng looked at him. Xiaoxi, the nutrient injection might sting a bit. Lu Chen took a step back, afraid of pain. Jing Xiao couldn't bear to watch. Is there a less painful method? Zhou Changsheng looked at them. It will only sting a little, young man, endure it. Lu Chen took a deep breath. What was there to fear? He extended his arm. Go ahead. Zhou Changsheng praised. Very good, be brave, taking care of your body is the most important. The cold needle pierced his upper arm, slowly advancing. Cold sweat dripped down Lu Chen's forehead. It hurt. Was this just a little painful? Clearly, it was very painful. After the medicine was administered, Dr. Zhou removed the needle. Are you okay? Lu Chen's arms were sore and numb, almost unable to lift them. He looked at Dr. Zhou with a look of distress. Dr. Zhou, what do you think? Can't you see I'm in so much pain? Dr. Zhou also felt sorry for him. Drink more water, exercise more. With treatment, your body will get better and you won't have to suffer in the future. Jing Xiao asked Lu Chen to lie down and rest. He went to Dr. Zhou Changsheng's office. Uncle, will this work? Zhou Changsheng said, give it a try, but it won't harm your body. Come back for a checkup next week. If it doesn't work, we'll try a different medication. Jing Xiao nodded. Dr. Zhou Changsheng was a top doctor in the country, and he trusted him. After the pain subsided, Lu Chen's arm felt slightly numb. He lay on the bed, raised 2 fingers to make a victory sign to life. Still need a nutrient injection. I must be a fool to trust you guys. The joint exam is in a week, and then it's winter break. There will be plenty of time to hibernate. Time flies. The Lu family received a call again on Monday, demanding 3 billion in cash. If the police are called, they will tear up the tickets immediately. Lu Chen calculated the time. It should be Thursday night when the kidnappers will take action. He just wanted to verify his suspicions. Me and Lu Jiao, you choose Lu Jiao, then between Lu Lin and Lu Jiao, who would you choose? It's Tuesday now. Lu Chen is sitting in the classroom during self-study time. The classroom is noisy with all kinds of activities going on: reading, reciting, solving problems, and daydreaming. Lu Chen is daydreaming. Li Mei used to remind Lu Chen to study when he was distracted, but now she just sighs. It's not daydreaming, it's absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, swimming in the ocean of knowledge. Mortals don't understand the world of the study god. Lu Chen shook his arms, feeling sore and numb. How could Dr. Zhou lie to him? He wished he could sleep 20 hours a day these past 2 days. Isn't this just forcing him to rest? But he still has to go to school, work, and watch the excitement. The Lu family has kept it quiet enough, and there's still no news leaking out. Lu Chen yawned. Is your illness serious? Li Mei couldn't help but ask him. This question has been asked by his classmates, and to be honest, he doesn't know either. But recently, besides feeling tired easily, he hasn't felt any other discomfort. It should be okay, right? Not serious, Lu Chen replied. Li Mei thought to herself, you've taken too many sick leaves this semester. But then she felt frustrated. Even if others take frequent leaves, their grades don't suffer. People can't be compared, it's better to work hard steadily. Her goal is to improve a little each time, perform well in the college entrance exam, go to an ordinary university, and live a stable life. Zhang Hangrui came in, glanced at Lu Chen's seat, waved to him, and signaled him to go out with him. Lu Chen stood up, walked out, and looked at Zhang Hangrui. He knew the teacher wanted to ask something, so he said first, "I'm fine, sorry for making you worry, teacher." Zhang Hangrui looked at him with concern. "Your brother said you have to take sick leave every Monday from now on." "Lu Chen, what kind of illness do you have?" Lu Chen said, "Malnutrition, I need nutrient injections." "Teacher, this is the doctor's note." He took out the doctor's note from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Hangrui. After carefully reading it, Zhang Hangrui relaxed. "You don't need to participate in the classroom cleaning duty from now on. Rest well, conserve your energy. After the joint exam next Tuesday, it's winter break. Rest and recover at home. I'm not worried about your grades, but I am concerned about your health." Lu Chen smiled. "It's okay, teacher. I will definitely get a good score in the joint exam." Zhang Hangrui shook his head. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Compared to the college entrance exam, these things are not important." Lu Chen nodded. "Teacher, if I can't take the college entrance exam, would that be a disaster?" Zhang Hangrui frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about? The college entrance examination is so important, you must participate. This is a test of the efforts you have put in for 3 years, how can you not participate? Or are you thinking of taking the recommended route?" Lu Chen shook his head. "No, teacher, rest assured, I will definitely take the college entrance examination. This is regret from a past life. In this life, he will definitely not walk the same old path again. Even if he has to give it his all, he will resist fate. From the kidnapping incident, some things are destined to happen, while others can be avoided. Everything is changing." On a snowy Thursday, with the cold freezing the ground, Lu Chen wrapped himself in a blanket, watching the snowflakes falling outside the window. For a moment, he hesitated. It's so cold, will he freeze if he goes out to see the excitement? Little Huang is also strange. It doesn't stay in the warm nest prepared for it, always crawling into his slippers, sticking its butt out and stretching its legs, like a little frog. After sitting for a while, he got up, poured little Huang out of the slippers, got dressed, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and went to school. He took a day off with Hejin in the evening. It's a dark and windy night, he is ready to watch the show from a distance and enjoy the various aspects of human nature. Such opportunities are rare, how can he miss it? Jing Xiao and Yang Fan have been tracking Yin Xiu for many days. Finally, one day, Yin Xiu showed some unusual behavior. He changed his habit of activities in places like the company, home, sports field, and nightclubs, and went to an elegant tea house. Is he tired of eating meat and now seeking elegance? Yang Fan and Jing Xiao sat in the car, hidden in a secluded corner, whispering quietly. Jing Xiao stared at the tea house. After tracking for so many days without any results, he did not give up. He had a feeling that Yin Xiu was about to reveal his true colors. Xingxian Tea House, a property of the Qi family. Yang Fan frowned. The Qi family and the Yin family, one in real estate development and the other in biopharmaceuticals, when did they have any intersection? Jing Xiao said, the Yin family has more than just the biopharmaceutical project. In the early years, Yin Minghan also started with real estate development before shifting strategies to pharmaceutical research and development. Yang Fan's eyes hurt from staring, so they are discussing business. Boss, it looks like we are going to waste another day. Jing Xiao said, stay calm. In such a big family, even if someone is killed, it will be done quietly and not easily noticed. If we want to gain something, we have to be patient. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after waiting for 3 hours, Jing Xiao and Yang Fan suddenly became excited. Yang Fan's mouth formed an O shape. Jing Xiao clenched his fist. They saw Yin Xiu coming out of the tea house with a young man who had a pale face and limbs showing a bluish-gray color, clearly not human. But he was not a ghost either because he had a physical form. They recognized this young man, Qi Min, a teenage piano prodigy who had died of illness 3 years ago. Qi Min, once the most dazzling figure of the Qi family, won numerous piano awards both domestically and internationally at the age of 19, shining brightly all the way. But at the peak of his career, he was diagnosed with a malignant tumor and fell from grace. Qi Min was someone Jing Xiao admired because of his exceptional piano skills, almost reaching perfection. Truly talented, but also envied by the heavens. Oh my God, neither human nor ghost, What kind of monster is this? Didn't he already die? Yang Fan widened his eyes. The world is too scary. Jimin appeared for a moment and then got into Inxio's car, which drove away. There were 7 or 8 bodyguards driving behind. Boss, should we follow them? Yang Fan asked. Jing Xiao pondered, follow, but keep a distance. They are very alert, so track them carefully, but don't let them notice us. Yang Fan swallowed hard, understood. Lu Chen, wrapped up like a zonzi, quietly concealed himself on the shore of Beihai, peering out. He had a hot water bottle in his arms because it was really cold, around -10 degrees by now. This is the scene of the ransom exchange from his past life. A small boat was moored in the distance. After squatting for about an hour, Lu Jing came alone. He placed a bag of something on the beach and then left. Before long, 3 armed kidnappers approached, all wearing headgear and concealing their faces. The 3 of them took the bags and left. The ship sailed in, picked up the person, and left. Soon after, Lu Jing and Lu Xing appeared, accompanied by a small team of bodyguards. Lu Xing said, Dad, will they release the person? They will. It's 1 billion, and there are 2 more billion. If they don't release the person, they won't get the money. It was all about money, how could they be willing? Lu Jing said, looking at a distance, feeling so old. He sighed, thinking, with 2 precious sons kidnapped, in great danger, he must be very worried. An hour later, the kidnappers called, and Lu Jing answered, Hello? Mr. Lu, we have received 1 billion, fulfilling our promise. We can release 1 person first. You choose, release the older one first or the younger one? Lu Jing's face darkened, release the younger one first. The kidnappers laughed heartily. All right, he is waiting for you 3 kilometers to the west, 30 minutes from now. The kidnapper hung up, using hands-free throughout, did you hear that? They didn't choose you. How pitiful. Lu Jiao's hands and feet were tied, his mouth gagged. At this moment, his eyes were cold, the recent mental pressure had worn him down a lot. He lowered his head, smiled miserably. He actually accepted it like this. Originally, they didn't like him anymore. Not Lu Lin, would they choose me? The kidnapper continued, let's go. They didn't choose you, we chose you. But... The kidnapper shrugged, don't blame us for being ruthless. Blame your heartless father. Lu Jiao's eyes widened as the kidnapper carried him out of the cabin. Lu Lin watched from the side, hungry and thirsty, even moving a finger was difficult. He raised his hand, then fainted, also being carried out of the cabin. Lu Chen heard the answer, smirked mockingly. There was a feeling of being truly undervalued in the Lu family's hearts. Lu Jiao was not as good as Lu Lin, and Lu Lin was not as good as Lu Chen. After all, he was the cheapest. Really not worth it in this life. Lu Xing and Lu Jing immediately drove over, with Lu Chen following quickly, like the wind in the dark night. Lu Chen gradually realized that this power was the embodiment of energy. He adjusted his breathing, felt around. If he could find the timing and rules of this energy, would it not have a negative impact on his body? Too ethereal, he couldn't figure it out for a while. Lu Chen followed Lu Jing and Lu Xing like a gust of wind, arriving at a tree-filled area in the dark night. They saw a sack. They quickly untied the sack, and Lu Jing and Lu Xing's scalps immediately tingled. It was the unconscious Lu Jiao, not Lu Lin. The kidnappers had deceived them. Lu Chen was also stunned, this plot was different from the previous life. The kidnappers called, playing with them in their hands, Mr. Lu, have you found the person? Lu Jing angrily said, didn't you say to release the younger one first? If you break your promise like this, how can I trust you? The kidnapper replied, do you think we're fools? If we release the favored one first and leave the unfavored one behind, what if you don't want the remaining one and decide to call the police? We'll be in trouble. You. Lu Jing thought, this is bad. He was already prepared to call the police. Now everything is messed up again. Alright, I'll give you the remaining 2 billion now. Give me an address, we'll exchange money for the person. I won't give you the money until I see the person. The kidnapper said, 5 kilometers south, on the shore of the North Sea. Don't play tricks, or else the poison needle will pierce your young son's delicate skin, and he will die a miserable death. Lu Chen watched, thinking the kidnapper was really bold. Wasn't it a waste of intelligence to be a kidnapper? He looked at Lu Jiao lying on the ground, his mouth curled up in his unconscious state. This was bad, something fishy was going on. Half an hour ago, when Lu Jiao was carried out of the cabin by the kidnappers, ready to break his limbs to intimidate Lu Jing, a group of people like ghosts subdued all the kidnappers one by one. Lu Jiao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, finally, they've come. Lu Jiao, the leader said, you asked for us to come. Lu Jiao moved his wrist slightly, thank you. No need to thank us, it's an exchange. From now on, you will be our guinea pig. Remember, you volunteered for this, and if you breach the agreement, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Lu Jiao nodded, I agree, but I need your help. I want to kill Lu Jing, Lu Xing, and Lu Lin. From now on, the Lu family will be mine. Indeed, he had made a pleading gesture just before the kidnappers were about to break his limbs. Moreover, given the current situation, he couldn't resist. Instead of passively waiting for others' humiliation, he chose to take a risk. It's simple, the man in black smiled, as you wish. Lu Chen had a bad premonition in his heart. He followed Lu Jing and Lu Xing, feeling heavy-hearted. His intuition told him that things wouldn't be so simple. Upon reaching their destination, Lu Jing signaled the bodyguards to place the money on the ground. Looking at the ship not far away, he shouted, the money is here, release the hostages quickly. At that moment, a group of 7 ghostly figures approached Lu Jing and Lu Xing, too fast. The Lu family was powerless to defend themselves. In the blink of an eye, they all fell to the ground. Lu Jiao walked over slowly, standing in front of them, looking down at them, Dad, brother. He smiled and said, you guys look so pathetic. Lu Jing had broken ribs from being kicked. He raised his head, his face twisted in pain and disbelief. What's going on? Lu Xing struggled to get up, his face covered in blood. Do you even need to ask? It's all his doing. Lu Jiao shook his head, no, brother, you've misunderstood me this time. I did it for self-preservation. It's your fault for not choosing me. You all deserve to die. You deserve to die. Lu Jiao laughed, looking cute and obedient, but his words were malicious. I've always been lucky. Look, since you don't like me anymore, fate has given me the chance to get rid of you. It's a blessing in disguise. Although there's a price to pay, without sacrifice, where's the reward, right? Lu Xing looked at him angrily, then around, gradually understanding, these people are your accomplices, aren't they? They help you cover up the evidence. Lu Jiao waved his hand, and screams came from the cabin. All the kidnappers had been killed. People who were no longer useful to him were just trash. Lu Lin was brought out. Thrown in front of Lu Jing and Lu Xing, his eyes tightly closed, completely unconscious. Lu Jiao looked at the 3 of them, reunited, are you happy? He kicked Lu Xing, saying harshly, so what? A prisoner at my feet, still daring to glare at me, despicable to the end. They're better than you. At least they would protect me. What about you? You treat me like garbage. Over a decade of feelings, and you just throw it away? You're really heartless. Bah! It's your own fault. Don't blame us. It's your greed, your dissatisfaction. And now you've done this. You'll have a bad end. Lu Xing cursed angrily. Lu Jiao's eyes showed a complex expression. Brother, am I really that despicable? If you were in my shoes, could you guarantee you'd do better? I just don't want to lose you. I have feelings too. After all these years, even raising a dog would create an attachment, right? What's so good about Lu Chen? Naive and foolish. This world is survival of the fittest. What's wrong with that? Lu Jiao's face was dirty, a stark contrast to his previous gentle and obedient image, exuding a sense of madness and indifference from within. Lu Chen felt wronged. This bastard never forgets to smear my name no matter when. You have a bad heart. Do you think having a bad heart is right? Lu Chen shook his head secretly. He was naturally disgusted with Lu Jiao, but not to the point of hating him to the core. Lu Jiao was despicable, but compared to other members of the Lu family, those former blood relatives, their distrust and prejudiced scrutiny of him made him feel even more unbearable. He just wanted to have a little warmth. What did he do wrong after all? Lu Jing looked at Lu Jiao and felt it was ridiculous. Ignoring his own biological son and keeping this troublemaker, he had put himself in such a pitiful situation. Regretful. Lu Jiao, I can honestly say that I have treated you well. Even though you are not of the Lu family bloodline, I did not send you away, and I still treated you the same as before. But why did you have to go this far? Lu Jing coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling full of sadness. Lu Jiao found it amusing. Why? One real, one fake, only you guys can come up with this. Letting two people live together, trying to get along harmoniously, do you think it's possible? Wanting everything, being so greedy, have you ever considered my feelings? The night was cool as water. Lu Jiao looked at them as if they were trash, revealing his inherent ruthlessness and selfishness. To me, it's seizing someone else's territory, it's unease and fear of losing. For Lu Chen, it's a gap, it's multiple contradictions, it's also incompatible. No one can live well. Do you understand? Alright, I don't want to waste any more words. Let's end everything here. If you three die today, the Lu family will soon be mine. I will take care of Mom and Grandpa and Grandma. After all, they have been quite good to me. Lu Jiao felt a bit regretful. These three people were once his family too. Lu Xing and Lu Jing breathed heavily. Lu Jiao actually had murderous intent. Where did he find these black-clothed people? Their skills were outstanding, and they couldn't resist at all. The black-clothed people were too fast. It was hard to imagine that this was a speed achievable by humans. Just as they were about to kill the three members of the Lu family, a gunshot pierced the night sky. Lu Chen, who was about to transform into a righteous little hero to save them, was stunned. Police? Don't move! Or we'll shoot! The voice of the police car cut through the night sky. Lu Jiao's face changed. You actually called the police? Lu Xing showed a hint of satisfaction. The family did not agree to call the police, but he did. He had arranged for people. Once it passed midnight, if he didn't receive his message, they would immediately call the police. Now it seemed like such a wise decision. Dad and Grandpa were indeed getting old, too conservative. Afraid of this and that, too many concerns, not daring to make progress. Tisk, Lu Jiao, you can't escape now. Surrender obediently, and you might get lenient treatment. Lu Xing was covered in mud but still tried to maintain his image. He brushed off the dust on his pants and even tidied his hair. Lu Chen wanted to give him a thumbs up. What are you fussing about at this time? You called the police, Lu Jiao, also a smart person, immediately realized. Lu Jing doesn't have the guts for that. Lu Jing's mouth twitched. Damn it, I have the guts. But the eldest son was really farther ahead than he thought, with the courage to burn the bridges. The police gradually closed in. Lu Jiao's face turned pale, but the black-clothed people were not nervous at all. With a snap of his fingers, the others lifted Lu Xing and Lu Jing, carried Lu Lin, took Lu Jiao, and quickly boarded the boat. They sped away, dodging the police bullets in the blink of an eye. They even didn't forget to take the 2 billion with them. A young police officer swallowed nervously. Can a person have such skills? Zhong Qiming put down his gun, chased them. They chased after them while calling for backup, requesting more manpower to surround and intercept the criminals. The ship sailed at full speed. In the dark night, above the vast sea, the bodies of the bandits were lying in all directions in the cabin. Lu Jiao glanced behind him, the distant stars getting closer and closer. He understood that he could never go back. Lu Xing looked at him. Even if I die, I will make sure you pay the price, Lu Jiao. Dreaming of killing us to inherit the Lu family? You're dreaming. Ha ha. He felt relieved in his heart, laughing boldly and unscrupulously. Even in this situation, he still remembered to straighten his dirty sleeves. Even if I die, I will die with dignity. Shut up. Lu Jiao slapped him. What do you have to be happy about? If you keep babbling, I'll break your legs. Lu Xing grinned. How dare he hit me? But the situation was stronger than the person, he sneered. Do as you wish, I'm not afraid. The men in black appreciated his courage, arms crossed, saying, Don't worry, wait a little longer. When we get there, I'll send you to meet the king of hell. The alarm continued to sound on the sea. The police were in hot pursuit. Gunshots mixed with whistles and horns. Chaos ensued. Lu Xing sneered, You won't escape. The police won't go easy on you. Several men in black smiled at each other. Are you smart or foolish? This is the sea, mysterious and unpredictable, full of possibilities. The police can't catch us. A few minutes later, Lu Lin slowly woke up. He opened his confused eyes and exclaimed in surprise, Dad, big brother. Second brother? Lu Jiao raised his eyelids slightly, looking at Lu Lin. He still had some feelings for him, but even so, at this point, he had to die. Lu Jing pulled Lu Lin over, letting him lean against him. Don't be afraid, Dad is here. Lu Lin looked around fearfully. What's going on? Have you been caught too? Lu Xing patted his dirty head, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Today they were most likely going to meet their end here. Lu Lin, not yet 17, was about to face death. He sighed deeply. Don't ask, just know that Lu Jiao conspired with outsiders to kill us. Close your eyes, don't be afraid. Lu Lin trembled at his words, looking at Lu Jiao. You want to kill us? Why? Lu Jiao turned his face away. If I want to kill, I'll kill. Why so many questions? Tears fell from Lu Lin's eyes, a mix of sadness and fear. He leaned against Lu Jing, his hands and feet bound, young, pitiful, and helpless. Just as the police yacht behind them was getting closer, the sonar pulses sounded underwater, the thumping sound getting closer. A huge submarine loomed faintly under the sea not far away. Bingo! Time's up, we should go, and you should hit the road too. The leader of the men in black laughed like Yama. He said to Lu Xing, I admire your courage and bravery, but, sorry, it would be troublesome to take you with us. Goodbye. Be more discreet. With that, he grabbed Lu Jiao and jumped into the sea. 3 other accomplices followed suit, leaving behind 3 others who drew sharp knives, about to slit the throats of the Lu family trio. In a critical moment, a figure as fast as lightning rushed over, kicking and breaking their arms. The 3 men in black were shocked. There was someone else in the cabin? Lu Chen settled his figure, breathing slightly. The skills of these men in black were extremely high. He had been watching them all night, exhausting most of his energy. If it were 7 against 1, he might not be able to come out unscathed. Even if he won, it would be a close call. Xiao Shi? Lu Chen? The Lu family trio were all stunned by this sudden turn of events. This night was like a roller coaster ride, thrilling and exhilarating. Not everyone could handle it. Lu Chen had slipped in silently when they boarded the ship. The night was too dark, and his speed was extremely fast. No one could notice him. He really wanted to say, What's the point of calling me? Useless, still relying on me to save you. I wish you were dead. Living is a waste of air. You used to look down on me, scum. He glanced arrogantly at them, focused on dealing with the 3 men in black. He picked up a steel plate barehanded, leaving the 3 men in black defenseless and at his mercy. If you don't stop resisting, I'll smash you into pieces. Who are you? How do you have such power? One of the men in black asked in a deep voice. No time for talk, my identity is not important. Lu Chen suddenly approached, grabbed one of the men in black by the neck, and squeezed as if he intended to crush him with his bare hands. The police arrived, and the 4 men in black who had already jumped into the sea couldn't wait any longer. The leader of the men in black glanced at the cabin, unable to see inside and unsure of what was happening, but time was running out. He pressed a button on his wrist, and the 3 men in black in the cabin immediately started coughing up blood and fell to the ground dead. Lu Chen was startled and quickly moved away, wondering how they died. I didn't even use much force. Then, a dripping sound came from the corner of the ship, the sound of the explosive device being activated. These people were meticulous, leaving no trace behind. Lu Chen regretted deeply, wishing he hadn't come to watch the commotion. This wasn't a commotion, it was a disaster movie, right? He quickly broke the ropes binding the hands and feet of the 3 members of the Lu family, glanced at the police yacht, and threw them in that direction before jumping into the sea himself. The ship exploded with a bang, flames shooting into the sky. He exerted all his strength to escape, feeling dizzy and exhausted. Just as his strength was failing, a large hand grabbed his waist, pulling him forward and swiftly swimming to safety. This scene seemed so familiar. Lu Chen's hazy memories from his previous life, saved from the sea by this person, suddenly became clear. So, it was you who saved me from the sea in my previous life. It seems like you always come to my rescue when I'm in danger. Despite the sentiment, the reality was truly terrifying, like being caught red-handed for a misdeed, with fate tightening its grip on his neck. It was truly frightening. His once sharp mind was now dulled by the melodrama and absurdity of life. In short, he couldn't come up with any explanations. Perhaps passing out now would be better? Just as he was about to close his eyes, Jing Xiao patted his face, lifted him up, and Yang Fan pulled them onto the speedboat. Lu Chen changed into dry clothes, wrapped up like a zongzi, and leaned against a corner, feeling drowsy. In reality, he was avoiding questioning. Jing Xiao stared at him, pacing back and forth beside him, wanting to say something, torn between concern and anger. "Are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere?" Lu Chen opened one eye, extended his pinky finger, showing a small wound. He had been scratched when jumping off the ship, the wound already turning white from being soaked in seawater. Jing Xiao disinfected the wound with a cotton swab, wrapped it with a bandage, and tied a neat butterfly knot. Lu Chen reached out to grab his arm, but Jing Xiao pushed him away, saying, "Rest first, I bet you haven't come up with a good excuse yet." Lu Chen nonchalantly sat back down. "What? I've always been honest." He greeted Yang Fan, "Hey, nice to see you again." Yang Fan was about to respond warmly when Lu Chen withdrew his gaze, looking pitifully at Jing Xiao. "Thirsty, I want water." Jing Xiao was at a loss and sent someone to get him water. Yang Fan awkwardly lowered his hand, thinking, "Can't you focus a bit more when greeting someone? So perfunctory." Ahead was the open sea. The submarine had disappeared without a trace. In the vast sea, with only the current manpower, the Beijing police had to give up after searching for most of the night. The ship had also been destroyed by the explosion, the hull shattered, and no useful information had been found for the time being. Those people were like a mystery, appearing mysteriously and disappearing even more unexpectedly. The person who could use that kind of submarine must have considerable financial resources, or be a giant. The 3 members of the Lu family were rescued by the police, covered in injuries, and taken to the Changjian hospital. Lu Chen was also taken by Jing Xiao to the Shiguang hospital for examination. Zhong Qiming said to Jing Xiao, "This Lu Chen, as a witness, must undergo investigation after the examination." Jing Xiao looked at his uncle and said, "Be a bit more gentle." Zhong Qiming wanted to roll his eyes. "Fine, I'll make sure he's well fed and taken care of, okay?" Jing Xiao sat tiredly on a bench in the hospital. "He's fine." Zhong Qiming shrugged. "We won't know if there's a problem until we investigate." He and Lu Jiao were switched at birth. Lu Jiao is not a member of the Lu family, he is the true second young master of the Lu family. So his presence there is not surprising. Anyway, this information can be found out if they investigate, so saying it out loud is just to let them know in advance. Jing Xiao explained for Lu Chen, "It's an investigation, not an interrogation. You can't even catch the criminals, but you have the energy to investigate a child." Zhong Qiming was surprised. There was such a thing? "You brat, what do you know? Those people are so skilled that they are like ghosts. My men are no match for them, and besides, they have hostages. I don't know how Lu Chen got on the boat. What happened there? I just want to ask about some details. Why are you acting like a protective mother bird?" Zhong Qiming waved his hand, exhausted from the night's ordeal, and went to his brother's office to get some rest. Exhausted. Zhou Changsheng said to Jing Xiao, "It's okay, just overexertion. Rest for a day or 2 and you'll recover." Lu Chen also felt it was exaggerated. He knew his own body, and he could tell if there was something wrong. When Lu Jing woke up and lay on the hospital bed, the first thing he asked was, "Where is Lu Chen?" Wen Qin was puzzled. Honey, you're awake? Where is Xiao Jiao? What happened? At this moment, Lu Xing walked in briskly, his arm in a sling, and upon hearing his mother's words, he coldly said, "He's dead." Wen Qin was stunned. Dead? Lu Xing sat down heavily. "Dear mother, from now on, Lu Jiao is my enemy. The next time I see him, I will definitely beat him to a pulp." Lu Jing coughed. He was the most seriously injured and still hadn't fully recovered. Lu Chen descended like a hero and saved them, which made him feel ashamed. He was overwhelmed by the thunderous beating of his heart and his unstable breathing. He also had too many doubts in his mind. "He's fine," Lu Xing said. Lu Jing felt relieved. "What about Shaolin?" "His leg was injured, he finished treatment and fell asleep," Lu Xing replied. Lu Xing felt like his body was falling apart. His wrists, neck, and waist were all bruised purple from Lu Chen's grip. At that critical moment, he still had time to do such a thing. He gritted his teeth in pain. Similarly, Lu Lin couldn't escape either. His knee was almost crushed by Lu Chen. The poor unfortunate child, after falling into the sea, immediately lost consciousness and nearly drowned. Several of Lu Jing's ribs were broken, and when Lu Chen threw him into the sea, his neck was almost broken, with horrifying bruises that were extremely painful to move. Father and son looked at each other. Everything was understood without words. Lu Chen did it intentionally. He was ruthless. If this could ease his mind, then let him do as he pleased. They owed him. And now they owed him their lives. Wen Qin had been worried for several days, and now her complexion was no longer as lively as before. She asked, "What exactly happened?" Lu Jing, looking like a mummy, stared numbly at the ceiling. "Wife, we almost got killed by Lu Jiao. You need to wake up." Wen Qin actually sensed that something was wrong, and the police had also roughly revealed the situation, waiting for them to wake up for further verification. Confirming it with her own ears, she still couldn't accept it. How is this possible? She seemed to have been struck, mentally unwell, and suddenly aged a lot. She grabbed her husband's arm, as if grasping a life-saving piece of driftwood, not knowing how to handle the situation for a moment. There was a bruise on Lu Jing's wrist, and when she grabbed it like that, it hurt so much that he gasped for breath. He couldn't move and had to accept it. The fact is, he brought a group of people from somewhere, almost killed us, fled in fear of punishment, and the police were there at the time. They can testify. Lu Jing felt the pain in his flesh, and he ran away without forgetting to take away the 2 billion. The previous 1 billion was probably taken by them as well. Even for the Lu family, losing 3 billion in liquid assets at once was like having a big piece of flesh cut off, bloody. If it weren't for Lu Chen, the three of them would probably have been fed to the sharks and their bones would have disappeared long ago. Fortunately, Lu Lin survived. Wen Qin finally accepted the reality after hearing this. She loved Lu Jiao, but Lu Jing, Lu Xing, and Lu Lin were also people she cared about. If Lu Jiao really did such a thing, she wouldn't forgive him either. But what was he doing it for? She couldn't understand. "Mom, are you really clueless, or pretending to be clueless? We died, didn't he benefit from it?" Lu Xing was simply defeated by his mother. Wen Qin looked sad. "I just don't want to think the worst of people. I understand, I'm not stupid to the point of no return. Fortunately, the three of you came back safely." Lu Xing was in pain, sitting paralyzed in the chair, glanced at his mother. Lu Jing shook his head at him. Lu Xing also understood the severity of the situation and didn't mention that Lu Chen had saved them. They were all as cunning as a beehive, and such unbelievable things would only bring trouble to Lu Chen, so they all chose to keep quiet. He sighed. "Life is more miserable than a dog." Lu Jing thought to himself, who can argue with that? It was already Friday evening, almost a day and night, physically and mentally exhausted, struggling on the brink of life and death for hours. They were already doing well to stay awake. But how did Xiao Shi appear there? Wen Qin was puzzled. Lu Jing said he was also taken captive. Maybe the kidnappers wanted an extra bargaining chip. Lu Xing looked serious. These kidnappers must have been watching our family for a long time. Although Xiao Shi moved away, he had been in and out of the Lu family, so he might have been targeted because of that, Lu Xing said. Wen Qin sighed. Looking at it this way, he was also implicated because of us. I'll go see him later. Lu Xing didn't say anything, but he thought to himself that he might not want to see you. You guys rest first, I'll go see Shaolin. After Wen Qin left, Lu Jing said to Lu Xing, this matter must be kept confidential, understand? Lu Xing nodded, I understand. I will also remind Shaolin not to talk about it. Father and son had lived for so many years, and for the first time, they were injured like this. Lu Xing sighed, Lu Chen is really capable. Dad, look, does he still have the possibility of forgiving us? Lu Jing closed his eyes, let it be, but regardless of forgiveness, we have to treat him well for the rest of our lives. That's necessary. Lu Xing felt desolate, they had brought it upon themselves. There's a saying, what goes around comes around. Today you ignore my love, tomorrow I'll make you unable to reach it. Lu Chen, is he the protagonist who counterattacks and slaps faces in novels? And our Lu family, are we the antagonists, the role specifically meant to be slapped in the face? The more Lu Xing thought about it, the bleaker the future seemed, very bleak. I have to say, young Master Lu, you've seen through it. Soon, the police came to take statements. The father and son were covered in injuries, looking miserable. Although the police comrades were somewhat sympathetic, they still reprimanded, Mr. Lu, when something like this happens, you should report it to the police immediately. How could you try to handle it on your own? Look, we almost got killed, right? Lu Xing lowered his head, and Lu Jing's eyes were dull. Yes. The police scolded them for 5 minutes, and finally cleared his throat. Now, you tell us the detailed process in detail, so we can find clues, catch the murderer, and help you recover the ransom. Lu Xing nodded, with a piece of his mouth also torn, looking miserable. He honestly told the story, omitting Lu Chen's heroic deeds at sea, only saying that Lu Chen was also kidnapped, and the criminals wanted to kill them all, even set off explosives. They fought desperately, broke free, and escaped by jumping into the sea. After all, the night was so dark, who could see clearly? Anyway, that's how it happened. Zhong Qiming received the transcript, carefully read it once. It seemed reasonable, but he felt something was wrong somewhere. Everything else was fine, except for the part on the ship. Were they really that powerful? They could escape being tied up in a big explosion, quite tough. Lu Chen sat innocently, facing Zhong Qiming and Jing Xiao. Yang Fan. He blinked. What, a trial by the 3 halls? Yang Fan chuckled. What are you talking about? I'm just watching. The boss is keeping an eye on Captain Zhong to prevent him from undermining you. We're doing this for your own good. Lu Chen looked at him disdainfully. You enjoy watching the show, be careful not to run into trouble when you go out. Yang Fan hid behind his boss, he was most afraid of ghosts. Scary. Zhong Qiming said, just routine, tell the truth. Lu Chen nodded, sure, ask away, I have nothing to hide. Zhong Qiming was satisfied. First question, how did you get on that ship? Lu Chen said earnestly, I was kidnapped and taken aboard. How were you tied up, and where were you tied up? Yesterday on my way home from school, in the alley behind the school, I was planning to take a shortcut to catch a ride home, but suddenly someone grabbed me. Zhong Qiming continued, how did you escape? Lu Chen said, I was blindfolded the whole time, then I passed out in a daze, and when I woke up, I was on the ship. I saw people from the Lu family, and many bodies. Then there were several people in black clothes, looking fierce and scary. They wanted to kill me. Oh, right, it was Lu Jia who ordered it. It scared me. Why would he want to kill someone? Lu Chen said with lingering fear, his face turning pale. Zhong Qiming was skeptical, and then? Then you guys came after them, and they jumped into the sea. I was so scared, I hid in a corner. Later Lu Xing said the ship was going to explode and sink, so I also jumped into the sea. It scared me to death. Lu Chen was close to tears. I can't bear to think about it. I get scared when I think about it. My mind is in a mess. I feel like I'm on the verge of a mental breakdown. Zhong Qiming, Jing Xiao, and Yang Fan fell silent for a moment, not sure why he looked so miserable yet not really miserable. Alright, stop crying, you haven't shed a single tear, we're done with the questions, go rest. Zhong Qiming had a headache. The case was quite complicated. Who were the men in black? Whose submarine was it? This force was not small. In the vast sea, finding clues was too difficult. The ship was blown to pieces, and so far only a few bodies of the kidnappers had been salvaged. It felt like a dead end. At this moment, Lu Chen quietly took something out of his pocket and placed it on the table slowly. I found this in the cabin when I jumped off the ship, maybe it will be useful to you? Oh my god! Zhong Qiming was surprised. It was a short knife emitting a faint light. Wow, little brother, that's awesome. Yang Fan gave a thumbs up. Lu Chen smiled, just picked it up, thought it might leave a clue, but I don't know if it will be useful. I'll take it back for investigation. Lu Chen, you're very brave. Lu Chen lazily smiled, looking at Zhong Qiming. I've said everything I can, I hope you won't suspect me anymore. The young man's pupils were dark and exuded a chilling coldness, bone-chilling. What you should do is to get to the bottom of the matter, find out the truth, and bring the rampant criminals to justice, right, Zhong? Zhong Qiming stared at him and said, yes. As Zhong Qiming was leaving, he said, Lu Chen, you are lucky this time, you didn't get hurt. The Lu family father and son need at least 10 days to half a month to recuperate. Rest well and don't worry about other things. Lu Chen nodded with a smile, I'm not worried, take care. Zhong Qiming thought to himself, this brat has two faces. After the police team left, Lu Chen looked at Jing Xiao, who had been silent the whole time, feeling a bit guilty. How did you happen to show up at just the right time? Jing Xiao touched his forehead, which was wet from water. The seawater was icy cold and made him feel feverish. He was worried that Lu Chen might develop a high fever, so it was better to be safe and have him on a drip. We happened to be nearby on business and heard gunshots, so we rushed to help. Jing Xiao and Yang Fan had been tracking Yin Xiu near Beihai. Yin Xiu's security was tight, so they didn't dare to get too close. When they saw him enter a residence, they knew they wouldn't find anything useful, so they decided to head back. When they reached the shore of Beihai, they heard gunshots and sirens, so they called Zhong Qiming and found out about the big incident, prompting them to rush over to help. Lu Chen realized that some things had already changed, different from his past life, but certain events were still destined to happen, such as falling into the sea, the kidnapping incident, and the choice between two options involving Lu Jing. However, he didn't succumb to the poison again, indicating that there were new changes in the future. He could survive. Thinking about this, Lu Chen felt as if he could see a glimmer of hope beckoning him forward. Destiny was in his hands and could be changed. But in reality, at that moment, he was being injected with cold medicine through a needle in his arm by a nurse, which he found unpleasant. Jing Xiao said, endure it, it's for reducing your fever. The seawater is cold, and you have a slight fever. Lu Chen grumbled, you went into the water too, why aren't you feeling uncomfortable? Jing Xiao chuckled, how can people be the same? What do you mean? You think you're special. Lu Chen decided not to delve into this issue with him and glanced at Jing Xiao, you look tired too, do you want to lie down for a while? Jing Xiao shook his head, it's okay, I'll wait for you to finish the drip and then take you back. Yang Fan, feeling ignored, coughed to assert his presence, I'm tired too. Lu Chen was puzzled, if you're tired, why don't you go home and rest? Yang Fan felt a sense of desolation in his heart, and Lu Chen continued, thank you for saving me, I appreciate it, brother Yang Fan, you're really kind. Hey! Did you just sweet-talk me? Suddenly feeling happy inside. Yang Fan left cheerfully, so innocent, thought Lu Chen. Jing Zhao's eyes twinkled with a smile, what a smooth talker. He was indeed tired and decided it was better to rest and regain his strength. Seeing that the nearby companion bed was a bit small and not wanting to sleep, he took off his jacket, lay down next to Lu Chen, and pulled a corner of the blanket over himself. I'll sleep for 10 minutes. Lu Chen felt stiff, so close, he could feel Jing Zhao's steady breathing, strong heartbeat, and warm breath. Lu Chen lay still, whispering softly. Before long, he covered his chest, feeling disdainful of himself, why is my heart racing, stay calm. But he couldn't stay calm. This person had been in his life since his past life, it was so mysterious. In this life, their entanglement had deepened, like two parallel lines intersecting, entwined, inexplicable. A faint smile appeared on Lu Chen's face, he relaxed his body and mind, closed his eyes, and before falling asleep, he thought that everything would pass, everything would get better, he would go to university, study the subject he was interested in, realize his dreams, and then, have a romantic love affair and live a fulfilling life. When Wen Qin arrived, Lu Chen had already finished the 4 drip and was ready to leave. He had originally planned to work in the evening, but was harshly criticized by Jing Xiao and had to give up. His phone had water damage, and even if it could be repaired, he was planning to buy a new one. The old one was too old and should have been replaced long ago. When Lu Chen saw her, he was puzzled. Why was she here? When Xin was holding fruits, dressed in plain clothes, and looked at him with concern, saying, "Xiao Shi." Lu Chen looked at her as if she were a stranger. In fact, if the mistake had not been discovered, they might never have crossed paths in their entire lives, apart from their blood relationship. Is there something wrong? Lu Chen was in a hurry to buy a new phone and didn't want to have more contact with her. When Xin took a few steps closer, but Lu Chen silently stepped back. She felt full of sadness in her heart. Do you hate me so much? Xiao Shi, I am your mother. Jing Xiao frowned. Lu Chen had moved out of the Lu family because he was unhappy there, so the Lu family must have done something to hurt him. He knew it must have been extreme, or Lu Chen, who was sensitive, wouldn't have acted so coldly. He looked at Lu Chen. Xiao Shi? Lu Chen said, I'll handle it myself. Jing Xiao nodded. When Xin glanced at Jing Xiao, she had noticed before at the Star Emperor Hotel that Lu Chen was getting closer to the Jing family while distancing himself from the Lu family. Someone else had already entered his life. She felt bitter that as a mother, she had become the most distant one. Lu Chen looked at her, with eyes and brows similar to his own, feeling ironic. Mother? You are not. You can be Lu Zhao's mother, or Lu Lin and Lu Xing's mother, but not mine, because you are not worthy. When Xin trembled, unable to control her tears. Am I so unbearable in your eyes? Lu Chen felt tired of arguing. He just wanted to keep his distance from her. If you can't bear it, then go back. I'm fine. Thanks for your concern. When Xin gritted her teeth. Say what you want. What can't I bear? Once a renowned talent, even though she had returned to her family, she still had a sense of dignity. Lu Chen suddenly felt there was nothing more to say, it was meaningless. He asked one question, a long-held doubt in his heart. Is Lu Zhao that good? So good that you can treat someone else's flesh and blood as your own child? And treat your own child as worthless? That's boundless love. Lu Chen clapped. Admirable. When he sarcastically criticized someone, it was like cutting to the bone, hitting the nail on the head. Wen Xin was instantly shattered. She looked at Lu Chen and said after a while, I raised him carefully since he was young. Can't I have feelings for him? Lu Chen nodded. You can. It's your business. I can't change it, so I choose to leave and fulfill your great love. Even Guanyin Bodhisattva doesn't have your kindness. He exuded a cold aura. So, stay away from me. After speaking, he left directly, with Jing Xiao following him. Behind them, when Xin staggered a few steps, almost falling, the fruit basket in her hand dropped to the ground, scattering the fruits. At that moment, as a mother, she felt utterly ashamed, her heart in turmoil. Lu Chen remained silent all the way. He remembered the first time he saw Wen Xin, full of joy and anticipation, like a fledgling returning home, with a glimpse of hope. But he had overlooked the world and human nature. What are you thinking? Jing Xiao asked him. Lu Chen smiled brightly. I'm thinking, what should we eat later? Jing Xiao also smiled. Up to you. I want noodles, a bowl of steaming hot Yangchun noodles. Eating a bowl of noodles filled with the warmth of 1,000 households, even in the cold winter, warms the heart. Lu Chen picked a budget phone at the phone store for 3,500 yuan, paid for it, and hurriedly left with Jing Xiao. Jing Zhao's identity made it inconvenient for him to appear in public places in full view every time. Just now he was almost recognized, and the two had to run non-stop. Lu Chen asked Jing Xiao, why did you become a singer? After all, it doesn't seem to suit your personality. Jing Xiao said, under the influence of my grandmother, I lived with my grandparents for a few years when I was a child. My grandmother liked to sing, but she was not well and passed away early. Jing Xiao fell into reminiscence. She told me that there is too much suffering in the world, individual strength is small, and although singing is not as powerful as language, it can heal the heart. Lu Chen was moved by this and said, "Your grandmother must have been a very good person, just like you." Jing Xiao teased him, "Giving out good person cards again? Compared to me and Yang Fan, who is better?" "Of course it's you," Lu Chen immediately replied, "you have helped me a lot, and I am very grateful." Jing Xiao shook his head, "I haven't helped you with anything, you are excellent on your own. I know you have your own secrets, just like you don't inquire about my affairs, I won't speculate about you either. But, Xiaoxi, risking your life like this, don't do it again next time." Jing Xiao gazed at him under the night sky. "The evils in this world are far worse than you imagine: greed, power struggles, moral decay. The evil of human nature far exceeds your imagination. Once involved, it will be extremely dangerous, full of crises, do you understand?" Lu Chen nodded, "I understand. But if one day, I have no choice, I will still challenge the impossible and not turn back." Jing Xiao struggled to describe his feelings. "Should I applaud you?" Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. "Come on, I'll cook a bowl of steaming hot noodles for you with love." Jing Xiao followed behind Lu Chen. "I want 2 bowls, I'm starving." "No problem, we may not have anything else, but we have enough noodles, let's cook a pot." The records of the Lu family and Lu Chen were surprisingly consistent. Zhong Qiming investigated the vehicles coming and going in the alley behind the school and found no surveillance there, with many twists and turns. Although there were suspicions about Lu Chen, he did not dwell on them. The focus of the investigation was still on Lu Jiao. How did a high school student get to know those people? His intuition told him that there must be a significant figure behind this, and Lu Jiao was probably no longer in country C. Tricky. Lu Chen would occasionally think of Lu Jiao and the mysterious group of people, but he was not interested. That was something for the Lu family and the police to investigate, not him. He just got involved in something he shouldn't have, saved a few annoying ghosts, and that's it. At that time, he and Jing Xiao were eating noodles, and Zhang Hangrui called him. Lu Chen blinked, feeling like he was going to be scolded. He answered, "Hello, teacher." Zhang Hangrui, take 2 days off this week, not feeling well again? Lu Chen felt guilty. "No, I'm fine." "Why are you stuttering?" With years of experience in dealing with students, Zhang Hangrui immediately sensed that something was wrong. Lu Chen honestly said, "Something happened, teacher, I didn't mean to." Zhang Hangrui sighed, "Is everything okay? Can you take the exam next week?" Lu Chen assured him, "Don't worry, everything is fine now. I will review on Saturday and Sunday, the exam will be fine." Zhang Hangrui was relieved. "Okay, as long as everything is fine." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lu Chen frowned. "I feel like I'm not a good student, the teacher is too lenient with me." Jing Xiao buried his head, enjoying the food. Lu Chen's cooking skills were not bad, it smelled so good. He glanced at him and said with a smile, "Your class teacher praised you as a flower, saying that you are not only good at your studies but also willing to help others. Every time he asks for leave for you, he will praise you for a few minutes. With such excellence, how come you are not a good student?" Lu Chen's eyes lit up. "Really?" Jing Xiao finished a bowl of noodles, not full yet, so he went to get another bowl. "Really, can I still deceive you?" Zhang Hangrui even added Jing Xiao's WeChat and pulled him into the parent group. Jing Xiao silently watched the parents chat in the group and found it quite interesting. It's not easy raising children, so he gave the parents a thumbs up. Lu Chen felt proud. "I am the top of the grade, it's only natural, hee hee." Jing Xiao liked his proud little appearance, being the top of the grade, indeed quite impressive. He urged him, "The noodles are getting cold, hurry and eat, excellent student Lu Chen." Lu Chen lowered his head and slurped a mouthful of noodles. My cooking skills are not bad, as excellent as me." "What are your plans for the day after tomorrow?" Jing Xiao asked him. Lu Chen replied, "The citywide unified exam is next Tuesday. After the exam results are out, we will start winter vacation. I plan to do some more practice these 2 days. Although I think I'm fine, not practicing for a long time will make me rusty." "That's good. It will snow the day after tomorrow, not suitable for going out. Remember to eat well, sleep well, nothing is more important than your health." Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Jing Xiao was satisfied. Children are easy to talk to. He really didn't understand why those parents were so worried every day. Xiao Huang sat on the ground, wagging his tail happily. Lu Chen looked down and felt like he had grown a bit, looking even cuter. On Saturday and Sunday, except for working on Saturday night, Lu Chen didn't go out. He spent his time eating, playing with the dog, reading, and sleeping, living a comfortable life. During this time, the police issued a wanted order for Lu Jiao for murder, offering a reward for his arrest. The Lu family issued a statement, clarifying that Lu Jiao was not their biological son and they were cutting ties with him, detailing the mix-up, but not revealing the whereabouts of their biological child. The outside world was in an uproar, with various speculations and discussions. Lu Chen took one look and scrolled away. He felt sad, for Lu Jiao, the Lu family, and even for himself who had already escaped, couldn't escape that sense of desolation. The outside world was very curious about the mysterious young master, but no matter how they inquired or searched, they couldn't find a trace. Despite the noise outside, Lu Chen stayed in his own world, wishing not to go out at all, focusing on taking care of himself. However, after 2 days, he felt more and more tired, to the point that when he saw Zhou Changsheng on Monday, his eyes were dull. After the blood test, while waiting for the results, Zhou Changsheng pinched his cheeks and asked, "Why do you look so dazed? Didn't you sleep well?" Lu Chen raised his head. "Dara Zhou, I didn't know that oversleeping could make you tired." Zhou Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, a normal person's sleep should be 6 to 8 hours, which can maintain physical and mental energy. Excessive sleep will slow down metabolism, heart rate, blood circulation, and oxygen supply, making you tired. "I see." Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought I had some incurable disease, scared me." Zhou Changsheng said, "How is that possible? With me around, I guarantee you'll be lively. Can we skip the injection then?" Lu Chen took the opportunity to ask. "No way." Zhou Changsheng denied it outright, then laughed. "Why, afraid of injections?" Annoyed, Lu Chen complained, "You said it wouldn't hurt, doctors are all liars. It hurts so much." He stiffened his neck. "I'm not getting the shot." Zhou Changsheng crossed his arms. "Once you're in the hospital, you have no say." In the end, Lu Chen still got the shot, and when he walked out of the hospital, his legs felt like jelly. What kind of person was that? Xiaoxi was in trouble. Jing Xiao felt heavy-hearted, and Zhou Changsheng told him, the medicine from the last injection was ineffective, all metabolized. It's not convenient for others to know about this. Otherwise, we could research together. Xiao, he's showing symptoms of excessive sleepiness. It's a tricky situation. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Time waits for no one. Instead of being passive, why not investigate his experiences from childhood to adulthood? The origin of this substance, is it innate or acquired? Jing Xiao replied, "I've been investigating, uncle. No matter what, don't give up until the end. He has suffered enough." Zhou Changsheng said, "Of course, I am not one to admit defeat. I must find a way." Jing Xiao's eyes showed a fierce determination. Instead of passively waiting, it's better to take the initiative. He, Jing Xiao, is not to be trifled with. It's been too comfortable for too long, it's time to show some claws. On Saturday, Lu Lin woke up and cried out in pain as soon as he moved. Lu Xing sat beside him. "Does it hurt a lot? Isn't it obvious? Look at how I'm injured." Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at his brother. "I want some water." Lu Xing glared at him. "Endure it." They didn't have a brotherly bond. Lu Lin's face was still swollen, and he was shocked. "I'm still a patient, are you even human?" Lu Xing didn't look much better, but he resignedly poured a glass of water for him. "Drink slowly, don't choke, I won't clean up after you." Lu Lin had never been in such a sorry state before. After drinking the water, he said with a shudder, "I actually survived, thanks to Lu Chen. Otherwise, I would have been a corpse in the sea." "No, you would have just become shark excrement polluting the ocean," Lu Xing said. "Big brother, why are you so mean?" Lu Lin almost fainted from anger. Lu Xing smiled slightly, then fell silent. "Xiaolin, from now on, in the Lu family, there is no more Lu Jiao. Don't talk about Lu Chen's matters outside, can you do that?" Lu Lin trembled. I know, I'm not stupid. Lu Xing patted his head. Rest well. He got up and walked out. Brother, where are you going? Lu Xing's eyes flashed with determination. I will dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. And those lawless people, their arrogant attitude disgusts me. What are they? I, Lu Xing, will never coexist with them in this lifetime. Lu Lin looked up to his brother in admiration. Big brother, you're amazing. From that moment on, the innocence in Lu Lin's heart disappeared without a trace. Count me in too. Even though I'm still young, that feeling of being at someone's mercy is really terrible. Jing Xiao brought Lu Chen to the Jing family and made him run on the track. Lu Chen was panting heavily. Can't we just take a walk? Huff. I'm super tired. Lu Chen had just finished his injection, his legs and feet were weak, how could he run? Jing Xiao encouraged him. Uncle said you need to exercise properly for the nutrients to be absorbed quickly. Who are you trying to fool? Lu Chen sat down on the ground, refusing to get up. Even if you beat me to death today, I won't get up. Jing Xiao fed him water, feeling helpless. Hold on, if you finish running 800 meters, I'll grant you a wish. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, then dimmed. That won't work either. He shook his head to clear his dizziness. He really couldn't run. Jing Xiao couldn't do anything about it. Fine, take a rest. Let's take a walk since you don't want to move. How will your physique improve? Lu Chen agreed. They slowly walked around the track, his doubts growing stronger. He stopped and looked at Jing Xiao. Tell me the truth, I can accept anything. Jing Xiao, I'm not a child, I have the right to know. Jing Xiao turned around, his breathing slightly quickened. Actually, I know I can't hide it from you. You're so smart, you must have guessed some things already. Xiaoxi, I'm sorry. I thought I could help you, but I still haven't found a solution. This morning, I was thinking that I should tell you, but I was figuring out how to explain it to you. Jing Xiao sat him down on a stone bench and explained everything to him, including his own speculations. Some things may have to be figured out by you yourself to understand the causes and consequences. After all, you are the one involved. Lu Chen grew more and more silent as he listened. He lowered his head slightly and waited until Jing Xiao finished speaking before he opened his mouth. How much longer do I have? If there's no way out, how long can I live? Jing Xiao didn't answer, he didn't know either. Lu Chen smiled. I know, within 2 years. Maybe even shorter, half a year. This is my fate, only I can save myself. Lu Chen remained calm, showing a smile. It's good, otherwise, I always feel like fate is digging a big pit for me somewhere. Since the pit has been dug, there's nothing to fear. Jing Xiao looked at him. I will help you. Lu Chen hugged him. Thank you. Jing Xiao gestured. When you have winter break, I'll take you to a place where you can fully utilize your intelligence. Lu Chen was moved. Okay. So that's how it is, Lu Chen thought. He actually accepted it like this, the death from his past life, the fate of this life rising again. If he doesn't overcome this hurdle, he will never be able to gain freedom. What's there to fear? It's not like I haven't experienced death before. Changing fate is difficult, but I must try. On Tuesday, Lu Chen arrived at school early, prepared his exam tools, sat at his desk staring at the blackboard absent-mindedly, quietly waiting for the exam, while organizing his thoughts. Lu Chen, you're here? Haven't seen you in 3 or 4 days, feels strange. Lian Wei unexpectedly touched his hair, absorbing the aura of the study god before the exam. Bless me to perform exceptionally well. That's a good idea. Lu Beibei ran over with a smile, touched his face. I will achieve the highest score in history. This trend is not good. Everyone is eyeing him suspiciously, they might get ambushed unexpectedly. Lu Chen's hair was messed up from being touched, he didn't know how to react. I have rights too. Exams are based on one's own abilities. What, am I supposed to give you the answers or something? Superstition is not acceptable. Bah! Just jealous of me. Lu Chen stood up abruptly, his classmates were startled, he's going to lose his temper. He scanned the whole class, then went to the restroom. Jiang Xiaoming chuckled, followed by others laughing. They increasingly felt that Lu Chen was quite soft and cute. The initial gloominess and aloofness were actually a facade, a way to protect himself. But in reality, after getting to know him, they found that he was a kind and sincere person. Lu Chen walked out of the classroom, heard their laughter, hands in his pockets, indifferent to them. I'm magnanimous, I won't stoop to your level. After using the restroom and returning to the classroom, he could still hear people discussing Lu Zhao's matter, each with expressions of disbelief. Indeed, with the rapid spread of information nowadays, the whole school already knew about Lu Zhao's situation. There were regrets, mockery, sadness, and even some hidden satisfaction in their hearts. Once a high and mighty person falls from grace, they will be trampled into the ground. Lu Chen didn't know if Lu Zhao regretted it, but everyone has to pay for their choices. Everyone is a part of fate. It's also a form of karma. Lu Chen. Someone called out to him. Lu Chen turned around. It was Luo Su, with Jiang Ning behind him. What do these two want? They approached Lu Chen. Do you have confidence in this exam? Our class's top students are gearing up to surpass you. In the previous monthly exam, Lu Chen not only defeated Luo Su and Jiang Ning, but also challenged the entire class, shaking their pedestal. This month, they had doubled their efforts, each one ready to turn the tables. Lu Chen was surprised. 745 points, how are they going to surpass that? Are they aiming for a perfect score? Impressive. Hearing this, Luo Su twitched his mouth. Both of them looked at Lu Chen, thinking this kid really doesn't regard others highly. You scored high once, what if you mess up this time? Do you even realize there are still people questioning your score up to now? These ordinary words hurt two people at the same time. Jiang Ning couldn't help but smile and said, do you know you'll get beaten for saying that? Lu Chen snorted, I'd like to see who dares. My biceps are not for show. What, biceps? People should know themselves, little brother. The two of them looked at his slender figure and estimated that even if he stripped naked, he wouldn't have much muscle. They both raised their thumbs and said, having dreams makes anyone remarkable. Get lost, don't bother me if you have nothing to do. I don't talk to bullies. Lu Chen looked down on them and left confidently. Luo Su covered his heart, feeling hurt. Jiang Ning tried to defend, we are not like that anymore, we've changed. Classmate Lu Chen. Look back at us. Then Lu Chen really turned around and said, a leopard can't change its spots, a person can't change being despicable. Another blow to the heart. The two of them were speechless. This kid was really unforgiving for a mistake. The shadow of the previous incident still lingered in their hearts. Now that Lu Zhao's scandal was exposed, he turned out to be a fake? An intentionally committed murder? Hearing the news, they regretted deeply. They had lost face for Lu Zhao, served him diligently, endured his two-faced nature, flattered him, and now they felt disgusted with themselves. It was also their fault, their hearts were not pure, but fortunately, they stopped in time. They were actually quite grateful to Lu Chen. Lu Chen returned to the classroom, looked at his classmates, squinted his eyes, raised his eyebrows and said, Dear classmates, I hereby announce that if anyone can surpass me in this exam, I will treat everyone to a buffet barbecue. Standard price of 299 per person. Come on. The students were stunned. Zhang Hangrui happened to come in and couldn't help but admire, classmate Lu Chen is really generous. Do you want to eat barbecue? If you do, work hard, be careful when answering the questions, we are not inferior to the other class. There was silence below, everyone's expression was complex. Was this a form of motivation? You know it could backfire if you're not careful. Lu Chen applauded, well said, teacher. He scanned the room, why are you all so stunned? Shouldn't you be happy? You touched my head, I thought you all had the confidence to score 745? Too harsh. Who said he was kind? His vengeful personality, biting without drawing blood, was quite painful. Don't be too arrogant. The students glared at him, shameless jerk. Anything is possible, get ready to treat us. Yeah, get ready to be proven wrong. Too arrogant. Don't be so full of yourself. They had angered everyone. Lu Chen returned to his seat, is there something wrong with treating you to a meal? Why are you all so angry? He took his admission ticket and exam tools, got up calmly, and left. If he didn't leave soon, he might really get beaten. Zhang Hangrui couldn't help but laugh. This kid was so amusing. However, looking at the determined faces of the others, he had to admit, it was quite effective? Well, the method was a bit harsh. Watching the students walk out of the classroom one by one with a burst of energy, he kindly said, "Study well, don't let him escape." The students seemed indifferent. They felt a bit resentful. Did he really think we could succeed? Zhang Hangrui sighed, everyone looks so confident. Alright, good, work hard, surpass the other class, roast duck and barbecue are waiting for you. The students quickly left. Weren't you afraid of overwhelming us? We are under so much pressure, sob. Shinjua. Zhang Hangrui smiled and looked at Shinjua. Shinjua slowed down a step, paused, huh? What's up? Zhang Hangrui patted his shoulder, come on, you always rank last, are you planning to surprise us this time? You must be the next Lu Chen in our class. The teacher believes in her own judgment. This glorious task of surpassing Lu Chen is now entrusted to you. Show your true abilities for the sake of our barbecue. Shinjuahan's hair stood on end, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. What virtues and abilities does he possess to be entrusted with such high expectations? No, I'm not. He stammered, unable to form coherent sentences. This class is becoming more and more terrifying. Xianyu and Wu Feng looked at him with complex expressions, momentarily questioning their life choices. Could the boss also be the legendary janitor monk? He hides it well. Zhang Hangrui continued with a smile, go take the exam quickly. I hope you can show your true abilities. If Lu Chen can do it, so can you. I believe in you. Shinjua's lips trembled. What abilities do I have? Zhang Hangrui encouraged him with hopeful eyes, then patted him on the back and left. He still had to invigilate the exam. Shinjua looked dazedly at Xianyu and Wu Feng. Damn it! Xianyu and Wu Feng looked at him with admiration. Boss, so you were just pretending to be bad at exams all this time? Our class is indeed full of hidden talents, scary. Shinjua kicked each of them, then walked away without looking back. If he had that kind of ability, he would have shown it long ago. Did he even lose his position as the school bully? Ever since being beaten up by Lu Chen, he had been living like a quail in the class, even ordering takeout became a luxury. Just wait, he would rise up too. Reversing his fate and reaching the peak of life. His fighting spirit was quickly worn down by the exam paper, with few questions he could answer. The rise failed. Reversing fate and such, it's really not the halo that ordinary people like us should have. In the exam room where Lu Chen was, all the students were top performers. This time, he was arranged to sit in the front row, next to Tianli, a young girl who glanced at him with a determined look, pursed her lips, seeming confident. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Good luck." Tianli tilted her head, "Good luck to you too." "I'm very confident this time." Lu Chen said, "Then, I wish you to return to the top?" Tianli couldn't help but smile, "You're really interesting." As the exam approached, Lu Chen sat up straight. "I studied intensively the past 2 days. I think I should still be the first." Tianli covered her face with her hand. I won't talk to you. Let's see who wins based on our scores." Other students in the exam room, why aren't you guys flying yet? Lu Chen enjoyed the feeling of doing the questions, as if climbing a mountain or swimming in water, wandering in the sea of questions. He was fully focused, writing with strong strokes, creating his own picture with each stroke. The difficulty of the joint exam was greater than the monthly exam, with some questions that could easily lead to pitfalls. Even he carefully checked his answers over and over again. The invigilator was a teacher from another school, and this time the joint exam was conducted with mixed invigilation to ensure fairness. Teachers from all over the city were randomly assigned to various high schools, and Zhang Hangrui was lucky to stay at his own school. For example, Dong Qingyu had left early in the morning, as he was assigned to invigilate at Wensong Middle School 30 kilometers away, so he envied Zhang Hangrui. The two invigilators from other schools, one male and one female, walked back and forth without any slack. This time, Lu Chen didn't hand in his paper early. After finishing the paper, he stared blankly at the pen on the table. The invigilator walked past him, glanced at his test paper and answer sheet, and stopped. This student, aside from anything else, writes so carefully and neatly. Looking at his paper, he's already finished? There's still an hour left before the exam ends. Truly impressive for a key high school. In the afternoon, during the Chinese exam, Lu Chen looked at the essay question and felt lost. Write a narrative essay with you as the theme. Who is this you, me, or someone else? The simpler the essay topic, the harder it is to write. Lu Chen thought, I won't fall into the same trap again, right? No way. Since the scope is so broad, feel free to play around. Am I you, him, her, or it? Or maybe all of them? Everything in the world is at your disposal. After the last exam, Lu Chen handed in his paper, packed up his things, and left the exam room, finally ending it. The free winter vacation beckoned to him. Lu Chen, Tianli called out to him. Lu Chen responded with a Did the exam go smoothly? Tianli nodded. The essay was a bit difficult, but the rest should be fine. I think the grades should be good. Lu Chen smiled. Congratulations, you're amazing. And you? Have you finished everything? Lu Chen replied, I finished, but I found it a bit difficult. I feel like I might have made mistakes and I'm not confident. Tianli looked concerned. It's okay, making mistakes in exams is normal. It's already impressive that you finished everything. Lu Chen said, In fact, he was only unsure about the essay, the rest seemed fine. To be precise, it was quite simple. Lu Chen returned to class 4, and his classmates gradually came in. He thought someone would discuss the answers, but to his surprise, everyone didn't want to stress after the exam and chose to relax and have fun. They teased him, why do you look unhappy? Get ready to treat us. Liang Wei boasted, I did well this time, so you can relax. Perhaps, maybe, I might surpass a certain annoying guy. Class monitor is amazing. Class monitor is awesome. It has to be the class monitor. I suddenly feel like I can do it too. I am the chosen one. I also think I did well in the exam. Xian Yu and Wu Fengpo Xinj was back. Boss, how did your exam go? Did you manage to answer all the questions? Xinjua shrunk silently, feeling troubled. He turned around and glared at them. Are you guys annoying me? Look at my head, does it look like I'm very smart? The two were taken aback by his response. Well, it doesn't look like you're very smart. But there's a saying, great wisdom appears foolish. Boss, you're the best. Ouch, my head. Xinjua covered his face, feeling embarrassed for the first time after so many years of studying. He saw everyone boasting about their exam performance and thought, oh no, am I going to be the last one this time? Even Wu Feng, who usually ranks last, is saying he did well. Did the people in this class suddenly transform? Or did they secretly take some miraculous medicine? Lu Chen silently watched their proud expressions and felt that being happy was also a valuable quality. He lazily clapped his hands. Should I say congratulations? Our class 4 seems to be surpassing class 1 and taking the lead. Looks like I need to prepare to treat you all to a meal. He raised his thumb. You guys are amazing. Lu Chen chuckled. It seems like I'm the only one who found it difficult. The classmates looked up at the sky. You're quite honest. We're also honest. Let's consider this joint exam as the final exam. Once it's over, the winter vacation will begin. Zhang Hangrui came in and said, we'll have a day off tomorrow, and the day after, come to school to collect your report cards. Also, invite your parents to attend the commendation ceremony and parent-teacher meeting. Ha! The students wailed, a parent-teacher meeting? Public execution. My nightmare is back. Zhang Hangrui smiled like a tiger. It only happens once a year, so be content. When I was in school, we had it once a semester. The parent-teacher meeting is not to criticize anyone but to better understand your learning situation and develop more reasonable teaching plans. Lu Chen frowned. A commendation ceremony? Parent-teacher meeting? What a waste of time. Who should I bring? Of course, if your parents are busy, just one of them can come, or other family members can also attend. After all, it's a workday, and they have jobs, so they might be busy, and the school understands that. Lu Chen's head was pounding. This is too much for me. He tidied up the table and saw that Li Mei didn't look too happy. What's wrong? Being unhappy will give you wrinkles, he teased her. Li Mei shook her head. It's nothing. Lu Chen remembered that she seemed to have encountered something in her past life. Was it in the second semester of senior year? Her grades plummeted, and her overall mental state was not good. He couldn't help but be concerned. If you have any problems, you can tell me. As long as you speak up, I will do my best to help you, remember that. Li Mei is a good girl, and he hopes to be able to help her. Li Mei nodded. Thank you. Lu Chen didn't say anything more. He picked up his backpack and walked out. Everyone has their own destiny, and he can help her within his capabilities, provided that she is willing to accept help. He had his own things to do. Tianqing Group? His eyes flashed with a different color. I want to see what secrets you have. It had been a long time since he logged onto the social forum. Since there was no school on Thursday, he had some free time. Lu Chen opened the forum and logged in. There were already tens of thousands of comments under the previous post, many praising him, but there were also some mocking him. What's with the act? It's just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. All mysterious. Damn, I hate people who hide their heads and show their tails. Lu Chen found it quite boring to read. People's words can be cold and harsh, but he had experienced a lot in his past life. If he cared about every single comment, how could he live? Just as he was about to delete his account, a new comment popped up, and the profile picture was of a big orange cat. Lu Chen was surprised. It was exactly the same as Jing Nan's WeChat profile picture. The account name was JN? Could it be any more obvious? JN, great God, great God. Please reply when you see this. Urgent. 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 JN, extremely urgent. It's a matter of life and death. Please help. Lu Chen replied, ? On the other side, Jing Nan was at a loss. Suddenly, he thought of the mysterious person named X who had appeared some time ago. Could he help? X had never replied to anything he posted before, but unexpectedly, he replied within 2 minutes today. His eyes lit up, and he immediately replied excitedly, Great God, I need your help, willing to exchange, generous rewards, really urgent. Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly. What had happened? He tapped on his profile picture and asked in a private message, What's the matter? Jing Nan was overjoyed and proudly showed the message to Jing Xiao. Look, the great God replied to me, he's mine, you have no chance. Jing Xiao opened it and then opened the app. He saw the message X sent to Jing Nan and replied, seeking outside help again, you can't handle it. Jing Nan blocked his younger brother. JN, great God, can you track the final flow of funds from a bank card? From domestic to overseas, it has already been transferred, can you still locate it? The other party is abroad, can you break through their firewall? Lu Chen was taken aback. Illegal? JN, no, it's legal. Lu Chen was surprised. A lot of money? JN, a lot. Lu Chen, were you scammed? JN, you could say that. Sigh, it's a long story. It's not about the money, it's mainly about finding some information. The other party is very skilled, and we can't trace anything valuable. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. It's impossible to leave no trace at all. I can try, but I can't guarantee that I'll find anything. If the other party can evade tracking, they must be highly skilled. Even if we find something, the money would have already been laundered and can't be recovered. Jing Nan knew this. He was also forced into a corner. But if he could find even a tiny clue, it would be great. Unfortunately, he was at a loss now, and the police urgently needed a breakthrough. The longer it took, the harder it would be to investigate. The story started not long ago. How is it? Still no progress? Lu Xing asked beside him. Jing Nan rolled his eyes. Are you kidding me? What progress? The hell are you doing? Lu family? Going to play with the kidnappers with 3 billion? Who did you provoke? The other party's anti-tracking technology is ridiculously high, we've done our best. Lu Xing is assisting the police as a representative of the Lu family in the investigation. The kidnappers demanded 3 billion, which was split into 6 million in cash and Lu family black cards, granting full access. They could swipe away all the funds within a minute, very audacious. The kidnappers did not object. Electronic currency is easier to carry than cash, they are not fools. As long as the funds flow to foreign accounts, they can live carefree lives, eating, drinking, and having fun for a lifetime. Unfortunately, their plans were thwarted, and they ended up losing everything, risking their lives. The police were tracing the flow of funds, hoping for a breakthrough, but even after searching high and low, they found no useful information, and the 3 billion disappeared without a trace. They gradually realized that solving this case was more challenging than expected, extremely complex. Given the current situation, finding a breakthrough in a short time seemed very difficult. Lu Xing was not pleased. You are just not as skilled, stop making excuses, continue the investigation. 3 billion. Lu Xing felt a pang in his heart, his arm was still in a sling, and any movement caused excruciating pain. Jing Nan sneered, if you are so capable, why don't you take over? After all, your Lu family is wealthy, once it's gone, it's gone. Lu Xing scoffed, I don't care about money, I'm just not happy. I must find those bastards. Jing Nan scorned him, hypocrite. However, Jing Nan suddenly thought of someone, as the saying goes, there are experts among the common people. It's worth a try, who knows, it might work. He left a message for Lu Chen on the forum, not expecting Lu Chen to see it right away. Is this person reliable? Lu Xing frowned. Jing Nan was unsure, as the other party had hidden all their information. How will we know if we don't try? Fast forward to the present. Jing Nan saw Lu Chen's message and immediately replied, great. But, master, to be honest, this matter is quite complicated. Can we meet in person? Lu Chen didn't have many friends, so after some thought, he replied with just 2 words, Jing Nan. Ah! Jing Nan was shocked, he jumped up, and his phone fell to the ground with a bang. He exclaimed, oh my god. What's wrong? Zhong Qiming and Lu Xing looked at him, puzzled. Lu Xing asked, what are you doing? Jing Nan picked up his phone and showed them the screen, him. How does he know my name? Lu Xing and Zhong Qiming were also surprised. Truly a master. Could he really be a god? Jing Nan said in horror. Lu Xing shook his head, looking down on him. How did someone with such low intelligence end up in the Internet Information Expert Group? He must be someone you know. Zhong Qiming patted him, ask him quickly, how did someone as uncoordinated as you get sent here by higher-ups? Jing Nan said with a grievance, I got it, Captain Zhong, please give me some face in front of others. Master, who are you? Lu Chen chuckled, it really was him. The 3 of them stared at Jing Nan's phone screen, not blinking. 2 words appeared on the screen, guess. Their breaths stopped, what was this? He was quite good at teasing. Wait a minute, Jing Nan took the phone back, looked at Lu Xing warily, you can't see, I don't trust you. He replied to Lu Chen behind Lu Xing's back, QAQ, I can't guess. Lu Chen was about to go to work, picked up his phone and walked out. He sent a message to Jing Nan on WeChat, Nan Ji. Jing Nan was nervous, and just as he was, a message popped up on WeChat, hey, Xiaoxi is looking for me. Lu Xing, who was feeling annoyed, heard Lu Chen's name and immediately said, Xiaoxi? What did he say? Let me see. Jing Nan refused and waved his hand, go away, what does Xiaoxi have to do with you? You hurt him when he was in the hospital. Lu Xing, feeling the pain in his injured arm, frowned, what do you mean, he's my brother? Nonsense, Jing Nan retorted, I heard clearly how your Lu family treated him in the hospital. He moved out, you must have bullied him. The words were spoken, Lu Xingzhang opened his mouth but found himself speechless, because what he said was the truth. Jing Nan looked at him disdainfully, then replied to Lu Chen, Xiaoxi, what's the matter with brother Nan looking for you? Lu Chen replied as he walked downstairs, didn't you look for me? What do you mean? Jing Nan was confused, Lu Xing caught a glimpse, and his heart skipped a beat. Lu Chen was not paying attention as he walked downstairs, almost stepping into the void. He touched his nose, put away his phone, and only replied to him when he reached the bottom of the stairs, X, the first letter of she, that's me. Jing Nan couldn't believe it. He looked at Lu Xing and Zhong Qiming, and Lu Xing had already guessed from his expression. He felt a mix of emotions, but in the end, only pride remained. Although Lu Chen's words were unexpected, he still felt that he was such a magical child. X, who had been quite popular recently, he had heard of it, but he never expected that such a person would turn out to be his brother. Xiaoxi, you're so awesome! Jing Nan could only exclaim in his heart. Indeed. He was someone who could rival Jing Xiao. A VIP among geniuses. Zhong Qiming was also surprised. Lu Chen, you're quite impressive. Alright, stop pretending. It's just us, we won't tell anyone. Zhong Qiming said. Jing Nan sighed, I really didn't expect it. I actually know such an awesome friend. He called Lu Chen, Xiaoxi. Lu Chen's light laughter came through. Brother Nan, when I saw the name and profile picture, I guessed it might be you, but I didn't expect it to be really you. The world is small. Jing Nan chuckled, fate. Xiaoxi, thank you. Jing Nan knew in his heart that it was because they were friends that Lu Chen appeared to help. He was very grateful. Lu Chen smiled, it's nothing. We're friends, I should thank you. During the most unbearable days of my life, you became my friend and helped me out of the darkness. Jing Nan scratched his head, I didn't do much. Lu Chen's laughter came through, well, friends don't need to thank each other. I will do my best for your matter, but Brother Nan, can you do me a favor? Jing Nan hurriedly said, you name it, even if it's going through fire and water, I won't refuse. It's not that exaggerated, but, are you free tomorrow? The school is having a parent-teacher meeting, can you come to the school to help me out? In the name of being my brother. If you're not available, it's okay, I'll find someone else. Parent-teacher meeting? Jing Nan didn't expect it to be this kind of thing. What's so difficult about it? Lu Xing was completely unsettled this time, he was close enough to hear clearly, and for the first time, he wished he was deaf. Zhong Qiming quickly glanced at him, oh no, the real brother was here, and he was looking for someone else to replace him? Sure, no problem. Xiaoxi, are your grades also top-notch? He. Jing Nan rubbed his hands, quite looking forward to it. Lu Chen said, don't worry, last time I was first in the grade, this time I should also be among the top in the city, I won't embarrass you. Jing Nan was so happy he almost jumped up, you're so smart, your studies must be excellent, I trust you completely, haha, what a great opportunity. I'll definitely be there on time tomorrow. Lu Chen was infected by his emotions and felt good too, that's settled then, it should end around 3 in the afternoon tomorrow, after that, I'll start my winter vacation. You can tell me more about your problems in detail, and we can discuss them together. Maybe we can find a breakthrough. Sounds good. After hanging up the phone, Jing Nan was full of anticipation. I've never been a parent for anyone in my life. Xiaoxi said he's the first, this kind of good job, you guys can't envy it, this is the kind of praise you can't get. Ha ha ha. He laughed so arrogantly that Lu Xing's face turned black as coal. He felt like he could smell the explosive gunpowder in his chest, burning with jealousy. Can you be even more pleased? The sound of Lu Xing was cold, almost enough, you brat. Zhong Qiming saw some clues, he added some salt, why didn't he look for you? As far as I know, you are his real brother, right? How could it be Jing Nan's turn? Lu Xing felt miserable, but he insisted, he might be afraid that I would be tired, after all, Xiaoxi has always been considerate. Jing Nan chuckled, what are you pretending for? Xiaoxi has never mentioned you, as far as I know, he doesn't care about you at all. This guy really deserves a beating. Lu Xing grabbed Jing Nan's neck with one hand and dragged him to the next empty room. Neither of them gave in to each other. They never saw eye to eye, and this time they found an opportunity to start a fight. When you hit someone, you hit their face. Zhong Qiming quietly drank tea, the young man was really hot-tempered. What grudge is this? Lu Chen actually hadn't decided who to ask for help in the first place. Jing Zhao's identity was sensitive. Jing Chen seemed to be a frequent visitor to major financial news, which was inconvenient. Yao and the others felt a bit embarrassed. As for the others, they were just acquaintances, and it seemed that only Jing Nan was the most suitable. He called Jing Xiao on the way and briefly mentioned the parent meeting. He sighed, I actually have to attend a parent meeting. Jing Xiao sounded a bit disappointed. I also want to go. Lu Chen chuckled, aren't you afraid that my poor grades will make you look bad? Jing Xiao replied, how is that possible? You must be the top student. Lu Chen laughed and said regretfully, I also wanted you to come, but if you do, you'll be on the hot search in no time, and our school will be flooded by your fans, right? Moreover, there are many of your fans at our school. I often hear them listening to your songs. You will be surrounded by them. Jing Xiao blushed, am I that popular? He said seriously, my agent often tells me that I only hold one concert a year, release 2 songs, don't even show my face, don't go on variety shows. Sooner or later, I will be forgotten. Lu Chen heard him talk about these things for the first time and was curious, can your management company tolerate that? Jing Xiao paused and said, the company's boss is my brother. Wow, Lu Chen coughed, is it your brother Jing Chen? Is the company owned by your family? Jing Xiao blushed a bit, yes. To be precise, it's a joint venture between my eldest brother and me. Don't be fooled by my brother's usual antics, he is actually quite good to me. When we were young, our parents were busy with business and often not at home. At that time, other kids were very wild, but my brother drove them away. Lu Chen imagined, I can see that you and your brother have a good relationship. Jing Xiao thought to himself, really? Where did you see that? I usually just want to avoid him. He sneered on the phone, a parent meeting? I want to go too. Forget about Jing Nan and the others. Brother is the most suitable for me. Jing Nan looked at his handsome face on the phone screen, with a bruise near his eye, and angrily said, my face is ruined, how can I go to the parent meeting for Xiaoxi tomorrow? Couldn't you hit somewhere else? Lu Xing sat on the ground, pulled down his crooked tie, glanced at him, and smirked, you still have the nerve to say that to me, look at what you did to me, adding insult to injury. I already showed mercy, it's good that you didn't go, you were never in the right position. Jing Nan looked down at him, looked at his bruised face, felt satisfied, and showed a smug smile. What do you mean by not being in the right position? Xiaoxi thought of me first, not you. What are you being cheap for? Lu Xing got up, didn't want to see his smug face, felt annoyed, and limped away. Jing Nan also felt sorry for him, muttered, you reap what you sow, if you treat Xiaoxi well, why wouldn't he look for you? Not long after, Jing Xiao called and asked him, how did it go? Did X agree? Jing Nan mysteriously said, of course, when I step in, I must get it done. Jing Xiao was surprised, you're quite impressive. Ha, who do you think I am? You absolutely can't guess who this X is. Jing Nan felt proud, Xiaoxi indeed favors me, he didn't even tell Jing Xiao. Who is it? Jing Xiao was astonished, is it someone we know? Jing Nan still didn't plan to tell Jing Xiao, enjoying the secret to himself. Guess first, I'll tell you in a couple of days. He deliberately teased, relishing the rare opportunity to make Jing Xiao scratch his head. Jing Xiao was puzzled, what secret are you keeping? Could it be Xiaoxi? With Xiaoxi's position in his heart quite high, he thought of him casually. Ah? Jing Nan widened his eyes, a brief silence on the other end of the phone. His brother was truly mysterious, from childhood to adulthood, it was basically impossible to beat him. Jing Nan's voice trembled, feeling struck, you. Jing Xiao just casually mentioned it, but after hearing Jing Nan's exclamation, this time it was his turn to fall silent. It really is Xiaoxi, Jing Zhao's soft voice came, stating it as a fact. It was truly unexpected, even though he had seen the pile of difficult professional books on Lu Chen's desk, he didn't know what Lu Chen's actual level was. After all, he was still young, having lived a difficult life with limited resources, even with self-study, it would take time. But he never expected that he had already reached such a high level. Jing Nan felt stifled, do you know that you're making me lose face? Jing Xiao rarely laughed. Brother, I didn't mean to. Maybe Xiaoxi's name just occupies a large space in my mind, so I naturally thought of him. This made Jingnan even more displeased. I knew Xiaoxi first, don't think you can have him all to yourself. Jing Xiao neither agreed nor disagreed. I'm willing. But I also didn't expect X to be Xiaoxi. He's too clever. Given time and opportunity, I believe he will achieve great things. Naturally, besides you, he is the second person who impresses me with his intelligence. Jingnan felt bitter, thinking that birds of a feather flock together, the two of them, they are like-minded. Jing Xiao said, no, I'm not as good as him, I just have better conditions than him. He can unleash such strong energy in adversity. If it were me, I wouldn't have the confidence to do better than him. Alright, stop being modest. Do you have anything else? If not, I'll hang up. This is getting annoying. Don't hang up yet, I have one more thing, Jing Xiao said. Jingnan, hurry up, I'm busy. Hurry up and hang up, I don't want to talk to you, Jing Xiao said nonchalantly. Tomorrow, I heard you're going to attend a parent-teacher meeting for Xiaoxi? Who told you? That's not important. Jingnan proudly said, yes, Xiaoxi specifically asked for me. He thinks I have the best relationship with him and possess the demeanor of an elder brother. Jing Xiao ignored his nonsense and said casually, I have nothing to do tomorrow, and you're quite busy, so I'll take care of this matter, no need to thank me. What? Jingnan got angry. What did you say? No, I've already prepared the clothes I'm going to wear tomorrow. I'm free, I don't need you. How could you have nothing to do? Go do whatever you need to do, don't come and compete with me, or else we'll fall out as brothers. Jing Xiao pondered, I'm not that kind of person. What's all this about competing or not? In that case, I'll go with you. I knew you wouldn't agree, I have ways. If you go, we'll be surrounded, don't forget your public identity. Jingnan felt relieved saying this, you can't go, it will cause trouble for Xiaoxi. See, you can't go, happy. Jing Xiao had long thought of a plan, no one will recognize me. It's no use disagreeing. It's settled. Tomorrow morning, I'll wait for you at Xiaoxi's door. Make me the driver again? Jingnan was about to say something, but the other side had already hung up. Clearly in control. Jingnan covered his head, feeling a bit dizzy. Life, you've worn down my lion spirit. Early Friday morning, just past 6 o'clock, Jingnan called Lu Chen, asking him to come down quickly, have breakfast, and then leave to avoid someone. This semester's last day, the teacher announced a 9 o'clock arrival time, and Lu Chen, feeling resentful, said, Nangu, I remember we agreed on 8 o'clock. Jingnan dressed elegantly in a suit and tie, meticulously groomed, shiny and fresh, ready to walk the runway at any moment. He said, why sleep? Get up and get going, Xiaoxi comrade, don't be lazy. At your age, you should be striving, not wasting precious time. Nonsense. Lu Chen opened his eyes wide. What's wrong with wasting a little time? Must one hang from a beam and stab one's thighs to prove one's worth? I, Lin Xiaoxi, am not that enlightened. However, being awakened, he couldn't fall back asleep. He got up, washed, dressed, fed the dog, and went downstairs. It was freezing cold, and he didn't want to expose his hands. He put on a down jacket and a hat, hands in pockets, looking like a dumpling as he walked to the entrance of the community. Seeing Jingnan's car, he opened the door to get in. As his eyes scanned the back seat, he paused and greeted, hello, uncle. Not knowing who it was, but judging by the age, calling him uncle was appropriate. He glanced at Jingnan, wondering who else was there. Jingnan numbly said, don't look at me. I don't know who he is either. At that moment, the middle-aged man in the back seat spoke up, I'm your father. Nonsense. Jingnan almost scratched him. Get out. I'm not taking you. Who let you in? Lu Chen hesitated. This voice? Jing Xiao? Lu Chen couldn't believe it. Is it really you? Jing Xiao touched his face. He had spent 2 hours with his makeup artist, and he doubted even his mother would recognize him now. He now looked like a man in his 40s, well-dressed, successful, exuding the aura of a business tycoon. It's me, Jing Xiao smiled. Come sit in the back. Lu Chen was shocked. Why do you look so old? Jing Xiao waved at him, and Lu Chen glanced at Jing Nan, who weakly gestured for him to go to the back. Go on, little brother. Okay, Lu Chen said, moving to the back seat. The roles changed quickly. Jing Nan fixed his hair and said, All right, go on, good little brother. Okay, Lu Chen said with a smile. Things progressed rapidly. Jing Nan said, because it was always real. This is my true face. I haven't told you, but I'm actually 41 this year. Lu Chen was stunned. Ha! In that moment, Lu Chen's clever mind cracked. Jing Xiao continued, I took an elixir before, which helped maintain my appearance. Recently, the elixir was taken back by the heavens, and I returned to my original form. You won't dislike me, will you? The more Lu Chen listened, the more absurd it sounded. Finally, he said in exasperation, Are you a monster? Turning back to your original form, an elixir that fades your color in minutes? Jing Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Do I look cool like this? Lu Chen carefully examined him, looking completely different from Jing Xiao. Cool, but why did you come like this? Jing Xiao confessed, I wanted to experience what it feels like to be the parent attending the parent-teacher meeting for the top student in the grade. Lu Chen had nothing to say, as long as you're happy. I ranked first in the grade once, he silently thought, maybe this time I'll mess up, then, don't blame me for losing face. He hummed in his heart, well, it's unlikely, the exam shouldn't be bad, just don't know how I'll rank in the whole city, maybe there are always people better than you, there might be someone even better. Lu Chen was very modest. What role are you playing? Jing Xiao smiled kindly and patted Lu Chen's head, what do you think? Lu Chen was shocked, he looked at Jing Nan, Jing Nan's expression was complicated, get lost, at most, I'm the big brother, don't think about anything else. Trying to take advantage of me, impossible. Jing Xiao scorned, I wouldn't even want you as my son. He cursed in his heart, I arrived at 6 o'clock, this guy came even earlier than me, did he stay up all night waiting here? Is that necessary? Lu Chen relaxed, being a brother is better than being a father. Nangu, what happened to your eyes? Lu Chen saw the injury on Jing Nan's face and asked. Jing Nan, indeed, you care about me the most. Someone has been sitting here for a long time, not even asking about me. Jing Xiao, such a small injury, do you have to make a fuss? Jing Nan snorted, it's still an injury, Xiaoxi, it's nothing, just like being bitten by a dog. Lu Chen, oh. His mood was complicated, he had breakfast with the two, as they neared the school, he gritted his teeth and said, maybe I should just go in alone, don't want to bother you guys. He always felt too conspicuous with them, like walking with two movie stars, both of you are dressed too formally. No trouble, since we're here, you actually want to abandon us? Lu Chen, no, I was just kidding. That's about right, it's only 7:30 now, there are few people on campus, they arrived too early, Lu Chen greeted the security guard, Grandpa, good morning. Grandpa Zhang seemed to be waiting for him, he took out a handful of colorful candies from his pocket, here, have these. Caught off guard by a handful of candies, Lu Chen was grateful, Grandpa, why are you giving me candies again? Grandpa Zhang's cloudy eyes looked at Lu Chen, he reached out his old hand and touched his face, Grandpa has a lot of candies, willing to give them to you. His hand was rough, but very warm, feeling that warmth, Lu Chen obediently said, Grandpa, thank you. Grandpa Zhang smiled slightly and glanced at Jing Xiao and Jing Nan, are these two your parents? Go on in. Lu Chen nodded, leading Jing Nan and Jing Xiao inside, Grandpa, it's cold, you're not wearing enough clothes, put on more. Grandpa Zhang watched his back and smiled. He was leaving, let it be a farewell. Becoming dust is inevitable, it is also the end for everyone. Jing Nan looked around inside, I remember my high school days, always being chased by girls to deliver love letters, time passes so quickly, in the blink of an eye, I have already graduated from college, quite nostalgic. Lu Chen curiously asked, Nangu, which university did you attend? Jing Nan proudly said, I scored 688 on the college entrance exam and went to Kyoto University. That's amazing. Lu Chen exclaimed. Jing Xiao said, and you, which university do you want to attend? Lu Chen shook his head, I haven't thought about it yet. Jingnan disagreed. There are still 4 months left, time flies, how can you not think about it? Why not come to Kyoto University as well? Our computer science department is top-notch. Lu Chen said, I'll consider it. Jing Xiao suddenly said, Tsinghua University might be more suitable for you, it offers more freedom and you can learn more knowledge. If he had to choose, he would indeed choose Tsinghua University. Tsinghua University is also Jing Xiao's alma mater. Lu Chen nodded, let's talk about the future later, he just wanted to finish the college entrance exam first, the future is unpredictable, you never know. At 8:30, the exam results will be announced first, followed by an award ceremony in the school auditorium at 10 o'clock. In the afternoon, each class will hold a separate parent meeting before the holiday break. The three of them walked around the school, mainly because Jingnan wanted to revisit the high school route, while Lu Ken and Jingxiao were just accompanying. As more and more people gathered, the three of them attracted more and more glances, because they were too handsome. Lu Ken and Jingnan were handsome, and even the disguised Jingxiao still exuded a handsome and confident aura, mature and wealthy. The three of them looked quite like a father and sons. Time passed quickly, and it was almost 8:30. The area in front of the result board was already crowded with people, parents eagerly waiting, bustling, and lively. Lu Ken saw the parents of Xinhua, Shenyu, and Wu Feng, and he remembered the humiliation they had caused him. At that time, he was full of despair, like a poor bullied puppy. Lu Ken. Liang Wei walked over, accompanied by his mother. Lu Ken greeted, "Hello, Auntie." Liang's mother smiled, "Xiaoxi, long time no see. Come to our house for a meal when you're free, you're always welcome." Lu Ken shyly replied, "Okay." He introduced Jingxiao and Jingnan to them, "These are my older and second brothers." Liang Wei was surprised, these two looked quite imposing. Very noble. Is Lu Chen's family quite wealthy? Lu Ken could tell what he was thinking and shook his head. He didn't want to give the wrong impression. Vanity is not desirable. They are not my real brothers, but they are closer than real family. They take good care of me. He had already greeted Zheng Hongrui, who had guessed that Lu Chen's parents probably wouldn't come and readily agreed. Previously, he had worried that if Lu Chen's parents didn't come, he would be embarrassed to be alone. Since there were closer people available, it was even better. Jingnan put his arm around Lu Chen's shoulder and said with a smile, "Who cares about blood relations, we are his family. Thank you for taking care of Xiaoxi. Let me treat you to lunch at noon? Xiaoxi, invite your other close friends too." His smile was very charming and instantly won Liang's mother's heart. She smiled and said, "How can we accept this? It's only right. Our Xiaoxi is the first in the class. Let's celebrate for him, ha ha ha." Jingnan looked very pleased with himself, even the bruise near his eye seemed lively. Liang's mother and Liang Wei. The results haven't even been announced yet, and you're so confident. Thick-skinned. Lu Ken stepped back, feeling embarrassed. He whispered, "I feel so embarrassed." Jingxiao comforted him, "There will be more embarrassing moments later, don't panic over small matters." Ha! Lu Ken realized he had been too naive. It was just a parent meeting, what could possibly go wrong? But looking at Jingnan's excited expression, he had a bad feeling. "He's as happy as a fool," Lu Ken said with difficulty. "I'm actually quite socially anxious, I can't handle his excessive enthusiasm." Jingxiao suppressed a smile, "Just endure it, don't approach him next time." Lu Ken watched as Jingnan, who had already hit it off with Liang's mother and praised himself highly, covered his face, "Yeah, Nanji has a really good personality." At this moment, Dong Qingyu and 3 teachers walked over, holding the printed red list in their hands, all smiling. Everyone understood that the results were finally going to be announced. Dong Qingyu looked at the crowded crowd, shook open the paper in his hand, carefully pasted it, turned around, looked at Lu Chen not far away, admired him, clapped his hands. "Congratulations to our schoolmate Lu Chen for achieving the first place in the city in this joint exam, also congratulations to Tianli for getting the 3rd place, Zheng Yixuan for getting the 5th place, Dong Jiayang for getting the 10th place, with 4 out of the top 10, bringing glory to our school. In addition, in the top 100 in the city this time, our school has 30 places, in the top 200, 90 places, in the top 1000, our school has 505 places. This result exceeds expectations. I hope everyone will continue to work hard and achieve more success. Zhang Hangrui looked gratified from the crowd, feeling very happy in his heart, also feeling magical. Lu Chen was like a treasure. The more he dug, the more brilliant he became, unmatched by anyone. Just as Dong Qingyu's voice fell, the whole scene was in an uproar, and the most impressive was the first place, Lu Chen. Among more than 50,000 senior high school students in the city, the top scorer was from their school, causing surprise, excitement, and admiration. Lu Chen was like a miracle that suddenly appeared, quickly rising to fame and becoming the most dazzling star. Lu Chen was also surprised. He thought he would be in the top 3 at most, but he didn't expect to be first. After all, there were uncertainties in the Chinese composition that could lead to deductions. Jingnan took a deep breath, then grinned from ear to ear. Unable to contain his smile, he laughed heartily and hugged Lu Chen tightly. Bro, you really made me proud. Oh. Lu Chen heard his explosive laughter in his ear. He couldn't escape under such sound, and welcomed the eager gazes of the audience. He calmly pushed Jingnan away. Being first is not that great. Second, brother, don't be so excited. This statement was too provocative, saying that being first is not that great. Then what is great? Is it being last? Lu Chen, my classmate. Someone in the crowd called out to him. Lu Chen, what's up? Don't pick a fight. Laughter came from all around. The one calling him was a short male student. He looked at him from a distance. Even if you are arrogant, it doesn't affect my admiration for you. I've decided to call you Shishin in the future. What do you all think, good or not? Good. The classmates echoed, cheering for Lu Chen. Shishin. Lu Chen twitched his mouth. Shishin? Why don't you guys aim higher? He smiled awkwardly, and said, alright, look at your own scores, don't look at me, I'll feel embarrassed. It was too affected, but coupled with his high looks, it revealed a bit of straightforwardness and cuteness. Lu Chen, my classmate. Someone shouted again. Lu Chen stood with his hands on his hips, annoyed. What now? After graduation, I want to pursue you. Damn it. Lu Chen couldn't see who it was, then others teased him together. I want to pursue you too. We want to as well. The voices kept coming, both male and female. Lu Chen's face turned green. Beside him, Jing Zhao's face turned even greener. A group of brats. What nonsense are they talking about? Pursue what? When they graduate, they won't even be able to find him. Hey! Jingnan jumped up. A bunch of little brats, do you want to reach the sky? My brother is not someone you can covet. Go away, go do what you should be doing. He shooed away the onlookers, then squeezed into the innermost part to check the specific results. After just one glance, he immediately shouted out, little brother, total score of 746. You are the best. The voice was loud enough. Lu Chen silently stood behind Jing Xiao. Brother, I want to leave. Jing Xiao immediately agreed. Let's check the results and go. The two quickly left, leaving Jing Nan admiring Lu Chen's perfect score, except for a 4-point deduction in Chinese. The rest are full marks. This score is quite amazing. Hey, classmates, Lu Chen is my brother. I am his brother. Look at this score. Aren't you envious? Jing Nan chatted with a group of students. Let me tell you, our family genes are good. My college entrance exam score was not bad back then. Sigh, don't feel discouraged, there aren't many like this. Compare with yourself, don't envy others. He rambled on, completely at ease, mingling among a group of students, both excited and boastful. Classmates, setbacks are a bit, but what is envy? In this way, we don't even have the qualification to envy. We still have self-awareness, and, big brother, can you let us go? It's so scary to be poisoned by your words. Lu Chen and Jing Xiao slipped away quickly, and he sighed. I originally boasted to my classmates that I could score 745 points, just 3 points higher than the previous monthly exam, but I didn't expect more. Wouldn't the setbacks for my classmates be even greater? Jing Xiao smiled. Next time aim for 750, don't give any chance to surpass, naturally there won't be any more setbacks. Lu Chen also smiled. How is that possible? When the water is full, it overflows. Over 700 points is enough, I'm not greedy. Jing Xiao sighed. If someone else hears this, they will be beaten. It was still early. Lu Chen brought Jing Xiao to class 4. He asked Jing Xiao to sit in his seat, while he leisurely looked around, showing a smug smile. How about it? Impressed? The classmates were already completely impressed by him, but being young and competitive, who would admit defeat? Impressed? The word impressed is not in my dictionary. Lu Chen, we don't admit defeat. Until the end, it's not certain who will win or lose, just wait and see. The more impossible it seems, the more you have to overcome it. Don't be too pleased too early. Oh, Lu Chen sincerely admired. Okay, brother is not afraid. Bring it on. Lu Chen exclaimed. I never expected that I set a goal of 745 points for myself at the beginning, but ended up scoring 746. Did you guys touch my head and get me to score 745? The classmates' eyes were complicated. They tacitly lowered their heads and continued with what they were doing. Go take the test yourself. We won't participate. The 745 issue is unresolved. It all started with Zhang Hongrui expressing regret in front of Dong Qingyu. If another teacher had graded the Chinese language test paper, the child's total score would have been 745 points. That's me, a bit strict, hee, but hey, even so, Don Lao, he's still ranked first. Impressive, right? Our class 4 has potential, not inferior to your class 1, right? The above are Zhang Hongrui's exact words. Although Dong Qingyu said it was nothing special, he kept using this incident to motivate and stimulate the students in class 1, to the point that whenever they saw Lu Chen, their eyes turned red, staring at him for a long time. It was him who made our days unbearable. Being first is one thing, but scoring so high, why aren't you soaring into the sky? Are you flying on a rocket? This was also one of the reasons why Tianli came to find Lu Chen before. On one hand, to set a goal for herself. On the other hand, being young, there was also some dissatisfaction. There were other parents in the classroom. They looked at this child and couldn't help but admire. This child is so outstanding, and good looking too. How did other families educate him? We are a bit envious. Jing Xiao said on the side. Yes, he has always been outstanding. Are you his parent? Jing Xiao nodded proudly. I am his older brother. Several parents immediately surrounded them. So how do you usually educate Lu Chen? Does he have any good study habits? Jing Xiao replied, well, he usually studies actively. It's a combination of talent and hard work. Is that all? Several parents wanted to ask more. At this moment Lu Chen walked over. Big brother, let's go, it's almost time. Other students who came in one after another noticed Jing Xiao immediately. Lu Chen's brother? Wow, so imposing. He has a great physique. Lu Beibei looked at Jing Xiao with starry eyes. Brother is so handsome, indeed, good looks run in the family. Brother, can I have your contact information? Is that okay? Lu Chen shooed away the group of people. No, go away. What are you doing lurking around like wolves and tigers? Stingy. The female classmates giggled and surrounded him. Lu Chen, you stingy guy. We just want a contact information. We won't do anything. Big brother looks so approachable, he won't refuse us, right? Jing Xiao didn't understand. The way he looked now, he seemed like a man in his 40s, dressed meticulously, almost rigidly ingrained. How was he approachable? Not in the same age group. Hard to communicate with. Sorry, Xiaoxi is the ancestor of our family. Everything is up to him, Jing Xiao said with a smile. Lu Chen instantly felt proud. Did you hear that? He's my big brother, not giving you guys. TSK. The classmates felt that Lu Chen had been acting aloof lately. They really wanted to mess up his hair, to make him less arrogant. Lu Chen's perception of danger was super accurate. He immediately pulled Jing Xiao away. Jing Nan happily mingled among a group of students, walking towards them, waving as he saw them. How could you leave me and walk away by myself? Lu Chen had to reluctantly go over. I didn't want to disturb you while you were having fun, Nan. Go, we are going to attend the commendation ceremony now. If you don't want to go, then. What are you saying? Jing Nan interrupted him, displeased. I want to go, it's such a novel experience. Lu Chen, okay. He quietly said to Jing Xiao, why don't you two go? I won't go. Jing Xiao, or should we let him go alone? Not very likely. The two sighed. Well, it's just this one time. Jing Xiao whispered, he likes to have fun, but he's reliable in important occasions, don't worry. Lu Chen nodded, that's good. The commendation ceremony, in plain terms, is to encourage the outstanding individuals, motivate others, and there are rewards as well. The first prize has a reward of 5,000 yuan, the second prize 2,000 yuan, and the third prize 1,000 yuan. Jing Nan, stingy. Lu Chen pulled his sleeve, shut up. Jing Nan felt wronged, you're so fierce. Damn it. Lu Chen glared, if you keep this up, I won't help you this afternoon. Fine, Jing Nan immediately shut up. Jing Xiao sometimes really admired his cousin, naturally strong in social skills, like a cockroach that can't be killed, a bit too optimistic and resilient. The three of them stood out in the crowd. At first glance, they looked like movie stars, sitting in the front row, very conspicuous. Since the city's first place was here, even the TV station came, carrying cameras to film. Jing Xiao glanced at the corner where the reporters were, thankful that he had disguised himself. Who would have thought that just attending a parent meeting would end up on TV? Ah, sitting next to a dazzling little kid, no wonder. Being the city's first place, indeed, the halo was shining brightly, worthy of praise for a long time. It seems that every school has a sharp-eyed principal, not necessarily tall, but must have a strong presence, be shrewd, and hide a knife behind a smile. Every word hits the heart, scolding without dirty words. Lu Chen looked at the principal's ecstatic appearance, quite amusing, and felt a hint of joy. Lately, he had been feeling more and more weak and trapped. Even his usually sharp mind would sometimes be muddled, his emotions becoming low, as if he had returned to the past, finding it hard to feel happy. Just as Dr. Zhou had said to Jing Xiao, the burden on his body was slowly increasing, eroding his already limited health. It was somewhat like the 2 years of poisoning in his past life. The feeling of life slipping away seemed familiar. Fate was like an invisible net, firmly locking him in. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape its constraints. If he couldn't change the outcome, what was the meaning of rebirth? It's not that he was pessimistic. Occasional human weaknesses can be infinitely magnified, especially since he was a soul that had experienced 2 lifetimes. I can be weak, I can be strong, I'm just a person with emotions and desires, don't expect too much from me. Lu Chen thought to himself, maybe the current me does have the halo of a top student, but it may be short-lived. So, there's no need to envy. The principal, with a big belly, spoke slowly and methodically, putting the students below to sleep, with a particularly effective hypnotic effect. Lu Chen was also a little sleepy, wanting to yawn, but Jing Xiao whispered, there's a camera on the left, watch your image. Huh? Lu Chen looked over and immediately sat up straight. What the heck, a reporter? It's just a joint exam, what's there to film? Jing Xiao glanced at his tired and listless expression, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Not feeling well? Lu Chen shook his head, I'm fine. At this time, the principal said, next, we invite the top 10 outstanding students of the grade to come on stage. Parents, please come up as well, and express your thoughts with the children, interact with them. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Ha! Lu Chen felt a sense of melancholy in his heart. What? We have to give a speech too? What can I say? It's Jing Xiao and Jing Nan who can't contain their excitement. What an honor is this? It's like experiencing the joy of having an outstanding child in the family in advance. It's like reaching the peak of life. The principal led the applause. Let's talk about our thoughts today, or share some study experiences. The TV station is here today, and the Municipal Education Bureau has fully affirmed the quality of our school's teaching. They specially came to record a news segment, which will be broadcast on the Education channel later. Everyone, feel free to speak your mind. Upon hearing about being on TV, everyone adjusted their sitting posture, their eyes sparkling, not wanting to embarrass themselves. This was Lu Chen's first time facing so many people, but looking at the audience below, he felt calm instead of nervous. His eyes were bright and powerful, like a diamond that had been tempered, radiating a compelling light. Hello, everyone, I'm Lu Chen. Since it's a free speech, I just want to say a few words. Irrelevant to today's results, just consider it as idle talk. Lu Chen seemed to be looking at the audience below, but his eyes were not focused. His voice was clear and candid, I am a weak person, not ruthless enough, not strong enough. When I encounter setbacks, I think of escaping and resigning myself. Here, a smile appeared on his face. What I want to say is, no one is perfect. Today, you may think I did well in the exam and that I'm an outstanding person, but in reality, temporary wins and losses cannot represent everything. Life is long, who can speak lightly of victory or defeat? This world is full of troubles. If you feel defeated and powerless, don't torture yourself. Learn to release the pressure. After 100 years, we will all turn to dust. Learn to let go of the negative energy that consumes you. May we all live lightly through this life. Lu Chen lowered his eyelids and then raised them again. I have heard the sound of storms passing through my chest, tearing apart and reshaping myself. It's not a rebirth, but giving it your all, piecing together a shattered personality. And I am still the same me, a weak but occasionally strong man. Lu Chen's words stopped abruptly here, without continuing. He bowed slightly, waved his hand, and walked to the side. The audience fell silent for a moment. Perhaps not everyone could fully understand, but most of the negative emotions in their hearts dissipated. This thin and weak young man was so transparent that even the parents present felt ashamed of themselves. A round of applause erupted on the scene. Xinzhua, Zhenyu, and Wu Feng's parents lowered their heads involuntarily. They remembered this young man. Initially, they, the adults, had ganged up on him, mocking him with words, being arrogant and unreasonable to the extreme. But now they realized that he was far superior to their own children. This silent comparison felt like a slap in the face, as if coming from the past, punishing them for their treatment of that lonely child back then. Lu Chen took a deep breath in this enthusiastic atmosphere. He needed this kind of nourishment, fiery enough to ignite his soul. He heard Jing Nan say, as the parent of an outstanding student, I should be praising him to the skies, but I only hope for his happiness. Of course, being outstanding gives more choices. The student years, childhood, adolescence, youth, are extremely short. Protecting a child's nature, nurturing their independent personality and thoughts, is especially important. As parents, we hope for our children to succeed, which is understandable, but let's not overlook their physical and mental health. In the end, our Xiaoxi is truly outstanding. As his older brother, I am proud of him and take pride in him. Jing Xiao smiled slightly, I am also proud of him. I hope for his happiness and health, there's nothing more to say. A recognition ceremony ended in a warm atmosphere, with the seniors being the last to go on vacation. The school at this time seemed much emptier. Lu Chen and Jing Xiao sat on a wooden bench on campus for a while. Jing Nan called and said he was taking the classmates out to eat, asking them to hurry to the school gate to gather. Lu Chen sighed, Nan Ji's organizational skills are really strong. Jing Xiao stood up, let's go, he's shameless, we can't imitate him. Lu Chen reached out, big brother, give me a hand, I'm tired. Jing Xiao's expression changed suddenly, what's wrong, not feeling well? Should I take you to the hospital? Lu Chen stood up with his help, no, just feeling lazy, don't worry. Jing Xiao was still somewhat worried, looking at his face, if you're uncomfortable, tell me right away, don't endure it. Lu Chen, really, let's go, Nan Ji must be getting impatient. At the school gate, there were about 30 people, including classmates and parents, with almost half of the class present. The other half who didn't come had various reasons, some had things to do, some wanted to eat alone with their parents, and some were not very familiar and felt embarrassed to come. In short, it was a large and lively gathering. Lu Chen was shocked. So many people, they would need 3 or 4 tables, right? How much money would that cost? Jing Xiao saw his thoughts and said with a smile, our family has enough money for this, what are you thinking? Lu Chen was stunned, but this is too extravagant. How did Nan Ji manage it? In just half a day, he managed to break through the social network of their class, watching Jing Nan seamlessly blend in with his classmates without any sense of discord. Lu Chen tugged at Jing Zhao's sleeve. Isn't this too ostentatious? No, it's just a meal. Jing Zhao felt his face itch, scratched it, and oh no, some makeup came off. Lu Chen saw it, can you last half a day with that makeup? Jing Zhao's mood was complicated, I should be able to, just my face feels itchy. Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle, what are you here for? If you get exposed, it will be the hottest news of the year, right? Jing Xiao, no, my luck isn't that bad. Okay, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh at the thought of what it would be like if they were discovered. The scene would be so funny, ha ha ha. The meal was quite lively, with Lu Chen trying to keep a low profile but still being praised numerous times, making him unable to resist and just eat with his head down. Over 10,000 was spent on the meal for the 30-plus people, but the Jing brothers didn't even bat an eye, and everyone marveled. Just by looking at their attire, you can tell they're not ordinary people. The group arrived in a grand manner and left with the parents already familiar with each other, making it even more lively, with no moment of rest. Lu Chen felt like his head was going to explode. It really felt like it was going to explode, buzzing incessantly. It returned to normal after a few seconds. The afternoon parent meeting, due to the increased friendship among them, quickly turned into a gathering of parents, with Jing Nan as the chairman, and the exchanges were intense. Leaning on his hand, Lu Chen and the other students watched, feeling that these parents were bursting with expression. From the difficulties of raising children, to the challenges of making money, to the strange tales of today's society, gossip stories, reminiscing about the past, lamenting the present, hating the ancient times, and encouraging each other. Everyone is like a small society. The students who have not yet left the campus obviously feel bored and start to wander off one by one. Zhang Hongrui smiled and didn't bother to intervene. Parents are all adults, let them communicate freely, it's good. He looked at Lu Chen. Congratulations, Lu Chen, you surprised me once again. Lu Chen smiled. This time, is there anyone questioning it? Zhang Hongrui, who dares? That group of classmates was completely overwhelmed by you, they had no chance to fight back and just accepted it. Lu Chen proudly said, I even feel pretty awesome myself. Maybe this time the exam paper wasn't altered by you? It really wasn't altered by Zhang Hongrui. Zhang Hongrui tapped his head, don't get too cocky. Lu Chen, got it. Lu Chen looked around at his classmates and jokingly said, oh no, my treat is ruined, but we can postpone it. If next time any of you can surpass me, or the time after that, until the college entrance exam, it counts. Get lost. The classmates ignored him. Who has the confidence to win? We must not have any. Not friendly at all. Lu Chen sat next to Jing Xiao, supporting his head. Being invincible is so lonely. This time, Liang Wei ranked second in the class and 50th in the city, a pretty good result. He was overjoyed and came to find Lu Chen. Lu Chen, you are really amazing. I truly admire you this time. Aren't you planning to treat us to a meal? Lu Chen lay lazily on the table and said, don't worship me, I'm just a legend. Little Liang, kneel down. What kind of old-fashioned lines are these? Liang Wei, hindered by Jing Zhao's watchful eyes, didn't dare to act rashly and said in a displeased tone, if it weren't for your good grades, you would have been beaten up 100 times by now. Lu Chen raised his eyelids, who dares? I am Popeye the Sailor Man, I can easily knock you guys out with my bare hands. Blow it, the more you lack something, the more you care about it. With your small frame, you're still Popeye, ha ha ha. Lu Chen extended his arm, see this hand? I can lift you up with just one hand, believe it or not. The classmates cheered, don't believe it. Unless you demonstrate it live. Trying to provoke me, no way. Lu Chen smiled, no, I'm tired. See, it's all bragging, but the classmates couldn't resist and took the challenge. Jing Xiao, on the side, reached out to shield him from those hands, he's tired. Such a protector. Brother Lin, you spoil him too much, look at what he has become. Jing Xiao smiled, who made me his big brother? The role-playing was very immersive. After speaking, he felt a bit itchy on his forehead, secretly reached out to touch it, and was shocked to find another piece had fallen off, very noticeable. He covered it with his hand, feeling embarrassed, like a mud figure about to melt. Damn, Lu Chen sat up straight, looking at Jing Xiao covering his face, and couldn't help but laugh unkindly. Jing Xiao pinched his arm and whispered, no laughing. Lu Chen chuckled, are you planning to keep covering like that, or will you go outside first and wait for us? It's almost over, about half an hour left. Jing Xiao had no choice but to get up, greeted the people present, covered half of his face, and left. Zhang Hongrui, take care, Mr. Lin. This person must be the older brother who used to ask for leave for Lu Chen. From the voice, he thought he was in his 20s, but he turned out to be much older. Seems older than himself. Jing Xiao politely nodded, "Goodbye, teacher. If Xiaoxi has anything in the future, we'll contact you via WeChat." Zheng Hengrui, okay. He kept his head down when encountering people along the way. He had never been so embarrassed. Li Mei brought her mother this time, standing beside her mother, looking a bit reserved. Compared to the last exam, she improved her ranking in the whole school by 70 places, quite happy. But being with her mother, Lu Chen felt she was a bit nervous. He blinked and smiled slightly. "Hello, Auntie." Li Mei's mother looks very simple and smiled. "Hello, I listened to your speech this morning, Auntie really liked it." Lu Chen chuckled, "Just speaking my mind, talking nonsense." Li's mother held Li Mei's hand. "It's lucky for our Xiaomei to sit with you, Lu Chen. She is not very quick-witted. I hope you can help her more in the future." Lu Chen instantly felt Li Mei's expression dimming, as if he knew the reason why she was often unhappy. "Auntie is joking, she is very smart, we all help each other, progress together. She also has good relationships with classmates in the class, getting along well with everyone," Lu Chen said sincerely. Li's mother looked happy. "Really? This girl has a reserved personality, not very likable since childhood, average in academics. I didn't expect her classmates to like her so much." Lu Chen felt complicated, sensing something wrong in her words. He glanced at Li Mei and sighed in his heart. "Auntie, we all have our strengths and weaknesses, just observe more, that's enough." Yes, Li's mother touched Li Mei's hair. "Girl, you did well on this test, Mom is very happy." Li Mei smiled lightly and gratefully glanced at Lu Chen. "Mom, as long as you're happy." Lu Chen felt her relax and smiled, not saying anything more. Every family has its own difficulties. On the other side, Jing Xiao sat in the car outside the school, removing her makeup for a long time before finally cleaning her face. Just as she was about to close her eyes to rest, she saw Lu Xing staring at the school gate as if waiting for something. In this school, Lu Zhao ran away, Lu Lin was still in the hospital, and the only one left related to the Lu family was Lu Chen. Jing Xiao actually didn't understand the Lu family, pushing people away but showing reluctance. Why bother? Soon, Lu Chen, Jing Nan, and a group of students and parents came out one after another. Lu Xing glanced at Lu Chen from afar and then left. Lu Chen got into the car and looked at Jing Xiao's face. "It's red." Jing Xiao said, "It's nothing, it'll be fine in a while." Oh, Lu Chen didn't look too good. Jing Xiao asked, "Are you tired? Shall I take you back to rest?" Lu Chen said, "No need, the matter at hand is more important." Jing Nan turned back and asked, "Are you coming with us?" Jing Xiao said, "Yes." Lu Chen glanced back and saw someone following them. His eyes immediately flashed with hostility. Who was it? Jing Xiao had noticed earlier and shook his head secretly. It's Lu Xing. Lu Chen frowned. What is he following us for? Jing Nan spat. He must have ulterior motives. Always with a gloomy face, as if someone owed him millions. Lu Chen was puzzled, but didn't delve further. Lu Xing, this person, was as cold-blooded and indifferent as the rest of the Lu family in his past life. Trying to find differences, he was not as insulting and ruthless as the others. But the few taunts were like a blunt knife cutting into flesh, causing spasms of pain. Human nature is truly complex and hard to understand. Lu Chen speculated in his heart what Jing Nan needed help with. When the car arrived at a majestic building, he felt both expected and unexpected. In the Information Security Department, Lu Chen said, "Nan Gu, do you work here?" Jing Nan scratched his head. "I am the team leader here, forgive me for the inconvenience." Lu Chen admired. "Impressive. Is it about fraud cases or similar money theft incidents that you want to recover or catch the criminals?" Jing Nan nodded. "You are so smart, you must have guessed it. To be honest, it's about the Lu family kidnapping case." Lu Chen furrowed his brows suddenly. What if I say I don't want to help? Jing Nan was anxious. Although Lu Chen usually seemed easygoing, once he became serious, he was a bit intimidating. He explained, "I didn't expect X to be you. I know you have conflicts with the Lu family. Sigh, if you are really in a difficult situation, forget it." Remained silent for a while before saying, "There's nothing to be difficult about. Let's go. I was there that day too. Those people were very strange. If left unchecked, they might harm more innocent people one day. Jing Shao opened the car door and reached out his hand. Come down, solve the problem quickly, and then go back to rest. Lu Chen nodded, and the three entered the building. Going up to the second floor, as soon as they entered, they saw all cutting-edge modern equipment, computers, smart robots, and in the center, a super large computer with a dozen or so staff members. Lu Chen recognized some of them as the young men and women who used to visit Jing Nan when he was in the hospital. It turned out to be like this. Seeing unfamiliar faces coming in, people turned their heads, and then they recognized Lu Chen. Lu Chen? Little brother, why are you here? Do you still remember sister? And brother, do you remember? Lu Chen, I remember. Hello to all of you. Jing Nan said, this is the guest I invited. Don't crowd around. Go do your work. Guests? Colleagues wondered, could anyone just come in here? Guests? Do they look silly? Jing Nan couldn't be bothered to explain. Xiaoxi liked to keep a low profile, so be it. He led Lu Chen and Jing Shao into the innermost office. Lu Chen reluctantly looked back at the equipment, his eyes gleaming, wanting to play with them. Jing Shao whispered, don't worry, I'll take you to play with even better things in a few days. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, instantly energized. Not in a few days, let's go tomorrow. His eagerness was too strong. Jing Shao resisted. No, rest for a couple of days first. Lu Chen immediately looked disappointed and didn't want to speak. Jing Shao didn't give in to him. Rest first, next week, exercise with me every day, no refusal allowed. I have prepared a month-long exercise plan for you, guaranteeing you a fulfilling and colorful winter break. Hee, Lu Chen smirked, can I say no? Jing Shao looked down at him, no. Lu Chen looked up at him, tyrant. Jing Nan watched with a sour taste in his mouth. Xiaoxi, exercising is good, but can you two not be so intimate in front of everyone? I feel like an outsider. Lu Chen stared at him for a full minute. Brother Nan. What? Jing Nan took a step back. Nothing, let's get back to work. Lu Chen coughed and sat in front of the computer. The money can't be recovered, Lu Chen told him clearly, I don't have that ability. Jing Nan shrugged, it's okay, I understand. From 4 in the afternoon until 8 in the evening, Lu Chen, Jing Nan, and Jing Shao never stepped out of there. When Lu Chen hit the last key, he and Jing Nan and Jing Shao were stunned. After a long while, Lu Chen said, the funds have been withdrawn long ago and have been transferred to 8 countries. Impressive. All the information that can be dug up is here. There is only one valuable clue, there is an account from the E country's TECHK company. You can investigate further from this angle. The rest is too well hidden to uncover. Jing Nan praised, Xiaoxi, you are already amazing. Without you, we wouldn't have found any valuable information. Lu Chen shook his head, even if we find it, what's the use? It's not very useful, and I feel like there's a lot more to it, involving a wide range. There won't be a breakthrough in the short term. It's better to wait for Lu Jiao to show up on his own. A person like him will definitely not be content and will find ways to come back. Let's just wait and see. Jing Nan thought it made sense. Xiaoxi, your technical skills are dazzling. How did you do it? Can you teach me when you have time? Lu Chen pointed to his brain. Here, I have a photographic memory. All data leaves traces. The difference lies in whether you can capture them. It's like a huge network map. As long as you find the right direction, the online world is more transparent than the real world. Jing Shao looked at him deeply. In short, your brain speed rivals that of a computer. Lu Chen yawned slightly. Not really, I still have a long way to go. Modest. Jing Nan stood up and took a step back. Great God, please allow me to bow to you. He respectfully bowed to Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at him, feeling silly and not wanting to look. Nan Ji, has anyone ever told you that you are really silly? Throughout the day, Lu Chen was almost supported by strong willpower. Having a guy next to him who kept praising himself made him, who had always been low-key, act like a flamboyant flag, feeling uncomfortable wherever he went. Jing Nan, silly? No, I have always been a reliable synonym. Lu Chen didn't want to talk to him anymore. Jing Xiao reached out and pulled him up. "Let's go, I'll take you out to eat." He warned Jing Nan, "You are not allowed to follow, you're noisy." Jing Nan felt wronged. "How can you leave me behind in a group of 3? Jing Xiao looked at him as if he were mentally challenged. "No, you are the one who is unnecessary." "Ha?" Jing Nan was quite hurt. "That's too much. You guys have a really bad conscience. I've been busy all day too, so invite me to dinner." Lu Chen and Jing Xiao were leaving when he suddenly turned back. "I solved the problem for you guys, don't forget the reward, give whatever you want, no limit." Jing Nan, huh? Reward? Lu Chen was angry. "What, trying to avoid paying? Apply to the higher-ups. I don't want what you give me, do you want me to work for nothing?" Jing Nan coughed. "That's not what I meant. How could I let you work for nothing? Just wait, I'll go apply for you." This was almost there. Lu Chen was satisfied. We brain workers also need to make a living. Rice, oil, salt, all cost money. Xiaoxi, do you want to join us? It's a stable job with good bonuses, come on. Jing Nan tempted him. Lu Chen, no. Jing Nan, why? That doesn't make sense. Lu Chen, because I don't want to be constrained. Jing Nan watched as Jing Xiao and Lu Chen disappeared, his stomach growling. Since they didn't take him, he decided to go eat a big meal on his own, feeling betrayed by them. Jing Xiao seemed familiar with the area, leading Lu Chen along a small path, cutting the journey in half. They hailed a taxi at the intersection, and Jing Xiao explained, "Whenever Jing Nan couldn't solve a problem, he would come to me for help." No wonder the people here didn't react much to Jing Xiao. Lu Chen realized that Jing Xiao's computer skills were also very high. "I can tell that you are very talented. Some of your opinions today have given me great inspiration, otherwise I wouldn't have found the clues so quickly." Jing Xiao shook his head, "But not as good as you." Lu Chen disagreed. "Everyone has their own expertise. No matter how talented a person is, they can't excel in everything." Jing Xiao looked at Lu Chen, this kind of person, neither arrogant nor impatient. If he had enough time, how high could he grow? Would his appearance at this specific point change anything? Time, and Lu Chen lacked time. Carrying his backpack back to the residential area, after Jing Xiao left, Lu Chen slowly walked towards the building where he lived. It was close to 10 o'clock at night, and the residential area was not quiet, bustling with people. The city's nightlife was colorful, with lights shining from every household. The sound of car horns could be heard from a distance, creating a scene that never disappeared in the city. Lu Chen saw Lu Xing downstairs, and he walked over calmly, looking at Lu Xing's handsome features, his expression unreadable. "What do you want?" "You have 2 minutes. Lu Xing thought to himself upon seeing him. Finally, the wait was over. He looked at Lu Chen and felt that he had grown taller. He was no longer the boy who was just over 1.7 meters tall. His height had quietly increased, estimated to be close to 1.8 meters, with well-proportioned joints, a slim waist, and long legs, very tall and handsome. "I heard you ranked first in the city exam and wanted to congratulate you in person. Is that it?" Lu Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. He had said too many rejecting words, which seemed quite annoying. "Now that I've said it, I accept it, you can leave." Lu Xing said, "I don't know why, I feel like I can't stay at home, so I came to find you. Now that I've said my piece, I'll leave." Lu Chen, you are the smartest person in the Lu family. In the past, everyone underestimated you. Lu Chen didn't say anything, went upstairs, different paths, more words were useless. He was very tired. Lu Xing watched him leave, knowing he had found someone else to attend the parent-teacher meeting, and also knowing he wouldn't come back to the Lu family. Lu Xing just felt lonely. He rarely went back to the Lu family now, working outside, sometimes drinking too much, feeling uncomfortable with a burning stomach, no one by his side. He would feel a sense of desolation from the bottom of his heart. He would think of Lu Chen, Lu Lin, and even Lu Jiao, but more often, Lu Chen. Connected by blood, but with different destinies. Today he just wanted to see him, aimlessly following his car, just to relieve his boredom. Lu Chen slept soundly all night. On Saturday night, Lu Chen changed into black clothes, patted little Huan. "Brother is going to be a night walker, I'll bring you something delicious when I come back. Little Huang licked his hand with his tongue, curled up in his nest and yawned. Truly carefree. Arriving at the outskirts of Tianqing Group, Lu Chen jumped onto the wall. His speed was extremely fast, the cameras couldn't catch him, not even the automatic alarm system worked. Yes, completely undetected, Lu Chen wanted to explore Tianqing, to see what secrets it held. He was confident he wouldn't be discovered. This is the headquarters of Tianqing Group, a large industrial park covering hundreds of acres. At this time, the night shift workers were moving around the factory area, the lights were on inside. Lu Chen hid in a corner, never finding an opportunity to sneak into the building. The security here was so tight that he had to wait until the latter half of the night to find a chance to rush into the research and development building. Inside, there were cameras everywhere, making it difficult for Lu Chen to move around, which only fueled his curiosity. Why be so cautious? What secrets needed to be hidden? A well-known company engaged in the life-saving pharmaceutical research and manufacturing industry, what shady dealings could they be involved in? Based on Jing Zhao's words, combined with what he had seen, Lu Chen felt certain that something fishy was going on. The internal management here was well organized, which Lu Chen admired. Achieving this level of security meant the boss here must be quite capable. If this continued, he would only return empty-handed. But he was truly unwilling to give up. Since he was already here, he decided to go all out. After a moment, all the lights on the first floor of the building suddenly went out, the alarm sounded urgently, the surveillance lost its function, and the sound of people's voices became chaotic. Shortly after, the lights on the second floor also went out, the elevator stopped abruptly, disrupting the calm space. Lu Chen took the opportunity to quickly open a door on the innermost part of the second floor, and because he exerted too much force, he directly broke the door lock. He estimated the time it would take for the people downstairs to react, quickly checked inside after opening the door, found nothing useful, then exited and successively opened 3 more doors, finally discovering something unusual in the outermost laboratory. There, Lu Chen saw a huge apparatus resembling a medical pod, very complex and precise. He didn't have time to observe carefully, so he calmly opened the main control computer next to it, quickly perused the documents, remembering most of it in an instant. With time running out, he could already hear many footsteps rushing towards him. He made a decision, pressed a control key. What was this thing? Since he was here, he had to find out. Suddenly, the apparatus hummed to life, the pod door slowly opened, and Lu Chen raised his eyes, stunned. He clenched his fists and, in the dim light, saw dozens of bodies of young men and women soaking in blue liquid, looking vivid and without any signs of decay. Without time to look closely, he decrypted a file on the main computer, memorizing it at a glance, then ran off, like a gust of wind, leaping over the wall with force and disappearing into the night. His speed was too fast, his chest felt tight, and after running hundreds of meters, he hid behind a large tree, breathing heavily. After he left, one of the boys' bodies slowly opened his eyes, turned his head to look in the direction that Lu Chen had fled, and a faint smile appeared on his pale face. The scene was too horrifying and chilling. Before the staff arrived, he removed the tubes from his body, looked up at the top cabin that had been unattended for the first time in many years, climbed up with his hands, jumped out, and ran off like a ghost, disappearing without a trace. The staff only managed to see a shadow. They were shocked by what they saw in the laboratory. Team leader, a middle-aged man around 40, said incredulously, "One carrier is missing." The team leader, a woman in her 40s, dressed simply and smartly, with delicate features and charm, said in a deep voice, "How is that possible? How could he wake up? He must have been stimulated by an external force. Investigate. If there are intruders, we must catch him, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable." Yes. She walked to the computer and looked at the screen. This person is very skilled. He cracked the password for S01, and the information leaked. Ah, Team Leader Yen, what should we do? The woman named Yan Li is the research and development team leader of Tianqing Group. She scolded, "What's the rush? Go after him quickly. How could he steal information under our noses without anyone noticing? A bunch of useless people." She took out her phone. "Hello, boss?" A male voice came from the other end. "Something happened?" Yan Li said, "Yes. Investigate thoroughly, resolve it, at any cost." The man's voice was calm, but it sounded like ice in her ears. Find out who it is, you can deal with him as you see fit. Yenli replied, okay. Shortly after, Yenli looked at the investigation results and realized that they were too confident. There was no useful information in the surveillance footage, except for one anomaly, a shadow that looked like dust blown away by the wind, drifting far away. The main control power and monitoring were both destroyed, the computer, door locks, no fingerprints left behind, and the door lock was torn off directly. Those were specially made anti-theft doors. How could they be broken so easily? Within a few tens of seconds, was it possible? They couldn't find anything at all. Yenli realized that they were dealing with a formidable opponent, and it was clear that they were being investigated. Sleepless that night, In Shio arrived here at 5 in the morning. He looked at the investigation results and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. It seems that a formidable figure has appeared. Yenli said, very formidable, leaving no trace throughout, as if descending from the sky, unbelievable and puzzling. Evacuate your people, it's no longer safe here. I will find number 001 and execute him on the spot. Yenli felt regretful, but this was the best course of action. Whoever it was had disrupted the peace that Tianqing Group had maintained for years. The more unbelievable things are, once uncovered, half of them may be surprises. In Shio smiled, interesting. On the other side, Lu Chen returned to his residence. It was almost dawn. After washing up, he lay down on the bed, half asleep, thinking about what kind of people would dare to subvert life and death, disregarding human life to do such despicable things. The next day at 2 p.m., Lu Chen woke up, turned on the computer, and invaded the core technology database of Tianqing Group according to his memory from last night. After going through the information inside and finding nothing useful, he realized that the important data had already been transferred out in advance, so he had to give up. At the same time, the technical security officer of Tianqing Group was powerless against the opponent's attack. Feeling his once proud technology being overwhelmed, he broke out in a cold sweat and said nervously, Mr. In, this person is extremely skilled, I can't stop him. In Shio frowned, ask him what his intentions are. The technician nodded, and soon information appeared on the screen, translated to, bored, just playing with you. In Shio chuckled, find out his address, leave no stone unturned to track down this person. The technician was hesitant, knowing that the opponent was confident and skilled enough to evade detection, making him no match. Mr. In, I will do my best. Yenli added, I feel like this person is the same as last night, or part of the same group. In Shio raised an eyebrow, our security is indeed weak, easily shattered by a single blow. The opponent's skills are unfathomable, and they are hostile. From now on, strengthen our defenses, erase all traces, things are getting uneasy, pause the research and lay low. Yenli agreed. Lu Chen left them with a final message, wait for your death, trash, you will get what you deserve sooner or later. In Shio stared at the screen for a full minute, wondering, who are you really? Their once proud security system was trampled upon without even touching the opponent, leaving behind a conscious entity, which made In Shio chuckle. It seems our confidentiality has been compromised, we are being targeted. In Shio's sharp eyes revealed a hint of amusement, in that case, let's play with him. The opponent will surely come back, so we must be prepared. Yenli expressed concern, this situation is very strange, boss. I'm worried that he will cause trouble. Our research is at a standstill, and our allies are already unhappy with us. If they find out about this major issue, it could be detrimental to us. In Shio's eyes turned cold, no, they still need our technology. Don't worry about that for now. Even if they want to take action, they need to weigh the pros and cons, and consider whose territory they are on. Lu Chen looked out at the vast night sky, contemplating what to do next. He only had a research data in his hands, not enough to destroy such a huge enterprise. Time was short, and he hadn't collected more evidence. Relying solely on his word, who would believe him? Moreover, with such a complex research that crossed ethical boundaries, could it be accomplished by one party alone? With their vigilance, they must have already eliminated all evidence. No rush, take it slow. They are in the light, I am in the dark. It's not me who's in a hurry. On Monday, Lu Chen accompanied Jing Xiao to the Dawn Hospital, thinking he would be injected with medication again, but this time, Zhou Changsheng did not do so. He drew a vial of blood, conducted the examination, and looked at Lu Chen with concern. Have you experienced any abnormalities in your body recently? Lu Chen truthfully replied, dizziness, sleepiness, chest tightness, and sometimes my brain can't stay alert. Dr. Zhou, Jing Xiao has already told me, you don't need to lie to me anymore. Jing Xiao frowned as he listened to Lu Chen. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhou Changsheng glanced at Jing Xiao and said, well, you have the right to know the truth about your body. Lu Chen, to be honest, we have tried all available methods, but none have worked. That substance has melted all medications, continuously undergoing fission in your body, regenerating. I believe it has become a part of your body, and there is no way to remove it. Zhou Changsheng became more puzzled as he researched. It doesn't seem like material from Blue Star, it's too strange. If it weren't for those side effects, you could possibly become the first immortal, or you could have a long life, but the premise is that you can avoid being consumed by the side effects. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Dr. Zhou, everything in the world follows certain rules, immortality is impossible, even the entire universe will have a day of destruction. He lowered his eyelids. A few months ago, I was still a normal person, I don't understand why it's me. Then I recalled many past events, trying to find the reason, whether it's external force or innate. I racked my brains but couldn't come up with a result. Finally, I consulted relevant genetic data. Do you think it's possible that it's evolution? Evolution? Zhou Changsheng was stunned. Jing Xiao also pondered. He said, why do you think that? Lu Chen shrugged. My body, I know it. Myself, I was completely normal before the age of 18. Perhaps you think it's possible that it's artificially influenced, but since it can be active in my body, it means it has already merged with me. Perhaps it's drug-induced, external force-driven, or even genetic mutation, just speculation. I will definitely investigate it thoroughly. Jing Xiao vaguely felt that he might be right. Can simple external injections, drug stimulation, produce such almost perfect material? According to what the ghost doll said, injecting the drug into the body caused the person to die quickly. If it was man-made, would the creator of such a thing need to find more test subjects? Moreover, the direction he had always believed in might be wrong. What was inside Lu Chen's body and the drug mentioned by the ghost doll might not be the same. With this in mind, he brightened up. If it's evolution, then according to biology, it's not necessarily a bad thing. The human body chooses to evolve, perhaps to adapt to a certain environment, to make choices for survival. Lu Chen also didn't quite understand. Just speculation, he said. Actually, I have always doubted whether the traditional theory of evolution is correct. The diversity of species and the theory of evolution are fundamentally conflicting, but if you change the direction, perhaps the human appearance won't change, but human genes will evolve. The human body is like a treasure trove, it will undergo genetic mutations with changes in time and environment. His eyes were calm. I'm digressing, it's all speculation. Evolution is not necessarily a good direction, it could also be mutation. For individuals, there may be defects, there may be rejection. As for whether it's controllable or uncontrollable, no one can say for sure. Zhou Changsheng listened in astonishment. This was too different from the direction he had been researching before. Evolution? The young man in front of him was too calm and composed, not at all like someone of his age. To be able to think at this level in a short period of time, and what he said was very likely to be correct. Zhou Changsheng sighed. You make a lot of sense, Lu Chen. I will research in this direction next, but if it involves issues at the genetic level, our hospital is not at the forefront in this technical field, it's a bit difficult to understand. He glanced at Jing Xiao. Perhaps the Academy of Sciences or a research institute would be more suitable for you, but I believe you wouldn't want to be a guinea pig. Lu Chen nodded. Indeed, I don't trust those people. Greed, selfishness, fear, will all become knives in their hands. Instead of that, I'd rather live or die on my own. I'm not afraid of death, but I fear being controlled and losing my freedom, Dr. Zhou, so I want to make a deal with you. A deal? Zhou Changsheng suddenly realized, actually, you've been waiting for me here for a long time, haven't you? Lu Chen smiled. How could that be? I'm just a simple person. Zhou Changsheng grew fonder of this child. Alright, stop pretending, just say it. What do you want to do? Lu Chen, I hope you can provide me with a private laboratory so I can do my own research. I just want to study my own issues and won't do anything else. In return, during this period, I will provide free maintenance and upkeep of equipment for your hospital as a thank you. How about it? Zhou Changsheng was surprised. You can repair equipment? Lu Chen nodded. I work as an after-sales repair technician at a store that sells smart electronic instruments. I have studied the working principles of electronic circuits, computer technology, and some smart instruments, as well as network communication technology. I believe I am capable. You just need to provide me with some simple experimental conditions. I will only use it for self-rescue, is that okay? Zhou Changsheng hesitated. The hospital spends millions of dollars on equipment maintenance every year. But does this inexperienced child really have the ability? Jing Xiao spoke up at this moment. Uncle, I think it's possible. Zhou Changsheng's eyes hinted that he would need the new equipment in the future. Jing Xiao raised an eyebrow in response. No problem. Zhou Changsheng immediately smiled. All right, I will give you my research room. We can share it. In the future, you can come here in the name of my intern assistant. We can also discuss with each other. Perhaps this way, we can make some breakthroughs. Lu Chen looked happy. Thank you. Coming out of the hospital, Lu Chen said to Jing Xiao, thank you. Jing Xiao replied gently, thank you for what? I didn't really help you. Lu Chen said solemnly, you helped me a lot. I will repay you. Jing Xiao sighed, I don't want you to repay me. He said seriously, you are a genius. I hope you can shine, and I hope we can climb to the peak together. Lu Chen and Jing Xiao walked along the hospital's path. Lu Chen, feeling playful, walked backward while looking at him. You think so highly of me? Since there was no one around, Jing Xiao wasn't wearing a mask. His features were particularly charming. Lu Chen remembered a line of poetry, solemn and clear, bright and upright. Jing Xiao looked at him. Xiao Shi, this is from the bottom of my heart. I know you are used to being independent, carrying everything on your own, but occasionally, you can rely on others. Lu Chen's nose turned red from the cold. He was tall and slender, almost 6 feet tall. Even in thick winter clothes, he couldn't hide his elegance. His facial features were clear and handsome, exuding a natural and carefree charm. He smiled vividly. Got it, brother Jing Xiao. I will rely on you in the future. You are my warm harbor, solid support, and sheltering tree, okay? Jing Xiao couldn't help but smile. You better be consistent in your words and actions. Let's go, I'll take you to exercise and boost your immunity. Lu Chen was startled and slumped in a second. I feel dizzy, and my chest hurts. Jing Xiao squatted down, almost laughing at him, patted his cheek, feeling the texture was nice, then pinched it. Why are you so lazy, Lin Xiaoxi? You must go today. I'll take you back to the Jing family. It's spacious, convenient, and private. We'll have lunch there and then I'll send you home to rest. Jing Xiao had things to do in the afternoon. He was very busy. Lu Chen quite liked the family atmosphere at the Jing's house and felt a bit moved. Just one lap then. Jing Xiao had no choice. Fine. But after one lap, you have to do 2 more. Lu Chen reluctantly agreed. He reached out, and Jing Xiao helped him up. The two of them walked away along the path. Jing's parents were already semi-retired. Lu Chen was panting heavily as he ran on the track at the Jing's house and collapsed on the ground. Jing Xiao handed him water. Your physical condition is really poor. Lu Chen took a sip of water, breathing heavily. I used to have a good physique when I was young. Jing Xiao's heart stirred. This was the first time he heard Lu Chen talk about his childhood. Lu Chen self-deprecatingly said, forget it, it's all in the past. Just being alive is already good enough. Do you want revenge? Or, as long as you come forward to accuse them, they will be guilty of abuse and go to jail. Fell silent. How do you accuse someone, expose their wounds to the public? I won't be able to live if that happens. Although I don't have other evidence, I will find my own way to make them suffer. Jing Xiao hesitated before telling him, actually, I privately investigated the Lin couple, but they have already disappeared. Lu Chen's expression turned cold. Disappeared? I will dig them out even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Jing Xiao looked at him. Aren't you blaming me? I investigated your identity before, even your past, and didn't tell you. Lu Chen sighed. How could I blame you? When we first met, your suspicion was normal. At least you were willing to investigate, unlike some people who never bothered to understand. Forget it, let's not talk about this, it's a downer. Jing Xiao pulled him up, and the two walked slowly along the track. Lu Chen seemed to recall something from his childhood and fell silent for a while. Jing Xiao accompanied him, looking at the flowing clouds in the sky, and suddenly said, "Xiaoxi, I think." "Jing Xiao." A surprised voice interrupted him. Lu Chen felt a bit regretful, not knowing what he wanted to say to me. 3 luxury sports cars drove in behind them. Jing Xiao and Lu Chen turned around to see 2 men and a woman getting out of the cars, dressed stylishly and elegantly, exuding a good temperament, clearly born into wealth. Jing Xiao was surprised. "When did you come back?" "We just returned to the country today and heard that Grandpa Jing had also returned, so we invited Grandpa and Grandma over for dinner. We thought it had been a long time since we last saw each other, so we shamelessly came to join the meal." The only girl among them said happily. "I thought you weren't home, didn't expect you to be here." Jing Xiao was a bit surprised. "Grandpa? Grandpa is back? How did he not know? Is this still his home? Grandpa, how could he come back without telling me anything?" The group looked at each other. "You didn't know?" Jing Xiao raised his eyelids. "Oh, I knew, I forgot." Lu Chen silently watched, feeling like a transparent person. Jing Xiao introduced him. "This is Ruanzhen, this is Lu Chen, and this is Ji Nuanyuan, all friends I grew up with since childhood." Lu Chen greeted them. "Hello, I'm Lu Chen." Ruanzhen glanced at him and smiled. "Hello." Ji Nuanyuan exclaimed, "You are so handsome, even more handsome than Ruanzhen." Ruanzhen helplessly replied, "There's no need for comparison, everyone has their own unique charm, don't scare him." "Lu Chen, you all are good looking too." Ji Nuanyuan cheerfully said, "Are you a new friend of Jing Xiao?" "It's rare. After so many years, it's rare to see him make new friends and bring them home." Ruanzhen, with a gentle temperament, was curious, "Which family are you from? I've never seen you before." Lu Chen replied, "I'm not from any family." Ruanzhen showed a hint of apology. "I didn't mean it that way, please don't mind." Lu Chen's attitude was rather cold. "I don't mind." The group felt a bit awkward, and Ji Nuanyuan, somewhat unhappy, said, "Ruanzhen, let's go inside, Grandpa and the others must be waiting anxiously." Lu Qian gave Lu Chen a displeased look, and the 3 of them went inside. Jing Xiao noticed that Lu Chen seemed a bit upset. "Ruanzhen and the others grew up in the same circle as me, most of the friends they made were from that circle, so they subconsciously assumed that you were too. They didn't mean anything by it." Lu Chen didn't say anything, but he sensed the hostility and discrimination emanating from Ruanzhen, which made him very uncomfortable. Despite his calm demeanor and politeness, he couldn't be fooled by those eyes. When he first returned to the Lu family, the scrutiny and arrogance in the eyes of the Lu family members were similar to the way Ruanzhen was looking at him now. He detested the unwarranted sense of superiority these people had, like judges on high, wanting to pass judgment on him. Jing Xiao saw him with his eyes down, not knowing what he was thinking. He said, "They have been studying abroad for the past few years, in fact, the relationship has already drifted apart, I am not close to them." Lu Chen smiled softly. "It's okay, I'm not angry." Jing Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. "So, do you still want to have dinner? Do you want to meet my grandfather?" Lu Chen said, "I won't go back on my word." He wasn't afraid, he just found it troublesome. Dealing with people is the most troublesome. So Jing Xiao led him inside. As they walked, he said, "My grandfather's heart hasn't been well these years, he has been recuperating abroad, he is easy to get along with, no need to worry." Lu Chen nodded. Jing Xiao and Lu Chen only exercised outside today, they didn't step inside, and no one told them, so naturally they didn't know that Jing Xiao's grandfather had returned and invited a large group of people as guests. As they entered the Jing family villa, there was laughter and chatter in the hall. Ruanzhen, Lu Qianan, Ji Nuanyuan, and 5 or 6 elderly people with white hair were gathered together drinking tea and playing chess. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Jing's parents were sitting on the sofa not far from them, leisurely watching TV. Jing Xiao thought to himself, "This group of idle people is having too much fun. Today is a workday, can't they create some useful value for society? The elderly are fine, but those young ones, the more you look, the more annoying they are." Jing Xiao felt that his eldest brother was quite good at this moment. Although his character was questionable, he was willing to shoulder the burden of the Jing family, working hard and without complaint, which was commendable. Xiao Xiao is back. Jing's mother Zhou Qing saw them. Xiao Shi is here too. Lu Chen politely smiled and replied, "Hello, uncle and aunt, everyone, I am Lu Chen." One spirited elderly man smiled and said, "Hello there, young man." Jing Xiao introduced, "This is my friend, having lunch at home today, Xiao Shi, this is my grandfather." Jing's grandfather, Jing Song, smiled and looked at Lu Chen, "Welcome." Lu Chen said, "Hello, grandfather, sorry for the disturbance." Jing's parents beckoned, "Xiao Shi, come sit over here." Lu Chen walked over and sat next to Jing's parents. Zhou Qing handed him a cup of hot tea. "Help yourself, we are all so familiar, just treat it like your own home." Lu Chen nodded obediently, while Ji Nuanyuan and two others had different expressions. Wanjin looked natural, unable to tell what he was thinking. Jing Xiao was pulled by his grandfather. "Good grandson, grandpa is back, why are you so indifferent?" Jing Xiao looked at his grandfather with a smile that wasn't a smile. "A few days ago you said you wouldn't be back until New Year's Eve, so who are these people sitting here today?" Jing Song chuckled, "Isn't this a surprise for you? Are you happy or not?" Jing Xiao, "Just a little bit." Jing Song was dissatisfied. "What do you mean just a little bit? It should be a lot." He smiled kindly, "And who is this little friend? Where did he come from?" Jing Xiao, "He is a guest I invited, we have known each other for a while." "I see, so you value him a lot?" Jing Xiao nodded, "He is a very important friend to me." Jing Song chuckled, "Then go and accompany him, I will play chess with these old friends for a while." Jing Xiao nodded, walked over and sat with Lu Chen in a corner of the sofa. Zhou Cheng asked with concern, "Xiao Shi, it's been a while, why do you seem to have lost weight?" Lu Chen held the hot tea in his hands, behaving obediently. "No, I've been eating a lot lately, maybe I just have a naturally slim physique." Zhou Qing envied, "Youth is good, auntie is getting old now, a little bit of eating and I gain weight, I envy you young people, good metabolism, eat whatever you want." Lu Chen, "Auntie is not fat, your weight is just right, very beautiful." Zhou Qing covered her mouth and laughed, "Really? I actually think so too, ha ha ha." Lu Chen suddenly didn't know how to continue. "Why are you not following the usual rules?" Jing Xiao rubbed his forehead, "Mom, tone it down a bit." Jing Yan smiled on the side, "Xiao Shi, what about me? Am I handsome or old?" Lu Chen cautiously replied, "Uncle is not old, very handsome, he must have been a big handsome guy when he was young." Jing Yan laughed, "Nonsense, uncle is old, he has wrinkles." Lu Chen. He lowered his head and focused on the floor, not wanting to talk to anyone. Jing Xiao felt some sympathy. He said that his eldest brother inherited the bad personalities of his parents, and from childhood to adulthood, he always felt like he was the abnormal one. He didn't fit into this family. A few old people on the other side finished a game of chess and looked over with smiles. "That child is really handsome." Jin Nuan said, "Yes, he's really good looking, but if we talk about handsome, that would be Ruanjin, no matter how you look at it, he's outstanding." Jing Song raised his eyelids and smiled, "No need to compare, they are all good." He looked at Lu Chen on the other side, "Child, don't be shy, since you are Xiao Zhao's friend, you are also a guest of our Jing family, do you play chess? Would you like to play a game with Grandpa?" Lu Chen shook his head, "You elders play, I won't embarrass myself." Lu Qian suddenly said, "You don't know how to play chess?" Lu Chen slowly took a sip of tea, "I know a little, but not very familiar." Ruanjin sat on the side and laughed, "It's okay, winning or losing doesn't matter, just for fun." At this time, Jinuan Muan said, "I remember that Ajun, your chess skills are very good, you were even the president of the Go Club in college, why don't you play a game with Grandpa Jing? It would be a shame not to." Ruanjin waved his hand, "My mediocre skills are not up to par." Lu Qian then said, "You are just being modest." Jing Song and a few old people exchanged smiles, and the elder of the Ruan family said, "Ajun, why don't you play a game with Grandpa Jing, let's have some fun today." Ruanjin nodded with a smile, "Okay, since Grandpa has spoken, I will play. Grandpa Jing, you go first." A few people gathered around the chess table, eagerly watching the game. Jinuan Nuan and Lu Qian glanced at Lu Chen, showing a hint of disdain in their eyes. Lu Chen took a sip of hot tea, and Jing Xiao glanced coldly at them. Lu Chen smiled at him. The tea is good, full of greenery. The parents of the Jing family exchanged glances, seeing some clues. Jing Yan said meaningfully, Xiao Xiao, you go. Jing Xiao instantly understood his father's meaning. Just as he was about to get up, Lu Chen stopped him, put down the empty cup after finishing the tea. When I said I'm not familiar, I meant compared to myself. Lu Chen whispered, are these the friends you value? Jing Xiao whispered back, they were okay when we were kids, but now they are just acquaintances. Lu Chen nodded, got up, and walked to Jing Song's side, bowing his head to watch the game. Jing Xiao smiled with a twinkle in his eye, sitting still without moving, casually flipping through a magazine, but his attention was completely drawn by Lu Chen. Jing Yan and Zhou Qing were puzzled, but also excited, watching the show. They liked it. Seeing their son so calm, there must be a good show to watch. Lu Chen silently watched the showdown between Ruanjin and Jing Kong. Jin Nuan glanced at him and raised her eyebrows. What, do you want to play too? Lu Chen nodded. Ruanjin is so good, I want to learn from him. Lu Qian said, he won the gold prize in the City Go competition, you are not his opponent. Lu Chen smiled, it's okay, winning or losing doesn't matter. At this moment, Ruanjin made the final move, and Jing Song praised, impressive, I lost. Ruanjin modestly replied, Grandpa, I yield. Jing Song laughed and said to the elder of the Ruan family, your precious grandson is indeed amazing, I am no match for him. The elder Ruan looked at Ruanjin with satisfaction, he has always been clever, but, Jing Lao too, your sons Jing Xiao and Jing Chen are also not bad. Jing Song proudly said, of course. At this time, Ji Nuanyuan said, Ajin, Lu Chen said he wants to spar with you. Ruanjin had actually noticed Lu Chen a long time ago, and he said, sure, no problem. Jing Song glanced at Lu Chen and asked, is that so? Lu Chen nodded, I will show mercy. The faces of the people present all changed. Jing Song frowned, young man, don't be too quick with your words, stay grounded. Exactly, Lu Chen, you said you only know a little, yet you boast shamelessly, are you insulting people? Ji Nuanyuan's expression turned cold. The other elderly people also looked displeased. Where did this little brat come from, overestimating himself? Lu Chen, why so angry? Alright, I'll rephrase it. I won't show mercy. You. Ji Nuanyuan glared, don't go too far. Lu Chen was puzzled, why are you still angry? So are you showing mercy or not? Jing Xiao smiled lightly, he had great confidence in Lu Chen, even if it was just based on his words, he could crush those few people, not to mention, he had an extremely intelligent brain. Jing Song offered a seat to Lu Chen, alright, you young people love to argue, come, let's see the truth with strength, who is superior, it will be clear. Lu Chen sat down with a smile, I've only briefly learned a little before, not much experience, but I will defeat you. Ruanjin looked at the boy in front of him who was too eye-catching, still maintaining that calm and composed demeanor. Lu Chen observed and thought, this person in front of him was indeed excellent in appearance and temperament, but compared to me, he was far behind. Ruanjin said gently, confidence is a good thing, but unfortunately you've met me. Lu Chen, then let's prove it with facts, who is stronger? Ruanjin nodded, let's begin. Jing Yan and Zhou Qing couldn't sit still, they also went over to watch, only Jing Xiao remained indifferent. He glanced at Lu Chen, having fun. Lu Chen smiled mischievously, crush all the green tea dogs in the world. Lu Qian and Ji Nuanyuan next to them clearly had confidence in Ruanjin, standing behind him, looking disdainfully at Lu Chen. Ji Nuanyuan said, if you lose, don't cry, and say we bullied you. Lu Chen glared at them, so much nonsense. You annoying little brat. Ji Nuanyuan was annoyed. The elder of the Ji family disagreed, Nuanyuan, mind your manners, this is a guest of the Jing family. Ji Nuanyuan dared not speak, she glared at Lu Chen, thinking, if you lose miserably later, I'll see how you handle it. Ruanjin was initially confident and relaxed, thinking he would win quickly, but as time passed, he couldn't help but become serious. Before long, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, the young boy in front of him, like a devil, almost predicted all his moves and strategies. Clearly able to win in a crushing victory, but instead, he toyed with him like a cat teasing a mouse, not letting him die. This feeling of being played with between the palms of someone's hands gradually drove him crazy. The people around gradually sensed that something was wrong. Jing Song stared at the chessboard, glanced at Lu Chen, who still had time to look up and smile at him, innocent and naive. In contrast, Ruanjin's face was gradually crumbling, his breathing becoming heavy. In comparison, who was superior and who was inferior seemed almost obvious. Everyone found it hard to believe, this Lu Chen, could he really defeat Ruanjin? Lu Chen had enough fun. With a crushing attack as if breaking dead branches, he directly pronounced the opponent's death. The air fell silent for a moment. Lu Chen looked up at Ruanjin. Do you submit? Ruanjin's palms were sweating. Looking at the endgame, the sense of defeat in his heart was overwhelming. The sound of being slapped in the face by the other person was too loud. His ears were still buzzing, extremely embarrassing. He had never been so embarrassed before. Ruanjin didn't answer him, only said, "How did you know every move I made?" Lu Chen, I didn't know, I calculated it. Calculated it? Why don't you ascend to the heavens then? At this moment, Jing Xiao stood up and walked over, looking at the crushed remnants on the board, and sighed, so tragic. Others, brother, please stop adding salt to the wound at this point. Ruanjin forced a smile. You win, I admit you are very powerful. Lu Chen looked at Ji Nuanyuan. I am an independent person. I have the right to refuse others' invitations. I can choose not to do things I don't want to do. This is not a dampener, and it's not your place to criticize. Jing Song intervened. Lu Chen, you are amazing. You are all guests in our house. Let's not spoil the atmosphere. Come on, the food is ready, let's eat together. Lu Chen gave in. All right, I'm hungry. Jing Xiao stopped Lu Chen and walked towards the dining room. Jing Yan and Zhou Qing wanted to applaud Lu Chen. So cool. This kid demonstrated what it means to leave no stone unturned in defeating the opponent. Ruanjin will probably have a psychological shadow from now on. Serves him right, those three kids were clearly targeting Lu Chen. How did they turn crooked after going abroad? Ji Nuanyuan and Lu Qian looked incredulously at Ruanjin. He actually lost? Lost to a greenhorn kid? Ruanjin regained his composure, concealing a complex expression in his eyes. I feel like every step I take, he can anticipate it in advance. That feeling is terrifying. Ruan's grandfather said, there are always people better than you, and there are always things beyond your control. So, never underestimate anyone. Ruanjin nodded. I understand, Grandpa. The meal was somewhat heavy. Jing Song looked at Lu Chen, seeing Jing Xiao placing a lot of food in front of him as if afraid he wouldn't eat enough, feeling strange but not saying anything. He was still immersed in the shock Lu Chen brought him. He belatedly realized that this kid in front of him was super smart. Being able to predict others' moves, isn't that too amazing? How did he do it? Did he really calculate it? Damn, how smart does your brain have to be to do that? After the meal, Jing Xiao escorted Lu Chen back. At the door, he said to Ji Nuanyuan, Lu Qian, and Ruanjin, Xiaoxi is my guest. Disrespecting him is disrespecting me. If it happens again, we won't be friends anymore. Jing Xiao, although appearing aloof, rarely got angry. Most of the time, as long as the bottom line was not crossed, he was easy to talk to. But these three, actually speaking harshly to Lu Chen in front of him, was it that Jing Xiao couldn't handle it anymore? Ruanjin fell silent for a moment, then apologetically said, I'm sorry, please forgive me if I have offended you. Lu Chen, I'm sorry. Lu Chen thought to himself, this guy is skilled, able to adapt as needed, he must be at least bronze level, right? You didn't do anything wrong to me. Lu Chen looked particularly innocent and naive. Shall we play chess together next time? I'm ready to accompany you anytime. Ruanjin lowered his stance appropriately. No, I'm scared. Lu Chen teased, coward. Ruanjin finally gave up. All right, that's enough, I didn't do much to you, please spare me. Lu Chen vowed, no, you three are birds of a feather. Ji Nuanyuan said unkindly, you're not a good person either. Lu Qian looked at Lu Chen, showing admiration in his eyes. Can I add you as a friend? Lu Chen glanced at him and flatly refused, no. Lu Qian persisted, just add one, we won't know each other if we don't fight. Let's be friends? What do you say? With such a drastic change in attitude, Jing Xiao said, "Shen," he said no. Lu Qian and Jing Xiao were about the same height, and the two locked eyes. A sense of tension immediately filled the air. Jing Xiao, after so many years of friendship, is it necessary? Jing Xiao couldn't be bothered, acting aloof. Humph. Lu Qian bid farewell to everyone. "Goodbye, Grandpa, Grandma, uncles, aunts, I'm leaving now." Jing Tsong cheerfully said, "Xiao Shi, come play often in the future." Lu Qian smiled, "Okay, goodbye, Grandpa." Seeing Jing Xiao and Lu Qian leave, Wanjin said, "Wan Nuan, Qian, let's go too." Ji Nuan Nuan nodded, "Okay." The three of them said their goodbyes, drove away, and unlike when they arrived, Wanjin's brows and eyes showed a sense of despondency. Feeling bitter in his heart, he ultimately mocked himself, realizing that he lacked nothing, so why feel low in the dust? Lu Qian lazily said along the way, "There must be a reason for some malice, Jing Xiao. What do you think it could be?" Jing Xiao pretended to be clueless. "What reason?" They are just too pampered, relying on their better background than others, subconsciously rejecting those different from them. Lu Qian looked out the car window as the trees kept passing by, like time flying by, a journey against the current of life. He casually said, "Having a good background is indeed a great advantage." They stand at the finish line that ordinary people strive for their whole lives from birth, receiving the best education, wearing the finest clothes, and using top-notch items. They have a broad vision, confidence, courage nurtured by wealth, and a sense of assurance, all of which ordinary people cannot compare to. Jing Xiao had to admit that what he said made sense. Xiao Shi, wealth is accumulated. Every affluent family did not always have a glamorous life. Their generation or ancestors also struggled to get to where they are. This world is both fair and unfair, constantly changing, with nothing absolute. Lu Qian leaned on the car window and said, then turned to Jing Xiao, "What did you want to tell me today?" Jing Xiao said, "Oh, that, I forgot. I'll tell you later." Lu Qian regretted, "Oh, I wanted to tell you something too, but I forgot as well." Jing Xiao's heart suddenly sank. He cleared his throat. What was it? Think about it carefully. Lu Qian fiddled with his phone. I can't remember. Jing Xiao thought, hey, isn't this young man supposed to have an exceptional memory? How could he forget? What was it after all? Unfortunately, Lu Qian remained silent, and Jing Xiao had to resign himself to being the driver. Back in the neighborhood, Lu Qian said to Jing Xiao, I'll be mostly at the hospital during the winter break. You focus on your own matters, no need to always accompany me and disrupt your work. Jing Xiao hesitated. I mentioned before that I wanted to take you somewhere. No need, there will be another chance in the future. If there's no chance, then I'll just have to give up. After saying this, he waved goodbye. Drive safely. Jing Xiao watched Lu Qian's back with some regret, but he respected Lu Qian's decision. Lu Qian opened the door, and little Huang came running over enthusiastically, wagging its tail. He bent down to pick it up, petting it affectionately. You're always alone at home, feeling lonely? After a while of intimacy between the man and the dog, Lu Qian fed little Huang some dog food, watching it eat until its belly was round. Want to go out for a while? Lu Qian found a thin rope, tied it around little Huang's neck, and took it downstairs. It had been a long time since they went for a walk. With a fierce dog at home, pedestrians made way for them. Little Huang let out a howl and rushed forward, but the rope held the fate of its throat. It whimpered and gnawed at the rope without stopping, very lively and cute. Lu Qian let it gnaw, wondering if its small teeth could break the rope. When it got tired, Lu Qian mocked it, so weak. You little mutt, your fur isn't even fully grown. Little Huang stared blankly at its owner, although it couldn't understand, it must be getting scolded. It lowered its head to nibble on Lu Qian's shoe, shaking its head and wagging its tail, howling. Lu Qian looked at it disdainfully. You got saliva on my shoe. Just then, little Huang sniffed and started barking loudly. They were on the road outside the neighborhood, with pedestrians all around. In front of Lu Qian stood a boy in thin clothing, staring straight at him. Lu Qian bent down to pick up Xiao Huang, comforting it, then slowly looked at this person, dressed as if stolen, dirty, with unusually pale skin, as if soaked in water for a long time, emitting a chill from his body. 5 meters away, Lu Chen smelled a strange odor. Oh my goodness, this is actually the body I saw in the Tianqing laboratory that day. Why is my life so difficult? At this moment, Lu Chen just wanted to drag the god of the dimension out and smash it 10,000 times. Why did they bring me back? What terrible things did I do to deserve this? Lu Chen finished roaring in his heart, forced a smile, and said, hello? The boy opposite said, hungry. Lu Chen opened his mouth wide. Why are you coming to me if you're hungry? I have no money. The boy looked a bit aggrieved and said again, hungry. Lu Chen felt a bit scared facing this creature, who knows if it's alive or dead. What is this thing? Was it not peacefully walking in the water that day? The boy took 2 steps forward, with clear features, looking at Lu Chen pitifully. Lu Chen, don't come over. What's that smell on you? Neither fragrant nor foul, like the fishy smell of the sea, and the smell of rotten tree land, Lu Chen felt a bit disgusted. Wait, I'll buy you something to eat. The boy obediently sat on the roadside, thank you. Lu Chen bought a fried rice from a small vendor and handed it to him in a package, here. The boy took it, opened it, smelled it, took a few bites, it's not good. Lu Chen distanced himself from him, you're picky even with free food. Take your time to eat, I'm leaving first. He ran off with Xiao Huang in his arms. He realized that this person wasn't breathing, a walking corpse asking for food? Too terrifying.